My girlfriend knew that only this medicine could cure the poison in her body, but for my sake, she was willing to give the life-saving herb to the little green tea, just to be by my side in her last days. Reborn and facing this choice once more, I didn't hesitate to take the life-saving herb. Yun Menjiao sorrowfully watched the surveillance feed on her phone, an empty feeling in her heart. She knew it was just a dream, but she hadn't expected it to be so short. So, the man had gone through all that just to get the medicinal herb. Lu Chen had clearly said he was giving it to her, yet now he had stolen it away. Was she really that unworthy of trust? Even though she knew he would do this, why did her heart still itch so much? When I took out the medicinal herb, Yun Menjiao immediately turned off the monitor, hugged a pillow, and curled up, covering her eyes. Beside her, her assistant Jiangting asked weakly, "Miss, should I go and bring him back?" Yun Menjiao's voice was hoarse. "No need. Tell everyone to stand down. Let him go." Jiangting had to complete. After getting the herb, I went straight down to the kitchen, not knowing what was happening upstairs. The first floor hall was unusually quiet. After an hour of brewing the medicine, I carried the bowl upstairs and ran into Jiangting coming down. Seeing me, Jiangting looked cold. "Why haven't you left yet?" I frowned, confused. "Left? Where would I go? Aren't I supposed to stay here?" Jiangting was taken aback, her eyes falling on the bowl of medicine in my hands. She couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" I looked at her. "It's medicine I brewed for your miss. Move aside. It'll lose its effect if it gets cold." Jiangting stared at me seriously. "For my miss? Is my miss sick?" I paused. So, even her closest confidant didn't know Yun Menjiao was poisoned. Thinking this, I looked at Jiangting with pity. "It has nothing to do with you. Go to sleep." Jiangting felt the hurts. How could the miss's affairs have nothing to do with me? Ignoring her, I walked straight to Yun Menjiao's door and raised my hand to knock. At that moment, Yun Menjiao was curled up in a corner, letting the darkness consume her. Hearing the knock, she said with irritation, "Don't anyone bother me." Hearing Yun Menjiao's voice through the intercom, I was stunned. What was wrong with her? Jiangting stammered, unsure what to say, and decided to let us sort it out ourselves. She knocked hard on the door. "Miss, Mr. Liu is here." Less than 3 seconds later, the door clicked open. Yun Menjiao stared at me with empty eyes. "You." Her gaze fixed on the object in my hands. "What is this?" Feeling a bit helpless, I looked at her. "Let me in first, and I'll explain. It will lose its effect if it gets cold." Yun Menjiao stepped aside to let me in. I walked toward the bedside table, saying, "I was going to tell you first, but you didn't answer when I knocked. I thought you were asleep, so I took the liberty of brewing the medicine." After speaking, I brought the medicine to her. "Drink this." Yun Menjiao didn't take it, still staring at me. For me. I was surprised. Who else? Yun Menjiao felt like she had been on a roller coaster. Her mood, which had hit rock bottom, was slowly warming up again. However, she soon realized a problem. "How did you know I needed this medicine?" "Mr. Liu, you can brew medicine. So you knew I was poisoned." "But I haven't even told Jiangting." "How did you know?" I lied without a second thought. "Don't you know I'm a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? I figured it out when I took your pulse today. Now hurry up and drink it before it gets cold." Yun Menjiao still didn't take it. Thinking about my unusual behavior tonight, she felt she had grasped a clue. "Did you suddenly change your attitude toward me because of this?" The truth being pointed out made her newly warmed heart sink back to the bottom. "So, you were afraid of being indebted to me, which is why you're giving me this medicine." I looked completely confused. "What?" Yun Menjiao said with disappointment. "If I drink this bowl of medicine and the poison is cured, you won't feel indebted anymore, and can completely cut ties with me, right?" I was speechless. I never expected my casual lie would make her imagine so much. It was both frustrating and amusing. "If I wanted to cut ties with you, I could have just given you the herb. Why would I need to promise to be with you?" "Yun Menjiao, do you not trust me, or do you not have confidence in yourself?" Yun Menjiao gave a bitter laugh. "In this world, you're the only one who makes me lose my confidence." From childhood, she had always been a pampered and beloved young lady, yet she had stumbled before me. She was even jealous of a woman far inferior to her in every way, simply because that woman had nearly captured all of my attention. This time, it was my turn to be silent. After a long pause, I didn't explain further and simply offered the medicine again. "Anyway, the medicine is already brewed. Su Lingdian's mother can't use this formula. It would be a waste if you don't drink it." This time, Yun Menjiao didn't refuse, but her heart remained heavy. She thought my change of subject and tone had essentially handed her a death sentence. "Fine, then. If this is what Lu Chen wants, I won't make things difficult for him anymore." She drank the entire bowl of medicine, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Meanwhile, a smile touched the corners of my eyes and brows. "Is it bitter?" Yun Menjiao wiped the corner of her mouth. "It's alright. It's because I didn't prepare any sugar." Yun Menjiao was amused. "It's not necessary. I'm not a child." Suddenly, she realized that my last sentence didn't sound like something Lu Chen would normally say. If he wanted to leave her, he certainly wouldn't do something so unnecessary. Before she could look up, a shadow fell over her. I leaned in close, holding her face with both hands. Then let me share some of the bitterness. With that, I kissed her. Yun Menjiao's pupils contracted sharply, and all her emotions seemed to melt away in an instant. A warm current washed over her soul. The ambiguous atmosphere in the bedroom intensified, and both of us seemed stirred by the kiss. Soon, we were tumbling onto the soft bed together. I managed to pull back a sliver of rationality. You just took your medicine. You should rest for a bit. Still lost in desire, Yun Menjiao looked at me with infatuation. Lu Chen, I gave you a chance to leave. You're the one who walked right into this. If I had never had you, I would rather hurt myself than let go. But now that I truly have you, she narrowed her eyes, I will never let you leave again, whether you love me or not. Seeing her intention to move closer, I gently pressed her shoulders down, pulled the blanket over her, and sat on the chair beside the bed. Be good and rest, I said softly. Your body needs to recover. Yun Menjiao looked at me with hazy eyes and mumbled something. By now, I was too exhausted to keep my eyes open, so I didn't hear what she said, nor did I notice the almost possessive and obsessive glint in her eyes. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Yun Menjiao staring at me. There were dark circles under her eyes. Startled, I quickly reached out to check her pulse. I breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the poison was completely gone. Then, a thought occurred to me. Did you stay up all night just to watch me? Yun Menjiao was silent for a long time. I was scared. I was afraid this was all a dream, that everything would disappear when I woke up. I sighed inwardly. Don't be afraid. I will never leave you. Moved, Yun Menjiao hugged me tightly. You said it. I nodded. Yes, I said it. I gently patted her hand. Now, let me go. I have to get up. But instead of letting go, Yun Menjiao hugged me even tighter. Where are you going? I rubbed my temples. Was I imagining things? Why did it feel like Yun Menjiao had become even clingier after one night's sleep? To the company, of course. You know how busy my position is, don't you? Yun Menjiao shifted slightly but said nothing. I shrewdly realized what she was concerned about, and decided to tease her. I almost forgot, Su Lingdian is still at the company. Hearing this, Yun Menjiao's grip on my arm tightened. You can't go. I pretended to be distressed, then smiled. If you don't let me go to the company, how am I supposed to fire her? Yun Menjiao was stunned. What did you say? I enunciated each word. You heard me correctly. I said I'm going to fire her from the company. Do you have any objections? Yun Menjiao felt like she must still be dreaming. After breakfast, I forced Yun Menjiao to go back to bed to rest instead of coming to work with me. Leaving her house, I walked straight to the Maybach parked by the road. My assistant, Shen Bingbing, saw me coming and got out of the car, skillfully opening the back door. CO. I nodded in response and got in. On the way to the company, Shen Bingbing occasionally glanced at me through the rearview mirror, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Even though I had my eyes closed, I couldn't ignore her intense gaze. If you have something to ask, just say it. Shen Bingbing said politely, a subordinate has no right to inquire about the CO's private matters. But if the CO wishes to share, as your assistant, I am ready to listen. I cleared my throat, wondering if I was usually this approachable. Why would an assistant dare to tease her superior like this? But on second thought, I saw no need to hide it. I've broken up with Su Lingdian. My girlfriend now is Yun Menjiao. Be mindful of that when you see her in the future. Although she had her suspicions, Shen Bingbing was still slightly surprised to hear the confirmation. Then, her lips curved into a smile, her eyes showing a hint of joy. Congratulations, CO. There's something I'm not sure if I should say. We hit rush hour traffic. Shen Bingbing stepped on the brake, and her thoughts became clearer. Knowing her boss had a new partner, she spoke more freely. I've always felt that Seo Su wasn't worthy of you. I never understood why you chose her over Yun Menjiao, who is superior in every way and adores you. But fortunately, you've changed your mind now. It's not too late. Not too late. But we had already missed a whole lifetime. If I hadn't been reborn, perhaps, as Yun Menjiao said, we wouldn't even have had a chance to meet in the next life. As for why I chose Su Lingdian before, I wasn't blind. I wouldn't have overlooked a woman I admired in every aspect to choose someone inferior to Yun Menjiao in every way. The truth was, Su Lingdian and I were fated in a past life, and we had died for love. When I was reborn into the modern era with memories of my past life, I couldn't help but seek her out, nor could I give any other woman a chance. It was in my nature to be loyal in love. But in that past life, after finding Su Lingdian, I never looked down on her difficult circumstances. I even comforted her, saying it was because she had no memories that she was at a disadvantage. I brought her into my company, gradually promoted her to the number 2 position, helped her, an illegitimate daughter, returned to a prestigious family, and dedicated myself to helping her manage the family business. And what was the result? Thinking of the vows of 3 lifetimes, and undying love we made when we sacrificed ourselves for each other, it now felt like a joke. I looked out the window as the scenery sped by, feeling a sense of anticipation for what was to come. Su Lingdian, you owe me for 2 lifetimes. This time, I'm going to collect the debt in full. Arriving at the company, I walked past the greeting employees and went straight to the CEO's private elevator. As I pressed the button for the top floor, I gave an order: summon all senior executives of the company for a meeting in half an hour in the main conference room. Also, see if Su Lingdian has arrived. If not, call her and tell her to come over. I paused, then added, even if she's on an IV drip in the hospital, she must be there. Chen Bingbing nodded. Yes, sir. Internally, she wondered, Seo Su is in the hospital. Combined with the fact that her boss had just changed girlfriends, she felt she had uncovered something significant. In my office, I turned on my computer and took out a prepared file. Flipping through the pages of evidence, a cold smile appeared on my lips. The first step of revenge was, of course, to kick Su Lingdian out of the company. Did she want to use me as a stepping stone, using my assets as capital to return to her family? She'd have to see if I'd give her that chance. As I was thinking, there was a knock on the office door. I stood up with the file and opened it to see Su Lingdian standing outside with an anxious expression. Lu Chen, I finally get to see you. What did you do last night? I heard from Zilli that you didn't come home all night. Were you with Yun Menjiao? By the end, her voice was clearly emotional. I didn't answer her question but looked at her heavily bandaged hand. Is your hand okay? Thinking of her hand, Su Lingdian's expression darkened, but hearing my concern, she immediately played the victim, trying to make me feel sorry for her. The doctor said I needed to be hospitalized, but I was worried about you, so I just had it bandaged simply. You know a little about medicine, don't you? Can you take a look and see how it was treated? I walked past her towards the elevator. Su Lingdian followed closely behind. After discovering her true colors, even sharing a confined space with her made me feel disgusted. Fortunately, the distance from my office to the conference room floor wasn't far. Before Su Lingdian could probe further, the elevator dinged and stopped. Getting out of the elevator, I took a deep breath of fresh air and walked towards the main conference room at the end of the hall. Chen Bingbing stood guard by the door and opened it for me. CEO, everyone has arrived. Su Lingdian glanced at Chen Bingbing, puzzled. She felt that the way this woman looked at her today was strange. Chen Bingbing pretended not to notice, held a stack of documents she had just received, and followed me in. Under the gazes of the executives, I calmly walked to the head of the conference table and sat down. I tossed the stack of documents onto the table, capturing everyone's attention. I leaned back in my chair, propped my chin on my hand, and said, I've gathered everyone today to announce some adjustments and transfers in senior management positions. I turned to look at Su Lingdian, who had just sat down. During her tenure as general supervisor, Su has used her position to misappropriate company funds on multiple occasions, causing serious damage to the company's interests. After careful consideration, the decision has been made to terminate her employment contract with the company. I paused, then looked at the stunned Su Lingdian. Supervisor Su, will you resign yourself, or wait for the company to fire you? As I finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Not only was Su Lingdian's face a mask of disbelief, but the other executives also looked dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Their first thought was that the young couple was having a fight. Some watched with amusement, while others tried to mediate. CEO, isn't this punishment a bit too harsh? Supervisor Su may have made mistakes, but she has also made contributions. Under her leadership, the performance of the sales department has always grown steadily. Besides, the matter of misappropriating funds is in the past, and Supervisor Su has already compensated for it. Perhaps we could consider a different form of punishment. I looked at the person who had just spoken. Su Lingdian really has her ways. She's been at the company for less than a year and has already won over a long-time senior executive to speak for her. Supervisor Yuan, are you implying that the sales department's performance is solely her achievement and that the illegal act of misappropriating funds can be easily overlooked? That's not what I meant. Yuan Jingjuan broke into a cold sweat. Catching Su Lingdian's pleading gaze, he gritted his teeth and continued, CEO, we all see the relationship between you and Supervisor Su. We know young couples argue. I'm just afraid that if you are too harsh, it will be difficult to reconcile later. I let out a cold laugh. Then I should thank you for your concern. Not at all, not at all. Yuan Jingjuan waved his hands, and although he said not at all, he still wanted to continue persuading. I cut him off. However, Supervisor Yuan, am I the CEO, or are you? Yuan Jingjuan immediately fell silent, giving Su Lingdian a helpless look. Su Lingdian cursed him inwardly for being useless and placed her hopes on me. Lu Chen, I want to talk to you in private. I didn't refuse. If it weren't for the need to hold a meeting to announce the leadership's decision and gather appropriate feedback, I would have been too lazy to go through the process. After dismissing the senior executives, Su Lingdian immediately stood up, leaned forward to create a seductive curve, and lifted my chin with her finger. Her voice was sultry with a hint of charm. Lu Chen, I need an explanation. I chuckled. Misappropriating company funds and getting fired. Is there a problem? Su Lingdian frowned at me. You know that's not what I'm asking about. Besides, if you were angry about this, you wouldn't have waited until now to confront me, nor would you have used your own money to cover those funds, would you? The smile on my face became a little strained. Was she reminding me of how foolish I used to be? You really want to know the reason? I crossed my arms. Though I was sitting, my gaze towards Su Lingdian was filled with contempt. When I love you, I could lift you to the heavens. But now that I don't love you anymore, what do you think you are? Su Lingdian suddenly bent over, her palm on my chest, her breathing heavy. Lu Chen, you were the one who pursued me. Now you're saying you don't love me anymore. Who do you love then? Yun Menjiao. I showed an impatient expression. It has nothing to do with you. Don't act like you're the victim. Do you really like me, or do you just see me as a tool to return to your family? I think you know the answer better than anyone. Su Lingdian, I haven't wronged you in the slightest. As for what you owe me, you won't be able to repay it in this lifetime. Su Lingdian was a bit flustered, but hearing my last sentence, she seemed to realize there was more to it. Just as she was about to speak, I pushed her away. Go submit your resignation yourself. Don't make me say it a second time. With that, I turned and walked out without any hesitation. The dismissed senior executives had thought the young couple would resolve their conflict after talking in private, but instead, they saw Su Lingdian walking out of the company building in a daze, carrying her belongings. For a while, rumors spread throughout the company. Meanwhile, when Yun Menjiao woke up, she saw a woman in a white lab coat talking to Jianting. Miss, you're awake. Seeing Yun Menjiao open her eyes, Jianting immediately came closer. Yun Qingjiu, cracking melon seeds, sat down by the bed and checked Yun Menjiao's pulse. The poison is completely gone. To be honest, I was furious when you said yesterday you wanted to give the medicine to someone else. What made you change your mind? Before Yun Menjiao could say anything, Jianting explained, it was Mr. Liu who decided to brew the medicine for the miss, and Mr. Liu is now with our miss. Thinking of my sympathetic gaze last night, Jianting immediately felt wronged. Miss, why didn't you even tell me you were poisoned? Don't you trust me anymore? Who poisoned you? Yun Menjiao ignored her and looked at Yun Qingjiu. Why are you here? You think I wanted to come? Wasn't it because I was worried about you? Yun Qingjiu glared at her, then asked, but isn't that kid completely devoted to that Su Lingdian? Why is he suddenly so good to you, and choosing to be with you? Aren't you suspicious that he has some ulterior motive? A reckless determination shone in Yun Menjiao's eyes. So what if he has a motive? Whatever he wants, I'm willing to give him, even my life. Hearing this, Yun Qingjiu couldn't help but curse, are you sick? Always wanting to give away your life. Is your life that cheap? Jianting quickly offered a cup of tea and massaged Yun Qingjiu's shoulders. She thought that besides her Mrs. Kaozan, no one else in their generation would dare to speak to her miss like that. Yun Qingjiu drank the tea but was still angry. After a few more cups, she set the cup down and straightened her collar. All right, as long as you're fine, I'm relieved. I have a pile of work waiting for me at the lab. I'm leaving. No need to see me out. Although Yun Qingjiu said not to see her out, Jianting still had someone drive her to the airport. After waking up, Yun Menjiao looked at the empty villa, and suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Lu Chen had only stayed here for one night. Thinking of this, she turned to Jianting beside her. Prepare the car. I want to go pick up. She hesitated for a moment, then continued. Pick up my boyfriend from work. After receiving Su Lingdian's resignation, I made some more personal changes. Then, I sat in my office handling work as usual. When it was time to leave, I rubbed my temples and checked my phone. It was full of missed calls and messages from Su Lingdian and her brother. I deleted them all without a glance and blocked both of them. As I walked out of the company building, I saw Su Lingdian's younger brother, Suzy, walking straight towards me. Being a public figure, Suzy was completely covered up, so much so that even his most devoted fans might not recognize him. But I recognized him instantly. Su Lingdian had repeatedly misappropriated funds to invest in Suzy's, trying to turn him into a star. This was her second asset for returning to her family. After all, the Su family in the capital primarily operated in the entertainment industry. For the head of the Su family, taking back an illegitimate son who was a rising star had a certain appeal. Suzy came forward and grabbed my arm. Brother-in-law, I called you, why didn't you answer? What happened between you and my sister? Why did you make her resign? Yun Menjiao, who was about to get out of her car when she saw me, froze with her hand on the door handle upon hearing Suzy's words. Jianting in the driver's seat, turned around. Miss, did you hear that? Mr. Lewis fired Su Lingdian. It seems he really wants to be with you. As she spoke, she glanced in the rearview mirror, only to find that Yun Menjiao didn't look happy. Indeed, Yun Menjiao didn't look as smug as Jiang Ting imagined. She had already known since the morning that I had fired Su Lingdian. It was the term brother-in-law that made her feel uncomfortable. I, unaware that the focus of the jealous woman had shifted, directly shook off Susie's hand. You already know she resigned. Don't you know the reason? Didn't she tell you? Susie was at a loss for words, feeling that I was a bit distant at the moment. But didn't you tacitly agree to all those things before? My sister worked hard for the company. She has both merits and hardships. How could you do this over something from the past? And the injury on her hand was because of you, wasn't it? Before, if she just caught a cold, you'd be worried sick. This time, she's seriously injured, and even if you don't feel sorry for her, how could you pick this time to cause trouble with her? It was all accusations, as if every mistake was mine. I cut him off with a cold tone. It's not your place to tell me what to do. If you think it's unfair, go report me to the labor department. Now get out of my way. Don't make me say it a second time. Susie was frightened. Brother-in-law. I glanced at him. Who's your brother-in-law? I've broken up with Su Lingdian. Don't call me that anymore. My girlfriend will misunderstand if she hears it. Not only was Susie stunned, but the surrounding employees also stared with wide eyes. They had roughly guessed that their CEO had broken up with his girlfriend, but now he had a new one. The senior executives couldn't help but worry. With Su Lingdian gone, would another one come? Given my high status, everyone subconsciously assumed that my finding a girlfriend was a form of poverty alleviation. Just then, there were gasps from the crowd. Who is that? So beautiful. Is she a star? Why haven't I seen her before? I've seen her. I think she's been to our company before. As the chatter grew louder, everyone looked towards Yun Menjiao, who was walking over. Everyone was puzzled. Why was the young lady of the Yun family suddenly here? Was she here to negotiate a partnership? But it wasn't the right time to come after work. As they were thinking, they saw Yun Menjiao walk up to my side, claiming the spot, and smiling at me. I'm here to pick you up and take you home. Seeing this, all the company employees present stared with wide eyes. A bold guess flashed through their minds, but no one dared to ask. Susie, who had been stunned into silence by my words, finally came to his senses, his eyes filled with disbelief. He too. You're together. From the first moment he saw Yun Menjiao, he was shocked by her beauty. Beautiful, and from a prestigious family. Susie's had even thought Lu Chen must be a fool for not liking Yun Menjiao and instead being infatuated with his sister. But seeing the scene before him, he found it incredibly jarring. I paid no attention to Susie's. More accurately, from the moment Yun Menjiao appeared, my eyes never left her face. Why did you come? Yun Menjiao lowered her head and smiled softly. To pick up my boyfriend from work. That one sentence was equivalent to a public announcement. The lobby suddenly became noisy. So this was really Xiao Lu's new girlfriend. I smiled too, and was about to leave when Susie rushed forward. You can't go. You're a traitor. Don't you feel guilty towards her? Everyone looked at the frantic Susie's and took a step back. Who is this person? He looks crazy. He's Supervisor Su's younger brother. Does he have the right to act like this? What supervisor? Su Lingdian has been fired. However, someone said this person looks a bit like a star. I remember now, he looks like Susie. They both have the surname Su. Could they really be siblings? Seeing that someone had recognized him, Susie's immediately fell silent. He glared at me with resentment, then turned and left. After getting into Yun Menjiao's car, I opened the window and looked at Shen Bingbing. I have a task for you. Director Meng of ManhwaCapped Entertainment intends to withdraw from the board of directors. Contact him in my name and acquire all the shares he holds. The headquarters of ManhwaCapped Entertainment was in the same affluent district. It was the entertainment company Susie had signed with. Shen Bingbing looked puzzled, not knowing how I knew about Director Meng's affairs, but she didn't ask, simply nodding in agreement. Hyunting watched Shen Bingbing leave, started the car, and looked in the rearview mirror. Miss, are we going to Yujing or D-Lone? Yujing was Yun Menjiao's residence, and D-Lone was mine. Both were located in an expensive, prestigious district. Yun Menjiao looked at me with a questioning gaze. I said softly, let's go to D-Lone. Yun Menjiao let out a small "oh," her voice tinged with disappointment. Dunting silently slapped herself. Why did she have to ask? She could have just driven them straight to Yujing. She wondered if her miss would give her trouble later. The two in the back seat were oblivious to Jianting's inner turmoil. I looked at the woman with a crestfallen expression and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. You don't want me to go back. Yun Menjiao looked at me with a wronged expression. What do you think? I said with some difficulty, but I have some important documents at home that I need to deal with. Can we do it tomorrow? Yun Menjiao nodded. Okay. Whatever you say. Then, I kissed her on the forehead, a light, fleeting kiss. Yun Menjiao, unsatisfied, pursued me. It wasn't like this yesterday. She then pressed me against the car door and kissed me fiercely. Hearing the ambiguous sounds from the back seat, Jianting silently raised the partition, her face flushing and then turning pale. Her premonition from before they left had been confirmed. Right now, she just wanted to kick this bowl of dog food away. The car drove smoothly to Delone. Jianting deliberately cleared her throat. Mr. Liu, we have arrived. Yun Menjiao reluctantly pulled her lips away. You should head back. Blushing, I opened the car door. Once outside, I took a deep breath of fresh air. It wasn't until a cool breeze blew that the turmoil in my heart subsided. I patted my cheeks, suddenly realizing, wasn't I the one who actively pursued Yun Menjiao? Why was I being dominated by her to the point of being breathless? With this out, I walked to the front door of a standalone villa and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door opened from the inside. A woman in a gray blue apron smiled and greeted. Mr. Liu, you're back. Dinner is almost ready. I nodded with an M and walked in. Where did you go last night? You didn't come home. As soon as I entered the living room, I heard an interrogating question. I saw Su Lingdian's mother, Qin Hui, sitting in the middle of the living room sofa with her arms crossed, looking like she was putting me on trial. Our housekeeper, Mrs. Li, looked embarrassed, fidgeting with the corner of her apron. Mr. Liu, I forgot to tell you. Mrs. Su has been here waiting for you for a while. I crossed my arms and leaned against the corner of the wall, looking at Qin Hui with a sarcastic expression. Where I go is none of your business. Looking at you, anyone who didn't know better would think this is your house. Qin Hui frowned, as if she couldn't believe her ears. What kind of tone is that? Don't you know Lingdian got hurt last night? I snorted. You only know she got hurt. Qin Hui was speechless. I walked over to the sofa opposite Qin Hui, sat down, crossed my legs, and leisurely poured myself a cup of tea. After finishing it, I looked up at her and asked, I know she's hurt, so what? Qin Hui was both angry and confused by my dismissive attitude. But since he had given her an opening, she didn't care about anything else. I heard from Zizis that Lingdian was injured because of you. If you're not going to take care of her at the hospital, that's one thing, but not promoting her is not right. I looked at Qin Hui as if she were a joke. Or maybe I should just give her the whole company. What do you think? Qin Hui's eyes lit up, but she maintained a serious expression. Those things were originally Lingdian's. If you don't give them to her now, you'll have to in the future anyway. I slammed the teacup on the table. The Qing dynasty fell a long time ago. Are you still living in feudal times? Qin Hui was stunned by this remark. When she reacted, she flew into a rage. How dare you scold me? You're rebelling. Do you believe I'll have Lingdian break up with you? I looked at Qin Hui with a sarcastic gaze. No need to trouble yourself. Your precious daughter has already been kicked out by me. Now, please get out of my house immediately. As soon as I finished, Qin Hui stared blankly for a long time before reacting. What do you mean by that? You and Lingdian broke up. How is that possible? She knew how infatuated I was with her daughter, so even though I was the CEO of a large company, she still dared to push me around. Now I was saying I had broken up with her daughter. My name is Ye Chen. I watched the rich expressions on her face. If you don't believe me, call her an ass. Kicked out doesn't just mean breaking up. Her position is gone too. Qin Hui's face turned pale. She hurriedly took out her phone to call Su Lingdian. As soon as the call connected, she fired off a series of rapid-fire questions. I couldn't hear what was said on the other end, but I could clearly see Qin Hui's face gradually turning pale, almost white. It was truly delightful. Now you know, right? I pointed to the door. Get out. Hearing my voice, Qin Hui's frozen pupils regained some life. She no longer cared about my disrespectful attitude. She came over and sat next to me, speaking in a fawning tone. It's mother's fault. I shouldn't have come to you without understanding the situation. Did something happen between you and Lingdian? Tell me, and I'll help you discipline her. Don't be really angry with her. I looked at Qin Hui's obsequious demeanor with disgust and stood up. You really know how to adapt. I pointed to the door again. I'll say it one more time. Get out. Qin Hui's face was full of anxiety and pleading, a far cry from her arrogant demeanor when she first arrived. But I didn't want to say another word to her. Mrs. Li threw her out from it. Mrs. Li, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up with a difficult expression. Mr. Liu, let's talk things out. Mrs. Qin is right. It's normal for young couples to argue. If you make such a big scene, how will you resolve it later? I looked at her with cold eyes. Mrs. Li, have you forgotten who pays your salary? Mrs. Li immediately fell silent, and turned to Qin Hui. Mrs. Qin, you should probably leave. Having reached this point, Qin Hui couldn't stay any longer. A person used to being domineering could bow their head once or twice, but that was the limit. After being repeatedly humiliated by me, she also became angry. An orphan like you, what do you have to be arrogant about? You remember this. This time, you're the one who left Lingdian. When we return to the Su family, even if you kneel and beg Lingdian for forgiveness, I won't let you through the door. With that, Kinhui left without looking back. But at this moment, she didn't know that by the time her family of 3 returned to the Su family, my status would be something Su Lingdian could never reach. I leaned back tiredly on the sofa. The large living room suddenly felt particularly empty. Soon, my phone rang. I looked at the screen, and my voice softened. What's wrong? Yun Menjiao's pleasant voice came through the phone. Are you unhappy? I rubbed my temples. Is it that obvious? You can tell just from my voice. Yun Menjiao was silent for a moment, then said, Did Su Lingdian's mother come to bother you? I shot up and walked out of the villa, looking around. I saw the black Bentley still parked where it was before, but the driver's seat was empty. I quickly walked to the back door of the car, and knocked. The car door opened immediately, revealing Yun Menjiao's beautiful face. My mouth fell open. After a few breaths, I finally asked my question. Why haven't you left yet? Yun Menjiao was silent for a moment, then said, I wanted to wait to take you to work tomorrow. Seeing that I didn't say anything, she lowered her head with a hint of embarrassment. I didn't want to disturb you at first, but when I saw that person leave, I guessed what might have happened. I was worried you'd be in a bad mood all by yourself. Wait to take me to work. I didn't know if Yun Menjiao was crazy or if I was. Are you planning to wait here and sleep in the car overnight? Yun Menjiao didn't speak, lowering her head even further. It felt like my heart was about to explode, and I needed an outlet. So, the flustered Yun Menjiao was pulled into the villa by me. The dishes on the dining table were no longer steaming, but they were still edible. I took out 2 bottles of Bordeaux red wine from the wine cabinet. While decanting the wine, I glared at Yun Menjiao. Eat. Yun Menjiao lowered her head and apologized. I was wrong. Don't be angry. I glanced at the bottle of wine chilling in the ice bucket, bit my chopsticks, and smiled. I should reward you. Although my smile was a bit dark, Yun Menjiao's heart still fluttered at my words. A reward for what? What do you think? I threw the ball back to her and then lowered my head to eat. After dinner, I poured the chilled wine into a glass. Yun Menjiao clinked glasses with me. A toast to your recovery from the poison. A toast to my rebirth and cleaning up the trash around me. A toast to our second day together, and every day after. Without waiting for Yun Menjiao's reaction, I drained my glass. I poured myself another glass and clinked it with hers. Why aren't you drinking? Isn't this wine real? Isn't it worth celebrating? With that, I downed another glass. When I was about to pour a third, Yun Menjiao stopped me. You're drunk. I'm not drunk. Are you kidding? I've only had 2 glasses. Yun Menjiao kept her hand firmly on the mouth of the glass. Don't drink anymore. I relented and put my hand down. I'll listen to my wife. He smiled at Yun Menjiao, my eyes shimmering like emerald pools that could drown a person. If you don't want to be unable to get out of bed tomorrow, don't seduce me with that look. Even though she knew I was drunk, she was still incredibly excited by my words. How could her self-control in front of me be so weak? And yet I dared to provoke her so innocently. My drunken eyes seemed to be trying to decipher the meaning of her words. Then, not knowing if I understood or not, I waved at Yun Menjiao and ordered, come here, into my arms. I can't let Lu Chen drink anymore in the future. This was Yun Menjiao's first thought. Soon after, I fell into a daze and vaguely carried the woman to my room. I reached out and caressed Yun Menjiao's face. Why? You're so good to me, I murmured. Without waiting for her to reply, I added, in this life, let me be the one to cherish you, okay? Yun Menjiao didn't quite catch the last part, but I refused to repeat it. She leaned down and kissed my forehead. You're not happy that I'm good to you. I hummed in response, my mind drifting to something else as I mumbled. No matter how capable you are, if your background isn't good, some people will still look down on you. Yun Menjiao's expression shifted. Who would dare? I didn't know what she was thinking. I grabbed her by the collar. Do your parents look down on my background? Will they stop us from being together? Hearing this, Yun Menjiao understood. Recalling the sight of Qin Hui leaving the villa, a glint appeared in her eyes. She took my hand with her slender ones and said seriously, my parents aren't like that. They only admire you. To achieve what you have today under such circumstances is incredible. I blinked in a daze. Really? Yun Menjiao nodded firmly. It's true. My parents are very open-minded and respect my decisions. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to meet them tomorrow. Seeing that I was silent, Yun Menjiao felt a little disappointed but didn't expect someone in my state to fully comprehend her words. She took out her phone, made a call, then turned up the air conditioner's temperature slightly before patiently helping me take off my shoes. Just as Yun Menjiao finished, Junting arrived with the sobering soup. Yun Menjiao sent everyone else away to rest. With the soup in one hand and supporting me with the other, she said, be good. Drink this and go to sleep. I leaned in, sniffed it, and immediately turned my head away in refusal. Yun Menjiao found the scene both amusing and familiar. You can drink bitter traditional medicine, but you're complaining about the smell. He still refused. Yun Menjiao coaxed me, come on, be good and drink it. Or do you want me to feed it to you in a different way? I reached out and took the bowl. The moment she wasn't looking, I poured the entire contents into the trash can by the bed. Before Yun Menjiao could react, I tilted my head up and kissed her on the lips. The next morning, I was groggily awakened by my phone ringing. As soon as I answered, Shen Bingbing's anxious voice came through. Mr. Liu, look at the hot search. Susie posted on Weibo, slandering you and the company. Our stock price has already started to fall. Hearing Shen Bingbing, I just gave a fainto. You've worked with me for so long, why can't you stay calm? I was afraid Susie wouldn't cause trouble. Now that he served his head on a platter, it's exactly what I wanted. Shen Bingbing was once again impressed by my composure. Sorry, Mr. Liu, I overreacted. But what Susie posted is outrageous. Plus, he bought a spot on the hot search and got his fans involved. Weibo is full of people cursing you out. I'm so angry. They spoke softly, it's fine. Let them curse. When it comes to the entertainment industry, the public opinion battles are always fierce. In my past life, I helped Su Lingran manage Tainyu, which took up half the market share of the entertainment industry, so I was no stranger to this. Shen Bingbing called out, Mr. Liu, aren't we going to release the evidence of Su Lingran's embezzlement? I chuckled. Of course we'll release the evidence, but that's not all. Wait for me to get to the company. For now, just focus on reassuring the shareholders. I don't just want to clear my name, I want to kill two birds with one stone. Yun Menjiao looked at me, her eyes filled with interest and excitement. She playfully pinched my ear. Looks like you already anticipated Susie would do this. He smiled faintly. I just felt that with his personality and intellect, he wouldn't let it go, and couldn't think of a better way to attack me. Yun Menjiao was still smiling. So, do you need my help? I shook my head. Yun Menjiao had already helped me get revenge in my past life. This time, I wanted to do it myself. On the way to the company, I nonchalantly opened Weibo. The top hot search was a long article posted by Susie on his account. The main content was about how Su Lingran had dedicated everything to me, accusing me of using her and then casting her aside, painting me as an ungrateful scoundrel and Su Lingran as a pitiful woman. Perhaps out of fear of Yun Menjiao, he was vague about who I had an affair with. Reading it, I felt nothing, but when I saw comments cursing Yun Menjiao, my face turned cold, and I silently memorized their user ads. Yun Menjiao turned to look at me. What's wrong? Nothing. I turned off my phone, my expression returning to normal. Yun Menjiao wrapped her arm around my waist. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. She actually wanted to ask if, once the issue between me and Su Lingran was resolved, I would still want her. She was afraid she was just a substitute, a tool for me to vent my anger at Su Lingran. She feared that if things went back to the way they were, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from imprisoning me. The past 2 days had been the happiest of her life. To give her hope, and then snatch it away would be like taking her life. At the company, I extracted the evidence of Su Lingran's multiple instances of financial embezzlement, compiled it, and posted it on the official account without any extra commentary. Just then, Shen Bingbing knocked and entered, placing a folder on my desk. Mr. Liu, this is Director Meng's share transfer agreement. It just needs your signature. I flipped through the contract and nodded in approval. Well done. Then as signed in the designated spot. Shen Bingbing asked, Mr. Liu, where are you heading? A corner of my mouth lifted. As a new shareholder of Huasing Entertainment, I naturally have to go and greet everyone. In an office at Huasing Entertainment, Suzy smiled as he watched Lu Corporation's stock price fall. What's so great about being a CEO? Doesn't he know the influence I have in the entertainment industry now? Daring to act high and mighty in front of me. I'll make his company go bankrupt. His assistant, Xiao Kao, brought him a freshly brewed coffee, fawning, "Yeez, you're amazing. I bet it won't be long before that man comes crying and begging you, and at the same time, begging Miss Su to come back." Suzy snorted. "I guess. And we should forgive him. How dare he humiliate me at the company entrance. I'll make him kneel and apologize in front of all the employees." The words had barely left his mouth when the lounge door was shoved open. Su Lingran walked in with a furious expression. "Who told you to post that on Weibo?" Suzy was stunned. "Sis, I did it to get revenge for you. Why are you reacting like this? After how Lu Yan treated you, you still can't bear to make a move against him. Besides, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. When he can't take it anymore and comes begging us, I'll naturally let him off once I'm happy." Su Lingran looked at her brother as if he were an idiot. "Should I call you naive or stupid? You think this is enough to do anything to the Lu Corporation?" But Lu Corporation's stock price has already dropped. As Suzy said this, the stock chart on the computer screen showed the price had stopped falling and was now rising rapidly. doubling the speed of its earlier 10-point drop. Assistant Xiao Kao's face changed. Look at Weibo, quickly. Weibo. What's wrong with it? Isn't it just full of people cursing Lu Yan? Suzy picked up his phone, confused, only to see several new hot search topics exploding. The truth about Suzy's sister resigning. The blood-sucking siblings deserve 8. Suzy's eyes widened. What? What is this? When he clicked on one of the hot searches, the tide in the comment section had completely turned. Does Suzy have the nerve to accuse others on Weibo? He should look at where all that money went. His position today is all thanks to his sister embezzling money to fund his promotions. Seeing the flood of criticism directed at him, Suzy's hands and feet went cold. How did this happen? Didn't Lu Yan agree to all the embezzlement? How dare he use it as evidence to clear his name? Su Lingran said angrily, so you know this would be disadvantageous for you. They spent so much effort and endured so much pressure to get you to where you are, and you acted on your own without even asking me. Suzy knew he had made a huge mistake. So what do we do now? Let's post about how Lu Yan compensated you to prove it was all his choice and had nothing to do with us. Su Lingran, exasperated with her brother, said, just shut up. This time, by clearing his name, Lu Yan has already created the initial impression among netizens that he's an infinitely tolerant boyfriend. Even if we post evidence of him compensating us, it will only add to his devoted lover persona. In the end, you'll still be the one getting cursed at. Suzy grew anxious. Sis, are you not going to help me? It took so much for me to get to where I am today. I don't want to leave the entertainment industry. Su Lingran rubbed her temples. Her brother's success was thanks to her efforts. How could she abandon him? Alright, here's what you do. Post an apology saying you didn't know about my embezzlement. That should at least protect you. I'm just a regular person, I'm not afraid of their curses. Suzy nodded hastily. Okay, I'll post it right now. However, just as he picked up his phone, the lounge door was pushed open again. An assistant from the general manager's office of the finance department walked in. Mr. So this lounge no longer belongs to you. Please pack your things and leave immediately. What? Not only was Suzy stunned, but Su Lingran's expression turned extremely ugly. What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. The woman in the business suit offered a professional, fake smile. We just received a notice from upper management. Huadsing has decided to terminate its contract with Suzy's. Thud. The phone in Suzy's hand fell to the floor. Su Lingran's expression was just as grim. What do you mean terminate the contract? Be clear. The female assistant pushed up her glasses. If you don't believe me, you can go outside and ask. Su Lingran's chest heaved. She was just now realizing that despite such a major incident involving Suzy's, who held a significant position among the company's artists, no senior executive had come to manage the crisis. It turned out they had already decided to blacklist him. No, this wasn't serious enough to warrant a blacklisting. A little management could have completely resolved it. Recalling the assistant's words, she walked out of the lounge. As she turned a corner, she saw a group of people huddled together, whispering. Did you hear? Suzy, he is being blacklisted. Serves him right. No wonder he got such good treatment despite having no backing. The guy is just too ungrateful. But it's not serious enough for a blacklisting, is it? Besides, he's popular right now and can bring in a lot of profit for the company. Why would our CEO be willing to blacklist him? I heard a new shareholder joined the company and directly ordered the blacklisting. Hearing this, Su Lingran froze. A new shareholder. She was wondering who this new shareholder could be when she heard footsteps behind her. Su Lingran turned around and immediately felt her blood boil. A group of Huasing shareholders and senior executives were clustered around two men, walking in her direction. One of the two men at the center was Huasing's CEO, Fen Lidao. The other was the man who had fired her yesterday, Lu Yan. Fen Lidao raised a hand and clapped lightly. Let me introduce everyone. This is the new member of our company's board of directors, Mr. Lu Yan. Let's give him a warm welcome. Everyone applauded thunderously while exchanging knowing glances. At that moment, someone, perhaps wanting to stir up more drama, called out, Isn't that Suzy's sister and manager, Su Lingran, up ahead? As soon as the words were spoken, all eyes turned to Su Lingran, then flickered back and forth between her and Lu Yan. Su Lingran stared at Lu Yan. Are you really going to be this ruthless? Fen Lidao, sensing the situation was getting out of hand, quickly waved his hands. Disperse, everyone. Get back to your work. Although everyone was eager to watch the drama unfold, no one dared to disobey the CEO's order. Soon, only Lu Yan and Su Lingran remained. Ruthless. Lu Yan silently repeated the word, finding it novel. I gave you your former position. I elevated Suzy's to his current status. Now, I am simply taking back what belongs to me, putting everything back where it started. How is that ruthless? Su Lingran took a deep breath. What on earth happened? Lu Yan, you know what I'm asking. At least let me know why I am losing. This time, before Lu Yan could answer, Suzy ran over. The moment he saw Liu Yan, his face changed. It was you, wasn't it? The company wants to blacklist me because of you, right? Suzy screamed. He sneered. It was me. So what? Consumed by hatred, Suzy roared and lunged at me. I'll kill you. I didn't even blink. I raised my hand, grabbed his charging wrist, and twisted it sharply. A loud crack sounded, along with Suzy's agonized scream. I tossed him aside like a chicken. By the time Su Lingran reacted, Suzy was already on the ground. Su Lingran rushed to help Suzy up, her eyes on me, chillingly cold. I'll remember what happened today. I hope you won't regret this in the future. With that, she helped Suzy leave. I watched the backs of the two siblings, my eyes filled with coldness. Regret. The only thing I regret is falling for her tricks for 2 lifetimes and failing you and Menjiao. You truly are weak. Luckily, I still have a chance to make amends. After leaving Huaxing, I made a phone call. When it connected, a slightly gruff voice came through. Who is this? Hearing that voice again, I still felt a slight unease. Su Minghui, the sole official heir of the Su family and Su Lingran's half-brother. Who is this? If you don't speak, I'm hanging up. Su Minghui, I said. Su Minghui was taken aback. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. I just want to give you a reminder. Be wary of your father's illegitimate daughter. She has always wanted to return to the Su family to fight you for the inheritance. Su Minghui replied nonchalantly, just those two. As long as I'm here, they won't set foot in the Su family home for a single day. Mr. Su, you shouldn't be so confident. In my past life, despite Su Minghui's strong opposition, he couldn't stop Su Lingran's family of 3 from returning. In this life, although she no longer has my help or the capital to attract the head of the Su family, I understand Su Lingran. She won't give up until she achieves her goal. Su Minghui might not be her match. What do you mean by that? Who are you? I hung up the phone and blacklisted the number. I had said enough. If Su Minghui still didn't take precautions, I couldn't help him. In that case, I'd have to handle it myself. Across from the cafe was a hide-and club. From the club's second-floor outdoor balcony, one could see directly into the cafe's glass wall. Jiao Wanning was talking to the head of the Shen City branch when she happened to glance over and see me sitting quietly opposite her. She suddenly shot to her feet. The person across from her, Liu Jianfen, was surprised. What is it, Miss Xia? Li Qian beside her, also turned to look, on guard. Jiao Wanning stared intently in my direction. That man. Liu Jianfen followed her gaze and said, Miss Xia, you've spent most of your time in the Imperial City, so you probably don't know. That person is no ordinary man. Xiao Wanning was no longer in a hurry. She slowly sat back down before speaking. What do you mean? Liu Jianfen continued, Miss Xia, you may not know him, but you must have heard of the Lu Corporation. It's an artificial intelligence company that rose to prominence under his leadership. Since its establishment, the company has grown rapidly, covering most global sectors in just 3 years and becoming a leader in the AI field. Xiao Wanning, being at the center of the business world's power, was naturally aware of this. Information about the CEO of Lu Corporation was scarce online, no name or photos, only that he was a man who seemed very young and operated mainly in the Shen City area. Seeing Xiao Wanning looking thoughtful, Liu Jianfen stopped being coy. He is the CEO of the Lu Corporation. Only then was Xiao Wanning truly shocked. What? Based on Liu Jianfen's words, she had only thought the man held an important position in the Lu Corporation, not that he was the CEO himself. She had assumed young meant at least over 30, but this man looked to be only around 20. Or maybe he just looked younger than his age. If so, she might have mistaken him for someone else. Thinking this, she felt a little uneasy. Mr. Liu, since you know him, do you happen to know his age? Liu Jianfen said with interest, I was just about to tell you, Miss Xia. He is only 19 years old this year. Seeing Xiao Wanning's stunned expression, Liu Jianfen thought she was just surprised by Liu Yan's youth and continued with a sigh, he's the same age as my son. But my son is still in his senior year of high school, struggling with functions, while he is already the CEO of a listed company. The comparison is truly humbling. Xiao Wanning felt her heart pound so fast it felt like it would jump out of her chest. Her voice was dry. You said he's 19. Liu Jianfen laughed. Miss Xia, you find it hard to believe too, don't you? We people over 50 are also reluctant to admit we've been beaten by a boy who's just come of age. But in Shen City these past few years, we have to acknowledge that although this boy is young, in the business world, he's no less formidable than us old-timers. Xiao Wanning tried her best to remain composed. She picked up a pen and signed the document, then said to Liu Jianfen robotically, let's proceed with this project as planned. Don't disappoint me, Mr. Liu. Of course, your subordinate will do his utmost. Liu Jianfen held the approved document with both hands, assuring her while cautiously adding, I've also prepared a banquet for you, Miss Xia. You must do me the honor. Li Qian thought to herself, this man is so clueless. Can't he see Our Lady is on pins and needles? Liu Jianfen didn't know, But having been with Xia Wanting for so long, she had long guessed what her lady's reaction was about. Thinking this, she stepped into decline. Miss Xia has never been fond of such formalities. Doing your job well is better than anything. Besides, she has other matters to attend to. You may leave first. After Liu Jianfen left, Xia Wanting immediately headed downstairs, not even waiting for the elevator. But when she reached the main entrance of the club, she saw that my seat from before was empty. He's gone. Li Qian was also a bit surprised. Miss, should we go to his company? The cool summer breeze helped Xia Wanting regain some of her senses. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the calf for a moment before she slowly spoke. First, call to schedule a meeting. Also, investigate his personal information, and his past 19 years, from the smallest details to the biggest. Says, did you see how vicious Lu Yan was? I feel like my hand is crippled. Su Lingran was also furious but still comforted her brother, hugging him. The doctor said it's just a minor dislocation. Rest for a while, and it will be fine. Susie's continued to complain, but are we just going to let it go like this? Su Lingran gritted her teeth. Of course not. Once we return to the Su family, I'll make everyone who has bullied us pay the price. Susie looked up at his sister. But you've lost the Lu Corporation as a bargaining chip, and I've been blacklisted by the company. With Su Mingfui blocking our way, will the family even accept this? Su Lingran was unconcerned. How could I not have a backup plan? This path is blocked, but we still have the option of marriage. Susie's mouth opened slightly, then he thought of something, and his eyes lit up. You're still in contact with Haochen, right? Song Haochen, the only son of the Song family in the Imperial City. Su Lingran had pursued him when she was there. If it weren't for the head of the Song family looking down on her status and then meeting me, better stepping stone, she probably wouldn't have given up on Song Haochen. Although she had chosen Lu Yan, she had always kept in touch with Song Haochen. With her clever guidance, he always thought it was his father who had thwarted their love, so he held no grudge against her, and even felt guilty. Yes, we're still in touch. Once I convince his father, we'll get married. Susie was immediately overjoyed. That's great. The Song family and the Su family are well, and Song Haochen is the only son. When you marry him, if Dad finds out, he might even invite us back to the Su family. Then his expression darkened. You shouldn't have given up on Haochen in the first place. Although the Song family in the Imperial City is only ranked 8th among the noble families, they are still a family with a long legacy and a solid foundation. The Lu Corporation looks impressive now, but how long can a young company like that maintain its glory? Besides, he's just an illegitimate child from an orphanage. Even if he mixes with the upper class, he'll still be looked down upon. Does he think he can enter high society just by relying on Yun Menjiao? Even the Song family values background. Hearing Susie's words, Su Lingran's gloomy mood from the past few days finally lifted. She pulled out a few tissues and handed them to Susie's. Wipe your tear-stained face. Song Haochen will be here later. Don't let him see you like this. Susie's took the tissues, bewildered. Haochen is coming. Isn't he in the Imperial City? Why is he suddenly coming here? Su Lingran explained, Grandpa Zhen in Shen City is having a birthday party. The Song and Zhen families are relatives. He's coming to visit. In a luxurious reception room, Yun Menjiao saw the woman who had just walked in and gestured for Jianting to make coffee. A distinguished guest has arrived. Sister Wanting, what brings you to Shen City all of a sudden? Jia Wanting tossed her car keys onto the coffee table and sat on the sofa opposite Yun Menjiao, as comfortable as if she were in her own home. I was about to ask you why you've been in Shen City for so long. Yun Menjiao raised an eyebrow. You don't seem like the type to meddle in other people's affairs. Jia Wanting maintained her cool expression, but her tone had a hint of familiarity. I'm tired of dealing with my two younger sisters at home. Uncle and Auntie asked me to come and see how you are. By the way, if you don't go back soon, Uncle might come here himself. She paused, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. To see which man has so utterly captivated you. Yun Menjiao choked slightly. Jia Wanting ignored her reaction and answered her earlier question. I am here to inspect and approve a project. She then sat up a little straighter, her eyes seeming to light up. Also, I think I may have found my younger brother. Hearing this, Yun Menjiao's smile faded. Have you done a DNA test? Jia Wanting unconsciously wrung her hands. Not yet. But I have a feeling it's him. You know that spiritual connection. I've looked into many potential candidates before, even some who looked so much like my mother they were fakes, but I've never had this feeling. Yun Menjiao didn't seem to understand. Then what are you hesitating for? Why aren't you taking him for a DNA test instead of coming here to pass on messages from my mother? Is this more important than finding your brother? Of course not. Since it wasn't confirmed, she didn't reveal that the person might be the CEO of Lu Corporation. Besides, the closer she felt to uncovering the truth, the more scared she became. Yun Menjiao seemed to understand her mentality and didn't press further. At that moment, Zhengting brought 2 cups of coffee. Yun Menjiao took a sip and asked casually, "The brother you found must be around my age, right?" Jia Wanning nodded. "Born half a year after you." Yun Menjiao was about to ask Xia Wanning for her brother's birth date when she saw the once cheerful Miss Xia's expression change in an instant. "Don't you get any ideas about my brother? Even if you're the same age and from well-matched families, it's not allowed. My brother was kidnapped at birth. Now that I found him, I have to spoil him rotten before I even think about letting him get married." Yun Menjiao looked at Xia Wanning, who was suddenly so defensive, and felt like she wanted to both laugh and cry. "You haven't even confirmed if he's your brother, and you're already this protective." Thwarted like this, she lost interest in asking for his birth date and quickly denied it. "Besides, I have a boyfriend now." Xia Wanning was surprised. Before she could ask for details, her phone received a message from Li Qian with news about her brother. She immediately lost interest in Yun Menjiao's love life. "I've passed on uncle and auntie's message. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Without giving Yun Menjiao a chance to see her out, Xia Wanning got into a black car by the road. In the driver's seat, Li Qian handed her a thin folder. "Miss, according to our investigation, the man's name is Lu Yan, age 19, but his date of birth is unknown. Additionally, he has no parents and was raised in the Nanling orphanage until the age of 5. No other information could be found." Hearing that he was an orphan with no parents, Xia Wanning felt both moved and heartbroken. Moved because the possibility of him being her brother was even greater, and heartbroken thinking of the hardships he must have endured as a child. But why can't we find any other information? Even if the Xia family doesn't have a top-tier international intelligence organization, with our status on par with the Liu family, we shouldn't be unable to investigate a person's background. Li Qian shook her head. "Your subordinate is incompetent. But Mr. Lu's information seems to have been deliberately erased. Only these superficial details remain. We can't find anything else no matter how we try." Xia Wanning looked at the information, seemingly lost in thought, then instructed, "Place an order with the 7 envoys." She checked her watch. "How did the appointment scheduling go?" Li Qian replied, "It's scheduled for 10 tomorrow." Xia Wanning nodded. She was about to say something else when Li Qian reported, "Miss, the 7 envoys have rejected our order." Xia Wanning looked up at her. "Why was it rejected? Didn't you look for Yabai?" Yabai was one of the core members of the 7 envoys but also the most mysterious and temperamental, taking orders based on his mood. "No, I placed the order directly through the official website." A short while later, it was rejected. Xia Wanning grew even more puzzled. "Then let's hold off on the investigation for now. The most important thing is to confirm if Lu Yan is my brother." In the CEO's office at Lu Corporation, I wore a strangely shaped earpiece, listening to Kyla, one of the 4 elders of the 7 envoys, grumble on the other end. "That girl from the Xia family. I rejected her request to investigate you. What's my reward?" I lowered my voice. "Nothing. So heartless. But what beef do you have with her? Why is she investigating you? Do you need the 7 envoys to send someone to help?" "No need," I said and cut the connection, leaving Kayla fuming on the other side of the ocean. After turning off the computer, I called Shen Bingbing in. Shen Bingbing looked at the clock. "It's not closing time yet. Mr. Lu, aren't you waiting for Miss Yun to pick you up?" Since their CEO got together with Yun Menjiao, she found her opportunities to double as his driver had become scarce. Yun Menjiao, planning to pick me up after work as she did yesterday, left her company early. As soon as she stepped out, she saw a Maybach parked at the entrance. "Miss, why does that car look so much like Mr. Lu's?" As soon as Jianting said this, the rear window rolled down. It was indeed Lu Yan. "Mr. Lu, why are you here?" I propped my elbow on the window frame and smiled at Yun Menjiao. "Why else would I be here at this time?" "Naturally, to pick up my lady from work." Yun Menjiao lowered her head and smiled softly. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow in the setting sun, looking as beautiful as a dream. My heart beat uncontrollably fast. I thought to myself, if it weren't for Su Lingran, I probably would have fallen for this deadly smile in my past life. Hiding my emotions, I cleared my throat and tapped my fingers on the window frame. "Get in." Yun Menjiao hummed in agreement. As she opened the car door, she heard Junting exclaim, "Miss, do you know what you look like right now?" Yun Menjiao narrowed her eyes. Junting's heart pounded, but she bravely said, like a blushing bride getting into her wedding setting, "Shen Bingbing," and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Compared to Junting's bold actions, I felt my own staff management was quite good. Yun Menjiao beckoned to Junting with her finger. "Come here." Junting quickly abandoned. "Lu, save me." A wicked curve appeared on Yun Menjiao's lips. "It seems you're not planning on going home then." With that, she ignored her and got into the car. Seeing Yun Menjiao get in, Shen Bingbing started the car and asked, "Mr. Lu, where are we going?" She still didn't know they were living together, and thought it was a simple case of picking up a girlfriend from work. This time, I turned to ask for Yun Menjiao's opinion. However, before she could express it, Jianting piped up again. Secretary Shen, you don't understand. With Mr. Liu and our Mrs.'s current relationship, it doesn't matter where you take them. They're just changing locations. Yun Menjiao raised an eyebrow but didn't refute it this time. Shen Bingbing seemed to only half understand until she heard me say, to Imperial Gardens, and finally had a destination. Before driving off, she looked back at Jianting. Miss Jun, are you sure you're not coming with us? No need, I still have to drive my lady's car. Jianting waved, then looked at Shen Bingbing with a schadenfreude-filled expression. What goes around comes around. With that, she turned and left, not giving the other a chance to ask questions. Shen Bingbing was truly confused. However, she soon understood the meaning behind Jianting's words. Staring at the amorous scene unfolding in the back seat, she couldn't help but think about how she had also driven for the Xiao and Su Linggran but had never seen them kiss. It seemed Su Linggran was indeed just an exception. Just then, a ringing phone broke the atmosphere in the car. I panted as I pushed away a passionate Yun Menjiao, took out my phone, and looked at the screen. What's up, Xiaohua? The other end of the line was silent for a moment before a sweet, feminine voice came through. Brother. I wanted to ask if you're doing okay over there. Yun Menjiao couldn't help but glance at me several times. She knew I had a younger sister, the daughter of the orphanage director who had once taken me in. She had just never seen how the two of them interacted, nor did she know that when facing this girl, I would put away all my sharp edges and masks, my voice filled with tenderness. Although she didn't want to admit it, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Lu Xiaohua didn't know that her future sister-in-law was already drowning in a vat of vinegar because of her. Brother. Do you have a new girlfriend now? Lu Xiaohua's voice pulled me back to reality. I looked at Yun Menjiao and smiled. When I have time, I'll bring you to meet her. As soon as I said that, Lu Xiaohua went silent on the other end for a long time. Just when I thought the call had disconnected, Lu Xiaohua's faint voice came through. Brother. Is she in Shen City too? I'll fly over tonight to check her out for you. I subconsciously asked, don't you have a competition? I immediately guessed her worries and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She's the one I've chosen. You don't need to worry. I'm even more worried. You just broke up with Su Linggran. Are you sure about this one already? With that, she hung up. After hanging up, I turned to look at Yun Menjiao. Don't you have anything to say? I clearly felt your emotions fluctuate when I answered the phone. Yun Menjiao's jealousy had vanished the moment I said I would take her to meet Lu Xiaohua. Hearing my words now, she asked, am I the one you've chosen? I put my arm around her. Yes. Yun Menjiao looked at me, full of happiness. Your words are enough for me. The next day, I was working in the CEO's office as usual. At exactly 10 a.m. I heard a punctual knock on the door. Come in. Click. The door opened, and Xia Wanning walked in with Li Qian. When I saw Xia Wanning, the corner of my mouth twitched. She had clearly prepared meticulously. Those who knew would understand it was a meeting between the heads of two companies. Those who didn't would think she was here for a blind date. I was no stranger to the young miss of the Xia family, the one who held the reins of the Xia family in the imperial city. She had a single mother who was considered a strong businesswoman, and this Miss Xia had perfectly inherited all of her mother's qualities. But according to rumors, she was cold, indifferent, and never bothered with dressing up or makeup. What role was she playing now? If I hadn't met her in my past life, I would have thought someone else had come. Seeing my reaction, Li Qian cried out internally, oh no, did we overdo it? She remembered how her young miss had woken up this morning, saying she was meeting her brother today and had to dress spectacularly. Despite her own repeated emphasis that a DNA test hadn't been done and it wasn't certain he was her brother, her miss had still spent 3 hours trying on clothes in front of the mirror, unable to choose. In the end, she had to step in and help the indecisive young miss get dressed. It seemed her efforts had backfired. Finally, I was the one to break the silence. Miss Xia, your personal visit is a great honor. As soon as I finished speaking, Li Qian saw her young miss tremble slightly and immediately couldn't bear to watch anymore. Having followed her for so long, she knew her lady was a complete doting maniac, usually missing her brother to the point of obsession. But Xia Wanning was unaware of her subordinate's silent judgment. Hearing my voice, Xia Wanning seemed to snap out of it. You know me. She had already realized her lady's eye dropped to zero in front of her brother. I had a slightly strange attitude towards Xia Wanning. Miss Xia's face frequently appears on the covers of financial magazines. It would be hard not to know you. Xia Wanning regained some of her composure. Mr. Liu, you're too kind. Your young age and great achievements, founding the Liu Corporation at this age and leading advanced AI technology to the world, truly make me feel ashamed. This was turning into a business flattery session. I pursed my lips, stood up, and walked towards the guest sofa. Miss Xia, no need for formalities. Please have a seat. Shen, go make some coffee. Shen Bingbing nodded. Before leaving, she shot a meaningful glance at Xia Wanning. After we sat down opposite each other, I got straight to the point. Miss Xia, what can I do for you? As far as I know, the Xia family's business industries are not related to artificial intelligence. Or are you planning to expand into this field? Xia Wanning smiled. If I said yes, would Mr. Liu be willing to grant me this favor? I pondered for a moment. The Xia family's business was large, and I knew a bit about Miss Xia's work style in the business world. As long as they didn't default, cooperating with them would surely be profitable. My index finger tapped twice on the armrest. So, what aspect is Miss Xia interested in? Manufacturing or? Xia Wanning replied immediately, investment. I was surprised. Just investment. That's right. What do you think, Mr. Liu? A immediately became wary. The current shareholder structure of Liu Corporation is already quite balanced. I'm afraid the Xia family wouldn't be interested in a small number of shares. Xia Wanning knew I had misunderstood and quickly interrupted. The Xia family will only invest. We don't need shares. In fact, she wanted to say they didn't need a share of the profits either, but she held back, afraid of arousing my suspicion. Now I was truly surprised. Investing without taking shares wasn't unheard of, but this kind of deal, equivalent to giving away free money, didn't seem like the Xia family's style. No matter how magnanimous Miss Xia was, she wouldn't happily engage in charity, would she? Thinking this, I voiced my question. Miss Xia, if you're not at ease, I can sign a guarantee. Hold on, I interrupted. May I know the reason? Because you're my brother, and I'm willing to invest money in you. Xia Wanning, of course, couldn't say what she was thinking. Since its establishment, the social status of the Liu Corporation has been steadily rising. Although the Xia family missed the best opportunity, we would now like to get a piece of the pie. Is Mr. Liu willing to give me this chance? I was silent for a long while before saying, I must still maintain my opinion. I can't take advantage of you for no reason. Please look over the company's business situation and then decide. With that, I looked toward Shen Bingbing, who was bringing in the coffee. Bring the recent development summary of the company. Shen Bingbing nodded. I took the document from Shen Bingbing and was about to push it towards Xia Wanning when I saw her get up, walk around the coffee table, and sit down next to me, seemingly wanting to look at it with me. Since Mr. Liu is being so considerate, I will comply with your wishes. I leaned away slightly. The strange feeling I had upon meeting Xia Wanning was now even stronger. It's just one document. Did she really have to sit so close to read it? Beside me, wondering what was wrong with this woman, Xia Wanning pointed to a spot. President Liu, can you explain this part to me? I don't quite understand. I suppressed the strange feeling in my heart and lowered my head to look where she was pointing. Taking advantage of my diverted attention, Xia Wanning stealthily moved her other hand toward my hair. From Shen Bingbing's angle, she couldn't see Xia Wanning's subtle action behind my back, but Li Qian saw it clearly from her position. Her heart leaped into her throat along with Xia Wanning's hand. Just as she was about to succeed, it was as if I had eyes in the back of my head. I turned and grabbed Xia Wanning's wrist, my friendly expression replaced by a sarcastic smile. Miss Xia, please have some self-respect. Xia Wanning was stunned, not expecting me to be so sharp. Li Qian truly couldn't bear to watch this painful scene. It was the first time her upright and honorable young miss had done something so sneaky, and she had been caught red-handed. Xia Wanning dropped the act. Mr. Liu, you've misunderstood. It's just that you strongly resemble my long-lost younger brother. I was thinking of taking a strand of your hair for a test. I apologize for not informing you beforehand. A frown. I knew very little about my life in this modern era. I only remembered being snatched away by a man in a black mask right after I was born. After a long car ride, once he was sure they had escaped their pursuers, the man whose face I couldn't see clearly covered my mouth and nose, trying to suffocate me. He probably didn't expect that a newborn would have the mind of an adult, knowing how to hold its breath and feign death. When he saw the baby gradually stop struggling and breathing, he tossed me into the bushes by the road. I waited until the kidnappers had left, and when I saw someone passing by, I wailed loudly to attract attention. That's how I met the director of the orphanage who later adopted me. Thinking back, if I hadn't been reborn with the memories of 2 past lives and the ability to protect myself intelligently in a moment of crisis, I probably would have died right after being born in this life. I didn't want to blame my relatives in this life for not protecting me well. After all, no one could have predicted such an event. However, because I wanted to find Su Linjian and was also afraid that a child under the care of relatives wouldn't have the freedom to act with an adult's mind, I never intended to look for them. I just never expected that after 19 years, someone claiming to be my relative would actively seek me out. After my recollection, I didn't react to Xia Wanning's apology but asked another question. So, you investigated my information for this reason as well? Xia Wanning was taken aback again. President Xia, you seem to have underestimated me, I said with a laugh. If someone could investigate me without my knowledge, I should probably give this CEO seat to someone else. Xia Wanning was both embarrassed and delighted. Seeing that I wasn't angry, she apologized once more and then straightforwardly made her request. Since you already know, Mr. Liu, would you be willing to do a DNA test with me? Shen Bingding, who had just brought in the coffee, overheard this. As she set down the cups, her eyes darted back and forth between her boss's face and Xiao Wanning's. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but they did seem to resemble each other slightly. My gaze rested on the rippling surface of the coffee as my fingers tapped gently on the armrest of the chair. Xiao Wanning grew anxious at my hesitation. Mr. Liu, our entire family has been filled with pain and self-blame over my brother's disappearance. So much happened so suddenly back then. Not only was my newborn brother kidnapped, but our father also vanished. On top of that, relatives and shareholders took the opportunity to pressure my mother, who almost didn't make it out of the delivery room. We've been searching for my brother all these years, never giving up, even though we knew the chances of survival in a kidnapping were slim. If you really are my brother, could you give us a chance? We know you must have suffered a lot over the years, and we will definitely make it up to you tenfold. By the end, her voice was pleading. Yes, Mr. Liu, Li Qian added. Our young miss is sick with worry for her brother. The madam, though she says little, often spends the whole day in the room prepared for the young master of the Xia family. They hope every day for a reunion. I looked at Xiao Wanning's almost begging eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Other than Yun Menjiao, I had never seen a young lady act so humbly before me. I could handle schemers with ease, but I was afraid of dealing with this type of person. I might not be your brother. You don't need to speak to me with this attitude, I said, simultaneously pulling out a few strands of hair with the roots intact and handing them to Xiao Wanning. I have other things to do this afternoon. You can go get the DNA test done yourself. Shen Bingding, concerned, reminded me, President Liu, aren't you going with them? If you just give them your hair like this, aren't you afraid they'll use it for something else? Fearing Xiao Wanning's presence, she didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. This time, before Xiao Wanning could say anything, I looked up and answered, that's why I'm giving you your next task. Go with Miss Xia to get the DNA test done. You don't need to follow me. Shen Bingbing was relieved. Yes, sire. Xiao Wanning didn't feel offended by their conversation. Instead, she was reassured by my cautiousness. She seriously took the hair sample I offered, placing it in a sterile bag she had prepared. Then, she gave me a deep look. I'll come find you when the DNA results are out. Wait. I pushed the cooperation proposal back to her. Since your purpose for coming here wasn't for a partnership, please take this with you. Now Xiao Wanning was truly flustered. Actually, we could also, I raised my hand to cut her off. I've looked at this project proposal. It's basically just handing me money. Since it's not certain yet if I'm your brother, I don't want to take this advantage. Take it back. Seeing my firm attitude, Xiao Wanning had to swallow her words and signaled for Li Qian to retrieve the documents. She extended a hand toward Shen Bingbing. Please, President Xia, after you, Shen Bingbing said, startled by Xiao Wanning's formal gesture. Not to mention Xiao Wanning's esteemed status, even if the DNA results proved they were related, she would be her boss's older sister. How could she dare to walk ahead? Xiao Wanning said no more and walked out first, her step still steady and unhurried. But Li Qian, who was familiar with her, could see a hint of haste in them. Once out of the company, Xiao Wanning opened her car door, sat down, and immediately made a call. In the capital, Yan Wanyun was handling work in her study when she received Xiao Wanning's call. Upon learning that her son might have been found, she shot up from her chair, agitated. I'm coming to Shen City right now. Mom, calm down, Xiao Wanning quickly said. It's not confirmed if he's my brother yet. Just have someone fly your hair sample over. I'm afraid my test alone won't be accurate enough. Butler Lei at her side also advised, Madam, please don't get too excited. This isn't the first time we've found someone who might be the young master. Your health is the most important thing. Yang Wenyun slowly sat back down. Remembering the previous instances of hope followed by disappointment, a layer of mist clouded her eyes. I just hope this time it's real. It's been 19 years. I haven't had a single good night's sleep, always afraid something terrible happened to him, or that he's no longer. I don't even know how many more 19 years I have left to wait. Shaking off her melancholy, Yan Wenyun quickly collected a sufficient amount of hair, placed it in a sterile bag with practiced ease, and had Butler Lee arrange for a helicopter to deliver the sample immediately. I was unaware of the commotion I had caused. To be precise, although I had agreed to the DNA test, I personally wasn't too concerned about the result. With my current social standing, I could live perfectly well without relatives. Besides, Yun Menjiao had said her parents didn't care about my background, so there was nothing to stand in our way. Pushing these thoughts aside, I took out the invitation from the Chen family that I had received a few days ago and made a phone call. Not long after, a blonde, bluey woman wearing sunglasses walked in, her hands full of shopping bags. Remember me? I glanced at her. Cut the crap and give me the clothes and shoes. Diana wasn't angry at all. Instead, she giggled. As you command. The woman before me was none other than Donna, the top stylist known as the Hand of God, currently working at Huaxing Entertainment. She was a master stylist in the entertainment industry. Even A-list celebrities had to crew up and depend on her mood to get styled by her. Yet, such a figure was at my beck and call. While I went into the break room to change into the formal wear, Diana bit into an apple and mumbled, "I just got back from a business trip and heard you became a shareholder of our company. What's up? Are you planning to be my sugar daddy?" It owed her. Donna continued, unbothered. "I heard you broke up with Miss Sue. Congratulations. Want to consider me next?" I glanced at her. "I already have a girlfriend, thanks." Diana acted as if she'd discovered something scandalous. "You're really cheating. I thought that was just some nonsense from that idiot Susie." "Well done. So, who's your current girlfriend?" "Never mind." I walked to my desk and sat down. "Can we start styling now?" Donna gently caressed my face, smiling faintly. "Right away." Meanwhile, Yun Menjiao was looking at her watch, about to call me, Lu Yan, when she saw her office door pushed open. Deng Ting peeked her head in. Mr. Lu is here." Yun Menjiao thought I had come to pick her up again, but Jian Ting's expression seemed off. Her voice caught in her throat when she saw me walk in. My dapper style made her breath catch, and she just stared at me, speechless for a long moment. I walked over to her desk and leaned on it with both hands. Speechless. Yun Menjiao closed her eyes, her chest heaving and her face blushing. "Where are you going?" I was a bit surprised. "Didn't you receive the invitation from the Zhen family?" "I did, but..." She paused and pressed the intercom. "Postpone tonight's video conference to tomorrow." "Is," Tang Ting exclaimed. "That's an international video conference. We've been preparing for over a month." Yun Menjiao was about to say something else when I interrupted. "If you're busy, you don't have to go. To be honest, I'm not keen on these kinds of parties either, but Uncle Zhen helped my company a lot in its early stages. I can't disrespect him." A hint of jealousy tinged Yun Menjiao's voice. "If you go to the party alone dressed so handsomely, won't you charm all the rich young ladies?" "I'm going with you." I glanced at her. "Don't be childish." Yun Menjiao grabbed my finger and bit it lightly to vent her frustration, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to use force. "I'll come find you after my meeting. Call me if anything urgent comes up." As night fell, and the lights came on, a stream of luxury cars arrived at the Zhen family's residence. The Zhen father and son stood at the main entrance, greeting each guest with smiles. When I arrived, the noise at the gate suddenly died down. Zhen Guozhen was stunned when he saw me, then he pulled his son forward. He had always paid attention to President Lu's capabilities and charisma, but today he realized President Lu's appearance was just as impressive. Dressed like this, even entertainment stars would feel inadequate. I handed him the congratulatory gift I had prepared. "Uncle Zheng, you're too kind." "President Lu, your presence is an honor enough. Why bring a gift?" Zhen Guozhen chided while grinning and accepting the gift box, passing it to the butler beside him. I tugged at my clothes. "It's only proper." "Lil Long, this is the big brother I always talk about," Zhen Guozhen said, pushing Zhen Long forward. "He's only 19 and already the CEO of a listed company. In high society, he's even better than your dad. Look at you, almost 19 and you can't even get into the top 500 of your school. All you do is fool around all day. I'm not asking you to be as outstanding as Mr. Lu, but if you were even 1/10,000th as good as him, I'd have fewer worries." I know. You say that 800 times a day. Aren't you tired of it?" Zhen Long brushed his father's hand away and glanced at me. "You stay here and greet the guests. I'm going to find my cousin." "You brat." Zhen Guozhen glared at Zhen Long's retreating back, fuming. Then he turned to me with a forced smile. "I'm sorry to have you witness that, President Lu. I've spoiled him too much. I'll be sure to teach him a lesson when we get home." I felt a slight headache. I knew Zhen Guozhen meant no harm, it was a common ailment among parents. But it had inadvertently drawn a wave of resentment towards me, and from Zhen Long's tone, this wasn't the first time his father had nagged him like this. "President Zhen, your way of educating your son is indeed thoughtless. Everyone has their own ambitions, don't force him too much." Yes, President Lu is right," Zhen Guozhen said, then waved over a servant. "Please show President Lu inside." I nodded and followed the servant. Inside the banquet hall, Zhen Long ran towards Song Haochen. Song Haochen caught him. "Weren't you greeting guests at the door? Why did you run in?" Zhen Long complained unhappily. "It's because of that guy. It's bad enough Dad compares us at home, but he even did it right in front of him. It's so frustrating." Song Haochen looked puzzled. "Which guy?" "The CEO of Lu Corporation, what's his name?" "Lu Yan," Zhen Long pouted. "Does he have a grudge against me? Why do I have to live in his shadow?" As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Song Haochen and the Su siblings next to him changed. "Lu Yan." Su Zi's face was filled with resentment. "He came too." "Yeah," Zhen Long nodded. "My dad practically worships him. How could he not be invited?" Seeing Song Haochen's unusual expression, Su Linjian quickly took his hand to comfort him. "Don't mind him. Just pretend he's invisible. My heart is only for you. The moment her words fell, a wave of gasps and surprised exclamations swept through the crowd. Su Linjian instinctively turned her head and saw me approaching. She froze on the spot. She always knew I was handsome, but she never imagined I could be this handsome. Suzy's, beside her, tugged her arm sharply. Sister, Su Linjian snapped back to reality, and quickly averted her gaze, but her eyes couldn't help but steal glances in my direction. Seeing her dazed state, Song Haochen couldn't help but clench his teeth and glare at me with dark eyes. After the initial shock, many business people approached me with champagne glasses to greet me. A high society party was, to some extent, a networking event for business elites. Due to my company's leading position in Shen City and my rare appearances at such occasions, I was soon surrounded. Zhenlong watched me, the center of attention like the moon surrounded by stars, then looked at the neglected Song Haochen. He couldn't help but stand up for him. Anyone who knows would think this is my grandpa's birthday party. Those who don't would think it's President Lu's private party. As soon as President Lu arrived, he stole the host's thunder. Are you looking down on the Zhen family, or are you just a natural show-off? He deliberately raised his voice, causing the entire hall to fall silent. The people surrounding me all turned to look. Just then, someone in the crowd said, "Isn't that the former supervisor Su from his company?" This statement immediately caused a stir. The relationship between me and Su Linjian was no secret in Shen City's high society, especially after the huge commotion on Weibo yesterday. Gossiping is human nature, and even the elite are no exception. In an instant, everyone's eyes were darting back and forth between me and Su Linjian. A young man next to me couldn't help but ask, "What former supervisor? Didn't you see Weibo yesterday?" This woman was fired by President Lu. Being publicly shamed, Su Linjian's face instantly turned cold. The little bit of lingering affection she had just felt for me completely vanished. Su Ziz, who couldn't stand seeing his sister ridiculed, immediately stepped in front of Song Haochen and retorted, "We should thank President Lu for not marrying my sister. Otherwise, how could she have gotten back together with Brother Haochen?" His actions and words drew everyone's attention to Song Haochen. Someone curiously asked, "Who is this gentleman?" "My cousin," Zhenlong immediately introduced. "His name is Song Haochen, the young master of the Song family from the capital." The Song family. One of the 10 great families of the capital. Someone exclaimed in shock. Zhenlong gave the person a look that said, "Isn't that obvious? And you know what else? My sister-in-law is also from one of the 10 great families of the capital, the Su family. My cousin and my sister-in-law are a match made in heaven. So what if someone is talented? Isn't he still just an orphan with unknown parents?" My fingers tightened around the champagne glass, my eyes falling on the faces of the people opposite me. I smiled thinly and raised my glass. Miss Su is indeed a perfect match for Mr. Song. After all, an illegitimate child is still a child of the Su family. The moment I finished speaking, the room erupted in whispers. The aristocracy valued bloodline above all else. The difference between a legitimate and an illegitimate child was like heaven and earth. Compared to an orphan of unknown parentage, an illegitimate child was even more looked down upon. They had wondered why Su Linjian, a member of the Su family, would work under me. Now they understood. Su Linjian's face felt as if it had been slapped. "How dare you?" The smile on my lips widened. "Did I say something wrong?" Suzy's eyes turned red, and he was about to charge forward but was held back by Zhenlong. After all, this was his family's party, and he didn't want things to get out of control, especially with his father still outside. "President Lu, speaking ill of an ex-girlfriend is not the mark of a gentleman," Song Haochen said, stepping forward with a magnanimous air. "I know you haven't forgotten Linjian, but since you've broken up, you should leave each other some dignity, don't you think? As expected of a young master from the Song family. Such poise is truly admirable." My smile didn't waver. "But if I recall correctly, I haven't actively provoked anyone since I arrived. When Mr. Zhen was charging into battle for you and insulting me, what were you doing? Why didn't you remind him to be mindful of his conduct?" Song Haochen's face stiffened. "That's enough," Zhenlong stepped forward to shield Song Haochen. "I think President Lu is tired of being a CEO. With a mouth like that, you could be a comedian. But don't you think you look like you're angry out of shame right now? Or is it as my cousin said, President Lu still has feelings for my sister-in-law?" After speaking, he seemed to have an idea and pointed to his chin. "Oh, right. I heard President Lu has a new girlfriend. Why didn't you bring her this time?" Zhenlong assumed my so-called girlfriend was either fake or far inferior to Su Linjian. Thinking he was clever, he waited for me to be embarrassed, not noticing the sudden change in the Su siblings' expressions. I looked at Zhenlong with a faint smile, pretending not to understand the implication in his words. She had something to do, so she couldn't make it, or didn't dare to show her. My vague attitude made Zhenlong even more arrogant. "Even a busy man like President Lu has time to come, but your new girlfriend doesn't. Or is it that you don't dare to bring her out?" "Don't dare to bring her out." I savored the phrase and couldn't help but laugh. It seems Mr. Jen knows my girlfriend better than I do. What are you pretending for? If you really dare to bring her out, then call her over. Jen Long was irritated by my louder and dropped the pretense. I heard President Liu used to take Su Linjian everywhere. Why are you being so secretive with your new girlfriend? Even though my sister-in-law is an illegitimate child, at least she comes from a noble family. President Liu, could it be that after getting your heart broken, you started to lower your standards? As he finished, everyone present looked at me with a sigh. At this point, they too were curious about my new girlfriend, especially since my behavior did seem to suggest I was hiding something. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor came from the entrance, accompanied by a woman's voice holding back a laugh. Someone said that being with me is lowering President Liu's standards. Hearing this voice, most of the people present were stunned, while the Su siblings turned pale. Yun Menjiao walked up to me as if no one else was there, hooked her arm in mine, and said coquettishly, "Being provoked like this and you don't even mention my name. Are you really afraid to introduce me?" I looked at her seriously. "Why are you here so early? Is your meeting over?" Yun Menjiao glanced at everyone. "The meeting can be postponed. I was afraid if my boyfriend was bullied, I wouldn't be able to resist buying out everyone here." If anyone else had said this, they would have been laughed at. But the speaker was Yun Menjiao. The moment Yun Menjiao entered, the attendees were no longer calm. Since Yun Menjiao managed her family's company branch here, the business owners present had more or less met her. But who could have told them that the person they thought Liu Yan didn't dare to introduce was actually Yun Menjiao? And her attitude towards Liu Yan truly stunned everyone. After a long silence, the scene completely erupted. President Liu's girlfriend is Yun Menjiao. He kept it so well hidden. I thought a figure like Miss Yun would be arrogant even in a relationship, but look at her attitude in front of President Liu. Just now, Zhenlong said he was lowering his standards and didn't dare to introduce his girlfriend. This is hilarious. How can an illegitimate child of the Su family even compare to the young miss of the Yun family? Su Linjian, being compared, had a look on her face that could no longer be described as just ugly. She couldn't even utter a single word in rebuttal. Before, she could use my affection for her to act superior in front of Yun Menjiao. Now, without me, she realized she was nothing in front of her. Zhenlong's face was a mixture of red and white, but mostly it was disbelief. Even more shocked than him was the silent Song Haochen. Outsiders only knew about the 10 great families of the capital, but no one understood the significance of the Yun family better than him, who grew up in the capital's inner circle. The higher the family's rank, the clearer the gap. Among the 10 families, apart from the Xia family who could contend with the Yun family, even the third, Ji family was worlds apart from these two. Moreover, Yun Menjiao was the only daughter old Master Yun had in his later years, doted on by the entire family. He wouldn't even dare to dream of someone like her. While everyone was lost in thought, Suzy suddenly let out a cold laugh. Don't think that just because you two are together, it's a perfect ending. Even the Song family cares about a daughter-in-law's background. Do you think the Yun family, the top family, doesn't care about matching social status? The attendees were stunned and turned their heads to look at me. Even Song Haochen looked at me with a mocking gaze. Susie's looked at me with derision, and continued. Do you think the Yun family would accept someone who came from an orphanage? His words resonated with many people, but out of fear of me and Yun Menjiao, few dared to show it. Only the fearless Zhen Long chimed in. Exactly. You should know your place. What's so great about seducing someone? If her parents don't agree, you still can't marry into the family. It seems you know my parents better than I do, Yun Menjiao said. Though she was smiling, there was no warmth in her eyes. Before I could stop her, she continued. For the two of you to dare speak like that in front of me, are you tired of living? Su Zies and Zhen Long both shrank back. What? What are you going to do? Yun Menjiao frowned and gave a command. Junting, receiving the order, immediately led her people forward and grabbed Su Zies and Zhen Long. When the crisp sound of slaps rang out, everyone was too stunned to react. It wasn't until Su Zies' pained cries were heard that Su Linjian rushed forward. What are you doing? Junting's usual lazy demeanor was completely gone, her eyes as sharp as a newly owned blade. Miss Su, if he can't control his mouth, he deserves to be taught a lesson. If you want to interfere, the one suffering will be more than just your brother's face, understand? Su Linjian clenched her fists, her eyes red. It wasn't that she cared so much for Susie's, but Yun Menjiao's actions were a direct slap to her face. Compared to Susie's struggles, Song Haochen acted as if he didn't hear Zhen Long's screams, standing to the side and trying to minimize his presence. At this moment, no one in the hall dared to breathe loudly, only the sound of slaps, and the two men's cries could be heard. It wasn't until their faces were swollen and an angry shout came from the door. What are you all doing? That Yun Menjiao signaled for her people to stop. Zhen Long, crying with swollen eyes, saw Zhen Guozhen and threw himself into his father's arms. Dad, they hit me, they dared to hit me on our own territory. You have to get revenge for me. Zhen Guozhen, usually timid, saw his son's face swollen like a pig's head and became furious. Miss Yun, you must give me an explanation for this. Yun Menjiao said calmly, instead of asking me for an explanation, why don't you ask your precious son what he just said? Zhen Guojun looked at the intimate posture of Yun Menjiao and me, then turned to look at Zhen Long with suspicion. He had known about their relationship when Yun Menjiao arrived, and he still remembered Zhen Long's antics at the door. If his son had said something he shouldn't have in front of Yun Menjiao, he probably couldn't protect him either. Zhen Long was a little worried but still couldn't swallow his anger. Relying on his father's presence, he recklessly shouted, no matter what I said, she has no right to treat me like this. Besides, what did I say wrong? Lu Yan is just an orphan. How is he worthy of marrying into the Yun family? Zhen Guojun's vision went dark. However, before he could react, a cold female voice came from the entrance. If even the young master of our Xia family is not worthy of the Yun family, then pray tell, who is? Everyone turned to the sound and saw the eldest miss of the Xia family, Xia Wanning, leading a group of people into the hall. Many were puzzled by Xia Wanning's appearance. Unlike Yun Menjiao, who often managed the branch in Xin City, Xia Wanning was always in the capital, so not many people here knew her. However, someone recognized her. The young master of the Xia family. A murmur went through the crowd. Yun Menjiao was also a little surprised. She recalled Xia Wanning saying her younger brother was half a year younger than her, then looked at me, who remained calm and unsurprised. A guess formed in her mind. Could it be such a coincidence? Xia Wanning paid no mind to the others' thoughts. When the DNA results came out, she had nearly gone mad with joy and wanted to rush here immediately. The people near the door automatically made way for her. Xia Wanning quickly walked to my side and hugged me tightly. Brother, I've finally found you. Chen Bingning, who had come with her, said, the DNA results are out. Congratulations, President Liu, you found your family. The guests were utterly astonished, never expecting that attending a birthday party would lead to watching so many dramatic scenes unfold one after another. Being held tightly by Xia Wanning, I felt a bit uncomfortable. Although this person was my biological relative in this life, we had only met a few times. Feeling Xia Wanning's body trembling with emotion, I couldn't bring myself to push her away. I could only look helplessly towards Yun Menjiao. Sure enough, Yun Menjiao's face was frosty. However, she didn't dare to act because this was her elder cousin, Fister. Jiangting whispered weakly into Yun Menjiao's ear, Miss, if Mr. Liu is the young master of the Xia family, I'm afraid your path of love will have a few more stumbling blocks. Everyone in the capital knows the three Xia sisters are obsessed with their younger brother. That kidnapped child was thought to be long gone, but for 19 years, the Xia family never gave up. The reward for finding him kept increasing, and the three sisters nearly posted missing person notices on their foreheads. Their own missing father didn't even get such treatment. It shows just how high his status is in the Xia family. Yun Menjiao shot Jianting a fierce glare. Shut up, can't you see my heart is already in a mess? And you still dare to remind me? You're just enjoying the show, aren't you? After some time, the guests had pieced together the situation. Those who didn't understand had asked around, and learned Xia Wanning's identity. The scene immediately erupted into another wave of discussion. Su Zie's and Zhen Long's faces were flushed. It was unclear if it was from the beating or from the crowd's mockery. Zhen Guojun was worried sick that his son had successively offended two great families, Yun and Xia. Most importantly, the Zhen family wanted to cooperate with the Xia Corporation's branch in Shen City. After calming down a bit, Xia Wanning released me. Her gaze swept over Yun Menjiao, conveying a we'll settle this later look, then turned to Zhen Guojun. I looked over a new project from the branch yesterday. It seems President Chen is also bidding for it, right? Zhen Guojun's heart skipped a beat, his cheek twitching uncontrollably. President Xia. Xia Wanning raised her hand to stop him. You should understand my meaning. The Xia family will not cooperate with a family that has bullied my younger brother. Please take care of yourself. Although he had expected this outcome, Zhen Guojun's face still turned pale upon hearing Xia Wanning's words. Zhen Long knew he had caused a disaster, and anxiously tugged at his father's sleeve, only to be slapped across the face. This is all your fault. I thought because you grew up without a mother, I'd dote on you more, but I've spoiled you into lawlessness. Xia Wanning didn't care about their family drama. She turned to look at the Su siblings and Song Haokan. Being stared at by Xia Wanning, Song Haokan immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Everyone said the eldest miss of the Xia family was cold and indifferent, but they also knew her one weakness, her long-lost younger brother. So, upon learning I was the young master of the Xia family, he tried to recall if he had done anything too outrageous. What he did probably wasn't too excessive, right? Xia Wanning's gaze towards the Su siblings was icy. On my way here, I investigated. Miss Su, in order to return to the Su family, you deceived and used my brother's feelings, trampling on his hard work to climb up. You are truly something. Though filled with rage, Xia Wanning's words still carried an innate elegance and composure. This made it even harder for Su Linjian to guess her intentions. Suzy raised his hands to shield Su Linjian, his soul and mouth mumbling indistinctly through the blood, "What are you trying to do?" Even if she used him, it was Lu Yan who approached my sister first. "If you don't believe me, ask him." He pointed at me. Xiao Wanning had no intention of asking me anything. She continued, "I don't like to get physical, so you don't need to be so tense. Besides, my brother has already come to his senses. What you took from him has been returned in full. I won't go so far as to hunt down 2 people who have already lost." The Su siblings breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. However, they immediately heard Xiao Wanning continue, "But you want to return to the Su family?" "Not a chance." Xiao Wanning then glanced at the silent Song Haoken. "Marrying into the Song family is fine, as long as the head of the Song family agrees. The Xia family will focus all its firepower on dealing with the Song family. Before you can even become a daughter-in-law of the Song family will be completely wiped out from the capital. Then we'll see if the head of the Su family will still acknowledge you." The guests all took a sharp breath. Song Haoken felt as if he'd been hit by a club. Although Xiao Wanning's words were directed at Su Linjian, he knew it was also an indirect warning to him. If he didn't give Su Linjian this chance, he could still protect the Song family. As for the Su siblings, they were completely dumbfounded. Xiao Wanning was thoroughly blocking their path back to the Su family. After saying this, Xiao Wanning ignored everyone's reactions, took my arm, her eyes full of doting affection. "Little Yan, let's go." This instant change of face made the onlookers click their tongues in amazement. I looked at her seriously. I still hadn't fully recovered from the recent events. Since my rebirth, I had never experienced the feeling of being with family. Auntie Fang at the orphanage had taken more care of me, but with so many children, it was hard for her to devote too much attention to any one of them. It could be said that this was the first time in my 2 lives that I felt the feeling of having a family backing me up. It didn't seem too bad. It's just that this name, Little Yan. Other than Auntie Fang, no one seemed to call me that. Even Yun Menjiao only called me Lu Yan. While I was dazed, Xiao Wanning called my name again, a look of concern in her eyes. I snapped back to reality and gave a slight nod. "Let's go." After such a commotion, I couldn't stay for the party any longer. Since both Xiao Wanning and I wanted to leave, and we had basically crashed the party, Yun Menjiao couldn't stay either. After leaving the Zhen residence, I was about to introduce Yun Menjiao to Xiao Wanning when I saw that Xiao Wanning had already turned her head, giving Yun Menjiao an unfriendly smile. "So, the boyfriend Miss Yun was talking about is my little brother." Yun Menjiao's eyebrow raised slightly, the corner of her lips also turning up. "Sister Wanning." Xiao Wanning narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint in them. "You haven't even married in yet, and you're already calling me sister." Yun Menjiao looked at her pitifully. "Sister Wanning." Xiao Wanning was about to say something when her phone rang. She looked at the screen and said to me, "It's Mom's phone." I still wasn't used to Xiao Wanning's sisterly way of speaking, and wasn't mentally prepared to talk to my mother from this life. I deliberately ignored her hint and just nodded. "Go ahead and take it." Xiao Wanning sighed and stepped aside to answer the call. However, the voice she heard wasn't her mother's, but her second sister, Xia Qingning's. "If I don't call from Mom's phone, you won't answer my calls, will you?" A slight curve formed on Xiao Wanning's lips. She replied without a hint of guilt, "You kept calling all day. I got annoyed and blocked you." Xia Qingning was speechless. Beside her, Yan Wanyun anxiously prompted, "Quick, ask your big sister what the DNA results were. Is it our brother?" Xia Qingning was also eager to know about her brother's situation, and had to temporarily put the grudge aside. "Did you hear, Mom? What were the results? Is it our brother?" Xiao Wanning turned her head to look at me. "Yes." Xia Qingning immediately jumped up from the sofa. "Butler, get the helicopter ready." Yang Wanyun also heard Xiao Wanning's answer, and burst into tears of joy. "We finally found him. Heaven has eyes. We finally found my son." "Wait." Xiao Wanning knew that as soon as Xia Qingning heard the news, she would rush over, so she quickly stopped her. "Don't come yet. It seems brother hasn't fully accepted us. You'll scare him away if you come. Wait until I've prepared him. Then I'll bring him back to the capital." Xia Qingning said excitedly, "Can you handle it? If not, let me do it." Xiao Wanning's voice turned cold. "Don't forget, I'm still the eldest sister." While Xiao Wanning was on the phone, Yun Menjiao held my hand with a pitiful expression. "It seems your sister doesn't want us to be together." I squeezed her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry. She probably just found me and can't accept it right away. But no matter what, I will always be on your side." Yun Menjiao hugged me tightly, a faint smile on her lips. "As long as you don't leave me, I can endure anything." Jungting stood by, thinking to herself, "Miss, you say you can endure anything, but your grip is so tight it's about to break Mr. Lu's arm." Rolling her eyes, she couldn't help but think her young miss was being overly dramatic. In the imperial capital, at the Ha family residence. After hanging up the phone, Ha Qingning looked at her mother and asked, "Mom, we found my brother. Are we really not going to Shenzhen?" She suspected that Ha Wanning was just tricking her, wanting to get to their brother first to build a bond. You're right, Yang Wanyun said. Although she also wanted to see her son immediately, He Wanning's words had given her pause. Your brother was kidnapped at birth. Who knows how much he has suffered all these years. He must resent us for not protecting him properly. We shouldn't pressure him. Let him process this truth first. It won't be too late for us to go see him after your eldest sister has prepared him mentally. We've waited this many years, a little longer won't hurt. Seeing that her mother had spoken, Ha Qingning had no choice but to nod obediently. Just then, Yang Wanyun looked for the phone number of her youngest daughter, Ha Xiao Xiao. Ha Qingning immediately covered her mother's phone. Mom, are you planning to call Xiao Xiao? Her mother looked confused. Why? Your sister doesn't know the good news yet. A mischievous smile formed on Ha Qingning's lips. If you tell her that our brother is back, aren't you afraid she'll come back to compete for his affection? Her mother laughed. You're overthinking it. Your sister misses her brother just as much as you two do. How could she possibly compete with him for affection? Ha Qingning continued her persuasion. What I mean is, aren't you afraid she'll come back and compete with us for our brother's attention? You know how clingy she can be. As soon as our brother returns, she'll monopolize him completely. How are we supposed to build a bond with him then? This time, Yang Wanyun's expression turned serious. After a moment, she nodded. You're right. Xiao Xiao rarely focuses on anything. Let her train a bit longer outside. In Shenzhen, a perfectly good banquet had been ruined. Chen Guokan was no longer in the mood to host. After my group left, he forced a smile, saw the remaining guests out, and then, without so much as a glance at the troublemakers present, he turned and went upstairs. Zhen Lam looked at Susie's face, swollen like a pig's head, and knew he didn't look much better. However, when he saw Song Hao Chen with not a single hair out of place, he suddenly realized something. Taozen, what were you doing when those people were bullying me? At least Su Ling Dime had tried to fight back a little for Suze. But he had been, frankly, defending Song Hao Chen, and when he was getting beaten, his Taozen just stood by with his arms crossed, watching. Song Hao Chen's expression was a bit unnatural. I didn't ask you to say those things. Besides, that was Yun Meng Yao. Even if I wanted to help you, my heart was willing, but my strength was not. Enough, Zhen Long shouted at him. Even if you were afraid of Yun Meng Yao, you could have at least helped me call for people. I must have been blind. With that, he also turned and walked away. In an instant, only Song Hao Chen and the Su siblings, Su Ling Dime and Suzi's, remained. Song Hao Chen was about to leave when Su Ling Dime grabbed his wrist. Even without a word, he understood what she wanted to say. Ling Dime, can you let me calm down a bit? Panic filled Su Ling Dime's heart. Although she had a bad feeling, she still tried to hold on. We've even gotten past your father's objections. Are you still scared of He Wanning's threats? Suzy chimed in. That's right, brother-in-law. She was probably just bluffing. The Song family has a strong foundation. How could it be wiped out just because of something she said? Forget it. Song Hao Chen pulled his hand away from Su Ling Dime's grasp. Can you two stop making things difficult for me? If it were just a problem in Shenzhen, my father might have indulged me, but to gamble the entire Song family. Never mind him. Even I wouldn't agree. My father already chose a school for me to study abroad. I'm sorry. Let's break up. Without looking at the siblings' expressions, he turned and walked out. After Song Hao Chen left, Suzy stumped his foot in anger. No one is reliable. He turned to Su Ling Dime. Sister, what do we do now? Can we really not go back to the Su family? Su Ling Dime said nothing, her expression shifting between light and dark. After what felt like an eternity, as if making a firm decision, she clenched her fists. There's only one path left now. Because of He Wanning's presence, we didn't return to the imperial scenery estate where Yun Men Yao lived, but went to my place instead. Looking at the high-end villa with its exquisite interior, He Wanning felt a sense of relief, happy that I was living well, yet afraid to imagine what my life had been like before. However, when she saw Yun Men Yao follow me inside, her guard went up again. You've brought him home. That's enough. What are you doing in here? This time, before Yun Men Yao could say anything, I took her hand. Wan Ning, I think I need to make something clear. Yun Men Yao is my girlfriend. Furthermore, we are adults, and have the right to decide how we live together. If accepting my relatives means they will interfere with our relationship and cause her to suffer, then please, Miss Ha, you should leave. As you can see, I can live perfectly well without family. Warmth filled Yun Men Yao's heart. The reason for my sudden decision to be with her was still unclear, and she had always treasured this relationship with a sense of insecurity. When my relatives appeared, she worried I would abandon her. But now, for her sake, I was willing to disregard reuniting with my family. Did this mean her position in my heart was even more important than my relatives? If Yun Men Yao's mood was like a warm spring, He Wanning's was like a freezing winter. The title Miss has sent a chill through her. However, beyond the coldness, she was even more shocked. As far as I know, you and Su Ling Dime just broke up, right? It's only been a few days. Has your affection for her really grown that deep already? I didn't expect anyone to understand this sudden preference of mine. After all, the concept of past and future lives sounded strange enough that I even kept it from Yun Meng Yao. How could I explain it to others? In my past life, Yun Meng Yao gave me her only life, giving medicine and never forced anything upon me. After I died, she dragged her broken body to avenge me before following me in death. But where were my family then? Even though they had found me in this life for some unknown reason, their status in my heart could never compare to Yun Meng Yao's. I'm sorry, I said, looking at He Wanning with the same resolve. If you want to acknowledge me, please respect my choices. He Wanning took a deep breath. Little brother, I was wrong. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to make things difficult for her. So you're saying that if you don't interfere in our affairs, I'll agree to acknowledge my family. I was at a loss for words, thinking to myself that this woman really knew how to seize an opportunity. Seeing my hesitation, He Wanning's heart leaped into her throat. Yan, you know that Meng Yao can't stay in Shenzhen forever. If you want to be with her, sooner or later you'll have to go to the imperial capital. Yun Meng Yao was startled. Had she been used by He Wanning? This woman, who was just criticizing her moments ago, was now using her to persuade me to accept my family. How utterly ruthless. He frowned. I had considered this issue before. Moreover, the company I founded was different now, its core talents were mostly not in Shenzhen. I had already intended to move the company to the imperial capital. The timing was right, and it would also be convenient to help Suling manage Tainyu. So, I had already moved the company to the imperial capital. In this life, both my family and my lover were in the imperial capital. I had no reason not to move. Thinking this, I nodded. Give me some time to handle the company's relocation. Receiving my affirmative answer, He Wanning was overcome with emotion and immediately hugged me. I'll help you. Seeing this, Yun Meng Yao's face darkened again. When He Wanning let me go, Yun Meng Yao, as if declaring her sovereignty, linked her arm with mine. Good thing I'm not one to hold a grudge. The housekeepers are all off duty. Eldest sister, you can find a guest room to sleep in. With that, she pulled me upstairs. He Wanning watched our retreating figures, feeling an inexplicable sadness. However, her sorrow was short-lived as her spirits lifted again. Right now, my brother is just getting used to his new identity. Once our bond is strengthened, and my position as the eldest sister is secure, I'll definitely teach that little brat a lesson. Yun Meng Yao was completely unaware that she had been marked by her new older sister-in-law. The moment they entered the bedroom, she pushed me against the door and kissed me fiercely. I shook my head, dodging her attack. What's wrong? Yun Meng Yao bowed her head, rubbing it against the crook of my neck, her voice distorted with grievance. I'm jealous. I was stunned. That's my sister. But she's also a woman, Yun Meng Yao said sorely. I raised my hand and stroked her head as if comforting a child, then leaned in and gave her a kiss. Better now. Yun Meng Yao licked her lips, deeply satisfied but still feigning discontent. I knew her well but decided to indulge her. Then what do you want? Yun Meng Yao looked at me shyly. To do what I've wanted to do since this afternoon. The next morning, I rarely wanted to sleep in, but I heard urgent knocking on the door. Yun Meng Yao was about to get up and open it for me, but I pushed her back into the blankets. I didn't need to think to know who was outside. I could argue with He Wanning to not interfere, but I couldn't let Yun Meng Yao open the door without my face turning red and my heart pounding. I quickly tidied myself up, opened the door, and looked at He Wanning. Sister, is something wrong? He Wanning froze, all the words she had prepared forgotten. She stared at me, as if in disbelief. What did you call me? I didn't understand her emotional reaction. I had thought about it since yesterday. Since I had decided to accept my family, there was no need to maintain a distance. Calling her He Wanning in any form felt inappropriate. With that thought I had no psychological burden in calling her sister again. The result was being immediately pulled into an embrace. He Wanning's voice was filled with excitement and joy. Little brother, I sighed, feeling a bit helpless, not understanding why people loved hugging so much. Although her embrace held no ill intent, it couldn't hide the fact that someone in my house was very prone to jealousy. Without even turning my head, I knew the kitten on the bed was fuming again. I patted He Wanning's shoulder, and changed the subject. Did you come to find me for something? Remembering her purpose, He Wanning let me go, her expression turning serious. Su Minghui is dead. I was slightly surprised. What? He Wanning, thinking I didn't know the person, explained, Su Minghui is the only son of the Su family's head's official wife, and also Su Ling Dime's half-brother. Of course I knew who Su Minghui was, but his death was unexpected. After all, in my past life, when he died, that other person was still alive and well. Moreover, I had called him just a few days ago. Hearing about his sudden death, I couldn't help but feel something. Thinking this, I reached out and took He Wanning's hand. How did he die? The head of the Su family is intentionally covering it up, Hwanning said, holding my hand and transferring her warmth. But in this world, there are no walls that don't have cracks. It's currently confirmed that he died in a nightclub, on top of a woman. The Su family head probably felt it was too shameful and is trying his best to suppress it. Although Hwanning spoke discreetly, anyone could understand the meaning. Su Minghui spent his days in debauchery. It was only a matter of time before his body gave out. But in my past life, at this point in time, he was far from death's door. Yunmeng Yao, now dressed, came out. She first looked at my expression, then said to Hwanning, "You just cut off Su Ling Diam's path back to the Su family, and now Su Minghui is dead. This matter isn't so simple." Hwanning said, "I thought of that too. But even the head of the Su family is doing everything he can to hide it, even going so far as to bury him overnight. It will be very difficult to investigate and find evidence." She paused, then looked at me. The Su Ling Dime siblings have now been welcomed back into the Su family. From the moment I heard of Su Minghui's death, I had guessed this outcome. To the head of the Su family, the family's enterprise was the most important thing. No matter how suspicious Su Minghui's death was, at this moment, only Su Ling Dime could inherit the Su family. Hwanning saw me frowning and gently smoothed my brow. Yan, don't worry. I will absolutely not let go of those who have bullied you. So what if they've returned to the Su family? At worst, we'll just drag the whole Su family down with them. When we get back to the imperial capital, I'll help you deal with the Su family. I shook my head and gently removed her hand. Sister, don't get involved in this. Whether it's dealing with Su Ling Dime or the Su family, let me do it myself. Yesterday was the first time I felt the support of having family, and with so many witnesses, I didn't stop Hwanning when she used threats to cut off Su Ling Dime's retreat. But this revenge is more interesting if I do it myself. Besides, this is a fiat as deep as the sea. If not for that, what would be the point of my rebirth? Although I didn't expect Su Minghui's death, if Su Ling Dime were that easy to deal with, I wouldn't have fallen into her trap for 2 lifetimes. Thinking this, a corner of my mouth curved into an excited smile. I was worried Su Ling Dime wouldn't be interesting enough. Now, she is. Hwanning hesitated slightly. Yan, is the issue between you and Su Ling Dime really just about feelings? I threw the question back at her. What do you think? Without waiting for her to answer, I sneered. As long as I'm alive, she can dream on about getting what she wants. Even if she gets it, she'll have to spit it out sooner or later. Hwanning was startled and turned to look at Yunmeng Yao, only to see that she was also confused. However, they both understood that the enmity between me and Su Ling Dime was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. But since I had no intention of explaining, they couldn't press the issue. For the next few days, I was busy with the procedures for relocating the company headquarters. A week later, I had handled all related matters in Shenzhen and returned to the imperial capital with Hwanning and Yunmeng Yao. Mother Hat and Heqingning knew I was coming back today and were so excited they couldn't sleep all night. They stayed home all day, checking the clock every few seconds. At 1 p.m., the sound of a helicopter's engine echoed in the garden. The anxious hearts of Mother Ha and Heqingning were instantly revitalized, and they rushed towards the garden. Heqingning's height and long legs came into play, and with a few steps, she left her mother far behind. Ignoring her mother's complaints, Heqingning quickly entered the garden, her eyes, like radar, locked onto me. I had just stepped off the helicopter and hadn't even gotten a clear view of my surroundings when a gentle breeze carrying a light, elegant perfume rushed towards me. Heqingning lunged forward and hugged me tightly. "Little brother, I finally get to meet you." Hearing the words little brother, my hand, which was about to strike, lowered slightly. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder if the sister's love for hugging was a family heirloom. Yunmeng Yao, seeing our tight embrace, clenched her fists again. Yan Wan Yun, walking slowly across the soft lawn, arrived late. Yan, let mom have a look at you. Before they came, Hwanning had told them my name. Since they hadn't had a chance to name me before I was kidnapped, they just called me that. Hwanning looked unhappily at Heqingning. "Didn't you hear what mom said? Besides, you're making Yan uncomfortable." Only then did Heqingning let me go. When Mother Ha saw my face, tears streamed down uncontrollably. She tremblingly reached out to stroke my cheek. Yan, it's mom." A strange feeling arose within me. I thought I would feel nothing facing these relatives who were essentially strangers. But seeing the woman before me cry, I wanted to wipe her tears away. Perhaps this was the bond of blood. Seeing my silence, Mother has stepped forward and hugged me, her heart filled with pain. "I'm sorry, my son. It was mom who didn't protect you well. You must have suffered so much all these years." I was a bit awkward and patted her back lightly. "Not at all. A lived very well. When I was in the orphanage, I was young and didn't have many opportunities, so life was a bit tough. But when I got a little older, I could support myself." Receiving a response, Mother Ha was both happy and sad, not quite believing the words lived very well from my mouth. She thought I was just comforting her, and felt both heartbroken and guilty for my thoughtfulness and maturity. Before, mom was helpless. But thankfully, we found you now. From now on, Mom will definitely make it up to you tenfold. My second sister was also quick-witted, taking out the prepared meeting gift and stuffing it into my hand. Second sister's supplementary card. No limit, no password. Just swipe it freely. For the past few days, she had racked her brain but couldn't think of a suitable gift. After all, Hwanning had already prepared almost everything I might need in daily life. So instead of giving a gift, why not give something simple and practical? Money that can't be spent. Even if Hwanning had been well prepared, so what? In the future, every time my little brother shopped, he would be swiping her card. How could she, the second sister, not worry about turning the tables one day? However, Hakingning's beautiful fantasy was shattered when the card she had just handed over was immediately returned. I shook my head. No need. I don't lack money. Hakingning thought I was being polite and pushed the card back to me. Why be so formal with your second sister? I was a bit helpless and returned the card again. I'm serious. I really don't lack money. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't use it. Hakingning was speechless. Seeing Hwanning's faint smile, she immediately thought that her eldest sister had already given me a supplementary card. How could this outwardly aloof but inwardly ruthless eldest sister not have thought of her idea? In an instant, Hakingning's chest filled with indignation. She turned her head and glared fiercely at her assistant, Jian Ying, who was standing nearby. It was all this fool's bad idea. Jian Ying swallowed hard, feeling that her head was in danger. Mother didn't notice the simmering fire between the two sisters. She opened the wooden box she had been holding, took out a jade necklace, and put it around my neck. This is the meeting gift Mom prepared. Yan, you must wear it often from now on. I looked down at the pendant, which was set with an ancient jade, and my heart inexplicably trembled. Having been reborn, I had come to believe in some things. In my past life, I had visited some ancient temples. If I wasn't mistaken, the jade pendant Mother had gave me was likely mixed with her blood and hair. It could help me avoid disasters for the rest of my life, but all the misfortune would be transferred to her. I raised my hand to take off the pendant, but was stopped by Mother. Yan, don't refuse Mom, okay? Looking at Yan Wanyun's almost pleading eyes, I suddenly felt the pendant in my hand was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. After a long moment, I finally answered in a hoarse voice, okay. I'll keep it safe, and make sure I don't get hurt. Compared to the warm scene of the family of three, Yun Men Yao stood to the side like an outsider. Since Mother and Hakingning arrived, their eyes had never left me. Even if they noticed her, they probably just thought she was someone who had hitched a ride on the helicopter. Just then, a joyful and excited voice rang out. I heard my son-in-law is back, where is he? Hearing this voice, Hakingning and the others immediately frowned. Turning around, they saw Yun Men Yao's mother, Wu Shuman, pulling her husband, Yun Ruitian, over. Wu Shuman, as if she didn't see her own daughter, walked straight past Yun Men Yao towards me. So this is my son-in-law, right? So handsome. Hakingning raised a hand and pulled her brother behind her, looking warily at Wu Shuman and her husband. My brother was just found. How did he become your son-in-law? It was only then that I remembered I had forgotten to introduce Yun Men Yao. I quickly walked around Hakingning to her side, took her hand, and stepped forward. Men Yao, I'm sure everyone already knows her. I'd like to introduce her to everyone. She is my girlfriend. Wu Shuman immediately beamed. Look at that, even without us adults playing matchmaker, Yan and Men Yao still found each other. This is fate. Before coming, she already knew we were dating, otherwise, she wouldn't have called me son-in-law right away. Thinking this, she opened a brocade box, took out a vintage-style ring engraved with the Yun family's emblem, and took my hand, intending to put it on while happily murmuring, this is the meeting gift for my son-in-law. Hakingning, seeing the ring that symbolized the inheritance of the Yun family, instinctively pulled me back. Yan, you're only 19. Why are you so reckless? Let second sister tell you, no woman is a good thing. Don't be fooled. All the women present fell silent. I was also a bit dumbfounded and asked hesitantly, aren't you a woman? Hakingning was not embarrassed at all, delivering a blow that hurt the opponent by 1,000 and herself by 800. It's precisely because second sister is a woman that I understand this. Second sister is afraid you'll suffer, you understand. Yang Wanyun glanced at Hakingning. Enough. Do you think everyone is like you? Even Hwanning chimed in, that Su girl from the Su family is a prime example. If you don't learn some restraint, do you want Mom to see her black-haired son off to the grave? Hakingning looked at Hwanning as if she were a monster. My brother has a girlfriend, and you're not opposing it. This person has changed. Hwanning thought to herself, of course I oppose it, but the scene of him protecting Yun Men Yao is still fresh in my mind. Plus, after a few days of interaction, I've discovered he responds to persuasion, not force. I won't be like Hakingning, dancing in a minefield. As for Yun Men Yao, let her be smug for a while. Hwanning suppressed the malice in her heart and feigned helplessness. But the two of them are already together. We can't just break up a happy couple. The current priority was to increase her favorability with her brother. Let her younger sister play the villain. Ha Qingning took a deep breath and scratched her head. Are you okay? Mother Ha, used to the sisters' bickering, thought of Ha Qingning's rudeness and reluctantly walked towards the Yun family. Qingning is very blunt. I hope you won't mind. Xiaoning, you're being too formal, Wu Shuman said, not looking displeased at all. Do I look like someone who would bicker with a child? Besides, everyone knows these three sisters are obsessed with their brother. It's normal for them not to accept it right away. They'll get used to it over time. Ha Qingning rolled her eyes. They've only been together for a short time. Who knows, maybe they'll break up tomorrow. Be quiet. Yan Wanyun glared at Ha Qingning again, then turned to Wu Shuman and her husband. I've watched Meng Yao grow up. There's no problem with her character or conduct. I have no objections. Wu Shuman was overjoyed and hugged Mother Ha. I knew you were the best. Her attitude was like that of a young girl acting coquettishly with her best friend. Mother had changed the subject. Yan has just been found and hasn't spent much time with the family yet. Besides, the two children are still young. We don't plan on letting them get married so soon. You scared me. I thought you were going to say something else. Wu Shuman patted her chest to calm herself, then smiled. Do you think I'm an unreasonable person? I've seen how much you've missed your son all these years. How could I rob you of the opportunity to be with Yan as soon as he's back? Besides, even if they get married, Meng Yao would still live at your house. Yun Meng Yao was speechless. Mother has smiled and checked her watch. She turned and instructed the butler, have someone prepare the party venue. Now that Yan is back, it's time to hold a recognition banquet. The butler immediately nodded. Yes, madam. Yan Wanyun looked at me again. Yan, do you have any friends you'd like to invite? I'll have someone send them an invitation. I was silent for a moment, knowing these things were unavoidable. I don't have many friends in the imperial capital, and I don't know if they'll have time to come. I'll call and ask them myself. Yang Wanyun nodded. Ha Wanning took out her phone. I'll contact a stylist to come over. Let's have Meng Yao get her makeup done as well. I almost forgot, the meeting gift hasn't been given yet, Wu Shuman said, placing the brocade box with the ring in my palm. I didn't know the significance of the ring, but from the material, I could tell it wasn't an ordinary one. I hesitated and looked at Yun Meng Yao, who nodded at me. Ha Qingning on the side, was so angry she was seeing stars, but she couldn't stop this almost engagement exchange. Seeing me accept the ring, the stone in Wu Shuman's heart finally dropped. She took her daughter's hand and smiled as she said goodbye. We'll be back later. After the Yun family left, I followed my family back to the main villa. While Ha Wanning led me upstairs, Ha Qingning pulled back Mother Ha, who was about to follow. Mom, why did you agree to let my brother be with that girl from the Yun family? You know the Yun family. She paused, but her meaning was clear. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have risked my resentment to desperately stop them from being together. Mother Ha's expression also became uneasy, but she still said, but Meng Yao is a good child. And as your sister said, the two of them are already together. I can't just break them up. Ha Qingning was silent for a long time, her voice tinged with gritted teeth. Whether that Yun family girl is worthy or not will depend on her future performance. If she can pass my test, I am willing to bet the entire Ha family to protect them. But if she can't, even if Yan hates me, I will definitely break them up. At this moment, I was completely unaware of their conversation downstairs. After following Ha Wanning to my room, I was stunned by the sight that greeted me. If Ha Wanning hadn't told me it was a bedroom, I would have thought it was an entire penthouse apartment. What surprised me even more was the walk-in closet, filled with everything imaginable. With my current social status, it wasn't that I hadn't seen such things, but I wouldn't turn a place mainly for sleeping into something so luxurious. Yan, eldest sister arranged this for you. Do you like it? As the head of the Ha Corporation, Ha Wanning now showed no signs of her high position, staring at her younger brother. She looked like a large pet waiting for praise. I glanced at her. Sister, do you want me to switch to opening a shopping mall? Ha Wanning chuckled. I didn't know you could joke. She pointed to several rows of transparent closets. This is the clothing area. Pick something first. The matching shoes are over there. She pointed to the adjacent wall. I'll go ask when the stylist is arriving. With that, she turned and left the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Meeting Yang Wanyun and Ha Qingning coming up, Ha Wanning paused. As if thinking of something, she looked around. Xiao Xiao isn't back. No, Ha Qingning replied with a straight face, arms crossed. I thought it was rare for Xiao Xiao to be so focused on something, so I didn't let Mom tell her we found our brother, to avoid distracting her. What do you think, eldest sister? Both were cunning foxes. How could Ha Wanning not guess Ha Qingning's petty thoughts? But this also suited her intentions. Ha Wanning patted Ha Qingning's shoulder in praise. That was very thoughtful of you. At the same time, at the border of China, a woman in black camouflage, chewing on a foxtail grass stem, held a portrait and asked, should we cross over to the neighboring country to search? The man beside her nodded, his eyes filled with wary fatigue. Who knows when we'll find the Marquise's wife and child? A man with a scar on his face drank half a bottle of water, wiped his mouth, and said, isn't the madam of the family in the country very similar? Why not just capture her and show her to the Marquise? Are you stupid? The man holding a gun next to him slapped the back of his head. The Marquis said he only has one son. The family has 3 daughters and no sons. No matter how similar she is, she doesn't qualify. What about the boy in Shenzhen? The scarred man rubbed the back of his head, glaring. His eyes are very similar to the portrait. The words had barely left his mouth when he was slapped again. That boy is only 19. You want to fight him? The scarred man put on his most ferocious expression but said the most cowardly words. What if you make me stupid? I mean, is it possible he's the Marquise's son? Why don't we get some of his hair? So you're saying the Marquise's wife is dead? Otherwise, how could he be an orphan? The man in black camouflage spat out the foxtail grass. Besides, only that boy's eyes are similar. If we run a DNA test for every slight resemblance, won't the Marquise vomit blood? As he spoke, he opened the portrait again. In this day and age, still using a portrait to find someone. If we had a photo, it would be much easier. Forget it, forget it. The Marquise was hypnotized. It's a miracle he can remember he has a wife and child, and their general appearance. Instead of complaining here, let's hurry up and search. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. The entire family residence was brightly lit. Servants and subordinates were busy with their respective tasks. The party was set up in the outdoor garden. Long tables covered with white tablecloths were laden with all kinds of exquisite pastries. A champagne tower that changed color with the light stood in the middle. Brightly colored fresh flowers were arranged on both sides of the red carpet that stretched from the archway to the outside, beautifully decorating the entrance. The entire party area was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Just then, the rhythmic footsteps of guests arrived. Outside the family's gate, luxury cars stopped one after another. The upper-class society of the imperial capital arrived one by one. The family's status was undeniable, even though the main character hadn't appeared yet. Most of the invited guests had arrived. The people present chatted cheerfully, and of course, the topic revolved around the newly returned young master of the family. I can't believe the family's child was actually found. Has anyone seen him? What does he look like? Just as everyone was speculating on how rustic the family's young master might be, the music from the sound system suddenly changed. Along with it came Mother Ha's gentle yet dignified voice. Everyone, thank you for waiting. Hearing her voice, everyone turned their heads. They saw Mother Hat and Wushu Man leading a young man by the hand, with the rest of the Hat and Yun families following behind them like bodyguards. The social relationship between the Hat and Yun families was no secret in the upper echelons of the imperial capital, so their joint appearance did not surprise the guests. However, when they saw the true appearance of the Ha family's young master, everyone was stunned. For a long time after their appearance, the scene was completely silent. The moment they saw us, everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath. They were mesmerized for a long time. When they finally came to their senses, the crowd erupted. Is that the newly found young master of the Ha family? So handsome, not just his looks, his aura is also amazing. Who is it just now that said he was rustic and ugly? Don't you feel ashamed? The young masters present were all raised in noble families, but none could outshine the young master of the Ha family. Hearing the praise mixed with comparisons, Yun Meng Yao and my 2 sisters all narrowed their eyes. The so-called noble young masters who were being compared did not look happy. They were already extremely displeased when I appeared, and now being publicly compared made their faces darken. He Cao Sheng, however, appeared magnanimous, admiring my handsome, almost aggressively striking face. He smiled and praised, young Master Ha is truly astonishing. The moment you appeared, all of us brothers felt insecure. As soon as he said this, someone teased, our great talent feels insecure. When it comes to looks and aura, young Master Ha is indeed invincible, but when it comes to talent, who in the entire imperial capital can compare to you? A young man with pink hair chimed in, our Cao Sheng is a master of the Gyukin at the national level, the only disciple of Grandmaster Wen Songhai. At a young age, he has become the vice president of the Imperial Capital Gyukin Association. He doesn't rely on his looks to make a living. The surrounding people were all amazed. They had long known that He Cao Sheng was a disciple of Wen Songhai, but they were unaware of the vice presidency. He Cao Sheng looked embarrassed. I was just elected not long ago, mainly thanks to the support of the president and the members. In terms of Gyukin proficiency, I am still far behind my master. How old is your master? Besides, he's a national treasure in the Gyukin world. Who can compare to him? To have such achievements at your age is already very impressive. That's right, being promoted proves that Cao Sheng's Gyukin skills have improved again. Why don't you perform for us? I haven't heard you play in a long time. The last time I heard you play the Gyukin was at the Lion family's birthday banquet. He Kao Shum quickly refused. Today is young Master He's party. How can I steal the spotlight? If we're talking about performing a talent, it should naturally be young Master He himself. With that, he turned to look at me, but as if by accident, he covered his mouth, his voice slightly worried. Young Master He has such a good aura, he must have some supporting talents, right? The moment he said this, the faces of the He and Yun family members turned sour. A Qingning narrowed her eyes at He Kao Shum, then looked at a Wanning with what seemed like a furious smile. Have I been too kind lately? To the point that someone dares to provoke my little brother. When she was truly angry, her voice was usually very soft. Except for the He and Yun family members standing nearby, no one else heard her. But He Qingning's voice carried a heavy pressure, heralding an impending storm. I took her hand to comfort her, then turned to He Kao Shum. I do indeed have a supporting talent, and my specialty is also the Gyukin. Is this gentleman interested in a match? He Qingning froze, looking at her hand, so moved that she didn't even hear what I said. My little brother. He just held my hand. She didn't hear clearly, but everyone present did. Immediately, everyone became interested. Is he trying to start something? He Kao Shum raised an eyebrow, a look of disbelief on his face. Young Master He, you say you are good at the Gyukin. He smiled. Is there a problem? Of course not, He Kao Shum said, looking as if he had found a kindred spirit. It's usually hard for me to find a fellow enthusiast. I'm overjoyed to know that young Master He is also a fellow practitioner. I didn't intend to show off on your stage, but hearing you say you're good at the Gyukin has made my hands itch a little. Would young Master He like to have a little exchange? I also raised an eyebrow. Is this guy serious? In my past life, although I came from a declining family, my mother was from a scholarly family. When I was praised as the #1 talent in the capital, this person's ancestors probably hadn't even been born yet. Contrary to my thoughts, as soon as He Kao Shum said he wanted an exchange, the people present began to worry for me. After all, in their eyes, He Kao Shum was already at the master level. Competing with him was like seeking death. They thought that as long as I wasn't a fool, I would refuse. However, in the next moment, they heard me say to He Kao Shum, in that case, it would be rude to refuse. So this person really doesn't know his own limits. What a waste of such a handsome face. Mother Ha and Mushu Man also looked at me, puzzled. I gave them a reassuring look and then asked, do you have a Gyukin at home? He Wanning hesitated. I didn't know you could play the Gyukin, so I didn't prepare one. He Qingning shot her a look that said, what's the use of having you? At the same time, her mind raced. The rejected meeting gift from this afternoon had almost become a sore spot in her heart. Now, a new idea had emerged. Thinking this, she took out her phone and sent a message to Zheng Ying. He Kao Shum, seeing everyone's interaction, was afraid I would use the excuse of not having a Gyukin to refuse. He quickly suggested, it's simple. The He family isn't far. I'll have someone bring my Gyukin over. With that, he turned and made a call. The efficiency of the noble circle was high. Soon, a shimmering Gyukin was brought over. He Kao Shum carried the instrument, and placed it on a makeshift table. Respectfully, he turned his head to look at me. Young Master Xia, who should go first? I raised my hand. You go first. Then I shall be so bold as to perform first. He Kao Shum slowly sat down, his fingers gently resting on the Gyukin as he tested the strings. He truly had the air of a talented scholar. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, silently guessing what piece he would play. It wasn't until a string of melodious notes rang out that they realized what he intended to play, and grew excited. It's a Floating Feathers, the famous piece by Grandmaster Wenting. This piece is truly wonderful. Even I, who knows little about the Gyukin, have often heard it. He's truly better than before. I used to find his Floating Feathers a bit stiff, but now it's so masterful. No wonder he was promoted to vice president of the Imperial Capital Gyukin Association. This piece is one that few can master. For Kao Shum to play it to this level, he is truly worthy of being Grandmaster Wenting's top disciple. Hearing everyone's praise, He Kao Shum couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile, playing with even more passion. He started with his signature piece. The young master of the Xia family is under a lot of pressure now. Someone began to worry for me. Is there any point in continuing this exchange? He came out with his best piece right away, leaving no room for anyone else. Young Master Xia, maybe you should just not compete. We won't laugh at you. After all, everyone present has been overshadowed by Kao Shum's strength before. Young Master Xia probably didn't understand the situation, and rashly agreed to the exchange. It's normal to back out now. A few kind-hearted people advised me to withdraw. Although Mother Xia and the others were angry, they also hoped I would give up. The calmest people on the scene had to be me and Yun Menjiao. Yun Menjiao was calm because she trusted me, knowing I never fought a battle I wasn't sure of winning, even though she had never seen me play the Gyukin. In contrast to her calmness, I looked more displeased, my brows even slightly furrowed. However, in the eyes of those present, this expression looked like I was nervous. When the piece ended, Hikaoshim raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, letting out a soft breath. Then, he turned to look at me standing beside him. Young Master Xia, do you still want to continue? This sentence clearly echoed what the others had just said. If you don't want to play, that's fine. Consider the piece I just played a congratulatory gift for your return to the family. As soon as he finished, I frowned and said seriously, first, you played one note wrong. Second, this piece requires emotion. You can't just focus on technique and proficiency. Most importantly, the basic melody of this piece includes many elements like suppression, sorrow, and indignation. You played it too cheerfully, showing a lack of respect for the piece. After my words, the entire scene fell silent. Hikaoshim's eyes widened, his mouth agape. A moment later, as if amused, his voice turned slightly sharp. It seems young Master Xia is quite knowledgeable, to be able to dismiss a performance that even my master would nod in approval of as worthless. Before he could continue, I immediately asked, everyone has their own understanding. I won't argue about the other points for now. But you said I played a note wrong. May I ask which note I played incorrectly? A ignored his temper, and seriously pointed out the mistake. At the transition of the opening, it's not the open string sound of 3 strings played together, but a harmonic on the 3rd string combined with a change in the left and position. Hearing my explanation, Hikaoshim knew I truly understood the gyukin but disagreed with the mistake I pointed out. I've practiced this piece no less than 1,000 times. Except for my master, perhaps no one understands it better than I do. The part young Master Xia mentioned is indeed the open string sound of 3 strings, not some harmonic. I gave a cold laugh. That's where you're wrong. Using the open sound of 3 strings, listen to it yourself. Does it fit the transition in tone and emotion? If Master Wen plays it like that, then he's playing it wrong too. The moment I finished, everyone present was stunned, then burst into laughter. Did I hear that right? Young Master Xia dares to question Master Wen. What a newborn calf, unafraid of a tiger. Besides young Master Xia, I doubt you could find a second person who dares to question Master Wen's playing. Mother Xia and Wu Shumen looked at each other, speechless. After all, they didn't understand the gyukin, and my questioning of Wen Tingyi's playing was truly unexpected. However, Xia Qingning was one who wasn't afraid of trouble. My brother says it's wrong, so it's wrong. Do any of you have a problem with that? After speaking, she swept her cold gaze over the crowd, and those who wanted to object immediately fell silent. Hikaoshim also looked like he wanted to laugh but didn't dare. He slowly stood up and looked at me. Young Master Xia, if you don't want to perform, we won't force you. There's really no need for this. Besides, you can criticize me, but my master's status today is built on his proven skill, which everyone here has witnessed. Questioning his playing is truly a bit disrespectful. At this point, the looks everyone gave me were indescribable. If you can't compare, just withdraw gracefully. They already gave you a way out. To find fault because you're not as good, and even criticize Master Wen, it's both petty and foolish. However, these people only dared to think this. No one said it out loud. Only a few fearless young masters chimed in. I say, why is he so insistent? Turns out he heard how well Hikaoshim played and didn't dare to go on stage. If you don't dare, just say so. Why drag the top master of the gyukin world, Master Wen, into this? He truly doesn't know his place. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the Yun and Xia families darkened. Xia Qingning's gaze towards that person was like looking at a corpse. However, before she could cause trouble, the butler came running over in small steps. Madam, Grandmaster Wen Tingyi has arrived. This announcement stunned everyone. They began to whisper amongst themselves. When the Xia family invited Wen Tingyi, they probably didn't expect their newly returned son to be so aggressive. Now, this was going to be a good show. Although the whispers didn't reach the Xia family's ears, their expressions told the whole story. Mother Xia's heart tightened. She hadn't invited Wen Tingyi. The only one who could have. Thinking of this, she looked at me worriedly. I gave her a reassuring look, indirectly confirming that I was the one who had invited him. However, Mother Xia was not comforted. The words I had just spoken were still echoing in her ears, and would surely reach Wen Tingyi's. Sure enough, as soon as Wen Tingyi came into view, Hikaoshim joyfully went to greet him. Master. Wen Tingyi gave him a slight nod and continued walking towards me. However, before he had taken a few steps, Hikaoshim approached him again. Master, I just played your piece of floating feathers at the party. This young master of the Xia family insists that I played it wrong. Not only did he criticize me, but he also said you were wrong. Yang Wandun closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were full of sharp resolve. Xia Wenning and the others also stared coldly at Hikaoshim. It seemed that no matter what happened next, they would stand firmly by my side, not letting me suffer any grievance. Only my gaze remained calm, without a ripple, even carrying a faint hint of sarcasm. Hikaoshim thought that after he said this, Wen Tingyi would fly into a rage or mock me mercilessly. However, Wen Tingyi was taken aback, then asked with some anxiety, where did he say it was wrong? Hikaoshim blinked, not reacting for a moment. It wasn't until Wen Ting asked again that he awkwardly repeated the mistakes I had pointed out. Next, everyone saw Wen Ting walk over to the Gyukin placed in the party area with a serious expression, and sit down. He raised his hand and tried playing the note. He played it both ways, repeating the before and after transition several times. Then, he looked as if he had a sudden realization. Next, he stood up, walked past a bewildered Ikeakshin, and came to me with a look of awe and reverence. Jia Qingning thought Wen Ting was going to do something to me, and immediately exuded a threatening aura. Jia Wanning also silently stepped in front of me. Master. Master, I apologize. I remembered the score incorrectly. Please don't be angry. Wen Ting, like a primary school student who had made a mistake, bowed slightly, his head lowered, standing before me very awkwardly, seemingly awaiting punishment. Jia Wanning was stunned. Jia Qingning was stunned. The others from the Xia and Yun families were also stunned. Ikeakshin and the curious crowd around were all dumbfounded and silent. A deathly silence. After Wen Ting called me master, and apologized, the scene fell into a deathly silence. It wasn't until Xia Wanning coughed and moved her body from in front of me that everyone snapped out of their shock. What followed was an explosive uproar. Damn, what did I just hear? Master Wen called the young master of the Xia family a master. And from his tone, it seems he really did play it wrong. A national treasure, a grandmaster of the Gyukin, is being so respectful to young master Xia. There must be something wrong with my eyes. The people in the banquet hall were now more excited than ever. In contrast, Ikeakshin, who had just been promoted to my grand disciple, looked extremely unwell. However, more than the embarrassment, he was in disbelief that his god, like master, was my student. This world had surely gone mad. At this moment, the Xia and Yun families couldn't be described as calm either. As angry as they had been before, they were now just as proud. Wu Shuman even came forward, and pinched my cheek. Little Yan, you're amazing. Was our little girl aiming too high? No matter what everyone around was saying, Wen Ting didn't straighten up, as if he wouldn't stop until he received my criticism. It's fine that you remembered it wrong, I said, raising my hand to pull Wu Shuman's away before looking coldly at Wen Ting. But your judgment in accepting disciples is truly terrible. You should know what the basic melody of this piece is like. What kind of mess did he play it into? And you even acknowledged it. Wen Ting trembled as he endured my scolding. When he heard me say that he had acknowledged Ikeakshin, a look of confusion appeared on his face. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head like a rattled drum. Master, I didn't acknowledge him. It's just that he used to play so badly he couldn't even get through the whole piece smoothly. Now that he's finally made some progress, I just gave a nod. Because you once taught me that even the most foolish disciple needs proper encouragement. That's what you taught me back then. Ikeakshin's face was ashen. The people around burst into laughter. Hearing the unbridled mockery from the crowd, Ikeakshin just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He was as proud when he provoked me as he was regretful now. However, he still felt like he was in a dream. The young master of the Xia family is so young. How could he be my master's master? Just then, a young master came forward and tugged on Ikeakshin's sleeve, looking at the crowd sarcastically. You're all a bunch of sycophants. You were part of the group mocking young master Xia just now, and now that the tables have turned, you're joining in again. Have you no shame? The people who were laughing heartily were silenced by his words, their faces turning red. At this moment, Ikeakshin seemed to have recovered from his shock. He walked up to Wen Ting. Master, are you joking? Young master Xia is so young. How could you take him as your master? Besides, your signature piece has been out for so many years, and you've always played it this way. How could it be wrong just because he said so? Wen Ting faced him, his expression immediately turning cold. There are always people better than you, and heavens beyond the heavens. Is it only permissible for you to be a prodigy from a young age, and not for others to be more gifted than you? You ask why? Because when my master speaks, I would even doubt myself. Because this piece was written by him. After speaking, he turned back, resuming his humble demeanor. Master, I didn't know this rebellious disciple of mine would be so disrespectful to you. But rest assured, from today onwards, he is no longer my disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, Ikeakshin's face grew even paler. He looked at me in disbelief. Young master Xia is so young, yet his Gyukin skills are higher than his master's. No, higher than Master Wen's. Shouldn't he perform a piece for everyone to see, to prove his strength? As soon as he said this, everyone took a sharp breath. They didn't admire Ikeakshin's courage. This statement clearly implied that Wen Ting was pretending, that this was all an act he was putting on in coordination with me. If others could hear the implication, how could Wen Ting not? He immediately flew into a rage. Are you questioning my integrity? At my position, why would I need to do something that would harm my own reputation? Ikeakshin seemed to have thrown all caution to the wind. The Xia family is rich and powerful. Who can say for sure? Besides, what did I say that was wrong? Wen Ting was almost amused by his audacity. He was about to say something more when I gestured for him to stop. Since I promised an exchange, of course, I won't refuse to play. After speaking, I walked to the gyukin placed beside me. I will also play Floating Feathers, and while I'm at it, I'll teach you how this piece should be played. Hikaoksham's face darkened. Wen Ting, on the other hand, immediately cleared the gloom from his face, his eyes and brows filled with excitement. To be able to hear Master play Floating Feathers again, it's worth it even if it means being bitten by an ungrateful dog. Hikaoksham, being called an ungrateful dog, looked even worse. But even now, he couldn't believe I really had such a high level of skill. Just as I was about to sit down, Xiaoqing suddenly pulled me back. Brother, wait. We're not touching that idiot's gyukin. Use the one big sis just bought for you. Hikaoksham was once again called an idiot, his face full of helplessness. I looked at her questioningly, as if asking where the gyukin she bought was. Xiaoqing looked at her watch. Zhang Ying, what's taking so long? Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Ying's breathless voice came from behind the crowd. Second miss, I've brought it. Everyone quickly made way as Assistant Zhang Ying ran over and handed the gyukin she was holding to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing placed the newly bought gyukin on an empty table and eagerly said to me, it was a bit rushed, so I just bought a gyukin for now. I'll have someone custom make one for you later. I was about to say it wasn't necessary. After playing this time, who knows when I'd play again. But seeing Xiaoqing's pleading and doting eyes, I swallowed my words. Thank you, big sis. Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. She was both glad she had put the gyukin down in time and stunned, asking, what did you call me? Before I could answer, she turned and grabbed Xiao Wanning by the neck, shaking her frantically. My brother called me big sis. Xiao Wanning's face darkened as she grabbed her wrist and pulled it away. Get lost. The surrounding crowd stared, dumbfounded. They never expected the beautiful second Miss Xia to have such a side. However, when I sat down, their attention returned to me. After learning that I was Wen Ting's master, even if they didn't doubt it like Hikaoksham, they were very curious to see how I played the gyukin. It had been a long time since I had touched the strings, but facing everyone's gazes, I was not flustered at all. After a simple adjustment, I placed my index finger on the string and gently plucked it. Everyone's heart seemed to tremble along with it. As a string of mournful notes rang out, the remaining noise subsided. I focused on playing, but my mind seemed to have transcended space and time, returning to my first life in ancient times. It was a late autumn. An urgent report came from the border. My father and brother had been missing for months with no news. I was young and could only wait at home with my mother. It was then, with the anxiety and hope for the soldiers' victory, that I composed this piece. The initial melody was sorrowful and deep, like autumn leaves swirling in the wind, slowly surrounding everyone's hands. The listeners all felt a heavy pressure. Before them was no longer the modern garden of the Xia family. No one dared to breathe heavily, as tense as if they were about to go into battle. Then, the melody changed, carrying the momentum of a thunderstorm. 10,000 troops seemed to be shouting before their army. My fingers plucked the strings as fast as lightning flashes. I don't know how much time passed. A sound rang out like a signal. The victory horn sounded. Our army pressed on, reclaiming lost territory and driving out the enemy. At this moment, everyone was extremely excited, with triumphant smiles on their faces, as if they themselves were the victors. With the final string of light and clear notes, I finished the piece. However, everyone remained in their original postures and expressions, clearly still immersed in the music, not yet awakened. Yun Menjiao looked at me seriously, a certain guess in her heart about to burst forth. In the back of the crowd, there was another pair of eyes, different from the others, that passed over everyone's heads and fixed on my face. Su Linjian knew that the Su family's ability to receive an invitation was definitely under circumstances that I and Xia Wanning were unaware of. Therefore, since her arrival, she had tried to minimize her presence, even leaving her mother and brother, those time bombs, behind. Seeing me once again shine so brightly, she didn't know what she was feeling in her heart. She never thought she would love anyone. Power was what she pursued. Love was too vague and distant. Therefore, the slight pain in her heart was probably because she was surprised by my identity, thus losing a powerful ally like the Xia family. But when she heard the gyukin piece I played, a sense of familiarity arose in her heart, as if she had lost something important. She remembered I once said we had a connection from a past life. At that time, she only took it as a joke. Could it be true? Of course I couldn't have missed Su Linjian. I didn't care if she was embarrassed or not, but kicking someone out would definitely arouse suspicion and questions, creating unnecessary gossip for the imperial capital's upper class. Xia Wanning probably thought the same, which is why she didn't cause trouble with her. As long as she behaved at the party, we could temporarily pretend she didn't exist. My fingers, having just left the strings, gradually regained feeling. They stood up, my cold gaze falling on Hikaoksham. Have you learned? This voice seemed to flip a switch. Everyone suddenly woke up, but goosebumps erupted all over their bodies. Incredible, absolutely stunning. This wasn't just listening to a piece of music. It was like watching an ancient war movie. I have never felt so immersed, not even in a movie theater. That young master, he was just clamoring about master when colluding. Where's his artistic demeanor now? But thanks to his persistence, we got to hear such a moving Gyukin performance. Hearing the ceaseless sarcasm from those around him, the blood drained from Hikaksham's face again. As someone in the Gyukin circle, he understood better than anyone except Wentingi just how outstanding my performance had been. It turned out he was the one who was ignorant of the world. Hyun looked at her son, her eyes filled with emotion, both proud of me and regretful for having missed so much of my growth. Everyone was still praising endlessly when someone said, if I'm not mistaken, young Master Xia is only 19 this year, right? He just came of age not long ago, yet he has such a high level of Gyukin skill. It's unbelievable. So then isn't he still in school? It was only then that Dun remembered she hadn't asked about my schooling. Little Yan's academic record should still be in Shin City, right? After today, Mom will have someone transfer them over here. I was a bit surprised. They've already graduated. Hearing this, Mother Xia was stunned. The others also paused, looking at each other with strange expressions. The young master covered his mouth and snickered. Graduated at 19. Is that high school, middle school, or elementary school graduation? When I appeared, some of the rich young masters were already extremely displeased. After I showcased my talent and defeated Hikakshan, these people were not only extremely displeased but also felt a strong sense of alarm. Compared to them, I had received very few resources growing up, yet as soon as I appeared, I outshone them all. How could these rich young masters still hold their heads high in the upper glass circle? They had just found a small flaw, and someone immediately began to twist it. No wonder young Master Xia is so good at the Gyukin. It's not that he didn't go to school, but that he focused solely on this. As soon as he finished, another young master added, if young Master Xia didn't go to school and spent all his time playing the Gyukin, it would be strange if he wasn't good. Even Hikakshan didn't neglect his studies, and even graduated from a prestigious university. In that case, there's really nothing to mock. If someone didn't focus on their studies and only practiced the Gyukin, their skill might not necessarily be worse than someone else's. Hikakshan didn't expect the situation to take such a turn. The pain from before was instantly swept away. Although his eyes and brows were filled with a smile, he still pretended to be modest. My university is not that prestigious. It's mainly because the Gyukin takes up some of my time, and it's really difficult to balance both. When it comes to academics, young Master Yin is the one to admire. He graduated from the world's #1 university, Harvard. After speaking, he turned to look at Yin Quming, who had a cold expression, and had barely spoken from the beginning. What are you saying? Who can compare to Brother Yin? I heard that getting into Harvard is twice as hard as graduating from the top 5 universities in our country. How many people can get in? Besides, that school doesn't accept connections. In our imperial capital's upper-class circle, only the eldest Miss Xia, the eldest Miss Lin, and Brother Yin are the 3 who got in on their own merit. Even if your university isn't as good as Brother Yin's, it's at least a well-known one in the country. It's still better than someone who didn't go to university. Hikakshan felt a sense of satisfaction hearing this. Yin Quming, having been dragged into the conversation, no longer remained silent. You all are not bad either. Besides, university is just a part of one's resume. As long as you've experienced it, there are no regrets. Although these words were spoken modestly, his expression was full of arrogance. A young master chuckled and said, everyone present, except for those who are not of age yet, has gone to university, right? So it seems only young Master Xia has regrets. The rich young masters talked back and forth about my education, deliberately mocking me and not giving others a chance to interject. With every sentence they spoke, the expressions of young Hyun and the others turned uglier. Just as Xia Qing's patience reached its peak and she was about to go on a rampage, the butler ran over again. Madam, old man Tan has arrived. Mother Xia, who was furious, didn't react for a moment. Which old man Tan? The butler was a bit surprised but still explained, the one who used to be a professor at Harvard. Before the butler could finish his explanation, everyone was already gaping in astonishment. In the entire imperial capital, the only one who could be addressed as Old Man Tan was the former Harvard professor, the titan of the academic world, Tan Yusen. Who else could it be? It's just that since his retirement, he had been living in seclusion and never accepted invitations to any parties. Why would he suddenly come here? Compared to Wenting, who still appeared in the public eye from time to time, the arrival of Tan Yusen, who was practically a hermit, at an upper-class party was something no one had expected. Yan Hyun came to her senses and felt foolish. But she hadn't invited this person either. Even if she had, it was uncertain whether she could have invited this upright old gentleman. Could it be? Yan Hyun looked at me in confusion, suddenly feeling that her 40-something years of life had been wasted, as she couldn't see through a child. Those present who didn't know the inside story began to discuss the important figure who was about to appear. The Xia family is truly the Xia family. They even managed to invite Old Man Tan. But the timing of his arrival is too perfect. Young Master Xia's education was just being criticized, and now a grandmaster of the academic world arrives. Isn't this just making things awkward for her son? Did you forget what Madame Xia just said? She was planning to transfer young Master Xia's academic records. Clearly, she didn't know that young Master Xia had dropped out of school long ago. Indeed, God is fair. People who excel in one area may be worse than ordinary people in others. Hearing these words, the rich young masters looked at each other, all eagerly anticipating a good show. He Kaokshum, thinking of something, looked at Yin Qiming and asked, "Young Master Yin, isn't Old Man Tan your advisor?" That's right, another young master clearly thought of the same point. I remember Professor Tan is in the field of artificial intelligence, and the company Brother Qiming founded is also an A company. It's a perfect match. Mentioning Tan Yusen, Yin Qiming's expression became much more respectful, no longer holding the disdain for everything he had before. Yes, Old Man Tan is my advisor. I just didn't expect him to come. After speaking, he turned to look at the Xia family and raised the champagne glass in his hand. My teacher and I haven't seen each other in a long time. Knowing he likes peace and quiet, I didn't dare to disturb him. This time, thanks to the Xia family's invitation, my teacher and I have a chance to meet. I won't say much more in thanks. I'll toast young Master Xia. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Yang Wan-hun and the others darkened again. The others also looked at each other, not understanding what Yin Qiming was doing. The Xia family had invited the guest, yet he was the one thanking them, and his words even showed his familiarity with Old Man Tan, as if the person was invited because of him. Moreover, everyone had just been mocking my education, saying Old Man Tan's arrival was ill-timed, and he used this opportunity to toast and thank me. This was almost a provocation. Can this young Master Xia endure this? However, I did not, as everyone expected, fly into a rage from embarrassment. Towards Yin Qiming's provocation, I didn't even bother to pay attention. It seemed that even a single glance at him would be a waste of time. Yin Qiming didn't get the reaction he expected from me, and frowned slightly. From the very beginning, he had noticed that I was always strangely calm in every situation, as if everything was under my control. This temperament of being calm in the face of honor and disgrace was something he could never learn the essence of, no matter how hard he tried. Just because he can play a gikin. Yin Qiming couldn't understand. Just then, the sound of a cane tapping the ground was heard. Everyone turned to see Tan Yusen, dressed in a traditional Chinese suit with his hands behind his back, walking over. Seeing Tan Yusen, Yin Qiming immediately forgot everything else, and went forward to greet him with some excitement. "Professor Tan, long time no see." Tan Yusen stopped, brought his hands from behind his back, and stared at Yin Qiming's face for a moment before asking doubtfully, "Have we met before?" Yin Qiming was embarrassed. Wu Shuman couldn't help but burst out laughing. The others present were stunned for a second, then also burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Is Old Man Tan really Yin Qiming's advisor? Or did Yin Qiming not graduate from Harvard? Don't be ridiculous. How could an advisor not recognize his own student? Hearing the unbridled laughter around him, the smile on Yin Qiming's face could barely be maintained. He also wanted to know why Old Man Tan didn't recognize him. He had only graduated a few years ago. Could Old Man Tan's memory be that bad? He Kaoksham quickly came to his rescue. Young Master Yin did indeed graduate from Harvard. There's no doubt about that because I've seen his diploma. Perhaps Old Man Tan is old and has taught many students every year, so it's normal that he doesn't remember. Yin Qiming threw him a grateful look and then patiently explained to Tan Yusen, "Professor Tan, I'm your student, Yin Qiming. You even supervised my graduation this is. Have you forgotten?" Tan Yusen still had a bewildered look on his face but clearly didn't want to continue arguing with him. "Let me go back and check the student list. Move aside for a bit." Without waiting for Yin Qiming to react, he walked around him and came to stand in front of me. What followed was a lightning, fast change of expression. "You brat, you didn't even come to visit me after you graduated. This old man had to travel all this way to see you. Is there any student like you?" Though they were words of gentle chiding, anyone could hear the doting tone within. As soon as Tan Yusen finished speaking, the scene fell into a strange silence again. The anger on the faces of Mother Xia and the others hadn't even dissipated before it turned into surprise. Yin Qiming's feigned composure shattered once again, his face filled with disbelief. The expressions of the rich young masters were as if they had seen a ghost. After the shock, the others present immediately erupted in an uproar. Young Master Xia is also Old Man Tan's student. He also graduated from Harvard. My God, is he really 19 years old? Thinking back, Yin Qiming's words of thanks are even more ridiculous now, aren't they? What does it have to do with him that someone invited their own advisor? He Kaoksham even said Old Man Tan was old, and it's normal for him not to remember students. Then why does Old Man Tan remember young Master Xia? The mockery and discussion were like slaps to Yin Qiming's face, making him so ashamed he wished he could disappear. But how could he have graduated from Harvard? He's so young. Thinking this, he also went forward to voice his doubts. Old man 10, did you mistake him for someone else? Young Master Xia is only 19 this year. How could he have graduated from university? Tan Yuzhen chuckled lightly. What university graduation? Little Yan has already graduated with a doctorate. After speaking, he glanced at Yin Qiming. As a Harvard graduate, you don't know that Harvard has a youth class. Everyone immediately gasped. Yin Qiming was stunned. He naturally knew that Harvard had a youth class that specialized in recruiting prodigies from all over the world. Every one of them was a genius among geniuses. If getting into Harvard was level difficulty, then the admission standards for the youth class were supreme hell level. It was said that since Harvard's establishment, only 2 Chinese students had ever been admitted to the youth class. He wasn't surprised that Yun Menjiao was one of them, but he never expected the young man in front of him to be the other. What he could think of, others naturally could too, which was why their reaction was so great. So that's why young Master Xia graduated so early. He's a true prodigy. A prodigy just like the eldest Miss Yun. Speaking of the eldest Miss Yun, she's not even 20 yet. After saying she graduated from Harvard, it seems so natural. Young Master Xia graduates at 19, and you all assume he didn't go to school. You people really have double standards. This is hilarious. A university student posturing in front of a. But is he really a Harvard student? I'm starting to have my doubts again. Wu Shuman turned to look at Yun Menjiao. You knew all of this, which is why you were so calm, right? Yun Menjiao touched her nose and nodded. Wu Shuman wanted to ask more, but she saw Tan Yuzhen slap his forehead and look at Yin Qiming. Remember who you are now. Yin Qiming's ashen face immediately regained some color. He hadn't expected this situation, but he didn't want others to doubt his academic qualifications. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Tan Yuzhen continue. You're the one whose thesis was rejected 17 times and who took an extra year to graduate, right? This is the student I was telling you guys about, he said, turning to me. Little Yan, you finished your studies from university to doctorate in 3 years, the same pace as that lucky little girl, not falling behind at all. His voice was full of pride. As he finished speaking, the people in the banquet hall couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my god, I can't take it anymore. Ahaha, rejected 17 times for thesis. How is that possible? Even if Harvard is hard to graduate from, it's not that bad, right? No wonder old man 10 only remembers young Master Xia. A thesis rejected 17 times, taking an extra year to graduate. If it were me, I wouldn't want to remember this student either. Why are you all so focused on young Master Yin? Am I the only one who thinks young Master Xia is amazing? Finishing a bachelor's, master's, and doctorate in 3 years, and having such a high level of Gyukan skill. I can't even dream of these things. The mockery and discussion seemed to want to drown Yin Qiming. At this moment, he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Although he took an extra year to graduate, he did eventually get his degree. Moreover, the difficulty of graduating from Harvard was so high that he wasn't the only one who had to extend his studies. Therefore, he had never considered this a problem, and was even proud of graduating from Harvard. But now, this matter had made him a laughingstock. Wu Shuman turned to her daughter again, and asked the question she hadn't had a chance to ask before. You and little Yan met when you were studying at Harvard. Yun Menjiao nodded. Wu Shuman asked again, you liked him back then? Yun Menjiao blushed, glanced at me, her eyes full of a gentle, smiling affection. In contrast to the harmonious and joyful atmosphere of the Yun and Xia families, the expressions of the rich young masters had not been good since my academic qualifications were revealed. But after being slapped in the face twice, they were also a bit embarrassed. Yin Qiming, who was good at acting, was now like a frost-bitten eggplant, completely wilted. While I was catching up with Tan Yuzhen, he Kaokshan went over to Yin Qiming to comfort him. Young Master Yin, there's no need for this. You didn't rely on your family, and established Songhua technology on your own, making a name for yourself in the field of artificial intelligence. That's something countless people dream of and can't achieve. Hearing these words, the light in Yin Qiming's eyes gradually brightened. He regained his spirits and turned to look at me. Young Master Xia has graduated. So where did you work before? The expressions of Xia Qingning and the others immediately darkened. Yun Menjiao and Xia Wanning looked at them as if they were looking at idiots. Just as Yin Qiming was feeling smug, thinking I wouldn't be able to answer, a gentle and clear voice came from behind. Excuse me, please let me through. Yin Qiming instinctively moved aside. When he saw the woman who had come over, he was stunned. Why are you here? Shen Bingbing stopped and replied politely, I'm here to deliver something to our CEO. Yin Qiming immediately became excited. Your CEO is here. Where? He Kaokshan, beside him, asked doubtfully, what CEO? What company makes you so happy? Of course, it's U Technology, the leading company in our country's artificial intelligence field. Yin Qiming, knowing that the CEO of U Technology was present, couldn't help but sound a little pleading. I've always wanted to import U Technology's A technology and have scheduled meetings many times, but the CEO of U is a busy person and never had the time. I never expected them to come to this party. As soon as he finished, everyone present widened their eyes and began to look around. The CEO of U Technology, the company that covered most fields globally in just 3 years in Shen City, is here. Speaking of this CEO, they are really mysterious. There isn't a single photo of them online. I heard the CEO of U is very young. Yang Wan-hun also looked out doubtfully. She knew of U Technology, but because the company was based in Shen City, she wasn't acquainted with the CEO. Therefore, she hadn't invited this person at all. But if her son had invited them, why hadn't anyone arrived? Shen Bingbing smiled and walked directly towards me. CEO Lu, the procedures on the Imperial Capital's side are done. We just need your signature to transfer U Technology here. As soon as she finished, everyone present was stunned. Mother Xia stiffly turned her head, her eyes looking at me with utter disbelief. Xia Qingning's reaction wasn't as big, but she also felt her worldview had been turned upside down. Thinking of her action of giving me her supplementary card, she was immediately so embarrassed she could have built a magic castle with her big toe. It turned out that when her brother said he didn't lack money, he was telling the truth. At that time, she thought her brother was just being polite with her. Mr. and Mrs. Wu Xiumin turned to look at Yun Menjiao, their eyes seeming to say, "Daughter, you're doomed." They completely forgot that their own daughter was also outstanding in every way. Jia Wanning, because she already knew my identity, had the same calm expression as Yun Menjiao. In contrast to the simple shock of the Yun and Xia families, the expressions on the faces of the rich young masters present could be called ferocious. As for Yin Qiming, he seemed to have fallen into a nightmare from which he couldn't wake, his whole body unconsciously stepping back, even shaking his head and muttering, "How is this possible?" After the others recovered from their shock, they once again erupted in a frenzy. "I can't." Misjudged, President Yu is young Master Xia, young enough to be considered abnormal. Is there any way for others to live? Dan Thuman clenched his fists, his lips nearly bitten to the point of bleeding. Only now did he understand where my calm and collected demeanor came from. It was laughable that he thought he could turn his career around, only to end up in such an awkward predicament, completely losing the opportunity to cooperate with Jia Qingning turned to look at Zhang Ying at the side. "Have you memorized everything?" Zhang Ying nodded. Jia Qingning sneered at the young masters in the hall and ordered, "Go." Zhang Ying immediately led a group of people to rush in. All the young masters who had spoken ill of me at the party were caught and dragged out. "What are you doing? Let go of me." "Ouch." Along with cries of astonishment, all the rich young masters who had mocked me were thrown out. Jia Qingning clapped her hands and said with a smile to the remaining people, "Now that some of the trash has been cleared out, the party can continue." To throw out half of the upper-class young masters at a party and call them trash, perhaps only Jia Qingning would dare to do so. And the parents of these people wouldn't dare to have any objections. They were even worried about whether the Xia family would target them in the future. The others were glad they hadn't said anything they shouldn't have. With the precedent set, and since I now had no faults to pick, the rest of the party went on without any further incidents. When the party ended and the guests had almost all left, Su Lingdian finally walked up to me. "Can we talk?" Yun Menjiao's face turned cold. Zhao Wanning glanced at her. "It was already merciful not to kick you out earlier. How dare you approach him?" Mother Xia and the others looked at Xia Wanning quizzically. Xia Wanning didn't return her mother's gaze but stared intently at Su Lingdian. Still not leaving. Su Lingdian didn't move an inch, just looking straight at me. "I have something to say to you about our past." "Let's go," I interrupted her. "You only have 5 minutes." Yun Menjiao quickly grabbed my wrist. I squeezed her hand back, transmitting warmth from my palm. "Don't worry, wait for me to finish talking." When I went with Su Lingdian to a rock garden, I looked at her and got straight to the point. "What do you want to say?" Su Lingdian looked at me, seemingly not surprised at all to see me here. "You've been following news about me, haven't you?" I glanced at my watch. "You have 4 minutes left." Su Lingdian swallowed, fidgeting slightly. "I'm starting to believe what you said about our past life. I just don't understand, our feelings were so deep, why did you suddenly come to hate me so much?" I didn't answer her question, but crossed my arms and leaned against the fake rock. "You caused Su Mingfui's death, didn't you?" Su Lingdian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you trying to get a confession out of me? Do you hate me that much? You want to see me dead?" I raised my index finger and wagged it. "Hasn't anyone told you? The best way to get revenge isn't to kill the person with one blow, but to make them forever unable to obtain what they desire, or to have it, and then lose it completely. After all, the feeling of falling from heaven to hell is much more painful than never having touched heaven at all, right?" Su Lingdian's face turned cold. "Are you planning to use the Xia family's power to deal with the Su family?" I laughed coldly. "You've known me for so long. Do I look like the kind of person who needs to rely on others for revenge?" Hearing me say this, Su Lingdian immediately regained her composure. Although OA is a top company in its industry, it has no overlap with the Su family's businesses. How do you plan to defeat me? Even if you wanted to acquire OA's cash flow, it wouldn't be enough to take over the entire Su corporation, would it? He smiled as if mocking her naivety. An acquisition would just be helping you convert your assets into cash. Do you take me for a fool? As for how I'll deal with the Su family, you'll just have to wait and see. 5 minutes are up. You may leave. After speaking, I paid no more attention to Su Lingdian's expression and turned to walk away. Upon my return, my steps seemed a bit more hurried. When Yun Menjiao saw me approaching, she immediately came forward. He opened my arms and hugged her. I'm back. Yun Menjiao hummed softly in my arms. Jia Qingying's eyes were blazing. Where's that person? Gone. Little brother, tell me, how do you want her to die? Cut into pieces or minced? Big sister. During this time, Jia Qingying had also learned about the feud between me and Su Lingdian from Xia Wanning. She was currently in a state of rage. If not held back, she would probably have gone to find Su Lingdian to demand her life. I smiled and said to Jia Qingying, why would we let trash like that dirty your hands, big sister? I can handle it myself. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Jia Qingying's eyes. Big sister is not joking with you. Even if she has returned to the Su family, if I want her to disappear completely, it's still very easy. My voice also became serious. I'm not joking with you either, big sister. This is a feud between me and her. I want to resolve it myself. With that, I turned to look at Xia Wanning. Eldest sister, does the Xia family have an entertainment company under its wing? Xia Wanning nodded. There's one, but it was because third sister had a whim to act in a movie, so she started it with some friends. Jia Qingying chimed in with a laugh. As a result, she lasted 3 days on the film set, complained about the mosquitoes in the mountains, and ran away. Oh right, Xiaoxiao is your third sister. She's out being a photographer right now. I didn't tell her we found you. Xia Wanning glanced at Jia Qingying and continued, since Xiaoxiao gave up on this path, the Xia family hasn't really managed it, just sent 2 managers to look after it. It's called an entertainment company, but it's really just a studio with a few artists. Why do you ask? I thought to myself, so that's why I've only met my 2 older sisters so far. I said, what I mean is, eldest sister, can you hand over Xinji to my management? Xia Wanning looked at me. You want to? I nodded. Yes. The Su family's main business is an entertainment company. I want to use Xinji to compete against Tainyu, which is under the Su family. If eldest sister trusts me, you can give me Xinji. I will turn a studio into the most powerful star-making factory. Xia Wanning looked at me. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't I trust you? It's just that you already have and now you're taking on an entertainment company. Can your body handle it? Besides, as I just said, Xinji is practically an empty shell right now, while Tainyu holds almost half the market share in the entertainment industry. If Su Lingdian finds out you've taken over Xinji, she will definitely guess your intentions. At that time, it's inevitable she'll make things difficult for you. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but you've never been in the entertainment industry, and the Su family controls most of the resources. If they want to crush you, Xinji basically won't have any room to survive. He smiled. Oh, Bai is very mature now, and Shen Bingbing can also handle things. I'll appoint her as the acting CEO. Except for some major decisions, she will handle Yuva's affairs. As for running an entertainment company, I have my ways. Eldest sister, don't worry. In my past life, I managed most of Tainyu. No one understands the entertainment business better than me. Moreover, I know the ins and outs of Tainyu. Even if it's a difficult start, overthrowing them is just a matter of time. Hearing these words, Shen Bingbing couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed with favor. But having learned from the last time, she tried to maintain a calm expression. Yes, I can't embarrass my president. Once I finished, Yan Wanan had realized something was amiss. Little Yan, is the feud between you and the Su family's child really just this? Just being used emotionally probably isn't enough to make you want to bankrupt them, right? Jia Qingying immediately flared up again. Just this. For these things alone, I want to dismember her. Bankrupting her is letting her off lightly. I couldn't explain the events of my past life, so I just smiled and said, maybe I'm like big sister, quite vengeful. Wu Shuman tapped Yun Menjiao's head lightly. How can you be so useless? You've known little Yan since school, and you let someone else get to him first. Yun Menjiao said nothing, but my heart itched. How could I blame her? Yun Menjiao was such a proud person, yet she had bowed her head to me countless times. It was just that in my past life, my heart was set on Su Lingdian, and I never reciprocated her feelings. Thinking of this, I raised my hand and took Yun Menjiao's, looking at Wu Shuman. What are you saying, auntie? It's my fault. I was blind before and failed to appreciate Menjiao's feelings for me. But from now on, it won't be like that. Wu Shuman looked at Yun Menjiao with joy. See, little Yan is protecting you, not even letting his own mother say anything. You must treat little Yan well in the future, understand? Yun Menjiao held my hand tightly but said nothing. Wu Xiumin yawned. Well, it's getting late. We should be going too. Little Yan, do you want to come over to the Yun family's house? Jia Qingning protectively pulled me back. No, thank you, Auntie. As you said, it's late. My little brother needs to go to bed. Yun Menjiao held my hand, seemingly reluctant to let go. She knew that today was my first day back home and I would be staying at the Xie residence tonight. But ever since we got together, we had never spent a night apart. Suddenly having to be alone, she was a bit unwilling to face it. Jia Wanning looked at Yun Menjiao with a smug expression, as if the frustration of the past few days in Shen City had vanished in an instant. Miss Yun, didn't you hear? My little brother needs to go to bed. Although reluctant, Yun Menjiao could only let go. However, at that moment, I quickly leaned into her ear and whispered something. Yun Menjiao's eyes immediately lit up, but she lowered her head to hide it. We'll be going then. Our small action happened in an instant, so no one noticed. Mother Xia smiled and nodded. Shen Bingbing also took her leave. The next morning, after breakfast, I drove alone to Xinqi Entertainment. Just as I passed through the revolving glass doors and was about to head to the designated meeting room for the handover, I bumped into someone. Chen Jing was stunned when she saw my handsome face. I also secretly observed the girl in front of me. Shen Jing, I silently repeated the name. Based on the timeline, she should still be a second-tier actress right now, but in my past life, when I followed Su Lingdi into the capital, this person had already jumped ship to Tainyu. So, before going to Tainyu, she was with Xinji. Seeing her strange expression, I instinctively asked, "Are you alright?" Chen Jing placed a hand on her racing heart. "I think so." I thought to myself, what is this person trying to pull? She was walking normally just now, and she bumped into me first. Thinking this, I reached out and took Chen Jing's hand, placing my fingers on the pulse of her outer wrist and began to diagnose. Chen Jing stared blankly at her hand being held by me. Where we touched, it felt like an electric current was passing through, numb and tingly. Before she could recover, the warmth on her wrist was gone. I looked at her and said, "There's nothing majorly wrong with your body." Without waiting for her reaction, I turned and walked straight towards the elevator. Her manager, Ding Luo, came over. "Weren't you supposed to get something from the car? Why are you standing here in a daze? What's wrong with your hand?" Shen Jing lifted the hand I had just checked her pulse on, cupping it. "Sister Ding, I think I just fell in love at first sight." Meanwhile, I arrived at the designated meeting room. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw a man and a woman sitting leisurely on either side of the conference table. Before coming here, I had done some homework and knew these two people were named Chu Feng and Kai Min, serving as director and manager respectively, though neither was very old. Seeing me enter, Chu Feng and Kai Min exchanged a look. "President Liu, we will definitely cooperate and support you to the best of our abilities." Clearly, the two had received prior notice. Chu Feng continued, "President Liu, currently Xinqi only has one presentable artist, but she is also about to leave." I glanced at the two of them. "You're talking about Chen Jing." Kai Min looked at me with suspicion. "President Liu, you know her." I didn't answer his question, just fell into thought. I knew Chen Jing would eventually jump to Tainyu. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. At this moment, Zhou Feng spoke again. "We don't have the ability to keep her. Why don't you give it a try, President Liu?" Though it was a simple suggestion, I heard that Zhou Feng wanted to test my abilities through this. If I couldn't keep her, even if it didn't change the fact that I was taking over Xinqi, it wouldn't be easy to make these people completely submit to me. Thinking this, I tapped my fingers on the table. "Bring me her file first. Then have her come see me alone." Kai Min didn't catch the underlying meaning in Zhou Feng's words. Hearing my order, he stood up. "Yes, President Liu." A minute later, just as I flipped to the last page of the file, I heard a knock on the meeting room door. Without looking up, A said, "Come in." Chen Jing entered, not in a very good mood. After all, she was about to leave Xinqi, and she had no interest in this new president. She guessed he just wanted to try and keep her, and dragging this out might make her miss the chance to see that handsome guy who made her heart race again. But when she heard the voice, she immediately thought of that handsome face. Puzzled, she opened the meeting room door. When she saw me, Chen Jing froze on the spot. It wasn't until I looked up at her with a questioning gaze that she moved her stiff legs towards me. "You're the new president of Xinqi." I smiled and looked at her chest. "Is it still okay now?" This joke instantly brought her back to the moment we first met, as if to break the ice. But Chen Jing seemed to have been struck by Cupid's arrow again, her heart pounding as if it would jump out of her chest. I didn't know the turmoil in Chen Jing's heart. I just motioned for her to sit down and said in a professional tone, "People always want to climb higher. Your contract has expired, and your current development is not bad. Wanting to move to a big company like Tainyu is normal. But..." Before I could finish, Chen Jing interrupted me. "I'm not leaving." I was about to say something, but... What? Shinjing repeated. I said I'm not leaving. I want to renew my contract with Shinji. I was completely bewildered. Why? That feeling, you know. The feeling of having prepared a full script and negotiation plans, only for them to be completely useless. So, this was the first time in my life I was flustered at the negotiating table. Shinjing didn't directly answer my question but asked instead, does the president have any unspoken rules with female artists? My expression immediately turned serious. You can rest assured about this. I have my ways to absolutely ensure that such unspoken rules will not happen. Shinjing let out a disappointed oh. I thought to myself, why do I feel something is strange? Is it an illusion? It seems like after I said there would be no unspoken rules, this person looked disappointed. An unpleasant thought arose in my mind. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you suddenly decide to stay? Afraid of scaring me away, and not being accepted, Shinjing made up a reason. Shinji was founded by me and a close friend. Although she has abandoned me, I thought about it and still can't bear to leave Shinji. The corner of my mouth twitched. Is that friend of yours? Xiao. Shinjing was surprised. You know her. I thought to myself, not only do I know her, she's my third sister. Shinjing didn't think too much about it. Someone sent from the Xia family headquarters to be president would naturally know people from the Xia family. So, who do I sign the contract with? With Director Xiu. Outside the meeting room, Zhufen watched as Shinjing came out in less than 3 minutes. His heart immediately sank. Taimin also thought it must have been a failure and said to Chu Feng, President Liu has never been in the entertainment industry. It's normal to fail at the beginning. Besides, neither of us could keep her. But Chu Feng's expression didn't improve. Ding Luo, who was waiting nearby, waved her hand. Jingjing, someone from Tainyu is here to pick you up. Unexpectedly, right after, Shinjing walked up to Chu Feng and stopped. I want to renew my contract. Chu Feng thought he had matured. What? After renewing the contract, Shinjing returned to her lounge. She took out her phone and messaged Xia Xiao. What are you doing? If you're alive, say something. After sending several messages without a reply, Shinjing didn't mind. Biting the corner of a pillow, she typed with both hands, I'm not going to Tainyu anymore. I'm staying at Xinji. Not long after the message was sent, the other party video called her. Why the sudden change of heart? Don't overthink it. I was the one who told you to go. My eldest sister doesn't value Xinji and doesn't plan to expand into the entertainment industry. Why should you stay there and make money for them? Tainyu can definitely guarantee you resources. This was why Shinjing didn't care if Xia Xiaoxiao replied to her messages. A best friend might not pay attention to you, but she would definitely think for you. Shinjing looked at Xia Xiaoxiao's face on the screen and suddenly felt she looked a bit like me. She didn't know if she was obsessed, but now everyone looked like me. I like a guy. He's the new president sent to manage Tinchi. I'm not staying because of him though. Xia Xiaoxiao replied with an oh. I'm busy, talk later. And then hung up. In the CEO's office at Tainyu, after listening to the report from the person Su Lingdian had sent, Su Si couldn't stop laughing. So Luyan's so-called revenge is to use Xinchi Entertainment to deal with Tainyu. Did a donkey kick his brain? Xinchi versus Tainyu, isn't that like an egg hitting a rock? Besides, Xinchi only has one presentable artist right now, and she was planning to jump ship to us. How can an empty shell like Xinchi fight against Tainyu, which holds half the market share in the entertainment industry? Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. After being given permission, her manager walked in trembling. President Su, Shinjing wants to renew her contract with Xinji. She's not coming to Tainyu anymore. So what if she's not coming? Su Si said irritably. A mere second-tier actress thinks she's the center of the universe. If Tainyu just lifts a finger, does she think she can still stay in this industry? Su Lingdian's face also turned cold. She swiped through her screen, looking at Shinjing's recent schedule. Tapping her finger on the table, she said, call Qi Zhen in. Not long after, a handsome male actor walked in. President Su, you called for me. Su Lingdian looked up at him. I have a task for you. Tell the director to kick Shinjing out. Qi Zhen was slightly stunned but didn't ask much. Meanwhile, Shinjing, still unaware that she had been targeted, happily went to the filming location of an outdoor reality show after signing her contract. I, on the other hand, was familiarizing myself with the company's rules and procedures, making some changes along the way. However, before I could finish, Kai Min rushed in anxiously. President Liu, something's happened with Shinjing. He stopped what I was doing. What is it? Tai Min hurriedly said, it's the outdoor reality show Shinjing was supposed to participate in today. As soon as she got there, the director told her she didn't need to film anymore. To put it bluntly, she was kicked off the show. My face turned cold. I'll go take a look. Soon, we arrived at the scene. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw Ding Lu arguing with the director. Shinjing was sitting under a temporary sun umbrella, her head down, lost in thought. When I walked over, Shenjing seemed to sense something and looked over, stunned. She put down her mineral water bottle, stood up, and walked over. President Liu, why are you here? I glanced at the guest stars present, my gaze lingering on Ki-Jen next to the director for about 2 seconds. What's the specific situation? Shenjing scratched her head, her tone seemingly nonchalant. It's no big deal. The entertainment industry is like this. Up one moment, down the next. I'm over it. I'm not surprised to be suppressed after rejecting Time U's contract. Anyway, the fault lies with the program team. Even if I can't film, I'll get some compensation. I won't lose out. Seeing the girl trying to comfort me instead, I felt a little uneasy. Wait here for a moment. I'll go over there. Shenjing reached out and grabbed my wrist. There's no need. I looked down at her hand, and Shenjing immediately let go as if electrocuted. The director glanced at me as I approached, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Which company's artist are you? Min, walking beside me, turned to look at his president. At first, he had been prejudiced, thinking I was just a connection. Then he was surprised by my aura and identity. He hadn't even noticed that his own president could also make a living with his looks. Jan also noticed my appearance and immediately became wary. I looked at the director with a cold expression. I'm not an artist. I'm the president of Sinchi Entertainment. I want to ask what my company's artist did wrong for you to suddenly terminate the contract. Hearing me say my company's artist, Shenjing's ears turned slightly red. Although she knew I was just saying it, a little sweetness still welled up in her heart. Hearing that I wasn't an artist, Ki-Jen temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. Due to his contempt for Sinchi Entertainment, he also looked down on my status as president. At the director's pleading gaze, he crossed his arms and stood out, arrogantly saying to me, "Hey, kid, new to the industry, right? In this entertainment circle, some things don't need a reason. With my current status, kicking out a second-tier star is just a matter of a word." My eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't seem afraid of being recorded, daring to say such things in public. There were only two possibilities. Either he was extremely stupid, or he had backing. If it were the former, he wouldn't have reached his current position and would have failed long ago. Jen acted as if he had heard something funny. His assistant beside him also laughed without restraint. Didn't you do your research before coming? Our brother Jen's backer is the Xia family in the capital. Xia Qingning, the second miss of the Xia family, is his girlfriend. You know about the Xia clan, right? Daring to provoke the boyfriend of the Xia clan's master, are you tired of living? I was a little silent. I could guess that the other party definitely had a backer, but I didn't expect it to be my own second sister. This person might not know I was a young master of the Xia family, but did he also not know that Sinchi Entertainment was a subsidiary of the Xia family? Well, Sinchi Entertainment was at the bottom of the entertainment companies, so perhaps very few people could connect it with the giant Xia corporation. In my previous life, I only found out when Sinchi went bankrupt. Min was also very silent, but since I hadn't spoken, he temporarily held back. Seeing me silent, Ki-Jen thought I was scared, and his attitude became even more arrogant. So you were recording just now, right? He motioned to his assistant beside him. Delete everything for me. Kaiman couldn't sit still any longer. He was about to reveal my identity when he saw Xia Qingning leading a group of people over. When Jan saw the woman approaching, his eyes immediately lit up. He no longer paid attention to us and hurried to Xia Qingning. "Oni, why are you here? Are you here to visit me on set?" Xia Qingning smiled at the man, her voice devoid of emotion. "Who dared to bully you?" Jan turned and pointed at me. "It's him. He threatened me with a recording." A dangerous glint flashed in Xia Qingning's eyes. "So how do you want to deal with him?" Completely unaware of the potential danger, Jan said in a vicious tone, "I'm not an unreasonable person. Just teach him a lesson." Slash his face. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present gasped. Almost all of them looked at me with pity. Shenjing looked at Xia Qingning warily, wondering if she should mention her friendship with Xia Xiaoxiao, but then thought this relationship was probably worthless in front of the other party's boyfriend. Just when everyone thought Xia Qingning would side with Ki-Jen, they saw her raise her hand and slap Ki-Jen across the face. "Did you hear that?" Slash his face for me. Seeing this, everyone present was stunned, for a moment unable to tell who Xia Qingning was talking to and whose face she wanted to slash. Jan was also full of disbelief. "Qingning, what are you doing? I told you to slash that guy's face." Xia Qingning walked towards me and linked her arm with mine. "My little brother that I just found, I haven't even had the chance to dote on him yet, and you're telling me to slash his face." As soon as Xia Qingning finished speaking, everyone present was instantly stunned. As for Ki-Jen, his face turned pale in an instant. The person in front of him was her brother. So what had he just done? Fear enveloped him. Ki-Jen trembled and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, Qingning, I was wrong. I didn't know this was your brother." Xia Qingning laughed coldly, returning his words. "Then let's teach you a lesson. Slash your face." Ki-Jen was so scared his voice almost broke. "I'm an artist, My face is the most important thing. You can't ruin my face, please. Xia Qingning acted as if she didn't hear, turning to Jiang Yang. What are you still standing there for? Do it. Jiang Yang immediately nodded. Yes. Immediately after, a scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out. Everyone was so scared they turned their faces away, not daring to look. Xia Qingning's gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on the face of the program's director, Wan Fei. As soon as her gaze fell on him, Wan Fei broke out in a cold sweat. Second miss, I haven't offended you. He paused for a moment. I will immediately kick Qi Zhen off the film crew and return the scenes to Chen Jing. What do you think? In the end, Xia Qingning didn't make things difficult for him, nor did she pay him any attention. She turned to me, a little embarrassed, and said, Little Yan, big sister didn't mean to interfere in your business. It's just that you just took over, and I was worried, so I followed you. Besides, this matter was caused by me. You don't blame me, do you? This sudden change made everyone present's jaws drop. I coughed lightly. No. Xia Qingning breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at everyone present. If anyone dares to speak of what happened today. She didn't finish her sentence, but the threat was very clear. Everyone present shrunk their necks, no one daring to challenge Xia Qingning's anger. I gave Chen Jing a few instructions and then parted ways with Xia Qingning. Ding Luo rubbed her stiff face and pulled Chen Jing aside. Jing, are you sure you still want to pursue President Liu? Chen Jing ignored her, just stared blankly at her phone and messaged Xia Shaoxiao. Sister, my first love is probably going to end quietly. Your second sister is too scary. The other party replied with an emoji. What does it have to do with my second sister? Chen Jing suddenly realized a problem. You don't know your brother has been found, do you? Not long after this message was sent, the other party video called. As soon as Chen Jing connected, she saw Xia Shaoxiao looking anxiously behind her. Where's my brother? It was the first time Chen Jing had seen her so anxious. She was stunned for a moment before reacting. He's already left. I'm at the reality show filming location now. Xia Shaoxiao seemed disappointed but also calmed down a bit. How long has my brother been back? I don't know about that, Chen Jing said honestly. I just met him today because he took over Xinchi. Xia Shaoxiao caught onto something, her cat-like eyes narrowing. So the guy you said you fell in love with at first sight is my brother. For the first time, Chen Jing felt such strong pressure from Xia Shaoxiao. She was a little flustered for a moment. Before she could answer, Xia Shaoxiao warned, get rid of those thoughts, or we're not friends anymore. Then she hung up. In North Capital, as soon as Xia Shaoxiao hung up, she called Xia San. Book me a flight home. Before Xia San could reply, the editor beside her anxiously asked, this photoshoot isn't finished yet. Why do you suddenly want to go home? Xia Shaoxiao explained, we'll shoot it when I get back. My brother has been found. I have to go home. Xia San was also very happy. Young master is back. I'll book the flight right away. The editor looked like he was facing a great enemy. Miss Xia, we're shooting this series for an award. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another 3 years. Xia Shaoxiao glanced at him. I have my ways. And remember, nothing is more important than my brother. The editor was completely helpless. On the other hand, Xia San asked another question. Miss, are you sure the young master is back? Have you asked the madam and the others? They hid it from me together. I don't want to ask them. Xia Shaoxiao narrowed her cat-like eyes, a cold glint in them that didn't match her usual image. Call the capital for me and do one thing. Xia San leaned closer to hear the instructions and immediately his eyes widened. Really? Really do that? Xia Shaoxiao laughed lightly. Are you afraid of my second sister's revenge? Xia San nodded like a pecking chicken. Xia Shaoxiao sighed. If you don't listen to me, I'll throw you out to the snow wolves right now. She looked at him coldly. You think I don't dare? Xia San trembled. This subordinate will obey. But may I ask why you want to mess with the second miss? Xia Shaoxiao snapped. To be able to get mother to hide it from me too, it must have been that Xia Qingning's idea. She didn't need to think much to know. At this time I still didn't know that a family war was about to erupt. After parting with Xia Qingning, I first went to to make some overall arrangements, then picked up a bunch of per-ordered items. After that, I went to the area where the sports clubs were concentrated in the lower city. Kaiman didn't understand why I was going there but didn't ask much, just focused on being my driver. While waiting at a red light at an intersection, a news report about an sports tournament appeared on the electronic wall next to us. Kaiman couldn't help but stare at the girl on the screen. Ye Shen is really amazing. Last night, she led her team to another crucial victory. Most importantly, she's so beautiful. She's really the dream of all otaku boys. Even if she didn't play sports and entered the entertainment industry, she would definitely be famous. You admire her that much? Kaiman nodded. Of course, she's the only female player in ORD. Kaiman answered subconsciously before realizing he was talking to his president. He immediately became restrained. Sorry, President Liu, I got too excited. He smiled. It's fine. Speaking of his idol, Kaiman immediately became a chatterbox. Yeshen is not a star, but the number of her Weibo followers is comparable to current A-list superstars. She is currently the #1 jungler in the country. Last year, the champion mid-laner of Nîmes retired. This year, she led a rookie team. Everyone didn't have high hopes for this female player, but unexpectedly, as soon as Yeshen debuted, she led the team to win the global tournament championship. Kaiman became more and more excited. And Yeshen's coach is also a legendary figure. Seeing that he was about to talk non-stop, I pointed upwards. The light is green. Kaiman hurriedly focused on driving. I didn't respond, just looked at Lu Shufua on the screen. If it weren't for her competition, she should have appeared at my recognition ceremony. The car drove to a rather quiet restaurant. In the restaurant, we were led by the waiter to the private room we had booked. Kaiman didn't ask who I was treating, and after putting down the bags, he asked for leave. President Liu, I'll be going first. I took the menu from the waiter, and nodded. Okay. Kaiman went to the door of the private room. Before he could open it, the door was pushed open from the outside. The first thing that appeared was a pair of hands so white they were almost excessive. Kaiman almost blurted out a "my god" before looking up. Lu Shafua was slightly surprised to see Kaiman, then looked past him at me before being sure she wasn't in the wrong room. She nodded a greeting to Kaiman, then walked around him and entered. When she came to my side, the ice in Lu Shaohua's eyes immediately melted into a soft and cute look. Fifth brother. She took off her mask, revealing features that were not at all like mine, but were equally exquisite. I handed her the menu. Order something. Meanwhile, Kaiman felt like he was going crazy. Everything in front of him was like a dream. Could anyone tell him what was going on? His idol was his own president's sister. This burning gaze naturally attracted Lu Shaohua's attention. She took the menu and looked up at him strangely. He smiled and explained, "This is Kaiman, your fan." Knowing he was an acquaintance of mine, Lu Shaohua's expression immediately softened. She looked at Kaiman with a smile in her eyes. "Do you want an autograph?" In Kaiman's impression, cold was synonymous with Lu Shaohua. He had never seen her smile, let alone smile at him. Kaiman was so excited he couldn't speak fluently. But I don't have a pen and paper. The waiter beside him smiled and said, "We have them here." After getting the autograph, Kaiman walked out like a ghost, even bumping into the door frame. He smiled and handed the black bag beside me to Lu Shaohua. A keyboard, mouse, and other things. They have your names on them. The others have them too. How nice for them, Lu Shaohua said with a childish complaint, but there was no unhappiness in her eyes. At the same time, she took the black bag. She handed me the gift box she had brought. "Brother, congratulations on finding your family." I hummed in agreement, not being polite, and took the gift box, setting it aside. Then I pulled Lu Shaohua's hand, my fingers resting on her outer wrist pulse. A flicker of fluctuation passed through Lu Shaohua's eyes, as if recalling something unpleasant, but it quickly returned to normal. "I'm fine. My health has always been good." I was slightly relieved after finishing the pulse check. "You can't be careless. We still don't know if that disease is hereditary. Regular checkups are still necessary." Lu Shaohua smiled gently. "Oh, right, brother. Since you've come to the capital, has your new girlfriend also come to the capital?" "Yes," I hummed. "Do you want to meet her?" Seeing that I didn't avoid the topic at all, and that the corners of my eyes and brows revealed a look of being in love when I mentioned her, Lu Shaohua couldn't help but worry. "Brother, you have the precedent of Su Lingdian. You have to keep your eyes open when you're in a relationship, and be careful of being used by others. Especially now that your identity is different. That person has only been with you for a short time and was able to give up everything in Shen City to follow you back to the capital. Is it for you or for?" She didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was very clear. Seeing her hesitant expression, I couldn't help but find it funny. "You don't think I'm blinded by love, do you?" Lu Shaohuo seemed to want to say, "Aren't you? When you were with Su Lingdian, no one could persuade you. You willingly let her whole family suck your blood. Now you've just got a new girlfriend, and you're already saying she's the one you've decided on for life, and you want to introduce her to me, who is considered half family. I don't deny that you are a god-like existence in other fields, but in terms of your judgment of people, I really can't praise you. You're overthinking it. She's originally from the capital, and in every aspect, she's no worse than me. You don't need to worry that she has other intentions towards me." I took out my phone and sent a message to Yun Menjiao. "You'll know when you meet her later." Lu Shaohua, who was already skeptical, became even more disbelieving. In her eyes, I was already at the pinnacle. Who could be more outstanding than me? Thinking of this, a figure suddenly flashed in her mind. The eldest miss of the Yun family, Yun Menjiao. When I was still completely devoted to Su Lingdian. Lu Shaohua once thought how wonderful it would be if this woman were her brother's girlfriend. Only someone like her was worthy of him. But how could that be possible? Leaving aside their family backgrounds, the environments they grew up in dictated that they could never cross paths. Even now that her brother had reclaimed his identity as a young master of the Xia family, he already had a new girlfriend. Thinking of this, she felt little goodwill towards the sister in-law she had yet to meet and silently resolved that if that woman was as terrible as Su Lingdian, she would risk everything to stop her brother from jumping into a pit of fire. While they were talking, the food was brought in one dish at a time. I told Lu Xiaofua to eat first and not to wait, but how could she possibly have an appetite? Her mind was filled with plans to deal with the second leech. She had checked her watch countless times. As the food was getting cold, Lu Xiaofua finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Is she not daring to come?" Just as she finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open. Seeing the woman who walked in, Lu Xiaofua was instantly stunned. She wondered if she was hallucinating, because she had been thinking about Yun Menjiao. Why was she appearing here? Could this be the new girlfriend her brother mentioned? As she was thinking this, Yun Menjiao had already walked in, placing a gift box she had brought on the table in front of Lu Xiaofua. "I'm a little late because I had to prepare a meeting gift," Yun Menjiao said, then called for a waiter. Seeing that the dishes on the table were no longer steaming, she instructed, "Clear all of this away and prepare a new table according to the old menu." Yun Menjiao's actions after entering the room undoubtedly confirmed Lu Xiaofua's guess. She cried out internally, "Oh my god." Her initial anxiety immediately turned into excitement and relief. "Are you my brother's new girlfriend?" I looked at Lu Xiaofua's reaction with amusement. "So, you know her? Then I don't need to make introductions." Yun Menjiao also looked over in surprise. Lu Xiaofua stammered, "We met once at a business party before, but you probably don't have any impression of me." I hummed in agreement and asked as if coaxing a child, "So, what do you think of your brother's new girlfriend? Does she pass your test?" Lu Xiaofua was at a loss for words, her face burning as if on fire. All the prepared words of dissatisfaction were now impossible to say. Moreover, Yun Menjiao's gift was sitting right in front of her. In the end, all Lu Xiaofua could manage was, "Brother, you finally have some decent taste in people." Yun Menjiao smiled. Then this gift wasn't a waste. After the meal, the three of us chatted happily and walked out, the atmosphere as harmonious as a family of three. However, just as we left the private room, we ran into the siblings, Su Lingdian and Su Ziz. Su Lingdian was also surprised to see me here. She initially intended to pretend she didn't see me, but for some reason, she stopped to greet me. "I heard you've taken over Xinhe Entertainment." He smiled at Su Lingdian. "President Su's news travels fast, doesn't it?" Su Lingdian pretended not to hear the sarcasm in my words, offered a few modest remarks, and then changed the subject. "It's just that you've never been in the entertainment industry. Isn't it a bit too ambitious to want to use Xinhe to deal with Tainyu Entertainment?" I chuckled. "Whether it's too ambitious or not, President Su can just wait and see. At least in keeping Chenjing, Tainyu didn't gain the upper hand, did it?" Suzy looked as if he had heard something ridiculous. "Sis, this guy can't possibly think that keeping Chenjing is the end of the story, can he? All Tainyu needs to do is suppress a second-tier artist who hasn't made it big. What future could she have?" After saying that, as if he had discovered something terrible, he said mockingly, "Doesn't he know the situation Chenjing is facing today? No wonder he's happily eating out. Or should we tell him?" Suzy's thought that after hearing his words, I would show doubt or worry. To his surprise, I still looked at him with the same mocking gaze, as if watching a jumping clown. This look completely infuriated Suzy. He stared at me angrily. "You still don't know that Chenjing's reality show today was cancelled? Not just today's show, but in the future, whether it's filming or commercials, as long as we make a move, she won't get a single offer. I'd like to see how you use an empty shell to compete with Tainyu." Lu Xiaofua, who was initially unclear about the situation, immediately became angry, and was about to argue with the two of them but was stopped by Yun Menjiao. She narrowed her eyes at Su Ziz. "It seems you've forgotten the lesson from the Zhen family's party." One simple sentence immediately made Suzy cover his face and step back in fear. Su Lingdian pulled Suzy behind her. "Suzy's words might be harsh, but you should understand the principle. Today's suppression is just the beginning. If you insist on being stubborn, I won't be polite in the future." I couldn't help but laugh. "I just praised you for being well informed. To deal with my second-tier artist, you had to sacrifice a first-tier one. Is this your way of suppressing? Well then, I hope you'll be even less polite in the future." Su Lingdian's expression stiffened. "What do you mean by that?" But I had no intention of saying more to her. I turned and signaled to Yun Menjiao and Lu Xiaohua, and the three of us walked past the siblings and left. Su Lingdian had no mind to ask further. She took out her phone and called Qijen's manager. Beside her, Suzy was still consoling her, "Sis, don't worry, he's probably just trying to scare us. What's Qijen's status? Even if they couldn't get rid of Chenjing, what could possibly happen to him?" Su Lingdian ignored her brother. After the call connected, she immediately asked, "How is Kijen?" Hearing the answer from the other end, Su Lingdian's pupils contracted sharply. The phone slipped from her hand and shattered on the ground. The three of us didn't care about the siblings' reaction after learning the truth. This small storm didn't affect us at all. After leaving the restaurant, Yun Menjiao and I took Lu Xiaofua to a street light near her headquarters. Lu Xiaofua held the gifts from both of us, hesitated, and looked at me. "Brother, are you sure you won't come in and sit for a while? Brother Hugh and everyone else miss you a lot." They even wanted to come with me. I looked towards the headquarters, my gaze drifting unconsciously. "No need. You should go back." Lu Xiaofua was about to persuade me further, but I interrupted her. "Then do you want to go to the Xie family's house to see Mom and everyone else? They are your relatives, after all." Lu Xiaofua immediately fell silent. He smiled and patted her head. "Going back." This time, Lu Xiaofua didn't say anything more. As soon as I got in the car, Yun Menjiao clung to me. "I didn't embarrass you, did I?" I raised my hand and pinched her cheek gently. "Don't you have that little bit of confidence in yourself?" Yun Menjiao grabbed my finger and bit it. "Anyway, she's your only relative. Before being accepted, I still want her approval. That way, you won't be in a difficult position." I was touched. "You did very well. Besides, you might not know, but before you came, Xiaofua had her claws out, ready to tear you apart at any moment. The result? As soon as you appeared, that kid immediately softened. You not only didn't embarrass me, but you also made me look good." Yun Menjiao smiled. "So, do I get a reward?" A raised an eyebrow. "What reward do you want?" Yun Menjiao said nothing and kissed me directly. Genting, accustomed to this scene, skillfully raised the privacy partition. The ambiguous atmosphere in the back seat continued to rise until Yun Menjiao melted in my arms like a puddle of water. "Are you staying at my place tonight or going to yours?" I paused and added, "You're not staying at the Yun family house, right? You have your own place in the imperial capital, don't you?" She smiled. "I'll stay at my place tonight. I'll come over later." I shook my head. "Don't. Second sister has tightened security at the Xia family house recently. You'll definitely be discovered if you come." Hearing this, Yun Menjiao could only let out a dejected "oh," reluctantly accepting the fact that she would be alone for the night. That evening, I declined Yun Menjiao's offer to pick me up and took the car keys to leave, still thinking about whether I should hire a professional driver. However, just as I stepped out of the gates of Xinji Entertainment, I heard a whoosh. A luxurious convertible screeched to a halt in front of me. The girl in sunglasses on the passenger seat didn't even open the door, simply vaulting over it by placing her hands on the back of the seat. "Little brother," I was stunned for a moment before being tightly embraced by Xia Xiaoxiao. Brother, brother, smelling the cool pine scent on Xia Xiaoxiao, I thought to myself, so the tendency to hug people is hereditary in this family. "Why are you back so soon? Aren't you filming a show?" Chen Jing, who had just returned from her own show, saw the two siblings hugging tightly. Hearing this voice, Xia Xiaoxiao immediately pulled me to one side. "Brother, stay away from this person in the future, okay?" Chen Jing looked at us helplessly. I asked curiously, "Why? Aren't you two friends? Besides, I'm counting on Chen Jing to make money for me. After all, Xinji Entertainment doesn't have any other valuable artists right now. Chen Jing is our face." Xia Xiaoxiao was about to explain but swallowed her words after receiving a death glare from Chen Jing. "Anyway, just stay away from her. Come on, I'll take you out to have fun." Without waiting for my consent, she pulled me into the car, started the engine, and sped off. Ding Lua watched the car shrink into a dot, raised her hand, and gently patted Chen Jing. "Regret it." Chen Jing shook her head. "Regret what?" "Being able to see him every day makes me very happy." Ding Lua looked at her helplessly. "You're hopeless." Meeting me for the first time, Xia Xiaoxiao seemed to want to make up for all the lost time. She took me to all the famous entertainment spots in the imperial capital, only bringing me home late at night. As soon as we entered the door, we saw young Wanyun, Xia Wanning, and Xia Qingning sitting on the sofa as if preparing for a trial. "Why didn't you answer our calls?" Xia Wanning asked coldly. Xia Xiaoxiao pulled me to sit opposite the three of them. "Why didn't you tell me our little brother was back? If I hadn't found out myself, how long were you planning to hide him from me?" Xia Wanning was speechless, and turned to glare at Xia Qingning. They were indeed at fault in this matter. However, at this moment, Xia Qingning showed no remorse. In fact, her eyes were suppressing a furious anger. She snapped her fingers, and a subordinate immediately brought Xia San forward. Xia San's hands were tied behind his back, his mouth gagged. He could only make muffled sounds, pleading for help from Xia Xiaoxiao. Xia Xiaoxiao was startled. "What are you doing?" Xia Qingning sneered. "What am I doing? I assigned him to protect you, and this is how you use him." Xia Xiaoxiao felt a bit guilty. "Who told you not to tell me our brother was back? Can you deny that you encouraged Mom and eldest sister to hide it from me?" Xia Qingning looked at her as if she wanted to devour her. "So what if I did? You only do things on a whim for 3 minutes. You're already 22 this year, and have achieved nothing. Little brother is only 19, and is already the CEO of the U Corporation. If you don't build a career for yourself, are you worthy of being his sister? Jia Xiaoxiao was stunned, looking at me in shock. Little brother is the CEO of U Corporation. I was suddenly dragged into the argument, and it was about educating someone else who happened to be my older sister. I felt a bit uncomfortable. Third sister is also very talented. Our family might not pay attention, but I know she already has a high standing in the world of photography. Ainan Neil made Xia Xiaoxiao even more embarrassed. Jia Qingning ordered, I've already booked your plane ticket. You're getting out of here tomorrow. Don't even think about coming back until you've made something of yourself. Now, Xia Xiaoxiao hugged me tightly. I just got home. At least let me stay and bond with my little brother for a while. Xia Qingning glanced at her. Do you have the right to say no? I'm not negotiating with you. No, Xia Xiaoxiao still wouldn't yield. Xia Qingning looked at Zheng Ying. Drag Xia San out and chop off his hands. Xia San trembled, the muffled sounds from his mouth growing louder. Zheng Ying was also a bit scared. Second miss. Did you not hear me? Xia Qingning's voice brooked no argument. You can't even distinguish who your real master is and dare to scheme against me. What's the use of keeping a subordinate like that? Xia Wanning looked at Xia Qingning doubtfully. What happened? What did our youngest sister do to make you so angry? Training the subordinate wasn't easy, and this was Xia Xiaoxiao's order. Logically, it shouldn't have escalated to the point of killing Xia San. But from Xia Qingning's tone, it seemed she wasn't joking at all. Thinking about her experience tonight, Xia Qingning's face instantly darkened. When she realized it was Xia Xiaoxiao's malicious prank, she understood that her sister must have known about their brother and dared to tease her like that. If she dared to provoke her, she had to be prepared to pay the price. She couldn't do anything to her own sister, but couldn't she deal with a subordinate? Zhang Yang also thought of this point, feeling even more desperate. Knowing it was useless to beg Xia Qingning, she turned to plead with Xia Xiaoxiao. Third miss, please say something. Xia San works for you, after all. You can't just let him die like this. Of course, Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't remain indifferent. Seeing that Xia Qingning was truly angry, with no room for negotiation in her eyes, she reluctantly said, fine, I'll go back. But when I become famous, don't you dare stop me from coming home. Xia San let out a sigh of relief. Since Xia Qingning had achieved her goal, she didn't make things difficult for him anymore. Let him go. Xia Xiaoxiao hugged me tightly, unwilling to let go. Little brother, wait for third sister to make a name for herself. No one will be able to separate us then. I gave a forced smile and nodded. She made it sound like we were lovers being separated by our parents. Remember, you're a sister. Besides, being dragged around to play all night had left me exhausted. What would it be like to be with her every day? Xia Qingning also glared at Xia Xiaoxiao. It's late. Go to bed. Little brother needs to sleep too. Only then did Xia Xiaoxiao reluctantly let go. Late at night, I couldn't sleep peacefully. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw a pair of cat-like eyes glowing in the dark. I was startled and instinctively grabbed the person lurking by my bed, pinning them to the ground. Ouch, little brother, it's Mei. Hearing Xia Xiaoxiao's voice, I was instantly stunned. Third sister, what are you doing here? As I spoke, I let her go and turned on the light. Xia Xiaoxiao rubbed her bruised elbow, her eyes filled with grievance. I have to leave tomorrow morning. I wanted to look at my little brother a little longer. I felt helpless. Although I had heard that the three Xia sisters doted on their younger brother, the experiences of the past 2 days still exceeded my imagination. Little brother, you go to sleep. I'll watch over you. I absolutely won't disturb you. I looked at her helplessly. Who could sleep with someone staring at them? Feeling tired, I pulled a chair over for Xia Xiaoxiao. Let's talk for a while. Okay. Xia Xiaoxiao sat down, resting her chin on her hands and looking at me. What does my little brother want to talk about? I casually found a topic. Let's talk about our father. How did he go missing? Why didn't you all look for him? According to Sister Wanning, our father went missing on the day I was born. But have they never looked for him? Xia Xiaoxiao seemed rather indifferent. He's a scumbag. Why look for him? Why do you say that? I heard that he had amnesia at first and was picked up by our mother. Mom got him new identification and let him manage the company with her. In the end, Mom fell in love and had 3 children with him. And what was the result? That ungrateful bastard regained his memory on the day you were born, left a letter, and just left. He said he already had a family and loved his ex-wife very much. Speaking of this, Xia Xiaoxiao let out a cold laugh. More than 10 years of our mother's care and companionship, plus 4 children, still couldn't compare to his ex-wife. He didn't even want to stay an extra day, leaving right when Mom was giving birth to you, at such a critical moment. If it weren't for that, things wouldn't have been so chaotic back then. We couldn't find you. Eldest sister was only 9 at the time and couldn't handle it. He and you went missing one after another, and a bunch of relatives took the opportunity to try and seize the company. If Mom's will hadn't been strong enough, she might not have even made it off the operating table. You tell me, a person like that, why should we look for him? Even if we found him, I'm afraid second sister wouldn't be able to resist taking action. After hearing this, a shadow fell over my heart. I thought to myself, no wonder it happened like that. Most people would probably treat him as if he were dead. It was truly remarkable that my mother could overcome it and support the Xia family. But for some reason, I felt that this matter might not be so simple. How could it be such a coincidence that on the very day I was born, my father regained his memory? Moreover, humans are not plants. Even if that father I had never met loved his ex-wife more, could he be so heartless as to leave on the day my mother was giving birth? Thinking of this, I asked, did you see that letter? Was it our father's handwriting? Little brother, I know what you're trying to say. That letter was indeed written by him. Xia Xiao affirmed. We, the Xia family, are not easily fooled. We later checked the surveillance footage and saw with our own eyes that he wrote that letter, packed his things, and left. My heart grew cold. Logically speaking, if there was no other reason, this person was indeed cold to the core. I couldn't help but think of Su Lingdian. Although we never reached the point of marriage, I had sacrificed a lot for her, and the result was no better. At this point, I no longer had any intention of looking for my father. After all, my current priority was revenge. Besides, if I found him and discovered the matter was just as simple as that, it would be like tearing open my mother's old wounds again. But I still asked one more question. Do you have a picture of our father? Why look at him? A beast in human form who does nothing but evil, Xia Xiao mumbled, but seeing that I wanted to see it, she still pulled out a seemingly old photo from her phone. This is him. I took the phone and glanced at it, and was immediately stunned. I had seen this photo before. Our organization, Pezu, had once received an order to find someone, and this was the face we were looking for. However, the client was anonymous, clearly not wanting others to know they were searching for this person. What was even stranger was that this order had failed. Pezu's intelligence network was very powerful. Even the most dangerous criminals that Interpol couldn't find would only take us half a month. But this person seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. We spent a year and couldn't find him. The client didn't seem to care much about the result. Since we couldn't find him, they just let it go. Little brother, what's wrong? Xia Xiao noticed my reaction and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It's nothing, I returned the phone to her. If Dad is already dead, then there's no point in finding him. In an ancient castle on the other side of the Atlantic, a handsome middle-aged man sat up in bed. He made an internal call, and soon a butler in a tailcoat walked in. Is there something wrong, sir? The man listened to the thunder outside the window, rubbed his itchy nose, and asked, still no news. The butler bowed his head lower. This subordinate is incompetent. The man waved his hand warily. Leave. He sneezed again. Who is cursing me? I chatted with Xia Xiao almost until morning. When I got to the company, I had already yawned 6 times in less than 10 minutes and was stumbling as I walked. Just when I really couldn't take it anymore and wanted to rest for a bit, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Zhu Feng twisted the doorknob and walked in. President Liu, there's trouble with Chen Jing again. I paused my hand. What's wrong with her? Zhu Feng explained, today is the opening ceremony for her new movie, but the director suddenly said he wants to change the female lead. A raised an eyebrow. Who is the female lead being changed to? Zhu Feng paused before adding, Wu Yanfen, the currently popular A-list star. She took a pay cut to ask the director for this role. The last sentence explained why the director wanted to change the actress. After all, compared to a second-tier artist at the same pay rate, no one would refuse an A-list star with a larger fanbase. As for why Wu Yanfen would do something that harms others without benefiting herself, the reason was almost obvious. It seems Su Lingdian still hasn't learned to behave. I picked up the car keys. Give me the address of the opening ceremony. If it were any other movie, it wouldn't be a big deal to let it go based on this director's reputation alone. But King Yu was different. Based on my memories from my previous life, I knew this movie would become very popular later on. Even though it wasn't expected to do well initially and even had to cut many scenes due to a lack of funding, it still became an unbelievable hit, directly elevating Chen Jing from a second-tier artist to the ranks of top stars. Therefore, this opportunity could not be missed, no matter what. Zhu Feng hesitated for a moment. I know the location. Let me drive. Although he didn't know why, he could see I was quite tired. I didn't want to drive while tired either, so I tossed him the keys. However, after taking 2 steps, I heard the person beside me hesitantly ask, President Liu, do you have some kind of grudge with Tainyu? Zhu Feng felt that a small punishment for Chen Jing breaking her contract would have been enough. It shouldn't have reached the point where Tainyu was hunting her down relentlessly. But from the events of the past 2 days, it was clear that Tainyu was determined to blacklist Chen Jing, even willing to sacrifice its own artists to deny her any chance of survival. There was clearly a personal vendetta involved. I gave him a faint smile. So what if I do? If I say yes, what are you going to do? Report it to your superiors and have my position at Sinji revoked. Zhou Fen was startled. This subordinate wouldn't dare. I was just curious. I have absolutely no other intentions. Please don't be angry, President Liu. Since I was able to keep Chen Jing, you no longer have any prejudice against me, I sneered. Haven't you heard the saying curiosity killed the cat? Being too slick is not good, but being too rigid is also annoying. You should learn from manager Kai Min on this point. After saying that, I ignored him and walked out. When we arrived at the opening ceremony location, I saw Chen Jing from a distance, her hands in her pockets, leaning against a tree. As the originally intended female lead of this film, she now looked like a mere bystander. I suppressed the displeasure in my heart and walked over. Chen Jing heard the movement, and looked up. This time, seeing me, she didn't have a huge reaction, nor did she ask how I knew. She just said with a rather ashamed tone, I've caused you trouble again. You were targeted because of me, so you don't need to feel any psychological burden. My words carried a comforting power. Besides, you don't need to worry about your future development. I chose to keep you, and I won't betray your trust. After speaking, I looked around. Where's the director? How are you going to solve this? Chen Jing didn't ask a question in return. From what Xia Qinging said yesterday, she realized that I didn't want to rely on my family. This time, the other members of the Xia family didn't come either. So how will you deal with the director? You don't need to worry about that. I didn't show any concern. At that moment, I suddenly saw Ding Luo at the entrance of a coffee shop opposite. The film's director, Zhang Fei, was standing next to her on the phone. But throughout the process, he was just frowning, not even glancing at her. Without needing Chen Jing to point the way, I walked straight over. When Ding Luo saw me, she inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. President Liu, you're here. I hummed in acknowledgement. Go comfort Chen Jing. Leave this to me. Ding Luo looked at Zhang Fei, who was on the phone, nodded at me, and left. I took Ding Luo's place, and heard Zhang Fei speaking in a pleading tone. President Cao, our script is excellent. Plus, we've now changed to an A-list artist as the female lead. Are you sure you won't reconsider? We've already signed the contract, and the props are all made. If you pull your investment now, you're trying to kill me, aren't you? Today is the opening ceremony for Kang Yu. I'm busy and don't have time. If you insist on pulling out, can you wait a few days? But I still hope you can reconsider. Can we meet and talk? Hearing Zhang Fei's desperate pleas, I smiled faintly. Initially, the movie Kang Yu was indeed not well regarded. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had to cut content due to insufficient funding. Coupled with the not so famous male and female leads and an unknown production team, the per-broadcast expectations were almost zero. No one expected this movie to become a hit, even gaining popularity overseas. Seeing Zhang Fei finish his call, I took the initiative to start a conversation. Director Zhang, short on investment funds. Zhang Fei had already noticed me and also heard the conversation between me and Ding Luo, so he knew I was from Cine. His attitude was not very friendly. This has nothing to do with you. And don't bother me anymore. Trading a second-tier Chen Jing for an A-list star who brings her own fanbase without increasing the pay. Anyone would know how to choose. This guy is quite blunt, I thought to myself. Director John, you're overthinking it. I just want to talk about investment with you. I know you're short on funds right now. How much do you need? I can invest that much. If it's not enough during filming, I can add more. Zhang Fei was stunned, sizing me up from head to toe. You're a leader at Cine. I nodded. That's right. Zhang Fei immediately looked disappointed. Cine is lucky if it can make enough money from Chen Jing to keep the company running. You have money to invest in me. Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? He smiled. Then he doesn't have the money, but... Zhang Fei impatiently cut me off. If you don't have money, then don't talk. I've met plenty of people like you. If you don't have money, don't make empty promises. I'd be better off making a few more calls to solicit investment. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. President Xu, a man in a suit in his 40s, stopped and looked at Zhang Fei doubtfully. President Xu, I'm Director Zhang of Kang Yu. Zhang Fei eagerly approached him. The investment I talked to you about before, have you considered it? We've now changed the female lead to the A-list star Wu Yanfen. And I have a feeling this movie will definitely be a hit after filming. You just need to invest a small amount now, and you'll be rolling in money in the future. Xu Tao had long since politely refused Zhang Fei's request. He never expected to run into this guy, who stuck to him like glue, just by going out for coffee. He felt incredibly annoyed. He was about to ignore the man and walk away, but a glimpse of me made him stop. He then walked respectfully up to me. President Liu, why are you here? You still want to invest in me? Zhang Fei looked at me in disbelief. People in the entertainment industry, though they like to suck up, are all very shrewd. Someone who could make President Chu speak with such a respectful tone was definitely not just a leader at Cine. He smiled and replied, I came to talk about investment with Director Zhang. Xu Tao was stunned again. then looked at John Fei strangely. Since a CEO is actively seeking you out for investment, why do you still need to solicit other investors? John Fei's face looked like he had been struck by lightning, on the verge of death. Seeing John Fei's reaction, Xu Tao found it amusing and dropped another bombshell. Even without the identity of CEO of U Corporation, President Liu is still the newly found young master of the Xia family. If he wants to invest in you, you absolutely don't need to go around soliciting other investors. He had only known I was the CEO of U Corporation. Although he was based in the imperial capital, he had cooperated with U Corp. It was only through the Xia family's recent recognition ceremony that he discovered this person was also the long-lost young master of the Xia family. That's enough. I saw that John Fei looked like he wanted to give up on life and promptly reminded Xu Tao. President Xu, are you going for coffee? Years of communication in the business world meant that every word and gesture from both sides was easily understood. Xu Tao immediately said, then you two talk. I'll go first. I'll find President Liu for a drink when I have the chance. After saying that, he turned and went into the coffee shop. John Fei looked at me with a regretful expression. President Liu, you still want to invest in me, right? I looked at John Fei and asked, so, is Chen Jing still the female lead? John Fei immediately guaranteed, as long as we sign the contract, I will immediately send Wu Yanfen away. I cursed him as an old fox internally, but my face remained expressionless. Then Director Jun, hurry up and prepare the contract. At the opening ceremony site, Wu Yanfen, wearing sunglasses, arrived late with her assistant. Seeing Chen Jing's gloomy face, Wu Yanfen stopped, raised her hand to take off her sunglasses, and said with a smile while wiping them, why are you still here? Didn't the director inform you about the change of the female lead? This sentence sounded fine on the surface, like a normal question, but the mockery in her eyes was unconcealed. Chen Jing didn't respond. Ding Luo, standing behind her, protected her. Our standing here doesn't affect you, does it? Besides, our side hasn't even cancelled the contract yet. The female lead isn't necessarily yours. Wu Yanfen sneered. You think I'm interested in the female lead role of this cheap movie? If it weren't for President Su compensating my salary and promising future resources, I wouldn't have given up a project with an excellent production team to take on a terrible role that everyone knows won't make a splash. After saying that, she ignored the two of them and walked towards the crowd. Wait. A female actress in costume raised her hand to stop her. The director isn't here yet. At this moment, the person in charge of props also came over and handed her a costume for the female lead. Teacher Wu, please change your clothes first. Wu Yanfen glanced at the clothes in her hand. I don't wear clothes that others have worn, nor do I wear such rags. The person in charge of props hurriedly explained, but the budget is not enough. You can't even get investment. What kind of filming are you doing? Wu Yanfen's assistant couldn't help but interject. Our teacher Wu has graced your crew with her presence and even took a pay cut. Is this how you treat her? Wu Yanfen gave her assistant an appreciative look, then crossed her arms. The matter of changing clothes is not up for negotiation. Go find the director. If he doesn't meet my requirements, I won't film. Just as she finished speaking, an angry male voice rang out. If you won't film, then get lost. Who are you threatening? John Fei walked over with a dark face. He really didn't expect Wu Yanfen to be so troublesome. If he had really changed the female lead, wouldn't he have brought a demanding diva onto the set? Wu Yanfen was stunned, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Director, you're telling me to get lost. Do you know what you're saying? When she came to her senses, Wu Yanfen's eyes narrowed. She had become famous and was treated with reverence wherever she went. No one had ever dared to disrespect her like this, let alone a third-rate director. Don't think that just because I actively offered to take on this film, you can treat me however you want. Did you get investment? John Fei was completely different from before. Do I look like I'm joking with you? I'm telling you seriously now, this movie doesn't need you to act in it anymore. You can go back. Seeing this, Ding Luo excitedly patted Chen Jing's shoulder. See, I told you. President Liu definitely has a way. Chen Jing was slightly dazed, looking at me standing next to John Fei, a complicated feeling rising in her heart, both happy and bitter. Only then did Wu Yanfen realize the severity of the situation. It wasn't that she coveted this terrible movie, it was a task given to her by President Su. If she failed just like that, how would she explain it to President Su when she got back? Thinking of this, her tone softened. I'm not an unreasonable person. If the budget is not enough, then forget about the clothes. Wu Yanfen thought that after she had shown mercy, John Fei would see reason. But as soon as she finished speaking, she heard him laugh. It's not about the clothes. I still feel that Chen Jing is more suitable for my female lead role. You can go back. For Wu Yanfen, who had already humbled herself, it was incredibly difficult. Yet the other party still didn't accept it. How could she not be angry? There are films with good production teams lining up to hire me. Do you think I'm desperate for this movie of yours? Remember, you're the one who doesn't want me to act. Don't regret it when my schedule is full. Even if you kneel and beg me then, I won't soften. After speaking, she pulled her assistant and left. Jiang Fei shook his head and sighed, then turned to look at me, his expression changing to one of fawning. President Liu, are you satisfied with how I handled this? I didn't respond to his flattery, just said flatly, film it well. Don't let me down. Jiang Fei patted his chest and promised, absolutely. I just gave Chen Jing a few instructions and then returned to the car. Zhu Fen looked at me through the rear-view mirror, his voice unconsciously softening. President Liu, are we going back to the company? Although he couldn't hear what the people outside were saying, seeing Wu Yanfen leave with a dark face, he knew the problem had been solved. His respect for me grew even deeper. I rubbed my temples, hummed in agreement, and leaned back in my seat to rest with my eyes closed. Back at the company, I took a nap in the break room. After regaining my energy, I called manager Kai Min to the office. Besides Chen Jing, are there any other artists in the company? To develop an entertainment company and compete with Tainyu, Chen Jing alone was clearly not enough. New blood needed to be recruited to strengthen the company. If the company's existing artists had potential, they could also be trained. Ever since she found out I was Liu Xiaohua's brother, manager Kai Min's eyes practically lit up when she looked at me. Besides Chen Jing, the company also has 5 male artists and 1 female artist. After looking through their files, I tapped lightly on the desk. Call the girl named Kai Yuan to see me. Let the others go. Manager Kai Min was stunned. Why let the others go? I pushed the files forward. They've been signed with the company for so long, and all they do is sit around and wait for opportunities to be handed to them. Let alone the fact that Cindy lacks resources. Even in a big company, no one would be willing to promote people like that. But this girl, Kai Yuan, has no resources, no backing, not even a manager. But even if it's just playing a supporting role on a film set, she doesn't let herself stop. Although I've never seen this girl become famous in the entertainment industry in my previous life, I'm willing to give someone who knows how to work hard a chance. Manager Kai Min took the files and nodded. I'll go do it right away. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door. After getting permission, a girl with her hair in a ponytail walked in with a nervous expression. President Liu, you called for me. I sized her up from head to toe. Being chosen by an entertainment company, her appearance was naturally impeccable. Do you have any schedules recently? Mentioning work, Kai Yuan's eyes lit up. Director Feng's new film has a role that needs to be auditioned. I want to give it a try. I raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. The role of Yaling Long, the young lady of the One Mansion. President Liu knows about it too. Of course I knew. Feng Yihong was a top director in the entertainment industry. His films were always the target of major entertainment companies. Even a supporting role with not many scenes could become somewhat famous. Just then, my eyes caught a glimpse of Yun Menjiao standing by the office door, looking at me with a gloomy expression. I don't know how long she had been standing there. I looked at her and asked, why are you here? Yun Menjiao pursed her red lips. To pick you up from work. After a pause she added, just go on with your work. Don't mind me. I really didn't mind her. I turned back to Kai Yuan. Perform a scene for me. Kai Yuan, who was unexpectedly called upon, immediately started to get into character. She blinked, and in the instant her expression changed, she was completely in character. I raised an eyebrow, my gaze on Kai Yuan becoming more focused. When Kai Yuan finished her performance, my initial indifference was completely gone. I didn't expect her acting talent to be so strong. I couldn't help but ask, you're not a student from the acting department, are you? Kai Yuan nodded rather shyly. The tuition for art students is too expensive, so I became an extra. I thought to myself, no wonder such a talented person, with proper guidance, wouldn't have remained unknown until now. Although this person didn't become famous in my previous life, I believe she won't be buried forever. I really did pick up a treasure. You can go back for now. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me. At this moment, I was in a very good mood, almost forgetting the strange expression Yun Menjiao had when she looked at me earlier. After Kai Yuan left, I tidied up my desk and walked out. Let's go. But before I could, I had just stepped out of the office when Yun Menjiao threw her arms around me. Realizing her unusual mood, I raised a hand and gently patted her shoulder. What's wrong? Yun Menjiao looked at me and asked, do you think people have past and present lives? I was startled. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through my mind. I didn't answer her question directly but asked with a trembling voice, have you remembered something? Does she have memories of a past life? My reaction clearly confirmed the suspicion in Yun Menjiao's heart. She didn't know how to describe her current mood. It seemed even more unbearable than when she found out I was with Suling Dian. This is the reason you've always rejected me, why you went to so much trouble to find her, isn't it? I realized her words didn't sound like she had past life memories, but more like she had guessed about my first life in ancient times. But that wasn't right either. Even if she guessed I was from an ancient era, she shouldn't have been able to connect it to Suling Dian. Could she have seen the movie Angxiad Dynasty? Back when I couldn't find Suling Dian, I wrote the story of our first life together into a script and had it filmed. If Su Lingdian had memories of our first life, she would know I was looking for her after watching it. I did indeed find Su Lingdian through that movie, but not because she had memories and sought me out. It was because Suzy played a role in the film, and I discovered him when he visited the set. If Yun Menjiao had seen this movie, that would explain everything. How could I not watch a film written by you? Yun Menjiao toyed with a strand of my hair, her eyes veiled by a deep, impenetrable dark fog. So in your past life, you were together, and in the end, you even died for love, right? I immediately tried to explain, Menjiao, don't think like that. Besides, it wasn't the last life, and you can't really call it dying for love. Yun Menjiao continued to press, then why do you hate her so much now? And instead, you're with me. Unaware of the thoughts in my mind, Yun Menjiao seemed to fall into a daze, the corners of her eyes faintly red. I couldn't see her expression, but I could feel the turmoil in her emotions. I decided to tell her about the second life, but just as I opened my mouth, a finger pressed against my lips. Yun Menjiao caressed my lips with her thumb. Don't say it. I don't want to know. She was afraid the truth would be something she couldn't bear. There was a time when she thought just having me was a no, but people are always greedy. Knowing how deep my connection with Su Lingdian was, she felt a murderous rage in her heart. She took my hand and said, tonight, don't go home. Come to my place. After speaking, Yun Menjiao linked her arm with mine and walked out. As we reached the company entrance, we ran into Chen Jing, who was just returning from a shoot. Seeing me with a woman intimately holding my arm, Chen Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. You two are. I casually introduced her. This is my girlfriend. Chen Jing's heart skipped a beat. So, Xiao Lu already has a girlfriend. Seeing the disappointment and fleeting pain in Chen Jing's eyes, another flame ignited in Yun Menjiao's heart. She didn't even know there was someone in my company who had hopes for me. You should put away those improper thoughts. In the future, pay attention to keeping a distance from your superior. After delivering her warning, Yun Menjiao continued walking forward, arm in arm with me. Because of what Yun Menjiao said, I glanced back at Chen Jing, but Yun Menjiao turned my head back forward. The car ride back was unusually quiet. The usual playful ambiguity was gone. Junting, in the driver's seat, felt uneasy, thinking the two of us had fought. When they arrived at Yun Menjiao's residence, Junting realized how wrong she was. She hadn't even stepped through the door before Yun Menjiao blocked her outside. At the same time, all the maids and subordinates in the main villa were sent away. Yun Menjiao felt as if she was suspected of domestic abuse. This time, she didn't even make it upstairs before pinning me to the sofa in the living room. She felt her heart could never be whole again. After learning of my lifetime love with Su Lingdian, she hated that she couldn't drag both of us down to hell with her. A raised an eyebrow. Since my rebirth, I had never rejected intimacy with Yun Menjiao. This was the first time I felt a hint of fear, a feeling of being devoured. But I still endured it, trying to soothe Yun Menjiao's emotional outburst. Sensing my unusual reaction, Yun Menjiao stopped, her consciousness clearing for a moment. She stared at me and asked, do you love me? She held my hands tightly. He struggled a little. When I was first reborn, I was with her out of a sense of gratitude. But after spending so much time together, her appearance and personality were deeply ingrained in my very bones. When we weren't together, I often thought of her. Although we had never been deeply intimate, I didn't feel any aversion to doing those things with her. Even now, as she was venting her anger, I only felt a mix of pity and indulgence. Is this love? Thinking this, I lifted my head and gave her a kiss. I love you. Yun Menjiao licked her lips, her eyes narrowing into a line. Leer. But whether you love me or not, so what? A hint of madness flickered in her eyes. You came to me on your own this time. No matter what, I won't let you leave again. If you want to abandon me in the future, I'll lock you up. You can't go anywhere except by my side. She repeated fiercely, I will really lock you up. I was slightly amused. You could lock me up right now. Yun Menjiao looked at me seriously. I'm not joking. I'm not joking either, I continued, testing the dangerous edge. If you want, you can do whatever you want to me. As expected, hearing my words, Yun Menjiao's eyes lit up. You brought this upon yourself. With that, she fiercely sealed my lips with hers. The next morning, I woke up and looked at the clock, wondering if I should stop by the company. Just then, I received a call from Kai Min. When the call connected, Kai Yuan's excited voice came through the other end. Xiao Lu, I got the role of Ye Linglong, and the audition scene I drew was the exact one you taught me. The director even praised me. Hearing the girl's excited voice, I chuckled, hummed in agreement, and offered a few more words of encouragement. After hanging up, my mood brightened. Despite some turbulence, things were generally moving in a good direction. Now that the company's artists were settled, the next step was to recruit new stars. Thinking of the globally famous girl group I had created in my previous life, I grabbed my car keys, ready to head out. Yun Menjiao reached out and pulled me back. It's getting late. Where are you going? It's nothing important, anyway, I explained. I'm going to do some scouting, find some promising new talent. With that, I gave her a reassuring look. I'll be back tonight. Yun Menjiao changed her tune. I'll have Jiang Ting drive you. I didn't refuse. After getting in the car, I dialed a number from memory. Soon, the call connected, and a voice as clear as a spring breeze came through. Hello. I watched the manor scenery recede through the car window. Is this me, Yunfeng? The other person paused for a moment, their voice now tinged with caution. Who is this? Why are you looking for me? I didn't explain much. Let's meet and talk. With that, I hung up. After confirming it was the person I was looking for, I pinpointed the phone's location. He still remembered when I first formed this girl group in my past life. It was pouring rain, and I was driving past a plaza. Everyone was rushing for cover, but 5 girls were passionately dancing in the downpour. He stopped my car and watched for a long time. When they finished, I signed all 5 of them and sent them to a star training camp. After some time, they debuted under the group name Jerd, signifying that the girls' dreams were not extinguished by the heavy rain. The reason I contacted Mu Yanfeng was that she was the group's leader, the most stable and decisive one among them. Following the location on the phone, I had Jianting drive to a concert venue. Seeing the massive crowd, I thought for a moment before remembering this was a concert for Fang Jikai, a famous singer from Tainyu Entertainment. I initially thought Mu Yanfeng was here to watch the show, but the red dot on my phone gradually moved toward a backstage dressing room. The door to the dressing room was slightly ajar. Just as I was about to knock, I heard a disgruntled voice. We've been practicing together for so long. You can't just tell us we're not going on stage without at least giving us a reason. I paused my hand. I recognized that voice. It belonged to Tom John, the youngest member of the 5-person group. Through the hand-width gap in the door, I saw that besides Zhang Zion, the other 4 members were present. Standing opposite them was Yuan Shiji, a key staff member on Fang Jikai's team. Given the tense situation, Tom John's words were clearly directed at him. Too many backup dancers. What's the problem with cutting a few? Yuan Shiji's voice was dismissive. Mu Yanfeng held back Tom John, who was about to explode, and looked at Yuan Shiji coldly. If you won't let us on stage, then pay us our wages. Yuan Shiji acted as if he'd heard a joke. You didn't perform, and you still want to be paid. Tom John flared up again. You're the one who wouldn't let us on stage. It's not like we quit on our own. We wasted so much time and effort practicing. On what grounds are you not paying us? I really don't want to say it a second time. Yuan Shiji sighed with feigned helplessness, his eyes lingering on the girls' beautiful faces, feeling an itch. In theory, he couldn't blame Fang Jikai for being wary of these girls, fearing they would outshine him, even if it meant messing up the dance formation to get rid of them. But if you want money, that's fine too. With faces and figures like these, you could fetch a good price. He held up 5 fingers. Tonight, at the Lansin Hotel. If you serve me well, forget your wages, I can give you this much. His words were met with a strange silence. All 4 girls seemed stunned by Yuan Shiji's shamelessness. For a moment, besides heavy breathing, no one spoke. So, have you thought it over? Give me an answer. Let's see if the 4 of you can coordinate as well in bed as you do when you dance, Yuan Shiji said, reaching out to touch Tom John's smooth, supple face. However, before his hand could make contact, it was caught by another. A sharp crack echoed through the room, followed by Yuan Shiji's pig-like squeal, shattering the silence. I disgustedly tossed him aside. Pay them their wages. The 4 girls looked at me, a sudden intruder, and began whispering among themselves. Just then, Yuan Shiji charged at me with a ferocious expression. He didn't even get close before I kicked him to the ground, where he landed flat on his face. I clapped my hands, looking down at him with contempt. Is that all you've got? Security, security. Yuan Shiji scrambled up, his fat body wobbling, and glared at me fiercely. Don't get cocky. Just wait until security gets here. I'll make sure you regret this, calling people. Good. I waved my phone. I recorded everything you said just now. If this video gets out. I didn't finish, but the threat was clear. A flash of panic crossed Yuan Shiji's face. He wanted to snatch the phone but, remembering my fighting skills, hesitated. What do you want? I glanced at him. I'd already told you. Pay them their wages. The 4 young women looked on, bewildered. Seeing the topic shift back to them, and that I was helping them, they didn't know how to react. Yuan Shiji was furious that the prize he thought was in his grasp was about to fly away, but he had no choice. He could only take out his phone and transfer the money. After the transfer was complete, Yuan Shiji looked at me darkly. Now can you delete the video? I looked at the 4 girls and asked if they had received the money. After getting an affirmative answer, A smiled. But I never recorded anything. The 4 girls beside me burst out laughing, while Yuan Shiji, having been tricked, looked like he was about to cough up blood. He clenched his fists. I blew on them lightly. Want another beating? The flesh on Yuan Shiji's face trembled. He pointed at me. You just wait. With that, he ran out and slammed the door as if to vent his frustration. After Yuan Shiji left, I successfully scheduled a time to sign a contract with the young women. Leaving the concert venue, I was about to get into Jiang Ting's car when a black Hummer honked at me. The car window rolled down, revealing the flickering ember of a cigarette illuminating Xia Qingning's face. Little brother, Big Sis is here to take you home. Remembering my earlier promise to Yun Menjiao, I hesitated. Big Sis, why are you here? Xia Qingning feigned ignorance, and didn't mention my overnight stay at Yun Menjiao's place. To take you home, of course. You've been out for 2 days, it's time to come back. I took a deep breath, forced to ignore Jiang Ting's expectant gaze, and ducked into Xia Qingning's car. For the first time in my life, I felt constrained. Jiang Ting quickly took out her phone and texted Yun Menjiao. Mr. Liu has been intercepted by his older sister. Receiving the news, Xia Qingning was in a great mood. She told Zhang Ying in the driver's seat to head home. On the way, Xia Qingning thought of Yun Menjiao stomping her feet in frustration and felt even more refreshed, the pent-up anger in her chest finally dissipating. However, when she arrived at the Xia family home and saw a certain face sitting in the living room, cheerfully chatting with young Wanwan, Xia Qingning's mood soured. She had told her not to climb the wall, but the other party had just walked right through the front door. I was even more surprised than she was to see Yun Menjiao. But then I considered that the Xia family home was much farther from Fang Jiakai's concert venue than Yun Menjiao's manor, and it didn't seem so strange anymore. I just hadn't expected Yun Menjiao to make such a move, and I couldn't help but find it amusing. Xia Qingning looked at her watch, her face darkening. Miss Yun, don't you think it's a bit rude to visit someone's house this late? Yang Wanwan turned and glared at her. What kind of way is that to talk? Seeing me, her expression immediately softened. Lu Yan, you're back, come here to mom. Xia Wanning emerged from the kitchen with a cup of coffee. As she passed Xia Qingning, she let out a sneer. Don't you know your place? In this house, you're just a useless dog. Xia Qingning frowned. Is it illegal to hit my own sister? Although Yang Wanwan had reprimanded Xia Qingning, Yun Menjiao still acted as if she were provoked by her words. Since I'm being a bother, I won't disturb Anastacia's rest any longer. I'll visit another time. Yang Wanwan immediately became flustered. She glared at Xia Qingning again before turning to console Yun Menjiao. What are you talking about? We'll all be one family soon. What's there to be bothered about? Just treat this as your own home. I know Auntie doesn't mind, but I don't want to make Big Sis unhappy, Yun Menjiao said, standing up. As soon as she was on her feet, she swayed slightly. Yang Wanwan was startled. What's wrong? Yun Menjiao shook her head, rubbing her temples. Don't worry, Auntie. I'm just a little tired. I'll be fine after some sleep. What have you been doing to be so tired? Yang Wanwan's worried expression hadn't faded. If you're not well, then don't go back. Lu Yan, take Menjiao upstairs to rest. A mischievous glint flashed in Yun Menjiao's eyes, but her voice remained weak. Is that all right? Yang Wanwan glanced at her. What's not all right? I already said, treat this as your own home. Besides, you and Lu Yan are a couple. There's nothing for us to be particular about. Having achieved her goal, Yun Menjiao dropped the act and let me help her upstairs. I was quite impressed by her schemes but decided to give her face, and not expose her. Xia Qingning was stunned by Yun Menjiao's series of actions. When she finally reacted, she immediately tried to stop us. No, Yang Wanwan's patience with her had reached its limit. You, be quiet. Xia Qingning could only watch as I helped Yun Menjiao upstairs. She gritted her teeth in anger. She then looked at Xia Wanning, who was leisurely sipping coffee on the sofa, and her temper flared. Are you useless? You're the eldest sister, can't you step in and stop that scheming woman from entering our house? Xia Wanning took another sip of her homemade coffee, not even bothering to glance at her. You're full of passion, but what's the use? You're still just as useless. Xia Qingning suppressed the urge to punch her and turned to Yang Wanwan. Mom, you've been so wise and discerning all these years. How can you not see through that girl's clumsy acting? Stop making a scene. Yang Wanwan rubbed her temples with a headache and sighed. Lu Yan's heart isn't at home. Instead of letting him run around outside all the time, it's better to have that girl come here. We've already missed out on 19 years with Lu Yan. Compared to managing their private lives, I'd much rather see Lu Yan every day. Hearing this, Xia Wanning smiled calmly. You think you're the only one who's clear, Ed. Besides, take a look at yourself. What are you? Little brother and her are a legitimate couple. Don't stop me, Xia Qingning said, aggrieved. I want to run away from home. Upstairs, I helped Yun Menjiao into my bedroom, and then let go. Alright, stop pretending. Yun Menjiao wrapped her arms around my waist. Was my acting that bad? You don't think my mom saw through it? I asked. Yun Menjiao was silent for a moment. I know mom is a good person. I rolled my eyes. So you're already calling her mom. Weren't you just calling her auntie a minute ago? Of course I can't be too presumptuous in front of Mom, but in my heart, I already see her as my own mother, Yun Menjiao said, walking over to the bed and sitting down. A moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. We can't let down the opportunity Mom gave us. The next morning, Yun Menjiao triumphantly accompanied me downstairs for breakfast. Jia Qingming had a dark expression throughout the entire meal. I'm not eating anymore, she declared, standing up and leaving. No one stopped her. Yang Wanwan smiled. Don't mind her. Let's just eat. After breakfast, Yun Menjiao drove me to the company. As I opened the car door to get out, she pulled me back. Aren't you forgetting something? Before I could ask, Yun Menjiao pulled me in, pressing me against the back of the seat and kissing me. I felt utterly helpless. Finally, unable to take it anymore, I pushed her away. What are you doing? Yun Menjiao pressed close again for a moment before saying, go on to work. I glanced at her, then turned and got out of the car. However, after just 2 steps, I saw Chen Jing standing at the company entrance, staring at me in a daze. I subconsciously touched my numb lips. For a moment, I suspected Yun Menjiao had done it on purpose, but before I could turn back to reprimand her, her car had sped away. Now, facing Chen Jing, anything I said would feel awkward. I was about to pretend I hadn't seen her, but she spoke up first. Sorry, I didn't mean to spy. It was just a coincidence. I knew she had just happened to be passing by, and I had forgotten to close the car door after opening it during the kiss. I'll head in first. Chen Jing's ears turned bright red as she turned to escape the embarrassing situation, but I called her back. If you're staying at Xinhe because of me, I can give you a chance to reconsider. After all, you've seen that I have a girlfriend. The scene of Yun Menjiao meeting Chen Jing 2 afternoons ago was still fresh in my mind. A previous, seemingly impossible suspicion had now been confirmed. Even if Yun Menjiao didn't pull any tricks, I had to make things clear with everyone. I wanted to keep her, but not in a way that was so demeaning. You don't want me anymore. Hearing my words, Chen Jing immediately dropped her earlier embarrassment, and became extremely tense. I admit I had improper thoughts about you before, but after that game show incident, I wouldn't dare to have any ideas that crossed the line. Now, I just want to stay at Xinhe and will absolutely not do anything out of bounds. To reassure me, she said bluntly, and don't think I'm that infatuated. If you hadn't helped me through those 2 storms, I wouldn't have stayed here. In the future, what I value most is still my career. I breathed a sigh of relief. I was about to say something when I heard a screech as a black car pulled up beside us. The window rolled down, and a smiling, vibrant, and youthful face peeked out. We're here. I turned to look. Sure enough, it was Tung John. A group of energetic girls jumped out of the car and lined up in front of me, creating a striking scene. Actually, apart from Tung John and Leng Bingbing, the others in the group were a bit older than me, but I accepted their form of address. I introduced Chen Jing, who was standing beside me. This is Sister Chen Jing, your senior. The girls looked over at Chen Jing. Hello, Sister Chen, they said in unison. Chen Jing, snapping back to reality, nodded happily at them. Hello, everyone. Taimin happened to arrive at the company just then and was surprised to see the group. Xiao Lu, who are all these beautiful girls? You're just in time, I instructed. These are some promising talents I've just discovered. Take them to the lounge to wait for now. Taimin nodded. Yes. After they were led away, Chen Jing looked at me and asked, I made myself very clear just now. You're surely not going to kick me out now, are you? I have no intention of kicking you out, I said, rubbing my temples and giving a wry smile. On the contrary, I want to keep you. I just don't want to do it that way. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Chen Jing snorted, her tone a bit proud. In that case, you have to treat me well from now on. No matter how many new people you recruit, you can't forget about me. She knew that if I wanted to grow the company, I couldn't rely on just her as an artist. But seeing a whole new group of people appear and intimately call me Brother Yan, she still felt uncomfortable. She knew this kind of possessiveness was wrong, especially since I had a girlfriend, but she couldn't help but want more of my attention. I didn't know her inner thoughts. Hearing her childish words, I smiled and nodded. You're a veteran artist of the company, and my third brother's friend. Whether by sentiment or reason, I will not neglect you. A smile flickered in Chen Jing's eyes. That's more like it. After reassuring Chen Jing, I went to confirm the contract signing and then headed to the lounge where Mu Yanfen and the others were. They were sitting on the sofa, chatting happily. When they saw me, they started to stand up to greet me. Unlike last night, I was now their boss. I raised a hand to stop them. No need for such formalities. I sat down in the single armchair opposite them and placed the signed contracts on the coffee table. Here are the contracts. Take a look, and if there are no problems, you can sign. While they reviewed the contracts, my gaze swept over each of their faces as I outlined my plans for Jerd from my past life. After signing, I'll send you to the Sing Sing training camp as trainees for a period. The company will cover the tuition. Your dancing skills are not an issue, you could graduate immediately. But in terms of singing, as well as breath control while singing and dancing, you still need practice. There's also your ability to adapt to a real stage. There will be dedicated instructors there to teach you these things. In a while, the training camp will have a level assessment test. You can try participating. Your ranking isn't important, just consider it a test of your progress. Although I said that, I knew these individuals would achieve outstanding results, all of them ranking in the top 10, even better than many trainees who had been training for years. Thinking of this, I tapped my finger on the armrest of the sofa. During this time, the company will fully prepare for your group's formation and debut, including but not limited to composing debut songs and choreography, selecting stylists, preparing the album, and so on. After you complete the assessment, I'll bring you back and choose a suitable time for your official debut. After hearing my words and reading the contract, everyone's expression turned serious. Before coming here, they had only thought of Shinji as a small, understaffed company. Although I had promised to form a group for them and let them debut, they probably didn't think I understood how to plan for a girl group's development. However, whether it was the content of the contract or what I had just said, everything exuded the professionalism of a large, legitimate company. Moreover, if everything I said could be realized, it was clear that I valued them highly and aimed to make them famous. I raised my hand, glanced at my watch, and then looked at the 5 silent individuals. Any problems? At this point, they didn't even need to exchange glances. They smirked. Then let's sign. I'll take you to the Sing Sing training camp shortly. After they signed the contracts, I took them to the training camp as promised. On the way back, as I passed the Tainyu Entertainment building, I happened to glance over and see a gaunt woman being thrown out. The briefcase in her hand fell to the ground, scattering papers everywhere. I recognized the woman who came out as her director of Tainyu. She was now looking down at the woman who was bent over, picking up papers from the ground, her tone arrogant and sarcastic. The company has supported you for so long, and you still dare to demand copyright. You useless, wash-up has-been, constantly coasting on past glories. Aren't you ashamed? Did you think the company would support you for a lifetime? After speaking, she stomped on the pile of papers on the ground and turned back into the company. The woman looked at the footprints on her papers, stunned for a moment, and then slumped to the ground. Coincidentally, I also knew this woman. It was Wei Jiaming, once a god-tier choreographer. I say once because she hadn't produced any good work in 3 years. Everyone said her talent had run dry. Only I knew that Wei Jiaming was experiencing a creative block. In my previous life, when I was still at Tainyu, I was able to help and guide her through this difficult period. I didn't expect that without my intervention, Tainyu would discard her so quickly. I had long known that Su Lingdian was a purely profit-driven person, hadn't I? With that thought, I opened the car door and got out. Wei Jiaming looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared before her hazy eyes gradually focusing. I helped her pick up the remaining documents on the ground and put them in her briefcase, my tone calm. Haven't you heard the saying, if this place doesn't want me, another place will? There's no need to lose heart over a short-sighted, ungrateful company. Wei Jiaming watched my actions intently. Hearing my words, her eyes filled with even more disappointment. But I can't create any good work now. No company will want me. No one wants a useless freeloader. As she spoke, her expression became pained. She had looked for other companies, but now she was worse off than an unknown in the choreography world, facing difficulties everywhere she went. The more famous she had been, the more ruthless were those who kicked her when she was down. She no longer saw any hope. He smirked. Whether you're washed up or not isn't for others to decide. If you're willing, you can come and try out at Sydney. Wei Jiaming was surprised. Then he isn't doing great right now, but you don't need to worry about the compensation. It won't be any less than at Tainyu. Wei Jiaming gave a bitter laugh. I'd be lucky if any company wants me now, how could I be picky? It's just that I can't choreograph anything good anymore. Are you sure Shinji will want me? Who says you can't choreograph good dances? A retorted. I told you not to listen to others' nonsense. You're just having a block. Trust me, under my guidance, you'll become even more famous than before. I wasn't running a charity. If Wei Jiaming was truly a lost cause, I wouldn't waste my time on her. The reason I said she was just having a block was that she was the main creator behind most of Jerd's choreography. I just needed to give her a little new direction, and she would be able to open up a whole new world for herself. A god will always be a god. Even if they get lost for a moment, they can still return to the peak. In fact, with my past life's memories, I could have copied all of those choreographies myself without her. But that was her glory. I didn't want to, and absolutely would not, steal it. Therefore, even if Wei Jiaming hadn't been fired, I had planned to go to Tainyu to poach her. Now, this just saved me some trouble. Wei Jiaming stared at me intently. Everyone said she was washed up. Even she herself had been nearly hypnotized by those words to the point of giving up. Yet this young man said she was just having a block. It was like a lonely traveler trekking through a desert, on the verge of physical and mental collapse, suddenly seeing a lush oasis. Although she still felt a faint hope regarding my words that she would become even more famous than before, Wei Jiaming felt as if she had been injected with a stimulant, her entire demeanor changing. But who are you? How are you so sure Shinji will want me? I extended my hand to her. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Liu Yan, the CEO of Shinji Entertainment. Wei Jiaming was stunned again. She had thought I was just her director or something. She never expected the other party to be the CEO. No wonder he was so confident in wanting her. Just as she was about to raise her hand in response, a mocking laugh suddenly sounded from the side. So this is the guy who wants to use Shinji to take on Tainyu. By picking up the trash we don't want anymore. We turned to see Suzy walking over with Su Lingdian on his arm. Hearing herself being called trash, Wei Jiaming was furious. But she wasn't stupid. She could tell that these words were aimed at the young man beside her, not her. Did they have some kind of feud? I turned to face the siblings and said with a smile, a pearl covered in dust can still shine brightly if it's wiped clean and placed in a new environment. But someone who only sees profit might not even know what they've lost in the end. The smile on Suzy's face froze. Why was he always so calm? They were clearly the ones with the upper hand. Go on and be stubborn. Only you would treat someone who hasn't choreographed anything good in 3 years as a treasure. But I guess that makes sense. Your company doesn't have any decent artists anyway. A tattered pot with a broken lid. A perfect match. This time, I didn't even bother to respond. I just turned to Wei Jiaming. Have you thought it over? By now, Wei Jiaming had also stood up. She nodded at me in a daze. Beside them, Su Lingdian looked at me with a complex expression. Recently, she had been dreaming of things that had never happened with me. Every night, she even dreamed of the events from the Great Mo dynasty that Liu Yan had mentioned before. It was fragmented, and she always felt like she was about to grasp something, but it remained just out of reach. She was about to step forward to talk to me in more detail, but I had already turned and led Wei Jiaming away. Back at the company, I first signed an employment contract with Wei Jiaming, and then had her sign a non-disclosure agreement. Afterward, I had someone make coffee, creating an atmosphere for a long chat. Wei Jiaming sat opposite me, a bit stiff, her hands on her knees, trembling slightly. I still don't have any new ideas at the moment. I cut her off. Did you study martial arts before? Wei Jiaming was surprised. How did you know? I took a sip of coffee. Have you ever thought about incorporating martial arts into dance? Wei Jiaming was stunned again. Martial arts combined with dance. I nodded. Explosiveness is very important in dance. Martial arts is a symbol of power. Combining a bit of martial arts with dance might create a surprising effect. Wei Jiaming fell into deep thought. I continued, repeating the guidance from my past life. Also, Tainyu has many A-list stars, but they are weak in the group department. You've only choreographed for individuals before. You could try expanding your scope, and choreographing for a girl group. The coordination of multiple people. Wei Jiaming's palms trembled. It was as if a bright white light had flashed in her mind. A girl group. I nodded. I plan to form a Ember girl group. We're in need of a choreographer. With that, I placed a document in front of Wei Jiaming. This is the debut song I've prepared for them. The lyrics and music are complete. You can use this as a basis for the choreography. Only then did Wei Jiaming understand why I had made her sign an. She looked at the lyrics and music in her hand, humming the melody in her head. Combined with my earlier suggestions, the spark in her mind seemed to suddenly become clear. CEO Liu, I think I have an idea. I want to go and try out the moves I just thought of right away. He smiled and nodded. No rush. You have plenty of time to prepare. After Wei Jiaming left, I was about to make a call when I suddenly received a message from Ju Yai. Someone is looking for the divine doctor again. Should I accept? The person's name is Shen Qingqing. Her mother is in critical condition. I did a quick search. She was a currently popular female artist at Tainyu Entertainment in Hua Country. Seeing this name, a flood of memories washed over me. I decisively replied, accept. Ju Yai was a bit puzzled. Why? Is she pretty? I didn't reply, thinking to myself, Shen Qingqing isn't just pretty. She's a top star in the entertainment industry, born with a star quality, favored by the heavens. As for her being one of Tainyu's people, he sneered. Not for long. She's about to become one of mine. That's right, I wanted to poach this person. At the same time, in an independent villa in a high-end residential area in the imperial capital, Yun Qingju was shouting at a face so beautiful it was infuriating. What did you say? Daikju accepted the request. Shen Qingqing nodded. Only then did Yun Qingju get so excited that she forgot the other person's mother was lying nearby in critical condition. If I had known you were so capable, I wouldn't have bothered my cousin, but still, Daikju even rejected my cousin's request. Why did he accept yours? Shen Qingqing smirked slightly, not answering but asking in return, can he cure my mother's illness? Yun Kinju then realized her insensitivity and quickly composed herself. I'm not too sure about that. Theoretically, your mother is already beyond hope. But if it's the divine doctor, who knows? After all, Dinayan's illness was also called incurable, but he turned the impossible into possible. Shen Qingqing narrowed her eyes. You can leave now. Yun Kinji was flustered. How can I leave? It was so hard for me to get a hold of the divine doctor. Of course I have to stay and see him with my own eyes. Besides, I have some questions I want to ask him. Shen Qingqing was displeased. What if you scare the divine doctor away? Yun Kinji, you could be flexible. Then I can hide in the closet. The manager beside them couldn't help but interject. Is this lady really a young miss from the Yun family? Yun Kinji shot her a glare, but it was fleeting. Compared to being a young miss of the Yun family, I'm more of a doctor. You have your idols in the entertainment industry, and we in the medical world are no exception. To see the divine doctor once, what's hiding in a closet? I'd even crawl under the bed for it. Shen Qingqing and her manager were completely speechless. After confirming the request, I drove to Shen Qingqing's residence. When I arrived, I carried my bag to the front of her villa and rang the doorbell. Soon, a woman in a light blue shirt, looking very sharp and capable, opened the door. I recognized her as Qingqing, Shen Qingqing's manager. Seeing me, Qingqing didn't react at first, wondering what I was doing there. She only thought that this young man was very handsome. I just received the request from Kexu. I'm here to treat Shen Qingqing's mother. Qingqing was first stunned, then looked at me up and down in disbelief. I wasn't overly modest, just gave a slight nod. Qingqing sized me up a few more times with a strange expression before leading me into the living room. When Shen Qingqing saw me, her first question was identical to Qingqing's. You're the divine doctor. He smiled. If you say so, then I am. As long as I can cure your mother, that's all that matters. The suspicion in Shen Qingqing's eyes deepened. You haven't even seen my mother's condition. How can you be so sure you can cure her? I thought, of course, I can be sure. I was the one who cured your mother in my previous life. It was just that in the last life, I did it to help Tainyu keep Shen Qingqing. This time, it was to lure Shen Qingqing from Tainyu to Sinny. But of course, I wouldn't say this out loud. I can. Besides, right now, only I can save your mother, isn't that right? If other doctors had a way, you wouldn't have had to place a request with Kexu. Hearing me mention Kexu, Shen Qingqing calmed down a bit. Moreover, as much as she didn't want to admit it, right now, her only option was to take a chance. Thinking this, she stood up and said, "Follow me." I held up a hand. Wait a moment. I know your mother. For now, there are no issues. I plan to negotiate the terms with her first. Let's talk about the payment. As I spoke, Qingqing couldn't help but frown. In theory, shouldn't a miracle doctor be above such matters? Shen Qingqing remained expressionless. As long as you can cure my mother, you can name your price. I raised my index finger and shook it. I won't take a single cent. But I want you to agree to one condition. Shen Qingqing nodded. What condition? Instead of answering, I asked a question of my own. Your contract with Tainyu is about to expire, isn't it? This time, before Shen Qingqing could speak, Qingqing narrowed her eyes and asked, why are you asking about this? So it's true, I said, ignoring Qingqing's wary expression and continuing on my own. Besides knowing medicine, I have another identity, the CEO of Sinji Entertainment. A bad premonition arose in Qingqing's heart. Isn't that the entertainment company under Sin Shai? It seems you know of Sinji Entertainment, I remarked. Her tone was more measured than Zheng Zion's. I nodded without any embarrassment, then looked at Shen Qingqing and stated my purpose directly. My condition is that after your contract expires, you leave Tainyu and sign with Sinny. Before Shen Qingqing could react, Qingqing exploded in anger. Are you daydreaming? Do you know what level Qingqing is at now? When her contract is up, even if she doesn't stay with Tainyu, she'll start her own company. Why would she go to a small company like yours? Seeing my outrageous demand, Qingqing's words became blunt. You said you don't want money. If Qingqing joins Sinny, the future profits she'll bring the company will be far greater than any fee you could name. You've really done your calculations. I wasn't surprised at all, casually resting my arm on the back of the sofa. You're not wrong. No one starts a business for charity. But what other choice do you have? I've made it clear, if you want me to treat your mother, you have to sign with my company after your contract ends. You have 1 week to think about it. After that week, even I will be powerless to help. Shen Qingqing looked at me intently. Can you really cure my mother? Qingqing grew anxious. Qingqing, this person might not be reliable. Besides, we still have a week. Maybe we can find another doctor who can cure your mother. I shrugged helplessly. I don't think any doctor would dare to promise they can definitively cure a patient. But I'm telling you I can. If I fail, you can do whatever you want to me. Shen Qingqing nodded. I agree. Follow me. Qingqing was immediately worried. Qingqing, Shen Qingqing shot her a cold glance. Is a career more important than my mother's life? King was rendered speechless. He smiled at King, then followed King upstairs. At that moment, Yoon Kinji was hiding in King's mother's wardrobe. Hearing the door open, she gently pushed it ajar. The next moment, an impossibly familiar face appeared before her. She had vaguely heard that the miracle doctor was a man and, knowing he was a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, had assumed he would be at least 50 years old. After all, Chinese medicine was vast and profound. Even after all her years of study, she felt she had only scratched the surface. So, could someone please tell her why the miracle doctor was a young man not even 20 years old? And more importantly, why was he her cousin's boyfriend? No, that can't be right, Yoon Kinji tried to console herself. He might just be a friend of King's, here for a visit. Just then, she heard King say to me, "This is my mother. How do you plan to treat her?" I was about to answer when there was a loud crash. A person tumbled out of the wardrobe. Yoon Kinji rolled a few times before awkwardly getting to her feet, steadying herself on the bedpost. She gave me an embarrassed wave. Yoon Kinji straightened her messy hair. "You the miracle doctor? Haha. Isn't this guy a little too incredible? Is there anything he doesn't know?" She had heard about my feats at the party, and now, discovering I was the legendary miracle doctor, she wondered if there was anything I couldn't do. Thinking of her equally prodigious younger brother, Yoon Kinji couldn't help but sigh. It's true what they say, freaks attract freaks. Seeing Yoon Kinji, I understood what had happened. Part of me had a headache, thinking I had truly caused trouble, while the other part just waved my hand. "Since you're here, you can give me a hand." I opened my bag and took out my acupuncture needles and other traditional medical tools. King looked at the equipment I laid out. "You're a doctor of Chinese medicine." I turned to her. "Is there a problem?" King voiced King's doubts. To be so proficient in Chinese medicine at such a young age. I turned back to my work. "You wouldn't understand the world of geniuses. Just know that it's possible." Yoon Kinji smiled and walked over to me, looking at King and King. "I forgot to tell you, the miracle doctor is indeed a master of Chinese medicine. Now please leave." King knew those words were directed at her, and King. Though still worried, she pulled King out of the room. Once outside, King put her hands on her hips. "You don't really believe a young man can be skilled enough in Chinese medicine to cure your mother, do you?" "But he's the miracle doctor acknowledged by the seventh master," King replied, her face impassive. "Besides, as he said, I don't really have any other choice, do I?" "But if he does cure her," King pressed, "are you really going to Sinji, a small entertainment company like that?" "A person cannot go back on their word," King said, her gaze drifting toward the end of the hallway. "Besides, you know I've never been interested in the entertainment circle. It doesn't matter where I go. But you were born for this." King also looked down the hall. "Even if you like car racing, you can't become a professional driver, can you? A person has to make a living." King said nothing more, her eyes returning to the bedroom door as if staring at the red light of an operating room. About 2 hours later, the door clicked open. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I said, "Your mother is awake." King's jaw dropped in astonishment. King's clear, glass-like eyes widened slightly. Her mother had been in a coma for half a month. She thought that even if I could save her, recovery would be a gradual process. Yet, here I was, saying she was already awake. Before she could react, Jing's slightly weak voice came from inside the room. King. King, are you out there?" King rushed into the bedroom. "Mom." Yoon Kinji was sitting by the bed, taking Jing's pulse while marveling, "This is truly amazing." Jing's originally pale and ashen complexion now had a healthy, rosy glow. She took King's hand, her kind eyes looking at me. Was it this young man who treated me? Truly a hero from a young age. And so handsome, too. King turned to look at me. He was indeed handsome, the kind of dazzlingly handsome that stood out. Initially, before knowing my identity, she had thought that if she didn't already have King under her wing, she would definitely scout me. But thinking about my purpose for being here, her mood soured. Now that I had cured King's mother, it meant King would leave Tainyu for Sinny. After working so hard to cultivate such a famous artist, she would certainly have to follow. In other words, this man would soon be her boss. Jinny was oblivious to King's inner turmoil. The more she looked at me, the more pleased she was. "Young man, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend?" Realizing her intentions, Yoon Kinji inwardly cursed and quickly spoke before I could. "Auntie, he already has a girlfriend. It's my cousin." "Oh," Jinny said, her tone clearly disappointed. King bit her lip and took her mother's hand. "Mom, you just woke up. Don't overthink things. Get some rest. I have something to discuss with them." She tucked her mother's hand back under the covers and turned to me. "Is my mother's illness cured?" I handed her a prescription. "Just follow this prescription. Brew it once in the morning and once at night. After a week, she'll be fully recovered. Shen Qingqing took the paper and nodded. Let's talk outside. As we walked out of the room and back toward the living room, my steps suddenly paused. My gaze, slightly surprised, fell on the end of the hallway. Yun Qingyu followed my line of sight and saw a large photograph hanging on the wall. On the left was a race car driver in a full racing suit and helmet, with only their eyes visible. On the right stood a young girl who looked a bit naive, but had the familiar features of the famous star, Shen Qingqing. In the photo, Shen Qingqing, an idol to tens of millions of fans, looked like a starstruck fangirl, gazing at the driver with pure admiration, a stark contrast to her usual cold and aloof public persona. That's a picture of Qingqing with her favorite racer when she was younger, Qingqing explained. Knowing I was about to become her boss, her tone was much more polite. Oh, I said, a slow smile spreading across my face. I hadn't noticed this photo in my past life, so I never knew Shen Qingqing was my fan. Racing was a very private part of her life. She didn't want outsiders paying too much attention to her secret passion. I was about to urge everyone to move on when Shen Qingqing's eyes landed on me, then darted back to the eyes of the racer in the photo. She froze. Seeing this, Qingqing couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Shen Qingqing turned back to stare into my eyes. "Do you have any sisters or brothers?" Before I could answer, Yun Qingyu replied for me. Lu Yuan is the newly found young master of the Lu family. He has 3 older sisters. Remembering what Shen Qingqing's mother had said, she added pointedly, Lu Yuan and my cousin are in a relationship based on free love. The Xie family and the Yun family are well matched. If all goes well, Nu Yan will marry my cousin in the future. Shen Qingqing had no reaction to my identity. After all, the young lady of the Yun family was standing right next to her. She was even less interested in the latter part of Yun Qingyu's statement. To be precise, besides racing, she wasn't interested in much of anything, including the entertainment industry she was in. She mentally ran through the 3 young ladies of the Xie family and, finding them all far from the person she was thinking of, reverted to her initial cool demeanor. Let's go downstairs. In the living room, Shen Qingqing looked at me, her expression professional and blank. I agreed to your terms and I won't go back on my word. After my contract expires, I will report to your company. Do I need to sign a written commitment? Hearing this, Qingqing knew the matter was settled and didn't intervene. He smiled and shook my head. I trust you. I had faith in Shen Qingqing's character. Shen Qingqing gave a slight Then you may leave. Since this was a transaction, I will not thank you. Before my contract is up, I am still an artist of Tainu. I hope you can understand that. From the moment she started speaking, Qingqing had been desperately signaling her. When she finished, Qingqing felt like she was choking on a mouthful of blood. You've already decided to switch companies. The person in front of you is your future boss, who talks to their boss like this. Instead of trying to curry favor, you're actively offending him. Shen Qingqing seemed oblivious to her manager's anxiety. Though a woman of few words, she had her principles. She had no interest in the entertainment industry and felt it was the same wherever she went, but she hated being forced. This young man had used her mother's treatment to coerce her into switching companies, which left a very bad taste in her mouth. She would keep her promise, but she couldn't bring herself to be pleasant to me. I looked into Shen Qingqing's eyes and knew exactly what she was thinking. But what did it matter? I quite enjoyed this "you can't stand me, but you can't do anything about it" look of hers. I just wondered if she'd still have this attitude when she found out I was her idol. Rest assured, I won't bother you before your contract expires, I said, then stood up to leave. Goodbye, little fan. Wait. Yun Qingyu, who felt she couldn't get a word in during their conversation, couldn't sit still when she saw I was about to leave. Let's go together. Knowing I was the miracle doctor, she had far too many questions for me. Once outside Shen Qingqing's villa, Yun Qingyu quickly hopped into the passenger seat of my car. Lu Yuan, how did you learn your medical skills? They're incredible. I pondered for a moment. My medical skills were learned from my master in an ancient era. When it comes to being a miracle doctor, I think my master is the one who truly deserves the title. Even in ancient times with backward medical conditions, he could perform one medical miracle after another. Except for the Go arts of the southern frontier, my master knew almost everything and passed it all down to me. Of course, I would never tell Yun Qingyu any of this. Get out of the car. Don't be so heartless. I'm practically your cousin-in-law, you know, Yun Qingyu said, not only refusing to get out but also buckling her seatbelt. You don't want to talk about that. Fine, I'll change the subject. That Duncan syndrome surgery, how did you do it? I've simulated it thousands of times, but failed every single time. Of course you'd fail, I thought. Because I not only used a combination of Eastern and Western medical techniques but also my internal energy. This is an even more fantastical concept in modern society, so I can't tell her that either. Get out of the car. Yun Qingyu gripped her seatbelt tightly. I'm not getting out. Knowing I had brought this trouble upon myself, I rubbed my temples. Seeing she wouldn't budge, I gave up and started the car. When I returned to the company, a small shadow followed me. Wherever I went, Yun Kinjiu followed. I answered the questions I could and stayed silent on the ones I couldn't. Even so, Yun Kinjiu remained fascinated, trailing me left and right as if she had an endless supply of questions. At closing time, I walked out, intending to ditch her. As soon as we stepped out of the company's entrance, we ran into Yun Menjiao, who had come to pick me up. Seeing Yun Kinjiu clinging to my side, Yun Menjiao's eyes narrowed, her cold gaze piercing right through her cousin. Why are you here? Yun Kinjiu's heart pounded under her cousin's stare. I came to ask Lu Yuan for some guidance on medical techniques. Yun Menjiao's expression darkened. You call him Lu Yuan? Yun Kinjiu was a bit taken aback. Isn't she focusing on the wrong thing? What's wrong with me calling him Lu Yuan? He's your boyfriend. Can't I call him that? What's with that look in your eyes? Are you suspecting me of trying to steal him? I've told you. I'm not interested in stealing my little sister's boyfriend. Yun Menjiao said. He even spoke up for you in front of Shen Qingqing's mother. Seeing her reaction, Yun Kinjiu finally relaxed. Then she asked. I was asking him for medical advice. You didn't know. What didn't I know? Lu Yuan is capable of, Yun Kinjiu said gleefully. I quickly cut her off. You know I have some knowledge of Chinese medicine. Her skills aren't great, so she asked me a few questions. I shot Yun Kinjiu a glare. I realized this woman had a big mouth. In front of Shen Qingqing, she had blabbered on about my identity as a young master of the Xia family, and now she was about to spill my real secrets. Before, I didn't think there was anything I couldn't tell Yun Menjiao, but I had just accepted her case. If she found out I was the miracle doctor she was looking for, who accepted her case but then went to treat someone else. With her personality. The thought made me shudder. Let's go, I said, taking Yun Menjiao's hand. Yun Menjiao glanced at my slightly awkward expression, a hint of darkness flashing in her eyes, but she didn't press further. Once in the car, Yun Menjiao kissed me as if she were dying of thirst, then pressed against my lips and asked, Are we going back to my place where you're home today? I was trying to catch my breath when my phone rang. I swiped to answer, and immediately heard Mother Xia's voice. Lu Yuan, are you off work? I cooked dinner myself today. She paused for a moment. If Menjiao is with you, bring her along too. Hearing the caution and pleading in her voice, I felt an inexplicable sting in my nose. I had always thought the Xia family never raised me, so I prioritized Yun Menjiao in everything, but I forgot that my disappearance was not something they wanted. My mother had suffered all these years. Thinking of that ancient jade pendant, I took a deep breath and smiled. I'll be right back. After hanging up, I said to Yun Menjiao, I'm going home today. You don't have to come, okay? Yun Menjiao replied. She had heard the voice on the phone and understood my current feelings. I looked up and reached out to stroke her cheek. You're so good. Yun Menjiao grabbed my fingers and bit one playfully. So, what's my reward? The word reward immediately brought back memories of making up for the reward from the other day, and my face darkened. What are you thinking about? Yun Menjiao looked at me, amused. In this situation, how could I let you do that? After dropping me off at home, Yun Menjiao left without even coming inside. When Xia Qingqing saw me return alone, she was overjoyed and ate with much more enthusiasm than she had that morning. Yan Wanhyun, on the other hand, kept putting food on my plate. Menjiao, why didn't she come with you? I chewed my food and said casually she had something else to do. Yan Wanhyun nodded and didn't ask further, turning her attention to Xia Wanning. Why aren't you eating? I also turned to look at my eldest sister. She had been frowning since the beginning and hadn't touched her chopsticks. What's wrong? I asked. Xia Wanning forced a smile and patted my head. It's nothing, Lu Yuan. Don't worry. I hesitated for a moment. Big sis, you know my capabilities. Even if you don't tell me, I can find out. Xia Wanning sighed in resignation. I didn't tell you because it involves Su Linjun. You've already gotten your revenge on her, and I didn't want to trouble you further. I bit the end of my chopstick, my expression serious. What is it? Finally, Xia Wanning explained, she acquired a racing team from in country. This time, they will represent in country in the World Championship held in Hua country. The team representing Hua country is ours. I'm not afraid of losing, I just don't want to lose to the person who bullied you. Yang Wandun frowned. Acquiring a foreign team isn't an issue in theory, but helping a foreign country compete against our own people. Isn't that a bit unethical? He sneered internally. For her own benefit, what wouldn't Su Linjun do? But why is Big Sis so sure we'll lose? Xia Wanning, thinking I didn't understand, explained, the team Su Linjun bought is very strong. Moreover, one of their racers, named Jazin, has won multiple consecutive championships since his debut. He's almost never lost. Our team can hold its own against others, but against him, I'm not confident we can win. I was about to say something when Xia Qingqing slammed her chopsticks on the table. In my opinion, just get rid of that Su woman. Why does revenge have to be so complicated? Yan Wanhun glared at her, then turned to Xia Wanning. I remember that racer from an country isn't always undefeated. Didn't he once lose to some legendary racer from Hua country? Jia Wanning replied, that's because of Flash and the ban racer appeared that year. But that racer left nothing behind, no name, no contact information. Finding him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Besides, even if we found him, he's been retired for so long, there's no guarantee he could beat Jezen now. I reached out and took Xia Wanning's hand from the table. Big sis, let me join your team. I'll help you beat him. Xia Wanning was stunned, then laughed, half in exasperation. Lu Yuan, I know you hate Su Linjin, but you don't have to do everything yourself when it comes to her. The Su family's main business is entertainment. If you can topple Tanyu, the Su family will be mostly finished. Racing is not like regular driving, it's much more difficult. I know, I said seriously. I am the legendary Hua country racer who defeated Jason. As soon as I said it, the dining room fell silent. Big sis, I really am the legendary racer. I deeply regretted only pocketing the prize money and tossing the championship trophy because I found it an eyesore. Now I had no way to prove my identity. Just let me race, and you'll see. I will definitely beat Jason and bring the championship trophy home for you. Xia Wanning pressed her lips together. If you really are the legendary racer, then I have even more reason not to let you go. I blinked. Why? Lu Yuan, if you are the legendary racer, don't you know you almost died back then? I muttered, that did happen. When I was about to reach the finish line, I was forced towards the mountainside. Suddenly, a boulder rolled down from the mountain by the track. At that speed, it was impossible to swerve in time. Luckily, I managed to control the car and get past it. Otherwise, both the car and I would have been done for. But you got through it, didn't you? I was completely unconcerned. Besides, that was a sudden geological disaster, a once-in-a-century event. How could I be lucky enough to encounter it all the time? Xia Wanning looked at me, wanting to say more but stopping herself. It seems you've done your research. You knew about Su Linjin acquiring the team a long time ago, didn't you? What? Xia Wanning asked. You even know what kind of accident the legendary racer had back then. Seeing that she absolutely did not believe I was the racer, I couldn't convince her. I took her hand and shook it. Big sis, just give me a spot on the team, please. This action stunned both Xia Wanning and Xia Qingning. Faced with their little brother acting cute for the first time, the first thought in both their minds was, damn it, give him everything. Xia Wanning's psychological defenses began to crumble, but she hadn't completely lost her reason. Lu Yuan, racing is very dangerous. Whether you are the legendary racer or not, accidents can happen on the track. Sensing Xia Wanning's resolve wavering, I saw my chance and continued to shake her hand. Big sis. Please. Thump. Xia Wanning felt her heart was about to explode. Looking at my pitiful expression, she was at a loss for words. If little brother wants to play, just let him play, Xia Qingning said. With us watching over him, how could he get hurt? I tried to suppress my emotions and turned to Xia Qingning. Thanks, that insists. Xia Qingning immediately grinned foolishly. After dinner, the family, except for Xia Shaoxiao, was chatting happily in the living room when Lu Diquan rushed in, his face panicked. Madam, everyone from the racing team is gathered at the main gate, protesting collectively. He glanced carefully at me, about letting young Master Lu Yuan join the race. Hearing this, Xia Qingning immediately flared up. Protesting. They dare to rebel. The decision has been made. What right do they have to object? Xia Wanning's elegant brows furrowed slightly. The number of racers in a competition is limited. To add one person, one must be removed. She had expected the racers to object, but not this quickly. Let's go take a look. At the main gate, I saw more than 10 racers in training uniforms gathered together. Hearing the commotion, they all turned, their eyes filled with anger as they looked at me. A male racer, surrounded by the others, stepped forward and spoke bluntly, Director Xia, we know that subordinates shouldn't interfere with the decisions of superiors. But this race represents national honor, it's not a joke. By replacing a professional racer with your brother for a bit of fun, have you considered the hard work we've put in day and night? What will become of our national honor? Another racer, his eyes red, added, even if my skills aren't as good as others on the team, I'm still better than a young master who's never even touched a race car. Plus, I've been training for so long. Why should I have to give up my spot? Xia Qingning said angrily, have you all forgotten who pays your salaries? When a superior gives an order, you obey. What's with all the chatter? After she spoke, no one dared to add anything else, but the fire in their eyes burned even brighter, clearly showing their defiance. I gently patted Xia Qingning's hand to calm her down, then looked at the crowd of racers and asked, who says I've never touched a race car? Since I couldn't provide proof, I didn't bring up being the legendary racer again. Even if Mr. Lu has touched a car, you've never been on a professional race track, have you? The male racer in the middle sneered. Professional racing is completely different from the kind of entertainment you rich kids play at. He smiled back. I'm talking about professional racing. If you're not convinced, let's have a race and see. The scene fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter. Whoa, did I hear that right? He wants to race Brother Lee. Does he even know Brother Lee's status in the racing world? Keep it down, guys. Don't our rich young masters have any face to save? He has no idea he's just picked a fight with a rock. Chi Li was also stunned by my words. After a long moment, he looked incredulous. Are you insulting me? He crossed his arms and looked at me with contempt. If it weren't for you causing this trouble, I'd still be at the training grounds. Do you think I have time to play childish games with a spoiled rich kid? Are you trying to rebel? Jia Qingning's face darkened so much it looked like it could drip water. Believe it or not, with one word from me, none of you will be able to compete. The racers fell silent again, but their faces were still filled with defiance. Hia Wanning spoke up coldly. I made the decision to let my brother participate. I will bear any consequences. You just need to worry about yourselves. If I hear any more disrespectful words towards my brother, the team will be disbanded immediately. The racers shuddered, seemingly not expecting Xia Wanning to indulge me to such an extent. Everyone immediately deflated like wilted vegetables. Only Ji Li, relying on his status, said with a mix of sarcasm and mockery, I've heard the 3 young ladies of the Xia family spoil their brother without principle. Today, I've truly seen it for myself. Hearing this, I also got angry. Ji Li, no need for provocations. Since you don't want to race now, we'll see each other on the track. Xu Li narrowed his eyes, turned, and waved to the other racers. Let's go. After the racers left, Xia Qingning couldn't help but curse, what the hell is this? They're all spoiled. If they were my subordinates in the Xia clan, and dared to talk to me like that, they would have died 800 times over. Hearing this, Xia Qingning standing beside her trembled. Xia Wanning rubbed her temples. For now, we still need them for the competition. We'll deal with other matters after the race is over. She then gently patted my head to comfort me. Don't feel any pressure. Since I've agreed to let you go, I'm prepared for the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario? She really doesn't trust me at all. The family had no idea this wasn't over. After the racers returned, a post titled Young Master of the Xia family disregards national honor, cuts in line to promote himself spread like wildfire across the racing community forums. After reading the post, racing fans couldn't help but comment, rich kids are truly willful, daring to interfere even in a race involving national honor. And the family just indulges him in his nonsense. This is hilarious. This guy even wants to compete with our god, Lei, who gave him the courage and confidence. Before long, apart from encrypted information, all the details I had previously revealed were dug up, including my romantic entanglements with Su Linjin. Ah, I get it now. It's to get revenge on his ex-girlfriend and the third party. One buys a foreign team to help outsiders against their own people, the other disregards national honor to crash the party. A match made in heaven. Why even bother with a breakup drama? But this guy seems quite capable, right? High education, talented, and a CEO. So what? Being good in other fields has nothing to do with our racing world. If he dares to come to our territory and cause trouble, he should be prepared to be flamed. At the same time, in a high-end club in the capital, a group of rich young masters looked at their phone screens, laughing gleefully. Looks like we don't even need to do anything. This guy can destroy himself. He's used to being spoiled. He doesn't even realize what kind of circle he's offended. These keyboard warriors don't care who he is, especially when they're fueled by patriotism. It's easy to sway public opinion. This time, even if he doesn't die, he'll lose a layer of skin. We've been suppressed for so long, finally a breath of fresh air. Let's see the Xia family abuse their power now. Unexpectedly, these keyboard warriors aren't afraid of anything. Seeing me become the target of public criticism, they naturally didn't miss the opportunity to kick me while I was down. Just then, a weaker young master spoke up. What if he's also really good at racing? He clearly hadn't gotten over the fear of being beaten by me. You can rest assured about that, another replied. I've compared the list of professional racers from the past few years. Unless he's that mysterious legendary racer, he's never even been on a professional track. But everyone knows the legendary racer is a woman. Hikaoksham spoke up. As soon as his voice was heard, the scene quieted down for a moment. The young master who had been beaten by me sneered at him. Oh, so the adopted son of the He family is here too. I'm curious. I don't remember inviting you. Hikaoksham's face darkened. After being kicked out of Wen Sami's tutelage at the party, his status in the family had plummeted. His adoptive parents no longer valued him, and the young masters and ladies of the capital excluded him from their activities. Before, relying on his status in the Gyukin world and the doting of his adoptive parents, he had never felt that blood ties were important. Even as an adopted son, he could hang out with the real rich kids and even overshadow the biological son the He family had just found. But since that night, everything had changed. And it was all because of me. A flash of hatred appeared in Hikaoksham's eyes. Racing. A dangerous sport like this. Accidents are quite normal, right? The forums were still in an uproar criticizing me, and it was only escalating. However, just as the racing fans were in the middle of their heated tirade, all related posts were suddenly wiped clean. No matter if people searched for keywords like Shia or Young Master Shia, they were filtered. The accounts that had cursed me were also banned en masse. It was as if an invisible hand had descended, and everyone could see this was to protect me. The enraged fans, being forcibly silenced, developed a rebellious mentality. On one hand, they criticized the tyranny of capitalism. On the other, they created alternate accounts to spread the information using veiled language. I didn't know that some petty person wanted to harm me, nor did I know I was being flamed online. After dealing with the protesting racers with my family, I went to my room to sleep. In the middle of the night, a breeze suddenly blew through the window. Just as I opened my eyes, a shadow descended from above. Recognizing the familiar scent, my tense nerves immediately relaxed. I put my hand on Yun Menjiao's shoulder. "Why are you here?" Yun Menjiao lay on her side next to me. "You're planning to go racing." I was startled. "How did you know?" Hearing this, Yun Menjiao knew I was unaware of the online situation and was glad she had handled it in time. "I heard it from your second sister," she said, shamelessly blaming someone else. "Then you also know about Su Lingjian buying the in-country team." I pulled the blanket over her. "This time, I'm going to make her lose everything." Yun Menjiao was silent for a moment. "Can you not go racing?" I blinked. "Why?" "It's not safe," Yun Menjiao said. She paused, then continued, "If you just want to win the championship, I can go for you." I was stunned. Although I had never seen Yun Menjiao race, I didn't feel she was bluffing at all. Based on our previous interactions, this woman was my equal in every aspect. "It's not that serious. You can win the championship." "I can," Yun Menjiao replied with certainty. "You know I'm the legendary racer." I was startled again. "How did you know?" Yun Menjiao opened her mouth, but said nothing. I understood the reason from her subtle gaze. This person was always quietly watching over me in corners I couldn't see. "That was an accident," I said, taking a deep breath and not exposing her. "Besides, if you went instead, wouldn't I be worried too?" Yun Menjiao was about to speak again, but I covered her mouth with my hand. "You know, once I've made a decision, no one can change it. Besides, I've said it before, I have to get this revenge myself." Muffled, Yun Menjiao glanced down at me. My face darkened. "What are you looking at?" "I'm not that small anymore." Yun Menjiao blinked, signaling she couldn't speak. I removed my hand. "So, I'll be the one racing. Don't compete with me for it, okay?" I won't compete with you," Yun Menjiao said, her lips slightly parted, her warm breath caressing me. "Now, let's talk about something else." I looked at her and asked deliberately, "Talk about what?" Yun Menjiao slowly started to unbutton my clothes and whispered in my ear, "Let's see if you're still small." For the next few consecutive days, my two sisters and Yun Menjiao went to survey the racetrack location to prevent any geological disasters. Although they didn't believe I was the legendary racer, they didn't want a similar accident to happen again. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the competition. Since the race was being broadcast live, racing fans who couldn't be there in person had been waiting in the streaming room since early morning. The comments were flying by quickly. "Will I get censored for cursing now? Capitalism is so ugly. Today I want to see what kind of jokes Sinchai makes of themselves. Go ahead and ban me. For every account you ban, I'll make a new one." In a high-end residential area in the capital, Shen Qingqing gave Hong Jinyi her medicine and then dressed discreetly to go out. "Qingqing, I knew you wouldn't miss any car race," Qingqing said, already waiting outside. "We agreed today. Just watch the race quietly. Don't overreact and get recognized by fans," Shen Qingqing said, not responding to her as she closed her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, at the racetrack, which was already packed with people, as I slowly drove my car into the Red Wind team's area, all eyes turned to me. Someone's got thick skin. Still has the face to show up after being flamed like that. I ignored the taunts from the other racers, and quietly checked the equipment and performance of the car. After watching me fiddle for a while, Xu Li couldn't help but walk over. "The car's equipment is already adjusted. Don't mess with it. If you break something, you'll have problems on the track later." I turned and gave him an annoyed look, as if to say, "Are you telling me how to do my job? Brother Li, why bother with him? Once the race starts, we'll leave him in the dust. If he gets into an accident, it has nothing to do with us. Besides, Director Xia was the one who let him join. If anything happens, we can't be blamed." Xu Li smirked, turned, and walked away. Just then, a male racer with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a foreign racing suit, walked over. Seeing him, the racers of the Hua country team looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Xu Li, however, walked up friendly and extended his hand. "Jason, hello. Remember me? I'm Xu Li from Hua country." Jason glanced down at the outstretched hand, snorted softly, and walked straight past him, clearly showing his disdain. Xuli's face froze, his hand awkwardly suspended in mid-air. So arrogant. In the VIP box on the stands, Yun Menjiao saw the scene on the screen, and her small face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Yanting swallowed hard and put a hand on Yun Menjiao's shoulder. Miss, calm down. Mr. Lu is just socializing with a foreign friend. This is us showing our friendliness as a nation of courtesy. Beside them, Xia Qingning curled her lips into a smile. I've suddenly discovered that if little brother can betray you once, he can betray you a second time. Your position as my sister-in-law isn't so secure. As soon as she finished, she was smacked on the head by Yang Wan-hyun. Shut up. Yang Wan-hyun then turned to Yun Menjiao. Don't mind her. Yun Menjiao smiled. What are you saying, Mom? How could I dare to mind what sister says? Chengting, standing to the side, tried hard not to laugh. Luckily, next to the fire starter Xia Qingning, there was Madame Xia to act as a fire extinguisher. Otherwise, she really couldn't control her own young Mrs. outbursts. Over on the track, Jazin was completely unaware of Yun Menjiao's murderous gaze. After a few pleasantries, he stated his purpose for coming. Our boss has a message for Mr. Lu. If you keep confronting her like this, it will make her. If you think I still have feelings for her, then this statement from Jazin will directly incinerate her reason, I thought. If the previous exchange had shattered Yun Menjiao's composure, Jazin's words now completely burned away her sanity. Miss, calm down. Jianting, as if facing a great enemy, held Yun Menjiao tightly. What do you mean, still have feelings? Are you going to confront him? Let's see what Mr. Lu has to say first. I chuckled and said, tell her that narcissism is a disease that needs to be cured. I put on my helmet. Also, I came here today to beat you, and by the way, make her lose everything. Jazin was stunned when he heard me. His assistant had already told him about the situation online, and he knew I was just some rich kid blinded by love who knew nothing about racing. But when he saw me put on my helmet, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. The taunts on the tip of his tongue retreated. Have I met you somewhere before? He smirked slightly. Take a guess. Before Jazin could react, the preparation signal blared. He could only push his doubts aside and return to his team. From the moment I declared I wanted to beat Jazin, the surrounding racers and the broadcast chat were filled with curses. Because of Xuli's public humiliation, the other racers didn't want to speak up for Jazin, but the comments in the broadcast room had no such reservations. Did I hear that right? He said he wants to beat Jazin. What an arrogant fool who doesn't know his place. I was completely unaware of the mockery from the fans in the broadcast room. Of course, even if I knew, I wouldn't have cared. As the preparation signal sounded, the commentator took his position and began his familiar, year after year opening speech. After the intro, he started introducing the racers. As was customary, after praising the top racers from various countries, he shifted the topic and turned the camera to my car. Many racing fans already know that this time, Mr. Lu has joined our nation's Crimson Wind team. We don't know what surprises he will bring us. Let's wait and see. These words undoubtedly threw me to the wolves again. The stands and the broadcast screen were filled with a fresh wave of insults. When the race began, the starting official waved the flag, and the waiting cars shot off like arrows from a bow. The commentator began his non-stop commentary. We can see that Jazin from a nation is currently in the lead, with Ji Li of our Crimson Wind team following closely behind. They've already created a gap with the others right from the start. Does this mean the championship will be decided between these two? He paused, then brought me up again. So, where is our Mr. Lu right now? That's right, in last place. Just as expected, it's only logical. The insults from the live audience in the broadcast room immediately intensified, mixed with cheers for other racers. Since it was our home turf, the cheers for Ji Li were the loudest. In the stands, Xia Qingning frowned at Xia Wanning. Where did this commentator come from? Can we get him fired? Xia Wanning pursed her lips and shook her head. He was invited by the race organizers. Even if we wanted to replace him, it's too late now. After saying that, her face turned cold. If he dares to humiliate my brother on the track, he shouldn't blame the Xia family for retaliating. The calmest person in the entire venue was Yun Menjiao. She knew I was the racing god. I wasn't in a hurry. I wasn't intentionally starting slow to create a dramatic comeback. It was just that starting positions in a race team have their own rules. The stronger you are, the further up you're placed, like Jazin and Ji Li. Being placed at the very back, it would be strange if I wasn't left behind at the start. But now, it was my time to shine. At this point, the commentator was still rambling on from his high platform, but a slight tremor in his voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. The top two positions are still held by Jazin and Ji Li, but the gap between them has widened. So, where is our Mr. Lu? Even now, he couldn't resist a jab at me. Our Mr. Lu has escaped last place. Good, good. The insults from the venue and broadcast room paused. This kid has some skill after all. So he does know how to race. Who said he's never touched a race car? Even if he can race, he's still way behind. How can we expect him to win the championship? Exactly, we still have to rely on God Li for the win. But God Li is quite far behind Jason now. Go God Li, go. Xia Wang and Xia Qingning looked at each other. It seems our little brother really knows how to race, Xia Qingning said with a grin. Good. While we don't care about his ranking, we don't want to hear people insulting him too much. It's a hassle to deal with them. A while later, the commentator's voice grew urgent. Our Julie has been overtaken by Jin Yu and is now in third place. But he's tailing second place closely, so it's not a big issue. First place is still Jason, and he's leaving the others far behind. Is Jason truly unbeatable? After saying this, he subconsciously searched for my car. When he found it, a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. My car had already overtaken more than half the cars on the track and was now in the upper, middle pack. The commentator rubbed his eyes several times to make sure he wasn't seeing things. His previously somber mood suddenly turned ecstatic. Our Mr. Liu is not bad at all. This is stronger than most professional racers. When he had said our Mr. Liu before, his tone was filled with sarcasm. But this time, that tone was completely gone. Everyone could hear the genuine praise. At this moment, the insults directed at me from the venue and the broadcast room had completely vanished. The question marks that previously followed my name had now turned into exclamation points. This is more than just some skill. That drift around the corner, that cunning overtake. Many professional racers can't do that. He's amazing. If he weren't blocked by the cars in front, I think he could go even further. I apologize for what I said earlier. This kid is incredible. Xia Wanning turned to Xia Qingning. Do you think our brother is actually the racing god? Xia Qingning's eyes widened. It seems. It's not impossible. Maybe Chu Li is just not in good form today. As time passed, the commentator's brows furrowed. He's in fourth place now. Inside his car, Xu Li's mind was in turmoil. He never expected that after practicing for so long, not only could he not compare to Jason, but he was also being pushed out of the top 3. He tried to calm himself, thinking that as long as he was number 1 in the country, it was fine. As he was comforting himself, he saw my car approaching in his rear view mirror. When he saw me, Xu Li thought he was hallucinating. But before he could get a clear look, that race car sped past him at lightning speed. The track was an outdoor circuit that stretched across half the capital, with the only spectator stand at the starting point. So he had no idea how frenzied the stands had become. The commentator was now so excited he could barely hold the microphone. Our Mr. Liu has now passed Chu Li and is in fourth place. No, third. It seems passing second place is only a matter of time. At this point, many people in the stands had excitedly stood up. The chants of support unanimously switched from Chu Li to me. The broadcast chat was scrolling at a dizzying pace. I thought he was bronze, but he's pure gold. Now I believe him when he said he wanted to beat Jason. It wasn't a bluff. Where did this gem come from? Why have we never seen him on a professional track before? With his skill level, he shouldn't be unknown. Thank God they switched racers. Otherwise, our team might not have even made the top 3 this time. Jason, too, was unaware of the situation at the starting point. Having been at the top for so long, he had become numb to the number 1 position. He thought this championship would be another undisputed victory, until he saw a small black dot in his rearview mirror. The car that was originally in second place had long been left far behind. That small black dot didn't bother him for long. As the distance closed, the small dot in his vision gradually enlarged, slowly revealing the clear shape of a race car. Jason was surprised, thinking to himself, that Chinese racer has some skill, catching up after being left so far behind. As he was thinking this, he suddenly realized something was wrong. That wasn't a Chinese team car. When he saw my face, Jason was stunned for a moment, then filled with disbelief. It wasn't until my car pulled ahead of him that the faint face in his memory gradually became clear. He remembered. This was the racing god who had defeated him several years ago. The moment I overtook Jason, the commentator jumped up in excitement. He passed him. He passed. Our Mr. Liu has overtaken Jason and is now in first place. The audience at the venue stood up in unison, raising their hands and cheering as if I had just won the world championship. The broadcast room was flooded with a barrage of congratulations. Damn, he actually did it. He really beat Jason. Xia Wanning and Xia Qingning looked at each other again, both seeing the shock and shame in the other's eyes. Tell me, is there anything our little brother doesn't know? What has our brother been through all these years? They spoke in unison, then simultaneously turned away with complicated emotions, looking at the calm expression on Yun Menjiao's face beside them. Xia Qingning couldn't help but ask, how are you not surprised at all, Yun Menjiao? Did you know he was the racing god? Just then, Yan Wanwan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. She anxiously grabbed Xia Wanning's arm. My eyelids are suddenly twitching non-stop, and my heart is starting to panic. Xia Wanning's expression turned serious as she stared intently at the large screen showing the image of the young man driving. Theoretically, nothing should happen. We've been surveying for geological disasters these past few days, and there haven't been any signs. With brother's racing skills, he shouldn't make any operational errors. After speaking, she stood up. However, brother is almost halfway through the race now. We should go to the finish line to greet him. Mom, why can't you think a bit more positively about brother? Xia Qingming also stood up. What you said is making me worried too. Yang Wanwan was overwhelmed by a great sense of unease and couldn't be bothered to argue with Xia Qingming. By this time, Yun Menjiao had already called for a car. She, along with Xia Wanning and the others, got in and headed for the finish line. Just then, two tall figures dressed discreetly squeezed into the stands. To avoid their artist being recognized, Qin King was also fully covered hat, sunglasses, and mask. Did we not check the calendar before going out today? We even ran into a traffic accident. Luckily your fans didn't recognize you, or we might not have made it. But thankfully we handled it in time, and the race isn't over yet. Wait a minute, Qin King said, listening to her earpiece for a moment before nodding. I hear them. They seem to be chanting Racing God. The Racing God has arrived. Shin King didn't respond but pulled a racing fan beside her and asked urgently, what's this about the Racing God you're all talking about? Is the Racing God here? We're not sure if it's really the Racing God, the fan said, sizing up Shen King's bundle of appearance in the hot weather. But this person overtook Jason. Even if he's not the Racing God, he's not far off. Look, the person on the big screen is him. The live broadcast on the big screen happened to switch to a shot of me. Seeing the racer in the helmet on the screen, Shen King immediately felt her soul tremble. The eyes from her memory, and the racer before her were one and the same. Shen King excitedly grabbed Qin King's hand. It's him, it's really him. Alright, I know it's your idol. Don't get too excited, Qin King said, nervously looking around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she breathed a sigh of relief. But what's this about Mr. Lu they're talking about? The fan from before looked at them strangely. Haven't you been on the forums? The person suspected to be the Racing God is that young master of the Xia family. What did you say? Shen King momentarily thought she had misheard. He's the young master of the Xia family. Regarding me taking first place, some were happy, and some were worried. Sitting in the VIP area, Su Lingjian's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. When she first heard I was participating in the race, she didn't care at all, thinking I was just recklessly acting out against her. But who could tell her why I was so good at racing? To profit from this championship, she had spared no expense, even being cursed as a traitor, and invested a significant amount of money, only for it all to be for nothing. Why do you always have to go against me? She cursed. Our Mr. Lu has left Jason so far behind he's out of sight. We hope he can maintain his lead. Whether our national team can win the championship all depends on Mr. Lu. I was unaware of the fervent gazes from everyone at the venue watching me through the screen. I just wanted to get to the finish line quickly. The journey was quite smooth, aside from losing some time overtaking cars. Once I got to first place, I left everyone else far behind, even creating a significant gap with Jason. It could be said that the championship was already in the bag, without a doubt. However, just as my car was approaching the finish line, a large object suddenly appeared from the side of the track. A black bear charged straight towards me. The scene from many years ago replayed itself. Even I couldn't help but get serious. The audience in front of their screens held their breath at this unexpected turn of events. Damn, why is there a black bear on the racetrack? What are the staff doing? How could they let something like this onto the track? Help, get out of the way, quick, everyone watching scream. Some were so scared they had to cover their eyes. Yun Menjiao and the others waiting at the finish line had bloodshot eyes and ran forward desperately. Just when everyone thought I couldn't escape this disaster, a miraculous scene occurred. It was as if my race car had grown wings. Just before the black bear was about to hit, the car flew over its back. After landing, it continued forward without stopping, its speed as steady as if it had just gone over a speed bump. The black bear, unable to stop in time, slammed its head into the barrier on the other side, roared, and collapsed with a loud thud. Yun Menjiao, Xia Wanning, and the others stopped in their tracks. The audience at the venue was dumbfounded. The viewers in the broadcast room were too stunned to even type. The reason the Racing God was called a god was not just because I had used my god-like speed to defeat Jason and win the championship that year, but also because, during an unexpected accident when a boulder rolled down, I had fearlessly maneuvered my car to jump over it. That jump was hailed as the divine leap on the racetrack, and the title Racing God originated from it. The scene just now was undoubtedly a classic reenactment, perfectly matching the famous scene in the memories of racing fans. In an instant, whether it was the packed venue or the lagging broadcast room, everyone erupted in excitement. It's the Racing God, it's really the Racing God. Everyone, shout with me, the Racing God has returned. After crossing the finish line, I had barely gotten out of the car before Yun Menjiao threw her arms around me. My family, still shaken, surrounded me. I was wrong, Yun Menjiao's voice trembled. I shouldn't have agreed to let you race. She couldn't bring herself to say the next words. If you had lost your memory, what would I do? I was being held so tightly I could barely breathe, but feeling Yun Menjiao's body trembling, I didn't push her away. Instead, I patted her back. See? I'm fine. What if something had happened? Xiao Wanning's face was terrifyingly dark. Do you know how scared I was? From now on, no matter what you say, I won't let you participate in such dangerous activities anymore. Me too. Xia Qingning's voice was a bit sharp. Pouting won't work either. Yan Wanwan was now in tears, looking as if she had just returned from the brink of death. Lu Yan, let mom hug you. After I finished comforting my family and girlfriend, the black bear on the track had been dealt with. Jazin's car finally appeared at the end of the track. See how far I left second place behind. He didn't even need to press that brown button for long. Getting out of his car, Jazin walked straight towards me. Yun Menjiao stepped forward to block him. What are you doing here? Jazin stopped and didn't advance further, just looking over her shoulder at me. I remember now. 3 years ago, it was you. I didn't deny Jazin's words. A moment later, the cars behind us also crossed the finish line one by one, including a dejected-looking Xu Li. The first thing they did was open their phones to catch up on the news. When they learned I was the racing god, they all had expressions that said unexpected but reasonable. After all, they already had a feeling when they were overtaken. This was especially true for the Chinese team racers. Except for Xu Li, who looked dazed, the others looked at me with fervent eyes but hesitated to approach. Seeing this, the viewers couldn't help but mock them. Stunned, aren't you? You were all defending Xu Li and mocking Mr. Liu before. Didn't expect him to be the racing god, huh? Our Mr. Xu was always talking about national honor, but he doesn't seem very happy that our country's racing god won the championship. Come on, who can predict the future? Before the racing god revealed himself, weren't you all cursing him enthusiastically? You're no better. In the garden of a prestigious family in the capital, a young master, seeing me laughing and talking on the winner's podium, angrily threw his phone to the ground. Is this guy a freak? Is there anything in this world he's not good at? Really give up. How can a kid who grew up in the countryside be so outstanding in every way? It makes me feel so useless. Is he Kaoksham not here today? Who cares about him? He's just an adopted son. Before, his status in the Gyukin circle was high, so we could associate with him. Does he even have the right to hang out with us now? The mentioned he Kaoksham was sitting restlessly in his room. After watching the live broadcast, his heart turned cold. He didn't expect me to be so lucky. But for some reason, he also felt a slight sense of relief. At the time, he was just too angry and acted rashly, ordering someone to tamper with the side of the track. If I had really died, the Xia family would definitely not have let it go. But with the current situation, they would probably just consider it an accident. After all, wild animals running onto the track, while rare, was not unheard of. He Kaoksham's thoughts were wishful, but he had underestimated the level of concern Yun Menjiao and the Xia sisters had for me. In a torture room at the Xia family's estate, a dazed He Kaoksham was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. He screamed, his body trembling. When he looked up, he saw Yun Menjiao, Xiao Wanning, and Xia Qingning sitting before him, looking down on him. The three women, usually as beautiful as celestial fairies, now looked like demons from hell in He Kaoksham's eyes. Why am I here? What do you want? He Kaoksham's heart pounded relentlessly. He remembered being asleep when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and before he could even open his eyes, he passed out. What do we want? Xia Qingning leaned forward and lifted his chin. Did you think we wouldn't find out it was you? He Kaoksham's heart sank to the bottom, and his grogginess completely vanished. The next morning, the He couple received news about He Kaoksham and were so scared they almost fainted, but they didn't dare say a word. On the forums, another piece of news shocked the racing world. The Crimson Wind team was disbanded. Xiao Wanning had demonstrated with her actions the consequences of speaking disrespectfully to her brother. Although they didn't know it beforehand, the racers had now become homeless dogs. The first to be affected was Xu Li. Not only did the other racers blame him, but racing fans also started criticizing him, 100 times more fiercely than they had me. On the day of the race, the accounts that had insulted me faced a new storm. Those with excessively harsh words were all invited for a chat by the local internet police. While the three women were taking revenge, I was sleeping soundly. It wasn't because I was brave, but because of what happened on the track. I was sure someone was behind it. In the past, I would have investigated it myself, but Yun Menjiao and my sisters said they would handle it, so I went to sleep with peace of mind. Other than my grudge against Su Linjian, I was willing to rely on them appropriately, because I knew it was what they wanted to do for me. The first ray of morning sun shone into the bedroom. I had just groggily sat up when I was pulled into an invasive embrace. Yun Menjiao was sitting sideways on the bed. You're awake. When did you get here? I asked. Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Lu Yan, Menjiao, time for breakfast. After eating, I went to the company as usual. As soon as I sat down, my phone received a system message. Xia Qingning's birthday is coming up. I thought for a moment, then opened my contacts and messaged someone I hadn't contacted in a long time, send a set of women's shirts from the Chinese branch here. It was just for preparing a birthday gift for my second sister. With her status, gifts that could be bought with money probably wouldn't surprise her. So, I planned to design it myself. Just as I sent the message, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Taimin's face still held a look of surprise. Seo Shen Qingqing from Tainyu is here. She says she wants to see you. I was startled, then thought of something, and the corners of my lips slowly curved up. Invite her up. Seo, why is Shen Qingqing here at our company again? More importantly, our Seo doesn't seem surprised at all, Taimin thought, apparently not having followed the racing news. I had no intention of explaining. Maybe she sees that our company has good feng shui and wants to jump ship. Taimin hummed in agreement, looking at me with a confused expression. Is their Seo crazy, or am I? I just tapped on the desk. Aren't you going to invite her in? Taimin nodded and said no more. The office door was knocked on again. I crossed my arms and leaned back in my chair. Come in. With a click, Shen Qingqing opened the door and walked in. Even though it wasn't the first time I'd seen Shen Qingqing, a flash of amazement still crossed my eyes. The most impressive thing about her was her pair of cold phoenix eyes, as if they had absorbed all the beauty in the world, making one dare only a single glance for fear of falling into them. No wonder she's the top actress in the entertainment industry, I thought. The entertainment industry is not short of beauties, but someone as stunning as Shen Qingqing was truly rare. No wonder even with her terrible personality, her fans still called her sister all day, being incredibly tolerant. Thinking of the reason for her sudden visit, I tried to suppress a laugh. Why are you here? I acted as if I genuinely didn't know why she came, my tone mixed with puzzlement. Didn't you say not to bother you before your contract expired? If I remember correctly, your contract hasn't expired yet. Shen Qingqing froze, her ears gradually turning red. Seeing her silent, I just tapped my elbow. Why aren't you saying anything? That got your tongue. Shen Qingqing bit her lip, looking aggrieved as if she had been bullied badly. He immediately broke character. Just as I was about to stop teasing her, I saw Shen Qingqing muster up her courage and step forward. I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry to me for, I said with a look of surprise. I forced you to do something you didn't want to do. It's right for you to be angry. I wanted to, Shen Qingqing quickly interrupted me. I want to be an artist under you. Feeling that anything she said would be an excuse, Shen Qingqing thought for a moment and gave up. In short, I was wrong before. Can you not hate me? It felt like I was about to burst out laughing. In a very serious tone, I emphasized, Shen Qingqing, listen carefully. If I hated you, I wouldn't have thought of poaching you. Also, thank you for wanting to like me. I feel honored to have a fan like you. When I finished speaking, Shen Qingqing's clear pupils dilated slightly, and her entire neck flushed a light pink. She didn't expect to receive such a surprise. Then, when can you sign a contract with me? After saying that, she felt she was being too hasty. It's good that you don't hate me. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Qingqing turned and ran. I was about to call her back when I heard an ouch at the door. Two girls had collided at the doorway. Shen Qingqing held onto the doorframe, her voice chillingly cold. Who comes in without knocking? I saw the door was open, so. Seeing the small face in front of her, Chen Jing was surprised. Why are you here? She was just a second-tier actress who had never worked with Shen Qingqing, so it was normal that the other party didn't know her. But it was impossible for Shen Qingqing not to know Chen Jing. Her contract is about to expire. After that, she'll be transferring to our new vision company. Really? Chen Jing was surprised again, especially when she saw Shen Qingqing didn't refute it. Without thinking, she blurted out, why can't you think things through either? Feeling the resentment from her own Seo, Chen Jing coughed dryly and extended her hand towards Shen Qingqing. Hello, I'm Chen Jing. Although I'm not as famous as you, at New Vision, I can be considered your senior. Let's help each other out in the future. Shen Qingqing didn't even look at her hand, brushed past her, and walked straight out. Shen Jing obediently lowered her hand. As she walked into the office, she looked back in the direction Shen Qingqing had left and complained to me, that's her attitude. Does she not get beaten up when she goes out? I held back a laugh. No one understood Shen Qingqing's personality better than I did. Except for the people she cared about, her attitude towards everyone else was none of your business on one side, and what's it to you on the other. If she was annoyed, she'd write a big get lost. Even the CEO of Tainyu, Su Linjin, she didn't care about. Many people thought she was arrogant and conceited. Only I knew she just didn't care about anything other than racing and was too lazy for social interactions. But ironically, a person so unsuited for the entertainment industry became a huge hit because of a face beautiful enough to topple nations. Therefore, her attitude towards Chen Jing didn't surprise me at all. On the contrary, her timid expression just now was what was truly shocking. If word got out. Just don't provoke her. You'll get used to it, I comforted Chenjing. After Chenjing left, I sat in front of the computer and played games until it was time to get off work. Thai Min walked into the office with an exquisite handbag. "CEO, someone asked me to give this to you." I took it, teasing her. "You and Shufeng. One is an assistant, one is a director, and now you're both my errand runners." Thai Min scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. "Our company is small, so we don't have many specialized roles. Besides, we are very happy to serve the CEO." He smiled again. After receiving a call from Yun Menjiao, I waved my hand to signal she could leave. Walking out of the company building, I carried the handbag and walked straight towards the black Bentley by the road. Yun Menjiao glanced at the item in my hand and couldn't help but ask, "What are you holding?" "This." I got into the car and placed the bag by the window. "It's the birthday gift I prepared for my second sister." Yun Menjiao paused. "Is her birthday coming up soon?" I nodded with him. Yun Menjiao glanced at my bag as if trying to equip herself with a ray vision. "What did you prepare?" "It's a secret. Don't worry about it." I pointed behind me without turning around. "Did you arrange for the 4 guys behind us?" Yun Menjiao didn't turn to look either. "Sorry to trouble you." "Not really. I just feel they're a bit superfluous," I said after thinking for a moment. Gunting, who was driving in the front seat, suddenly coughed violently. In the car behind, the several superfluous subordinates sneezed in unison. Yun Menjiao was also amused by my words, but remembering the terrifying scene from yesterday, the smile on her face faded. She sighed, her voice still laced with fear. "Lu Yan, no matter how skilled you are, there are still things you can't predict. No matter how powerful we are, we can't control everything. I don't want what happened yesterday to happen a second time. If I could, I would even want to chain you to my side, to be with you every moment. But I know you don't like being tied down, so I can only take a step back and give you an extra layer of protection to give myself some peace of mind. Do you understand?" She leaned obediently into my arms. I wasn't that ungrateful, how could I not understand her good intentions? So I didn't force those men to leave. While we were being affectionate, Junting in the driver's seat cleared her throat. "Miss, where are we heading?" Previously, it was usually her miss who asked this question. Now they were approaching an intersection, and the other party still hadn't spoken. She couldn't wait any longer, and had to ask. It felt a bit awkward. It felt like every day a knife was being held to my neck, asking me to choose between family and my girlfriend. Can't I have both? Thinking this, I spoke up. "Let's go home." Before Yun Menjiao could react, I lifted her face. "I'll take you home with me." Yun Menjiao was stunned for a moment before understanding my meaning. The corners of her eyes and brows crinkled with a smile. "Okay." The two of them rode back to the Xia family home. As soon as they entered the living room, they saw a young boy on the phone. Seeing me, he immediately hung up and ran over. "Brother Lu, I finally get to meet you." I was surprised, wondering when I had gained a younger brother. Then I heard Yun Menjiao explain, "This is your youngest uncle's son." Right, I forgot to introduce myself. "My name is Xia Tian. I just came back from studying abroad." Xia Tian blinked his big, sparkling eyes and looked at Yun Menjiao. "Sister Yun and brother Lu, what is your relationship? Are you a couple, coming back together?" Although his words didn't betray any emotion, the admiration in his eyes when he looked at Yun Menjiao was unconcealed. I frowned and took Yun Menjiao's hand, lacing our fingers together. "Isn't it obvious?" Xia Tian clenched his fists, but his face was full of congratulations. I was wondering before who would be worthy of such an outstanding sister Yun. If it's brother Lu, then there's no problem. Brother Lu and sister Yun are a match made in heaven. "It's good that you think so," I replied with a forced smile. "Where are mom and my sisters? Why are you the only one here?" Aunt Tai said she was a bit tired, and went up to rest. "My 2 older sisters haven't come back yet." Xia Tian answered every question. After speaking, he took a gift box from the sofa and handed it to me. "This is a gift I brought back from abroad for you, brother Lu. I didn't know what you like, so I just bought something I thought would be suitable. I hope you like it." "You're too polite," I said, not reaching out to take it. "Besides, I didn't prepare any gift for you." "Brother Lu, why be so formal?" Xia Tian pushed the gift box into my hands. "Aunt Tai loves me more than her own son. I only brought a gift for each of my older siblings." Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly apologized. Sorry, brother Lu, I didn't mean that. Don't misunderstand. Aunt Tai definitely loves you the most. It's just because you were lost since you were young that she doted on me more. You don't mind, do you, brother Lu?" Seeing me silent, Xia Tian spoke again. "Sister Yun, brother Lu is so petty. I just misspoke a little, and he's already angry. He was so good at this." Without much thought, I could imagine his next psychological move. At this point, I gritted my teeth. If Yun Menjiao hadn't stopped me, I would have taught him a lesson. I was fuming with jealousy, completely oblivious to Yun Menjiao's beaming smile. Just then, Yang Wanwan came down the stairs. "Lu Yan and Menjiao, you're back. Yan Wanwan then realized something was wrong. Why are you all standing at the door? Jia Tian turned to look at Yan Wanwan, his expression a mix of confusion and slight grievance. Auntie, Brother Lu seems to dislike me. Young Wanwan was stunned, looking at Jia Tian and then back at me. Lu Yan, you don't like your cousin. I really don't like him. Can I say no? Jia Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of triumph. However, before he could be pleased for even 2 seconds, he heard Yan Wanwan continue, if you don't like him, Mom will kick him out. Not just Jia Tian, even I, standing beside him, was stunned. I quickly said, Mom, I really don't like him much. As for why, you can check the surveillance cameras. Hearing this, Yan Wanwan's expression darkened, and she turned to glare at Jia Tian. Did you bully Lu Yan? Jia Tian was completely dumbfounded. No, Auntie. How would I dare bully Brother Lu? I even brought him a gift. It seemed my mother wasn't like what my cousin had said. I saw Jia Tian say, Auntie loves me more than her own son, and hearing my words, Yan Wanwan's eyes immediately narrowed. I used to have a tabby cat, and I had the servants take care of it since it was a kitten. Later, I got a teddy dog, and within 3 months, I had it skinned. Do you know why? Jia Tian didn't understand why Yan Wanwan suddenly brought up pets, but his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Why? Yan Wanwan sneered. Because the tabby cat knew how to wag its tail at me. But that teddy dog was so arrogant, treating my favorite thing like that. You little brat from a side branch, the only reason I show you any kindness is because your father is somewhat well behaved. Who gave you the guts to act so arrogantly here? Jia Tian, who was triumphant just a moment ago, now felt as if his face had been slapped, hot and burning. Yan Wanwan had compared him to a pet. I was also very surprised. Since acknowledging me, Yan Wanwan had always been gentle as water in my presence. It wasn't until this moment that I saw the aura of a strong woman from her. I also saw a hint of my second sister's ruthlessness in her. What are you still standing there for? Yan Wanwan ordered. Butler, throw him out for me. Wait a minute, I said, stuffing the gift back into Jia Tian's arms. You should keep this for yourself. Jia Tian never expected that his provocation would not only fail to drive a wedge between me and Yan Wanwan but would also lead to this outcome. Before he could say anything, he was thrown out by Lu Dequan. After Jia Tian left, Yan Wanwan looked at me with some embarrassment. Lu Yan, don't listen to his nonsense. I was never that good to him. Mom, I know, I interrupted her with a comforting smile. I'm not stupid. How could I be so easily provoked? Besides, I am this old now. How could I fuss over something like that? Hearing my words, Yan Wanwan felt a pang in her heart again. Fearing she would cry in front of me, she quickly turned away. I'll go see if the kitchen is done cooking. I'll also tell them to add a set of bowls and chopsticks for Menjiao. I sighed softly, watching Yan Wanwan's retreating back, and sighed again in my heart. Suddenly thinking of something, I looked at Yun Menjiao. Yun Menjiao showed no signs of guilt, instead smiling like a fox that had stolen a chicken. Are you jealous? I narrowed my eyes. You're very pleased, aren't you? Yun Menjiao moved closer and kissed me. This is the first time you've been jealous because of me. Does that mean you're starting to like me? I thought to myself, does Yun Menjiao still think I don't like her? Just then, a cold voice came from outside the door. Can't you be a little more mindful even at home? Jia Qingning looked at Yun Menjiao with displeasure. Why are you here? I turned to look at Jia Qingning. Second sister, I asked her to come. Jia Qingning felt as if a mouthful of old blood was stuck in her throat. What do you do when you have a little brother who always sides with an outsider? You still have to dote on him. Thinking of the preparations she had made before coming, she gestured for the subordinate holding a gyukin behind her to come forward. Little brother, second sister has prepared your welcome gift. I looked down. The body and strings of the gyukin were made from the top materials available today, comparable to the gyukin I had in the past. It was clear how much thought Jia Qingning had put into it. Although I didn't play the gyukin often myself, I didn't refuse Jia Qingning's kind gesture. Thank you, second sister. Have someone take it to my room. Hearing me accept the gift, Jia Qingning was overjoyed. Right, this is the person who comes with the gift. She can be your private driver, taking you to and from work. Of course, if you have other things, you can also order her around. She has no other tasks, just to protect you 24/7. Hearing this, Yun Menjiao's face darkened. Close protection. I've already sent people to protect him secretly. Besides, taking him to and from work is my job. Jia Qingning ignored her and just signaled for the subordinate beside her to introduce herself. The subordinate holding the gyukin stepped forward. Lift your head. I am Jia Meng. From now on, I will follow the young master's orders. Seeing Jia Meng's face, my eyes immediately lit up. Are you interested in becoming a star? With looks like yours, it's a waste to be a bodyguard. If she was merely displeased before, after seeing the light in my eyes, the fire in Yun Menjiao's heart was now inextinguishable. She gritted her teeth and looked at Jia Qingning. Are you doing this on purpose? Sister Yun, are you that confident? Jia Qingning smiled faintly. Please, just shut up. Yun Menjiao laughed in anger. Can't you see the murderous look in Sister Yun's eyes? Let her follow me. If she can affect my position, I'll admit defeat, Yun Menjiao declared. I thought to myself, this is bad. Just as I was wondering who to help if a fight broke out, Yang Wanwan walked over. Lu Yan, Menjiao, it's time for dinner. As she got closer, Yang Wanwan looked at Xia Qingning with a puzzled expression. Why the long face? Who upset you? Xia Qingning pointed at Yun Menjiao. Who else but her? Yang Wanwan frowned. Are you sure you didn't provoke her first? Mom, am I really your biological child? Xia Qingning imagined something. I've told you before, I picked you up from a dumpster, Yang Wanwan teased. Xia Wanning, who had just returned from work, rolled up her sleeves and joked, I was there when we picked her up. Xia Qingning slightly regretted sending Xia Tian away. After the meal, Yun Menjiao naturally stayed the night. Under Xia Qingning's orders, Xia Meng had positioned herself outside my bedroom window early on. When Yun Menjiao opened the window, she nearly caused Xia Meng to fall. So you like to eavesdrop? Yun Menjiao remained tense, silent, and motionless. Yun Menjiao smirked and snapped her fingers. Let's give our newcomer a little welcome. As soon as she finished speaking, several figures emerged from the darkness. They grabbed Xia Meng, who, despite her skills, was no match for them. Before she could even scream, she was gagged and dragged away. In a standalone villa in the heart of the imperial capital, Xia Tian was still fuming. He looked at the couple on the sofa opposite him and asked, Dad, Mom, are we just going to sit here and wait to die? The man Xia Tian called Dad was Xia Daming, around 40 years old, with a kind and simple appearance. Back when my father and I disappeared, most branches of the Xia family took the opportunity to stir up trouble, wanting to oust Yang Wanwan from her position. Only this branch had no such intentions. After the storm passed, only this branch managed to preserve their assets and their lives. I heard that kid is also involved with the young lady of the Yun family. If the Xia and Yun families join forces, they'll be even harder to deal with than before. I don't know how that kid got so lucky. The woman beside him had a ruthless expression that didn't match her features. Back then, they clearly saw the baby had stopped breathing before they threw him away. How could he have been found? And he even grew up to be so capable. Xia Duming tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. It seems we'll have to approach this from another angle. The next morning, I arrived at Xia Qingning's door. I raised my hand to knock. With a click, the door opened from the inside. Seeing me standing there, Xia Qingning was startled. Lu Yan, what is it? Her reaction surprised me as well. Isn't it second sister's birthday today? Xia Qingning glanced at her watch. It really was her birthday. But ever since her younger brother went missing on her birthday, she and her family had stopped celebrating it. Of course she wouldn't tell her brother this. Regaining her composure, Xia Qingning asked in a slightly dry voice, Lu Yan, you knew it was my birthday. This genuinely surprised her. Now that her brother was back, they could theoretically celebrate birthdays again, but she never expected the first person to wish her a happy birthday would be her brother himself. In that moment, it felt like everything was worth it. Xia Qingning stepped forward and hugged me tightly, her chest filled with emotions that felt like they were about to burst. No matter what gift her brother gave her, she would be overjoyed. But she never expected me to be so thoughtful. Because of the threat from the forces behind Yun Menjiao, she had never truly approved of us being together. Even though she had relented later, she had never given Yun Menjiao a smile. She thought her brother would resent her for it, but me giving her a birthday gift, did that mean I, her second sister, also held a place in his heart? Lu Yan, Xia Qingning's voice was hoarse, this is the most precious gift I've received in over 20 years. A faint smile touched my lips as I patted her shoulder. I'm glad you like it, second sister. Just then, click, a door down the hallway opened. Xia Wanning saw the two of us hugging, and her eyes narrowed instantly. What's with all the drama so early in the morning? This was, of course, directed at Xia Qingning. Xia Qingning let go of me and looked at Xia Wanning smugly. I received a birthday gift from my brother. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. Xia Wanning adjusted her clothes, feeling a wave of emotion herself. It wasn't until Xia Qingning changed into the outfit I had given her that she realized she was jealous. Get away from me. After Xia Qingning had flaunted it in front of her for the 800th time, Xia Wanning finally exploded. But Xia Qingning had no intention of stopping. Ignoring her eldest sister's dark expression, she touched the embroidery on her clothes. Tell me, is there anything our brother doesn't know? He designed this outfit himself. Hearing this, Xia Wanning felt a mouthful of blood stuck in her throat. She couldn't help but turn to look at me, her expression full of unspoken grievances. I awkwardly avoided her gaze. When it's eldest sister's birthday, I'll get you a gift too. Xia Wanning felt a little better but still wasn't happy looking at Xia Qingning throughout breakfast. From the lady of the house, Yang Wanwan, down to the cleaning staff, everyone was subjected to Xia Qingning's boasting. Everyone knew I had given her a set of clothes for her birthday. After the meal, Xia Qingning glanced at her eldest sister. Eldest sister, you're not so stingy that you wouldn't even spend a penny, are you? Of course not. The smile on Xia Wanning's face was full of malice. The gold mine in South Africa is your birthday present from me. What do you think? Am I generous enough? It took Xia Qingning half a day to grit out a reply. Your gift is sending me to South Africa on a mission. You can think of it that way if you want. Xia Wanning's expression was nonchalant. After all, you know that only you can go on this mining trip to South Africa. Xia Qingning pointed at her several times. You just wait. She understood that she was the only one who could handle this mission, but she had been basking in the joy of her brother's gift, and this person just had to pour cold water on her. It was definitely intentional. She must be jealous. Just then, Yun Menjiao arrived to pick me up for work. Seeing the scene, she couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Seeing a new audience, Xia Qingning's desire to show off flared up again. She walked step by step towards Yun Menjiao, competing with Xia Wanning. See the clothes I'm wearing. My brother gave them to me for my birthday. As soon as she said it, Xia Qingning, Yang Wanwan, and I all covered our faces. Xia Wanning just saw a black line flash across her vision. All three of them looked as if they didn't want to be associated with her. As for Yun Menjiao, after a moment of shock, the air around her suddenly grew heavy. She suppressed the rising jealousy in her heart and was about to speak when I covered her mouth and pulled her outside. Let's go to work. Xia Qingning looked at Yun Menjiao's retreating back and snorted coldly. I see you're just jealous. Yun Menjiao felt her heart surge. She was indeed jealous, so jealous she was going crazy. The enraged Yun Menjiao pushed me against the window as soon as we got in the car. Jia Men was already in the passenger seat. Hyunting skillfully raised the protection and tried to comfort her. Sister, calm down. In the back of the car, Yun Menjiao didn't let go until I was breathless from her kiss. Then, she buried her head in my chest, her voice distorted with grievance. You've never given me such a thoughtful gift. I was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but sigh. I had always treated Yun Menjiao as a normal friend, so of course, I wouldn't be as attentive as I was with my family. Since we got together, her birthday hadn't passed yet, so it was understandable she felt jealous. Thinking of this, I stroked her head and coaxed her. For your next birthday, I'll give you a surprise gift. Yun Menjiao said aggrievedly, it has to be different from her gift. I suddenly felt like I was coaxing a child. Alright, I promise. Only then did Yun Menjiao feel a little better. Arriving at the company, I was about to enter when I noticed two people standing at a corner outside. One was the all too familiar Su Linjian, the one who had just made Yun Menjiao jealous. The other was also familiar to me, was Keiqiu, who had been making good progress recently. Seeing these two together, it wasn't that I wanted to suspect Keiqiu, but anyone in my position would find it hard to remain calm. I easily concealed my presence and approached them. Tiny, you can pay the contract termination fee for you. You just have to come. As soon as I got close, I heard this sentence. I was instantly furious. That scoundrel actually dared to poach my people. However, I didn't act rashly but waited to see Keiqiu's attitude. Initially, Chenjing had changed her mind and stayed at Xinhe because she liked me. But for Keiqiu, Xinhe didn't seem to have much to compete with Tainyu. If she insisted on leaving, Xinhe couldn't stop her. Faced with Su Linjian's offer, Keiqiu was first stunned. Tainyu, why would you invite me? I'm just an 18th tier actress. Keiqiu didn't understand, but I had a rough idea. Director Feng's films were always a target for major entertainment companies. Even though it wasn't officially announced, it wouldn't be hard for an industry giant like Su Linjian to get some information. It's fine to tell you, so you don't overthink it, Su Linjian said frankly. I know you've been chosen by Director Feng as the female lead for his next film. I admit I'm inviting you because I see your value. But you should also know that coming to Tainyu will definitely offer you a better future than staying at Xinhe. After hearing her out, Keiqiu nodded in understanding. You see, Su Linjian's lips curved. So, no problem. Go pack your things, and I'll handle the rest. Did you misunderstand something? Keiqiu interrupted her. I was just confirming what you said, not saying I want to switch jobs. The smile on Su Linjian's face froze. He secretly rejoiced. Why? It took Su Linjian a while to ask, confused. Let me tell you, the contract prepared for you is not based on your current status, but on the standard of a third-tier star. When you reach the first year, your benefits will change accordingly. Other than this, what else do you have to consider? Or do you not believe me? It's neither of those, Keiqiu shook her head. You know I was chosen by Director Feng as the female lead for his next movie, but you don't know that the opportunity to stand before Director Feng and showcase myself was thanks to our CEO's guidance. Without him, I wouldn't even have gotten this supporting role. In other words, without my CEO, there would be no me today. Although I'm not famous in the entertainment industry, I know that one should not be ungrateful. So, no matter how good Tainyu is, as long as Xinhe doesn't treat me badly, I won't consider leaving. So Xiao Su, please leave. Hearing these words, I was moved and glad I hadn't misjudged her. I had only given her some brief guidance, Winning the female lead role was due to her own ability. But to Kikyu, it was as if I had done her a great favor. Unlike my reaction, Su Lindian's face had completely darkened after hearing Kikyu's words, her thin lips pressed tightly together. However, she wasn't one to give up easily. She was about to continue persuading when she saw me step out from the corner. Kikyu was startled to see me. I felt no embarrassment at being caught eavesdropping. I raised my hand and comfortingly patted Kikyu's head. Then I looked at Su Lindian with a mocking expression. Do you know what you look like right now? Su Lindian's eye twitched. Although she knew nothing good would come out of my mouth, she still asked out of curiosity, what are you trying to say? He smirked. Like those old pimps in front of brothels in ancient times, trying to solicit customers. Kikyu wanted to laugh but didn't dare interrupt our conversation, so she held it in until her face turned red. You don't need to play these verbal games with me. Su Lindian regained her composure. This time, I'll admit you manage your employees well. But even with a good stepping stone, there are still many variables for an unknown to become a first-tier star, right? Although every word she said seemed impartial, it carried an invisible threat and warning to Kikyu. I laughed coldly. From Chenjing to Kikyu, Seo Su, you seem to have a fondness for the artists under my wing. If I don't return the favor, it'll seem like I'm easy to bully. Su Lindian was taken aback, then her expression turned strange. What do you mean by that? You want to poach people from Tianyu too? My lips curved into a mysterious smile. You'll know in a bit. If I remember correctly, today is the day Shen Qingqing's contract expires. She had said she would come to Sinhi herself after resolving the contract issue. It wouldn't hurt for me to go pick her up now. Thinking this, I turned and tossed a set of car keys to Xiameng. To Tianyu. Su Lindian's heart skipped a beat. What are you planning to do? But I paid her no mind. Su Lindian didn't know what I was up to, but she followed me back to Tianyu. The two of us arrived at the Tianyu building one after the other. After getting out of the car, I had no intention of entering the company. I took out my phone and sent a message asking about the progress of the contract termination. Su Lindian, who had followed me closely, got out of her car and couldn't help but mock, aren't you here to poach someone? Why aren't you going in? He smiled. The person I want to poach's contract has expired. I don't need to pay a termination fee. Why should I enter your territory and ask for trouble? Isn't it nice to wait here and pick her up? Su Lindian was stunned for a long time before she could recall a Tianyu artist whose contract was expiring. But she just couldn't connect this name with the person I wanted to poach. So she asked incredulously, the person you're talking about is Shen Qingqing. Since the person was almost in my hands, I didn't hide it anymore and nodded. Looks like you're not that stupid. Receiving my affirmative answer, Su Lindian was even more bewildered. She even felt that her anxious rush to follow me was a foolish act. Are you delusional? Shen Qingqing's contract is indeed expiring, but she's a popular first-tier star. Even if she doesn't renew with Tianyu, she'll start her own company. Why would she go to Sinti with you? Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Seeing it was Jia Weixin, the general manager of the artist management department, she didn't think anything was wrong. Until she answered the phone and a hurried voice came through, Seo Su, Shen Qingqing's manager came to get her contract. She said she's not planning to renew. Su Lindian clenched her phone, her eyes fixed on me standing opposite her with a calm expression. Did she say why she's not renewing? Does she want to start her own company? I was just about to tell you. She's not renewing, not to start her own company, but to go to a small company called Sinji Entertainment. Do you think this person is crazy? Plink. Su Lindian's phone fell to the ground. Compared to hearing me say I wanted to poach Shen Qingqing, the news that Shen Qingqing had decided to move to Sinji was clearly more shocking. She felt like the whole world had become surreal. I leisurely admired Su Lindian's expression and kindly picked up her phone for her. So young, yet you already have Parkinson's. Do you need me to give you acupuncture? One course of treatment for 10 million, guaranteed to cure you. No scams. At this moment, my smile was more detestable than anything in her eyes. How did you convince Shen Qingqing to come to Sinny? I handed her phone back and said in an infuriatingly smug tone, you want to know? I'm not telling you. Su Lindian felt the blood rush to her head again, but she wasn't going to sit back and do nothing. No matter what tricks you used, don't get too cocky. Once I meet with Shen Qingqing and understand the situation, whether she leaves or not is not up to you. Just as she finished, the company doors were pushed open, and a familiar figure walked out. Seeing Shen Qingqing, Su Lindian composed herself. She was about to call out to her when she saw the other person walk straight past her without a glance, running up to me with a cheerful exclamation. Her voice was both surprised and sweet. He came to pick me up. If she hadn't seen Shen Qingqing's face and heard Shen Qingqing's voice, she would have thought she had the wrong person. Who could tell her why the notoriously cold and arrogant celebrity, who didn't even pay attention to her, the CEO, had turned into a little lamb in front of this person? I acted as if I didn't see the rich expressions on Su Lindian's face and smiled, and nodded at Shen Qingqing. Are you done? Receiving my affirmative answer, Shen Qingqing's mood became even more cheerful. Almost. Someone will help me with the rest of the procedures, right, Seo Su? Su Linjin took a deep breath and interjected, King, why do you want to go to Cine? Do you know what kind of company Sinji is? They can't give you what time you can. Only then did Shen King notice this person. After hearing her words, her brows furrowed slightly. Are you talking to me? Her voice was cold, devoid of warmth. It's none of your business. Seeing the what's it do you expression on her face, Su Linjin confirmed that this was indeed the same Shen King. Since she became Seo, which major star at Tainyu didn't try to flatter and please her. Only this one had never paid her any mind. She thought since the other person could make money for her, she wouldn't bother with these things. But now that she was about to leave, she wasn't going to tolerate this bad attitude anymore. I don't care why you're leaving, but you'd better think carefully. If you go to Cindy, all the resources Tainyu gave you will be withdrawn. Moreover, you should know that Cindy can't provide you with a manager as good as King. Before she could finish, King's voice came from the doorway. Excuse me, you're new here, so you probably don't know. My contract is tied to King. Where she goes, I go. Su Linjian's lips moved for a long time before she regained her senses. After the group left, Su Linjian angrily threw her phone to the ground. Seo Su, don't be angry. Tainyu has plenty of first-tier stars. It's no big deal that a difficult one like Shen King left. On the contrary, she chose the lesser of two options. She'll regret it soon enough. Jiao Weixing trembled beside her, offering comfort. Su Linjian's eyes were terrifyingly cold. Getting away scot-free won't be that easy. After speaking, she ordered Jiao Weixing to post all of her negative information online and buy trending spots. I want to ruin her reputation. Jiao Weixing was about to nod but suddenly remembered something he knew. Seo Su, Shen King has no negative information. How could she have no negative information? Su Linjian retorted. Anyone in the entertainment industry, how can they not have a bit of dirt on them? But she really doesn't have any, Jiao Weixing said with a pained expression. The company investigated her time as a commoner, it's clean. After her debut, she never did anything out of line. In the entertainment industry, is there anyone more disdainful of others than her? She doesn't even care about me, the CEO. This doesn't count as negative information to her. Jiao Weixing weakly opened his mouth. She's the same in front of the audience, not faking any persona. But the fans love it. They're even worried she'll leave the industry. Su Linjian almost couldn't breathe. Her acting is terrible, right? She's not famous for her acting. Jiao Weixing's voice got smaller and smaller. She's a famous evasa in the industry. As long as she stands there with her beautiful face, the fans will accept it. It's not like no one has criticized her acting, but she completely ignores it. If there's no negative information, create some. Don't you know that? Su Linjian was so angry she was speechless. If she's only famous for her face, can't we spread rumors about her having plastic surgery? Jiao Weixing looked at Su Linjian, wanting to speak but hesitating. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you looking at me? Su Linjian snapped. Jiao Weixing almost bit his tongue. Many people have spread rumors about her plastic surgery before, but this issue has been completely resolved. It was Tainyu that stepped up to clarify with a lot of evidence. Now, we can't slander her even if we want to. Seo Su, actually, it's not hard to create negative information about her. Seeing Su Linjian's impending rage, Jiao Weixing swallowed. I suddenly remembered something that happened before. As long as we get the person involved to cooperate and fabricate a bit, not only can we ruin Shen King's reputation, but we can also send her to jail. I guess that Su Linjian definitely wouldn't let it go, but I didn't expect her to be so impatient. Not long after I brought Shen King back to Zindi and signed the contract, a negative trending topic about Shen King shot to the top, marked with a purple, red explosive tag. Shen King seduces married male colleague. Opening the topic revealed several photos cropped from a surveillance video. In the photos, a woman was pinning a man to the ground. Although it was a bit blurry, anyone could recognize the woman as Shen King. The man was a second-tier male actor from Tainyu named Dai Hao. Due to the angle of the photos, Dai Hao's expression and actions couldn't be seen clearly, but Shen King's clothes were very disheveled. As soon as this trending topic appeared, the comment section exploded. The first to arrive on the battlefield were, of course, the fans. They said nothing more than they believed in their idol, and would calmly wait for a response and the truth. However, when it came to such a social issue, even the fans couldn't control the screen. Soon the comment section was taken over by anti-fans, drama watchers, and fans of other artists. Everyone took to their keyboards and mercilessly criticized Shen King. Without waiting for clarification, just seeing a few photos, they wanted to nail her to the pillar of shame. In the CEO's office at Cine. This is purely twisting black and white, endless slander. King looked at her phone screen, her voice trembling as she spoke. It was clearly that man who drugged her. If I hadn't arrived in time, he would have succeeded. Now, they've cropped a few ambiguous photos and want to turn black into white. How shameless, they clearly want to destroy King. Unlike King's agitation, Shen Qingqing was as calm as if she wasn't the person involved, as if even leaving the entertainment industry because of this wouldn't matter to her. Someone as calm as her was me. Looking at the few photos on my phone, I just tapped my fingers on the desk. The photos were cropped from a surveillance camera, which means the place where the two of them were at that time had a monitoring room with surveillance cameras. But Dai Hao's father is a senior executive at Tainyu. At that time, Tainyu had already given Qingqing enough face by compensating her, demoting his father, cutting off all of Dai Hao's good resources, and not giving him a chance to become a first-tier star. Qingqing was still under contract, so we didn't want to offend the higher-ups too much and didn't insist on getting the surveillance video. Who knew that now Tainyu would use this to bite back? Moreover, since they've cropped the photos like this, they definitely won't release the full surveillance video. They've probably already found someone to delete it all. He still maintained my calm expression. This man is so shameless. How can he lie with his eyes open like that? I looked down and saw a new Weibo post from Dai Hao. If the photos just now only made people speculate, then this Weibo post from Dai Hao was like a direct death sentence for Shen Qingqing. Before, I didn't want to say anything. After all, it's not something honorable. If it weren't for this incident being exposed, and if I couldn't stand the insults from Shen Qingqing's fans, I might have kept this to myself for the rest of my life. That day, Shen Qingqing's manager, Qingqing, called me over. I thought it was for something important. As a result, as soon as I arrived, Shen Qingqing hugged me. She wanted to kiss me, but I dodged. At that time, I firmly refused. Because she was too strong, I didn't dare to fight back. Fortunately, a colleague discovered it later. But because Shen Qingqing was too powerful, the company threatened to freeze my career and not let me pursue it. Thinking back now, I was too weak before. So today, I decided to stand up and tell the truth. As soon as this Weibo post was published, the comments section exploded again. What do we do now? Qingqing looked at me. Without strong evidence, even sending a lawyer's letter can only deceive the fans. Moreover, Dai Hao has personally come forward. If we can't clarify this time, even if she doesn't leave the entertainment industry, Qingqing will have to carry the stain for the rest of her life. Qingqing just moved to Xinji and encountered this baseless disaster. Xiao Lu, you won't leave her in the lurch, will you? I know what you're thinking, of course not, I smiled reassuringly. Take Qingqing back first. I'll handle this. How are you going to handle it? Qingqing was a little suspicious, but seeing my calm and natural expression, she didn't ask further. As a result, she was about to call Shen Qingqing to get up when she saw this person looking at me with a face full of joy. You called me Qingqing just now, didn't you? My dear ancestor, do you even have the mind to care what others call you right now? You're almost done for, you know. Can you be a little more serious? I felt like a eunuch worrying to death for an emperor who didn't care about state affairs. I couldn't help but facepalm. It seemed I couldn't be too friendly with this person. Get out. Only then did Shen Qingqing reluctantly follow Qingqing out. After the two left, I opened a software program, my fingers flying across the keyboard at a speed that would make one's eyes blur. In the CEO's office at Tainyu, Jia Weixim stood obsequiously beside Su Linjian. Xiao Su, I told you this method would be effective. Shen Qingqing's fans are notoriously difficult to deal with, but they're helpless against the public opinion caused by this incident. Even if Shen Qingqing goes to Xinyi, she'll just be a piece of trash. However, Su Linjian was not as optimistic as he was. Are you sure the surveillance video has been dealt with? Jia Weixim guaranteed, if hired Black Eagle, the second attacker in the world. Unless the Night King of Bureau 7, that dragon who shows his head but never his tail, makes an appearance, no one can recover that destroyed surveillance video. Besides, that person, unless it's a matter of national security, doesn't take on small jobs. This little matter in the entertainment industry is completely out of his scope. Xiao Su, you can rest assured. The weight in Su Linjian's heart finally lifted. Then call the police. Daring to bite the hand that feeds you and betray Tainyu, she must pay the price. Jia Weixim nodded. In a lounge at Tainyu, Dai Hao nervously looked at Dai Yingqian beside him. Dad, are you sure there won't be any problems with what you said? With the CEO's guarantee, what are you afraid of? Dai Yingqian said. Or are you still hung up on Shen Qingqing, feeling sorry for her? How could I feel sorry for her? A hint of hatred flashed across Dai Hao's face. Back then, she mocked me like that and used her position to suppress my resources. A person like that who doesn't know what's good for her, I just hope she can never hold her head up again in this life. Dai Yingqian nodded. Then don't think about it. Just wait for the good news. Trust that Xiao Su will get justice for the grievances your father and I have suffered over the years. Dai Hao nodded. On the other side, I just pressed the enter key when the office door was knocked again. While uploading the unlocked video, I said without looking up, come in. Click. The door was pushed open. Xiao Lu, the police are here. They said they want to take Qingqing away. I calmly stood up from my chair. Let's go down and see. At Tainyu, Su Linjian looked at her watch with an impatient expression and asked, have the people from the police station left yet? They've left, Jia Weixeng said with a look of taking credit. They've sent someone to keep an eye on Cindy. He said the police have already handcuffed Shen Qingqing. Su Linjian was about to say something more when she heard a frantic knock on the door. Jia Weixeng shouted, "Come in," then looked at the person who entered and frowned, putting on an authoritative air. "What's with the panic? This is the CEO's office." "CEO Su, General Manager Jia, the person who came in swallowed. The company is surrounded by Shen Qingqing's fans." Su Linjian was stunned. Jia Weixeng also looked confused. "What did you say? Their idol is finished. Why are these stray dogs still causing trouble here?" The person who came seemed surprised that the two of them didn't know yet. He didn't have time to explain much. "CEO Su, General Manager Jia, hurry up and check Weibo." "What's wrong with Weibo?" A bad feeling arose in Su Linjian's heart. She quickly opened her phone. A clarification video about the Shen Qingqing incident, marked with a tag, had replaced the original rumor and climbed to the top of the trending list. She saw the surveillance video that she had ordered to be deleted. The video not only restored the truth about Shen Qingqing pinning Dai Hao down but also included the entire process of Dai Hao drugging Shen Qingqing until she was rescued. The response under the Weibo post was increasing almost exponentially. In just 10 minutes, the number of shares, comments, and likes had reached an astonishing figure. "Looks like you really can't just casually believe rumors." It turns out Shen Qingqing was the victim. What kind of idiot was that Dai Hao? He clearly wanted to frame her to death. Looking back at that male actor's crying post, it's really disgusting. To those fans who said they were unfollowing, don't you feel guilty? Fans who waver so easily don't deserve such a wonderful Shen Qingqing. The case is solved, sisters, go see Manager King's Weibo. Qingqing is moving to a new company because her contract expired, and Tainyu is deliberately throwing dirt on her. As the clarification video and Weibo post were released, Tainyu's and Dai Hao's Weibo pages were instantly flooded. After being suppressed for so long, Qingqing's highly combat-effective fans and the deceived drama watchers all swarmed into the battlefield, using words 100 times more vicious to curse back. As for those anti-fans who had been trying to lead public opinion, they had disappeared without a trace. After seeing all this, Su Linjian felt a chill in her heart. She looked at Jia Weixeng beside her with a serious expression. "Didn't you say this surveillance video was completely deleted? What is this?" Cold sweat dripped down Jia Weixeng's forehead. "I'm sure I had Black Eagle destroy the video. Even he would have trouble recovering it. Could it be that the Night King of Bureau 7 took action?" After saying that, he hurriedly proposed, "Should we spend money to suppress this trending topic? Do you think it can be suppressed?" Su Linjian wished she could eat him alive. "Even I, who just took over an entertainment company not long ago, know that with the attention on this incident being so high, the clarification trending topic on Weibo is completely impossible to suppress. Not to mention how strong Shen Qingqing's fans are. If I could get the Night King of Bureau 7 to take the job, I wouldn't let him suppress trending topics. If they can suppress it, the other party can also spend money to push it up. Have someone delete the rumor, ongering Weibo post. Also, delete the one Dai Hao posted." Su Linjian said, then leaned back tiredly in her chair. Jia Weixeng raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. In a certain lounge, Dai Hao held his constantly vibrating phone, his face full of panic. "Dad, what do we do now? Am I going to be finished?" "Don't worry." Dai Yingqian's face was also grim as if facing a great disaster. "Since Seo Su told us to post it, she will definitely protect you." Just as he finished speaking, the lounge door was knocked. Dai Yingqian opened the door to see several policemen standing outside with serious expressions. They said in a professional tone, "We received a report that Dai Hao is suspected of rape and defamation. Please come with us." But the phone in Dai Hao's hand fell to the ground. "Dad, I don't want to go to jail. Tell them to go. It wasn't me who wanted to post it." At this point, even without instructions, the police knew who Dai Hao was. They immediately took out handcuffs and cuffed him. Dai Yingqian hurriedly tried to stop them. "Wait, comrade police officer." The lead policeman said impartially, "We act according to the law. Please cooperate." Dai Yingqian clenched his fists and turned to Dai Hao. "Don't be afraid. Go with them first. Don't say anything you shouldn't. Dad will go find Seo Su." After speaking, he didn't look at Dai Hao's expression and turned to leave. Dai Hao naturally refused to cooperate, but how could one person's strength resist several policemen? He struggled for a moment before being handcuffed and led away. On the way out of the company, the stars and staff they encountered were clearly reveling in his misfortune. However, when Dai Hao stepped out of the company, he realized that what had happened before was just an appetizer. The fans of Qingqing standing outside the gate were already in a state of rage. As soon as they saw Dai Hao appear, they immediately took action. On one hand, they cursed him fiercely. On the other hand, they took out the rotten eggs and withered vegetables they had prepared and scrambled to throw them at Dai Hao's face and body. "Get lost, don't hit." From the company door to the police car, a short distance, Dai Hao was already a mess. In the CEO's office at Tainyu, Dai Yingken said with a worried tone, "Seo Su, please think of a way. You were the one who told Dai how to post that Weibo. Now that something has happened, you can't just ignore it." Su Linjian had a headache and massaged her temples, thinking to herself, "It's already lucky that I wasn't invited to the police station for tea. How can I have the mind to protect your son?" But when she spoke, she still maintained a calm appearance. "Tell Dai Hao to take all the blame." Dai Yingken thought he had heard wrong. But then Dai Hao will be completely ruined. After all, the matter of him luring and drugging her has been exposed. Without the charge of defamation, wouldn't he be ruined? Su Linjian retorted coldly. Then, seeming to worry that Dai Yingqian would risk everything and drag her down, her attitude softened a bit. "Moreover, you also participated in this matter. Instead of everyone being implicated, it's better for him to bear it all alone. But I won't treat you badly. When you've settled Dai Hao, I'll give you a senior management position." After this series of threats and inducements, Dai Yingqian's eyes flickered a few times. Finally, he clenched his fists. "Yes." Seeing Dai Yingqian endure it, Su Linjian breathed a sigh of relief, but a shadow of gloom remained in her eyes. Now she truly felt the feeling of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Not only did this not ruin Shen Qingqing, but she also lost a second-tier artist and Tainyu's reputation. On the way back to the office at Xinji Entertainment, Qingqing followed me uneasily, seeming to want to say something. Before entering the elevator, I stopped. "If you have something to say, just say it." Qingqing said embarrassedly, "Sorry. No need to apologize," I replied with understanding. "Shen Qingqing just moved here and was hit with such a rumor. It's normal for you to have some resentment towards me in your heart." After speaking, I changed my tone, my expression also becoming serious. "However, understanding doesn't mean I agree. If something happens, I will resolve it. But since you are now part of Xinji, and I am your direct superior, I'll let it slide this time. If there's a next time, you don't need to be a manager anymore." Qingqing immediately broke out in a cold sweat. She looked at my back with a horrified expression. Before, she only thought of the other party as a 19-year-old boy who came to be the CEO because of his relationship with the young lady of the Xia family. Even though she knew he was a divine doctor and a skilled racer, he wasn't Yun Menjiao or Shen Qingqing, so she didn't feel much. But just now, the pressure from a superior that the other party exuded almost made her unable to stand firm. This strong sense of oppression, she hadn't even felt it from Su Linjian. Google Search Suggestions display of search suggestions is required when using grounding with Google Search. She had also never felt it, combined with the fact that he had miraculously obtained Tainyu's internal surveillance video. Thinking of this, Qingqing immediately gave up on the idea of observing, and decided to put herself in her proper place. I didn't care what Qingqing was thinking. I couldn't even manage it. Whether it was the previous Feng or the current Qingqing, if they were obedient, I'd keep them. If not, I'd buy them a plane ticket and tell them to get lost. Except for Yun Menjiao and my family, I couldn't say I had patience for anyone else. After returning to the office, I had just sat down when I saw an icon in the bottom right corner of my computer screen flashing frantically. I watched it for a moment, then signaled for Qingqing to leave. I put on my headset and activated the voice changer. Immediately, Seventh Master's voice came through. "Are you short on money right now?" Before I could answer, Seventh Master continued insistingly, "If you need money, come find me. The Arms Group has a new batch of weapons, and they need your firearms designer friend to bargain with the tycoon behind the group. I can use the money saved to sponsor you. Get lost. Using money saved by others to sponsor someone, only you could think of that. Besides, his friend has already helped Hezbollah. He's just a hired hand, how can you keep bothering him?" A young male voice, "First sister," interjected. "Bitch, don't mind him. But are you facing any difficulties right now?" Just as I was about to speak, another icon appeared on the line. Pink's deep voice asked succinctly, "Need money?" Hearing this voice, I thought to myself, First sister was one thing, but for even this silent blockhead to make a rare appearance online. But why do you all think I'm short on money? You're not short on money. Seventh Master was stunned. If you're not short on money, why would you take a job related to the entertainment industry? Aren't you at a point where you only take jobs related to national security? I recalled the video I had just decrypted. How did you know? Black Eagle has been wailing on the hacker forums for half a day, saying he took an order to destroy a video, only for it to be restored a moment later. Besides you, who else could restore a video that he destroyed? So it was Black Eagle. I thought, no wonder the method of destruction seemed so familiar. Just because of that, you all think I'm short on money. It's not just as, Seventh Master said. Because of Black Eagle's ranting, the entire hacker forum is now curious if you took this kind of order because you're broke. The number of orders from Bureau 7 for you is also skyrocketing. Are you taking them? No, I refused flatly, then added, I didn't take this order for the money, so don't worry. As for the deal with the Arms Group, my friend has always given Bureau 7 the lowest possible price. It can't go any lower. After all, the head of the corporation isn't easy to deal with. After saying that, I disconnected without waiting for a response. See, my icon turned gray. It's all your fault, big brother. It was so rare for us to get together, and you had to bring that up. Is money all you think about? I was just joking, seventh master retorted. Forget it. Bitch probably isn't angry, first sister said. You know his temper. He disappears whenever he wants, just like that divine doctor friend of his. I wasn't actually angry over such a small thing. I just felt I had explained what needed explaining and didn't want to say more, so I cut the connection and focused on my work. When it was time to leave, I walked out of the company as usual and saw Yun Menjiao's familiar Bentley. I noticed that only Jiang Ting was in the car. Before I could ask, she stuck her head out the window and explained, Miss went to the port to inspect a shipment. She told me to come pick you up, Mr. Liu. I nodded without asking further. After getting in the car, Jiang Ting asked, Mr. Liu, would you like to go to the Xia residence? She asked this because since I had woken up, I usually chose to go to the Xia family home. I recalled Yun Menjiao's jealous expression this morning, thought for a moment, and said, to the manor. Jiang Ting was startled, then immediately took out her phone. I'll inform Miss right away. No need, I interrupted her. Don't disturb her work. I'll just go back and wait. Jiang Ting obediently put her phone away, then smiled and started the car. It's good to surprise Miss. I heard this and smiled faintly but said nothing more, just taking out my phone to send a text message, going home. The car drove straight to the main villa of the manor. After dinner, I worked in the study until 9 p.m. Yun Menjiao's convoy, lights on, entered the manor. Behind her convoy was a line of bulletproof off-road vehicles loaded with goods. I had just finished dealing with an email and stood up to go downstairs. The moment Yun Menjiao stepped out of the main villa, she saw me. Her gaze froze. The car she was in stopped, and the other cars, not understanding what was happening, stopped as well. Her subordinates then watched as the woman who had been so imposing at the port just moments ago walked in a daze toward the lawn where I stood. With a voice full of pampered affection, she asked, Why are you here? I didn't ask about the situation, just lowered my head and smiled. Are you not happy to see me? Yun Menjiao felt her heart was about to explode. You wicked man, that's not what I meant. After saying that, she stood on her tiptoes, intending to kiss me, but I pressed her down with my hand. A lot of people are watching. Yun Menjiao pulled my hand away. Let them watch. With that, she kissed me passionately. My hands gripped her shoulders, tightened, and then relaxed, returning the kiss. These were all her subordinates. If she wasn't afraid of losing face, what was I afraid of? In the long convoy, the subordinates were all astonished, never expecting their miss to have such a passionate and uninhibited side. Jiang Ting leaned against a corner with her arms crossed, delighting in their shock, thinking, so you guys finally get a taste of it. Who can understand the pain of being forced as they're every day? Perhaps because she was too emotional, this public kiss lasted for more than 10 minutes until an English voice interrupted the two of us, who were lost in the moment. Is this a live broadcast? Jia Qingning walked over with a look of disdain. Yun Menjiao, have you no shame? Lu Yan, do you even know what embarrassment is? Jiang Ting couldn't help but laugh out loud. Only Mr. Lu's sister would dare to openly scold her miss for being shameless, and her miss wouldn't even dare to get angry. I hurriedly pushed Yun Menjiao away, my ears burning, and looked at Jia Qingning. Second sister, why are you here? I came to see her shipment, Jia Qingning said, glancing at the long convoy. Having the Xuanyu continent as a backer really makes a difference. My shipment is stuck halfway, dead in the water, while hers is already delivered straight to her door. Hearing this, I couldn't help but glance at Yun Menjiao. Yun Menjiao raised an eyebrow. Second sister, are you also banned from buying weapons from this arms group? Why do you need such advanced weaponry? It's not like you're short on money. Jia Qingning pointed to one of the off-road vehicles. Open it up and let me see. The subordinate in the car looked at Yun Menjiao. She nodded. Several subordinates immediately got out and took a few crates from the back, opening them. Jia Qingning bent down, picked up a pistol, weighed it in her hand, then pulled out the magazine to inspect it. She then took a rifle from another crate and examined it similarly. Finally, she looked up at Yun Menjiao. Take me to the shooting range. I want to test them. As she raised her hand, the convoy started moving again. Yun Menjiao said, the manor's underground base. Stand further away. Bullets have no eyes, don't get hurt. Afraid that Jia Qingning would be worried, I obediently moved to the side. After making sure I was in a safe position, Jia Qingning placed her finger on the trigger. A loud boom echoed, and the entire underground base, built with special materials, trembled. Jia Qingning's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression completely different from her earlier nonchalance. This gun's design is not bad. Not to mention the previous ones, this batch looks ordinary, but its power is anything but. Yun Menjiao's lips curved slightly. This person is truly a treasure. Otherwise, why do you think he's so highly valued by this arms group? A raised an eyebrow and looked at her. A treasure. Yun Menjiao smiled and hugged me. I'm just talking about that person's value. Don't get jealous over nothing. Our miss has never. Before Yun Menjiao could speak, Jianting walked over with a smile. I heard that even the boss of this arms group has never met this person. This designer only provides blueprints online. He's very mysterious. But to be able to design this kind of weapon, they must be old hands with real combat experience. Real combat. He sneered inwardly. Compared to me, I feared the people present had never seen a real battlefield. In a past life, after my father and brother died in battle one after another, I led troops into battle for 3 years straight. Initially, the Mi tribe leader at the border looked down on me as a weak scholar, but in the end, I subjugated his entire tribe. The people under my rule and the old officials at court also looked down on me at first, but didn't they all eventually revere me as an Ishia's god of war, relying on me to protect the nation? From that life, I had begun to research firearms and similar things. After all, in the age of cold weapons, having slightly more advanced weaponry was equivalent to hundreds of strong soldiers. Don't be jealous anymore. A sentence from Yun Menjiao pulled me back to reality. The boss of this arms group is also very mysterious, isn't he? Even if the designer appeared, he couldn't personally hand over the blueprints to him. This was referring to that photo with no information. He and my father were the only two people I couldn't investigate. I had previously infiltrated this arms group's internal network but found no information about this weapons expert. If it weren't for the group issuing announcements from time to time and many people indirectly contacting and assigning tasks to me, I would have thought this person didn't exist. Mr. Liu knows about this too. Jianting was quite surprised, but considering his status as a CEO, it wasn't too unusual. He's a good designer, but the corporation's boss is no good. Xia Qingning lit a cigarette. They send that bastard so much money every year, and he still won't give me passage. I was originally planning to use this shipment in South Africa, but now it seems I'll have to wait another 10 days to half a month. Miss, what's wrong? Jianting looked surprised at Yun Menjiao's suddenly grim expression. Nothing. Yun Menjiao forced a smile and turned to Xia Qingning. When are you leaving? Am I bothering you by being here? Xia Qingning blew a puff of smoke in Yun Menjiao's face irritably. Besides, didn't you like calling me second sister? Why have you stopped now? Yun Menjiao waved the smoke away from her face, thinking, I might as well call you Big Shot. She said, it's past 10 o'clock. Even if you don't need to sleep, we do. Mentioning me made Xia Qingning easier to talk to. She reluctantly placed the items in her hand back into the crate, thought for a moment, then took out 2, and tucked them into her belt. It's not too much to give second sister 2 guns, right? I might need them on this trip to South Africa. Yun Menjiao and I both smirked. Yun Menjiao said, get lost. Xia Qingning's eyes narrowed. Who are you talking to? Jianting also cried out internally, where did our miss get the guts to talk to her like that? Fortunately, Xia Qingning wasn't really angry. You still want to marry my little brother? She scoffed. But what's in my hands is mine now. You can't have it back even if you die of anger. With that, she sneered, waved, and left. Everyone walked out of the underground base together. Before getting in her car, Xia Qingning turned around and hugged me. Yun Menjiao's face darkened. What crazy stunt are you pulling now? Dunting Vatters of, this is really going too far today. Xia Qingning ignored her, her arms still wrapped tightly around me as if holding the whole world. Second sister is leaving tomorrow morning. I won't see my Yan Yan for a while. Yan Yan, if anything happens, just have little Xia handle it. If he can't, find big sister. If it really comes to it, I'll fly back immediately. Don't let yourself be bullied, okay? Yes. Yun Menjiao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Am I dead to you? I was touched. I knew Xia Qingning's nature was very aggressive, but she reserved all her affection for this younger brother. Even though she disliked Yun Menjiao, she always gave in for my sake. Thinking of this, I raised my hand and patted her back gently. I know, second sister. Don't worry. Not many people can bully me. Xia Qingning hummed in agreement, holding my arm tightly for another moment before letting go. Go on. After seeing Xia Qingning's car off, Yun Menjiao pulled me towards the main villa. Upon entering the bedroom, Yun Menjiao said nothing and pushed me onto the bed. She was about to lean down and kiss me when I stopped her with my hand. Have you eaten? Yun Menjiao grabbed my hand. Having you is enough. I suddenly thought of something and pushed her head away again. Wait a minute. Yun Menjiao paused. What's wrong? I looked straight into her eyes and asked, second sister said you have the backing of the Xuanyu continent. What does that mean? The Xuanyu continent. That's a territory ruled by nobility, right? The arms group is there, and Bureau 7 used to be there too, but they moved after a conflict with a noble. Yun Menjiao calmed down, looked at me for a moment, and sighed. We studied there before. You should know that the Xuanyu continent is basically controlled by 4 major noble families. I nodded. I know. I didn't tell you before, partly because I didn't have the chance, and partly because I was afraid you'd overthink it, Yun Menjiao gently stroked my cheek. The ancestors of the Yun family were, unfortunately, the Nan Hun. My eyes widened slightly. Yun Menjiao nodded. The very same Nan Hun family of the Xuanyu continent. My breathing quickened slightly, and I understood what she meant by being afraid I'd overthink things. The nobility highly values bloodlines and is incredibly arrogant. Even top-tier wealthy families like the Xia family in Hua country were mere commoners in their eyes, unworthy of marriage. So what about you, your aunt, and your uncle? Yun Menjiao knew what I wanted to ask and patiently explained. My grandfather fell in love with a woman from Hua country. Despite his family's vehement opposition, to be with her, he voluntarily removed himself from the family register, severed ties with the Nan Dun family, and settled in Hua country, changing his surname to Yun. At that time, the Nan Dun family was still quite large, I continued, but now the Nan Dun family has few descendants, so they've set their sights on your branch, right? Correct. As a member of Bureau 7, even if I didn't confront the Xuanyu continent nobility, I knew a little. The Nan Dun family was once the head of the 4 great noble families, but at some point, they began to decline. The number of family members dwindled, and even after lowering their standards, they struggled to maintain their status. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even in decline, the Nan Dun family was still among the 4 great noble families. If they were to recall Yun Menjiao to the family, they would still not agree to the two of us being together. Yun Menjiao leaned down and kissed my eyes to reassure me. I was afraid you'd overthink it, so I kept it from you. But don't worry, I'm not an irresponsible person, and I never fight a battle I'm not sure I can win. From the moment I confessed my feelings to you, I was fully prepared. I will never let anyone hurt you, no matter what. You just need to focus on your own things, whether it's revenge or developing your career. I'll handle the rest. After Yun Menjiao finished speaking, I stared at her, silent for a long time. Since my rebirth, I had always thought revenge was my ultimate goal. Once revenge was complete, everything would be over, and I could live happily with Yun Menjiao. But I never expected that what I thought was the simplest thing was hiding such a huge crisis, and my girl had been silently shouldering it all alone. Just confessing to me when she wasn't even sure if I would agree had already taken so much effort on her part. And in my previous life, because my heart was set on Su Lingdian, I had rejected her feelings without hesitation, even distancing myself from her because of it. The next moment, she was pushed down onto the bed by me. I hovered over her, looking at my face above her. Yun Menjiao was a little dazed. After they got together, except for the beginning when I teased her for some reason, I had become quite reserved. At this moment, I knew my actions were quite bold, but recalling the pain and disappointment in Yun Menjiao's eyes when I rejected her in our past life, as well as her decisiveness when she sacrificed herself for me, my heart clenched. I wanted to make it up to her in every way possible. I placed my hand on the collar of Yun Menjiao's shirt and began to unbutton it. Realizing my intention, Yun Menjiao was once again surprised. After composing herself, she grabbed my hand and suggested with a hopeful expression, "My love, don't you think this is a bit slow? You could just rip it." Seeing my expression change, Yun Menjiao thought I was being shy again, and was about to flip over to take control. At that moment, with a rip, the shirt was torn open, buttons flying everywhere. Yun Menjiao was stunned again. I raised an eyebrow, satisfied. There. With that, I kissed her lips. On the other side, Xia Qingning had just returned to the Xia residence when she received a phone call. The subordinate on the other end reported cautiously, "It's been cleared. The shipment will probably arrive tomorrow morning." Xia Qingning raised an eyebrow, quite surprised. Good. I was worried I wouldn't be able to use it in South Africa. The subordinate hesitated. "It's just that." "Just what?" Xia Qingning asked. The subordinate replied weakly, "The other party said their boss wants an extra percentage of interest." The smile on Xia Qingning's face froze. This arms group makes money hand over fist, and that bastard still wants more interest. Has he been led by the nose by money? She had no idea she had just cursed her own brother. After speaking angrily, she heard the person on the phone continue, "The person over there said if we don't agree to the extra interest, we can just wait." Xia Qingning immediately gnashed her teeth in anger. It took her a while to give the order, "Give it to him. I'd like to see if he can take all that money with him to the grave." The next morning, Xia Qingning, half happy and half sad, received her shipment and set off. Meanwhile, the employees of Sinji Entertainment once again found that their CEO had skipped work. But those who worked from 9 to 5 wouldn't dare to call and ask. I had said that asking once was fine, but if they asked again, they shouldn't blame me for being impolite. After a satisfying night, Yun Menjiao looked at my sleeping form, no longer as guarded as the last time. She proactively called Yun Qingjiu and asked her to bring the medicine. This time, Yun Qingjiu brought a whole box and even gave Yun Menjiao the middle finger before leaving. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that I groggily returned to the company. As soon as I arrived, I went to find Ye Qingchuan. "Are all aspects of the 3 songs ready? Are you familiar with the lyrics and music?" Can we start recording? Ye Qingxuan was about to nod, but seeing my tired expression, she felt a pang of guilt. I'm all familiar with them. Xiao Lu, you've worked hard. I will do my best to record the album well, and not disappoint you. I was stunned for a moment before guessing the source of her guilt. My cheeks flushed. This was clearly due to overindulgence. However, I definitely wouldn't say that out loud. Sing a part for me. Okay. After clearing her throat, she sang the chorus of one of the songs. A flash of surprise appeared in my eyes. Initially, I had only approached using Ye Qingxuan with a trial attitude. After all, in my previous life, due to Su Lingdian's obstruction, I hadn't been able to use her, so I didn't know how good she was. Now it seemed Ye Qingxuan was truly born to sing classical-style music. I had a feeling this album would definitely be a bestseller. Xiao Lu. Ye Qingxuan finished singing and saw me lost in thought, feeling a bit awkward, clutching the hem of her clothes like a candidate waiting for the interview result. Very good, I curved my lips. Just prepare for the recording. Ye Qingxuan let out a sigh of relief. As I stood up to leave, she couldn't help but ask, were all these songs written by you, Xiao Lu? I had previously said they had been prepared for a long time but didn't specify who wrote them. She didn't have high hopes, but when she read the lyrics and melodies, the shock in her heart was indescribable. Although she couldn't compose, she wasn't incapable of appreciating music. This set of classical-style lyrics and music was unlike some current songs that just pile up words without meaning, nor were they songs that claimed to be classical-style but had melodies no different from pop music. Every song showed meticulous care, each one was stronger than her previous hit, Lin Yu. Just singing these lyrics brought scenes to life before her eyes. In the entertainment industry, some writers and composers who reached this level were almost non-existent. Even the top ones wouldn't write for a has-been singer like her. If these songs were written by me. Everyone has a strong admiration for the powerful. She was no exception. Therefore, the look in her eyes as she gazed at me became even more fervent. I wrote them. Not bad, right? There will be more opportunities to cooperate in the future. I didn't intend to hide it, but seeing Ye Qingxuan's admiring gaze, he used a joking tone to preempt any issues. But don't fall in love with me because of it. I don't want a situation like what happened with Chen Jing again. Because I already have a girlfriend. Ye Qingxuan was startled, then her face flushed red. No, I wouldn't dare to have such improper thoughts. I didn't correct herself, deprecating words. Someone will take you to the recording studio later. With that, I turned and left. When it was time to leave work, I had just walked out of the company when I heard a screech. A purple-blue Lamborghini stopped in front of me. Seeing this familiar and flashy car, I frowned. Sure enough, the next moment, Xia Xiaoxiao jumped out of the car. Little brother, did you miss third sister? Third sister missed you so much. In the Bentley not far away, even though the air conditioning had been on for a while and she wasn't hot herself, Junting felt the temperature suddenly drop. She sneakily glanced at the rear-view mirror and met Yun Menjiao's gloomy face, which looked like it could drip water. I also knew Yun Menjiao's car was nearby. Thinking of my still, sore waist, I quickly freed myself from Xia Xiaoxiao's embrace. Third sister, why are you back? Aren't you afraid second sister will send you away again? The latter part I only thought in my head. Xia Xiaoxiao didn't notice my abnormality, scratching her head and laughing. I finished shooting the previous movie, and submitted it. Now I'm just waiting for the results. It was only then that I remembered it was indeed time for the selection of the Lee's Awards. Come on, third sister will take you out to play. I didn't get to bring my camera last time. This time, third sister will take lots of beautiful pictures of you. Xia Xiaoxiao pulled me towards her car, but found someone blocking the door. Seeing Yun Menjiao, Xia Xiaoxiao was stunned. Miss Yun, why are you here? Yun Menjiao ignored her, just staring at our tightly held hands. I quickly pulled my hand back and gave a forced laugh. You're here. At this point, Xia Xiaoxiao finally sensed that something was wrong. Her eyes darted back and forth between Yun Menjiao and me. Could it be what she was thinking? Yun Menjiao walked to my side, took my hand, and interlaced our fingers tightly. Third sister, long time no see. I'm his girlfriend. Boom. It was like a thunderclap, stunning Xia Xiaoxiao. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape. It took her a while to grind her teeth and ask, since when? How long has Yan Yan been back with the family for you two to hit it off? Yun Menjiao smiled and said, we were together before he was acknowledged by the family. Another heavy blow struck Xia Xiaoxiao, making her dizzy. She clutched her chest, panting. Yan Yan, third sister's heart isn't good. I placed my hand on her wrist for a moment, then removed it. Third sister's heart is very healthy. But third sister's heart hurts. I think there might be a problem soon. The shock was so great that Xia Xiaoxiao didn't even react to the fact that her younger brother knew traditional medicine. She looked at Yun Menjiao as if she were a mortal enemy. I want to take my little brother out to play now. Move aside. Yun Menjiao's expression darkened. His body isn't well. Don't bother him. Xiaoxiao was startled. Little brother isn't well. Where? Third sister will take you to the hospital. I cursed Yun Menjiao internally. Why am I not well? Shouldn't this person know best? And she has the audacity to say don't bother me. Who is the one bothering me? Xiaoxiao was stunned but didn't understand what was happening, only worrying about my health. Where exactly is it not well? Why not go to the hospital? Don't be scared. Even though third sister was also afraid of doctors as a child, cancer is a small matter. Sickness will just keep hurting. Listen to third sister. Let's not go home, let's go to the hospital first. With that, she reached out to pull me into the car. My heart tightened. I stepped in front of Xiaoxiao, hugged her, and apologized. Third sister, we shouldn't have hidden it from you. Don't be angry, okay? Yun Menjiao watched the scene, still feeling uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. Xiaoxiao sniffled, holding back tears, her tone arrogant. Then you have to make it up to third sister properly in the future. He smiled wryly at that sentence. For the next half a month, Xiaoxiao stuck to me like glue, as if to make up for lost time. If I didn't go out with her, she would sit next to my desk and watch me work, not feeling bored at all. Everyone at Sinyi, from top to bottom, knew their Seo had a clingy older sister who would go crazy with worry if she couldn't see him. During this period, Yun Menjiao's expression never improved. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Since most of it was excellent one-take performances, Ye Qingchuan's album recording was also completed. Today, Ye Qingchuan logged into her Weibo account, which was pitifully losing fans, to post an announcement about her new album. I also liked and retweeted the post immediately. Theoretically, with Ye Qingchuan's current follower count, without buying a hot search, this official announcement would be hard for many people to notice. However, Fang Jiakai's team was monitoring her closely. Almost as soon as she posted on Weibo, they ran to Fang Jiakai with their phones. Taij, look, this person just said she was going to release an album, and less than a month later, it's out. She was just joking back then, right? What a clout chaser. She was still recording before your performance, Kaij, and now she's done. Can a finished product recorded in less than a month even be listened to? Just composing the lyrics and music for an album takes more time than that. They say slow work yields fine products. She's acting like she's in a hurry to be reincarnated. I wonder how crude and careless it will be. She probably just wants to cash in on whatever little fame she has left. Fang Jiakai twirled his aid in his hand and turned to his manager. How about we give her a hand? Understanding Fang Jiakai's personality, Manager Zhu Hai certainly didn't think this help was genuine. What do you want to do? Haven't we not yet set the release date for our album? Fang Jiakai's eyes were full of malice. Announce in a bit that we're releasing on the same day as her and buy a hot search to link us together. Zhu Hai frowned slightly, disagreeing. Wouldn't that be giving her free publicity? Can she even use that publicity? Fang Jiakai said dismissively. Besides, when she's linked with me, he sneered, everyone will think she's riding my coattails. At that point, if she can turn the tables, good for her. If not, she'll become the target of the entire internet. Zhu Hai immediately understood Fang Jiakai's meaning, and his lips curved up. I'll go do it right away. Coincidentally, because of the hype Ye Qingchuan caused before, Seo Su has quite a negative impression of you. This time, we'll crush any chance of Ye Qingchuan's comeback and show Seo Su that you haven't chosen the wrong person. Fang Jiakai grunted in agreement. What Zhu Hai said completely matched his own thoughts. Thus, not long after Ye Qingchuan's official announcement of her new album, a new announcement with a title symbolizing their linkage hit the hot search. Fang Jiaking Walbum Ye Qingchuan and Fang Jiakai releasing Walbum same day. Unlike the first hot search, whose comment section was full of anticipation, the second one was flooded with question marks. If you hadn't mentioned Ye Qingchuan, I would have forgotten about her. How long has it been since she said she would work hard? Less than a month to make an album. Is she serious? That's not even enough time to prepare the lyrics and music. Deliberately choosing the same release day as Fang Jiakai isn't enough. She even bought a hot search like this. She really knows how to ride his fame. She could have ridden anyone's fame, but she chose Fang Jiakai. Doesn't everyone know Fang Jiakai is the pinnacle of the music industry right now? When their sales figures are compared, isn't she just humiliating herself? In the CEO's office at Tainyu, Susie's held his phone up to Su Lingdian. Sister, there's another good show to watch. Look at this hot search. Su Lingdian took the phone and scrolled through it while Susie leaned on the desk, laughing heartily. I told you that man was nothing to worry about. Making an album in 20-something days, what was he thinking? Tainyu has such good conditions, and Fang Jiakai's team is top-notch, yet Liu Yan's side still took half a year. He then propped his elbows on the back of Su Lingdian's chair, watching the screen with her. This Fang Jiakai knows how to work it, creating buzz beforehand. By linking Ye Qingchuan to him, when the album sales come out, you can say Ye Qingchuan's hopes are dashed. Unlike the uninformed onlookers, the siblings knew at a glance whose hand was behind this series of operations. But Su Lingdian wasn't as optimistic as Suze is. Even after reading the netizens' comments, she still frowned. The matter of Shen Qingqing that day still lingered in her mind. She couldn't be too careless. She scrolled through many pages. Are there no paid trolls? They're rushing to release an album in less than a month. Who knows what the recording quality is like? Where would they find the time to hire trolls? Suzy said dismissively. Sister, are you still wary of this? Let alone their album being a joke. Even if they spent time and effort on it, how can a has-been singer compare to a top star in the music industry? Understanding Su Lingdian's worries, he continued to persuade her. The Shen Qingqing incident was just an accident. You know how weird that person's temper is. Thinking of Shen Qingqing's attitude towards her, Asio, Su Lingdian couldn't help but agree with Suzy's. She rubbed her temples. Am I being paranoid? Then add more fuel to the fire. From now until the 2 new albums are released, don't let the hype die down. In the company, Xia Xiaoxiao slammed her hand on the table. After spending time together recently, she had learned why I was managing Xinji and understood the feud between me and Su Lingdian. Many times, she had wanted to go find Su Lingdian for a showdown but was stopped by me. Now, seeing Tai Yusai making moves against Xinji, she couldn't sit still again. As a result, she had only taken 2 steps before I grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back. Arson leads to jail time. Without thinking, Xia Xiaoxiao blurted out, second sister will take the fall. After forcing Xia Xiaoxiao to sit down, I patiently explained in detail, they're giving us free publicity. Why should I refuse? He Qingchuan, at the side, asked, Xiao Lu's meaning is. I looked at her seriously. Do you not trust yourself, or do you not trust me? How is the album? Didn't you hear it yourself? Yi Qingchuan bit her lip. Although she knew the album was very good and felt she had performed well, and the songs were excellent, she still wasn't sure if she could beat a top star in the music industry in terms of sales. Feng had similar thoughts. But the current hype wasn't just for her. If Ye Qingchuan's sales were far worse than Feng Jiakai's, she would also be attacked by the entire internet. I know what you're all thinking. I didn't know what I thought of, but a slight curve appeared on my lips. Don't worry. We will definitely win this battle. The album prepared for Ye Qingchuan in my previous life, although it had died an early death. I still remembered the sales of this album by Feng Jiakai. Even without Ye Qingchuan for comparison, it was attacked by the entire internet for a long time. This time, with Ye Qingchuan's album sales for comparison. Thinking of this, I licked my lips, a little eager. Seeing my determined expression, the others looked at each other, their mood stabilizing. After several turnarounds before, they had unconsciously come to see me as their pillar of support. Xia Xiaoxiao, seeing this, had a proud expression, as if telling everyone, this is my little brother. At this time, Kai Min couldn't help but ask, why doesn't Xiao Lu clarify that we announce the new album first? I glanced at her. Clarifying now is useless. People will still think we are actively linking ourselves to ride Feng Jiakai's fame. After all, in the entertainment industry, sometimes the truth doesn't matter. Most of the time, whoever is popular has the final say. If we want to clarify, we'll wait until the sales figures determine who is superior. After I finished speaking, everyone looked at each other again, simultaneously feeling admiration for the CEO's foresight. 10 days passed in a flash. It was the day of the album release. Due to Tainu continuously pouring money to maintain the hype, the attention on Ye Qingchuan's and Feng Jiakai's new albums remained high. Early this morning, the two were once again pushed onto the hot search. Some were waiting to buy the album, some were waiting for a joke. There were even those who weren't afraid of trouble and started placing bets online, calling for people to buy and leave. Of course the result was obvious. Those who bet on Feng Jiakai accounted for 99. Only one, for some reason of curiosity or psychology, bet on Ye Qingchuan. The trend in the comment section was also overwhelmingly one-sided. No way, are there really people buying Ye Qingchuan's album? What are the people betting on Ye Qingchuan thinking? Anyway, I don't know about others, but I woke up early just to snatch Feng Jiakai's album. Taida's album is selling like hotcakes, sales are soaring. I have money, not a death wish. An album made in less than a month, and you want me to pay for it. Dream on. When the timer hit exactly 8 o'clock, the digital albums of the two were officially released. The sales curve representing Feng Jiakai shot up in an instant, almost exponentially. As for Ye Qingchuan's, there was no fluctuation at all. The sales curve merely coincided with the horizontal axis. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't see it. Seeing this scene, Feng Jiakai's waiting room immediately burst into laughter. I thought she would be pathetic, but I didn't expect her to be this pathetic. That red line must be stuck, right? Even an 18th tier singer in the industry wouldn't be this bad. I finally understand why Kaij didn't even bother comparing sales with this person. Isn't this an insult to our Kaij? I originally thought she still had some fans. Now it seems they've all really left. Have you guys placed your bets online? It's free money for the taking. Kaij, Ye Qingchuan must have seen these sales figures too, right? I really want to see the look on her face. Feng Jikai smugly stroked his chin. The sales are worthy of him. After all, the album was made in less than a month. This sentence made the whole team laugh uproariously. In the CEO's office at Tainyu, Suzy excitedly stared at the data chart on the computer screen. Sister, I told you, you were worrying too much. Let alone comparing with Feng Jikai. With such low sales, I'm afraid the digital music platforms will want to take her album down soon. Su Lingdian leaned back in her chair, sighing. The previous worries seemed to have completely vanished. Prepare to buy a hot search about the sales, then organize a celebration party for Feng Jikai. While some were happy, others were sad. While Tiny's waiting room was filled with joyous laughter, Shinji was in a deathly silence. Feng's brows were tightly furrowed, Kai Min's face was full of anxiety, and Ye Qingchuan's face was pale. There was nothing more painful than working hard on something, feeling it was very good, only to find out it was worthless, not to mention my own hard work was in it. She had ultimately let me down. Unlike everyone else's different thoughts, I was calm as if this matter had nothing to do with me. While chewing on the coffee in my cup, I raised an eyebrow. We've only just begun, and you're already so dejected. Didn't he say? How could they trust me? Everyone immediately adjusted their facial expressions, but a dark cloud of gloom still hung over their hearts. After an unknown amount of time, Tai Man, who was staring intently at the computer screen, suddenly had his eyes light up. It's rising, the data chart is starting to go up. Ye Qingchuan, who was on the verge of a complete breakdown, abruptly lifted her head and looked at me, a slow smile spreading across her lips as if she had predicted this change all along. Meanwhile, Feng Jikai's team had already started playing cards in the break room. Only those who couldn't join the game would occasionally glance at the computer screen. Just then, a bodyguard with a grave expression approached Feng Jikai. Brother Kai, our growth rate is starting to slow down, and Ye Qingchuan's sales are beginning to rise. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Feng Jikai. He glanced over distractedly before turning his eyes back to his cards. My growth rate slowing down is normal. After all, the fans were enthusiastic at the beginning. Once they've made their purchases, the growth rate naturally slows. As long as the total sales are still increasing, there's no problem. As for Ye Qingchuan, he scoffed. Her sales were stagnant like dead water. What does a sudden spike prove? It means she felt humiliated and bought the sales herself. Don't worry, she hasn't worked in 4 years. She'll run out of money soon enough. The manager beside him also laughed. Seo Chu just sent me a message. He said that after the sales period ends, he will personally host a celebration banquet for you. Hearing this, Feng Jikai smugly threw down a pair of cards. You all have to come then, thank you, Brother K. Feng Jikai's entire team thanked him in unison, and no one paid any more attention to the computer screen. However, after some time, a frantic knocking suddenly came from outside the break room door. Who's so rude? Knocking like they're trying to summon a ghost, Feng Jikai said without even looking up, waving a hand for his bodyguard to open the door. After the door opened, the bodyguard stood frozen on the spot. Annoyed, Feng Jikai turned his head. When he saw the person standing outside, the cards in his hand nearly fell. However, he wasn't too concerned. After all, playing games during work hours was normal, and besides, he was now the hero of Tainyu Entertainment. Blinded by his own success, Feng Jikai completely missed the ugly expression on Su Lingdian's face, as well as the frantic signals being sent by the artists and the head of the economics department standing beside her. His manager, Xu Hai, was the first to sense that something was wrong. Seo Su, why are you all here? Su Lingdian's face was dark as she glared at them. You have time to play cards but no time to monitor sales data and online trends. The data. Isn't it still normal? Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Jikai saw the data displayed on the computer screen. He looked as if he'd seen a ghost, raising a hand to rub his eyes. How can this be? On the screen, his sales chart, after reaching its peak, had begun a gradual decline. At first, the drop wasn't obvious. That was when the bodyguard had tried to warn him. But afterward, it plummeted like a roller coaster, heading straight for the bottom. Even stranger, Ye Qingchuan's album sales had been rising steadily since the beginning. Although her total sales were not yet as high as his, her growth rate showed no signs of slowing. At this rate, surpassing him was only a matter of time. How is this possible? Just then, Chuhai looked at his phone and cried out in alarm, Jikai, check Weibo, quickly. Feng Jikai, still reeling in disbelief, fumbled for his phone. As soon as he opened Weibo, he saw 2 trending topics side by side on the homepage, horrible to the point of inducing pregnancy, and awful. If this were before, he would have definitely assumed awful was about Ye Qingchuan and the other was about him. But seeing the data just now, he hesitated to click on either topic. However, while he was scared to look, someone else wasn't. Su Lingdian threw her phone at him. See for yourself. Feng Jikai shakily caught the phone and saw the comments under the trending topic. Half a year of preparation for just this. What a waste of my cigarette money. Compared to Ye Qingchuan's album next to it, it's miles behind. Fan Jikai, have you even listened to it yourself? How did you have the nerve to release this, and the audacity to sell it for 30 yuan? Is making money this easy now? Reading these comments, Fan Jikai felt a chill run down his spine. Su Lingdian snatched her phone back, her eyes looking like she wanted to swallow him whole. I gave you the top team in the company, and this is the result you give me in return. Fan Jikai felt his teeth chattering. His entire body was in shock, as if he were in a dream. How could this happen? Seeing his panicked state, Shu Hai, who thought Ye Qingjuan's album received the best reviews, subconsciously bought a copy and put on his headphones. After just the first song, his eyes narrowed. Is this an album that can be made in just over 20 days? As he listened to the second song, he muttered in confusion, just the lyrics and music alone aren't something that can be written in 20 days. Where did Kunch Entertainment find such a talented lyricist and composer? Hearing this, it was like a light bulb went off for Fan Jikai. That's right, the problem must be with the lyrics and music. My album definitely has issues with the lyrics and music. Besides blaming others, what else do you know how to do? Su Lingdian looked at him as if he were a performing clown. And isn't it obvious where the problem with the lyrics and music lies? Who told you to interfere and boss the musicians around? Don't you know you're not a singer, songwriter? Fan Jikai immediately fell silent. Because Ye Qingjuan wasn't a singer, songwriter and relied entirely on her team, he hadn't wanted to be like her. This was the first album he had participated in creating, incorporating many of his own ideas. He had thought it was quite good, but reality had just slapped him hard across the face. Su Lingdian had no desire to deal with him anymore. Find out for me who this composer is. It was impossible to win Ye Qingjuan back now. After all, they had rejected her for Fan Jikai, which was a huge offense. Furthermore, this comeback album was practically a rebirth for her. It was obvious she wouldn't come to Tainyu. But this mysterious composer, Su Lingdian thought, I must recruit them. I've listened to Ye Qingjuan's album. Her vocals are just the icing on the cake. With lyrics and music like that, any decent singer in the traditional genre would become famous. In stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere on Fan Jikai's side, the gloom at Tunch Entertainment had been swept away, replaced by cheerful laughter. I watched everyone grinning foolishly, and couldn't help but smile. I told you all not to worry. Ye Qingjuan looked at me with immense gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Lu. She knew that a simple thank you was too little, but at that moment, she didn't know how else to express her feelings. I took a sip of coffee. You don't need to thank me. Everyone saw how hard you worked during this time. Hard work pays off. Ye Qingjuan shook her head. It was still mainly thanks to your lyrics and music, Xiao Lu. Even if it wasn't me, anyone else would have become popular with them. Xiao Lu and Little Ye, stop being so modest. Both the song and the performance were outstanding. Tai Man chirped happily beside us. But I just realized something. Why isn't Xiao Lu's older sister here today? For the past half-month, Xia Xiaoxiao and I had been nearly inseparable, so her absence today felt sudden. Everyone had been so focused on Ye Qingjuan's album sales that no one had asked. Now that the weight was lifted, Tai Man voiced everyone's question. He smiled. She went to attend the Lee's awards ceremony. Only then did everyone remember that this seemingly idle sister of the CEO was actually a renowned photographer. Alright, everyone has worked hard. Tonight, I've booked a private room at Lanyan. Have fun. Everyone cheered again. After the cheering died down, they realized I had said you guys. Tai Man couldn't help but ask, Xiao Lu, you're not going. I shook my head. You guys go ahead. I have something else to do. With that, I opened a flashing message box in the bottom right corner of my screen. Seeing the sender's name, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Su Lingdian. Excuse me, are you the composer? I wasn't surprised that Su Lingdian could find me. I had created a public account for this identity, so anyone could find it if they tried. Thinking this, I curled my lips and typed a reply. Is there something I can help you with? Seeing the reply, Su Lingdian immediately felt a glimmer of hope. The fact that he wasn't using an anonymous account, and was willing to reply, knowing she was the CEO of Tainyu, suggested he wasn't completely loyal to Tunch. Thinking this, she got straight to the point. Do you have time to meet? Some things are better discussed in person. I was lucky I wasn't drinking coffee, or I would have spat it out. I hesitated for a moment, until Su Lingdian was practically bouncing in her seat, before slowly sending a message. I get off work at 6. I'll have time then. You can pick the place. Su Lingdian sent back an oak emoji, followed by an address. I replied with a received sticker. Yun Kinju, who had witnessed the entire exchange, couldn't help but look at me several times, her expression hesitant. I turned to her. If you have something to say, just say it. Yun Kinju bit her lip. Young master, are you really going to meet her? By the time work ended, Ye Qingjuan's album sales had far surpassed Fan Jikai's and were still climbing. This spectacular comeback had firmly returned her to the top, and her Weibo followers skyrocketed. Fan Jikai, on the other hand, had not only become a stepping stone for someone else, but had also become the target of online attacks. As I walked out of the company, I received a message from Su Lingdian. "Eve arrived. When will you be here?" Thinking of Su Lingdian waiting, I couldn't help but laugh. After replying to her, I gathered my things and left, getting into Yun Menjiao's car. "What's so funny?" Yun Menjiao, who was sitting on my lap, asked as she pinched my chin. I showed her the message chat while explaining the origin of my composer identity. "You've hooked a big fish," Yun Menjiao said after reading the chat. Seeing my cheerful expression without a trace of lingering affection, she was taken aback. "You really don't have feelings for Su Lingdian anymore?" I frowned. "Are you still doubting my feelings for you?" "No, I'm happy," Yun Menjiao said, trying to kiss me, but I turned my head to avoid it, not letting her change the subject. "Yun Menjiao, listen to me. When I first chose to be with you, there might have been an element of compensation. But being with you all this time, I've long since fallen in love with you. I have no feelings left for Su Lingdian. You don't need to keep dwelling on my past with her." Ever since Xia Tian appeared, I had realized I was in love with Yun Menjiao. When I saw Xia Tian confiding in her, I wanted to tear that kid apart. I didn't want anyone else to have feelings for Yun Menjiao. Thinking this, I lifted her chin. "Listen carefully. Whether you're nobility or royalty, now that you're with me, you are my woman. No matter what obstacles we face in the future, you are not allowed to give up on me and choose another man. If you do, I will break your legs and lock you up." With every word I spoke, the corners of Yun Menjiao's lips lifted a little more. By the end, she felt like she was floating. She took my hand, her affectionate gaze so intense it could melt a person. "Why are you so domineering?" My ears turned slightly red. "I am domineering," I said sternly. "What? You don't like it? Why wouldn't I?" Yun Menjiao pulled me closer. "You alone are enough to handle. I don't have the energy to look at anyone else. Do you think I'm your second sister?" She then captured the lips she had missed earlier. After a long kiss, Yun Menjiao collapsed in my arms. Suppressing the stirrings in my body, I asked in a hoarse voice, "Should I come to your place tonight?" And, hearing the excitement in my voice, her bones seemed to soften even more. She realized that since her third sister had returned, she hadn't visited the manor once. Who knows how many times that person's face had darkened. Now that her third sister was away, it was a perfect opportunity. Just as she was about to nod, her phone suddenly rang. I glanced at the screen and answered. "Mom." "Yan Yan." Mother Xia's gentle voice came through. "Are you off work? Your second sister is back. And she brought her boyfriend home." Hearing the last part, my eyes lit up. My second sister's promiscuous nature had always worried me. If there was truly a man who could make her settle down, it would be a joyous occasion for our family. "I'll be right back." Hearing this, Yun Menjiao's hand tightened on mine. I patted the back of her hand comfortingly, said a few more words to Mother Xia, and hung up. Then, I looked at Yun Menjiao with sparkling eyes. Being so close, Yun Menjiao had naturally overheard Mother Xia's words. She wasn't particularly interested in Xia Qingning's love life. "So you're not coming home with me again?" "You can come home with me," I said, playfully tracing her fingers. Yun Menjiao raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure he's not just your second sister's new fling?" "Get out of here," I nudged her. "Mom said this is the first guy second sister has brought home. She must be serious about him." "That's good," Yun Menjiao said, lifting my hand to her lips for a light kiss. "With a boyfriend, she'll meddle less in our affairs. This woman really only thought about herself." I gave her another light tap, about to say something when my phone lit up. It was another message from Su Lingdian. "Still not here." I remembered the address she chose wasn't far from Kunch. I chuckled and typed a reply. "Sorry, traffic is a bit heavy, but I'm almost there." She sent back an emoji. "No problem. Drive safe." By the time we arrived at the Xia family home and got out of the car, another message from Su Lingdian came, her tone dripping with helplessness. "Still not here." I grinned. Almost. Just around the corner. Wait a little longer." With that, I turned off my phone and got out of the car. Half an hour later, Su Lingdian realized something was wrong. To accommodate him, she had chosen a location near Sunch. At this hour, even walking would have been faster. She sent several more messages, but they were like stones sinking into the sea. If she still didn't realize she'd been stood up, she'd been living her life in vain. A surge of anger from being toyed with rushed to her head. Su Lingdian slammed her hand on the table, startling the people around her. She glared at the chat window, wondering who on earth would be so bold. Even if this person was talented, she was still the CEO of Tainu Entertainment. Didn't he know the consequences of provoking her? Most importantly, she found a strange sense of familiarity in his writing style. On the other side, I figured Su Lingdian must be furious, but I had no mind to care about her. I was now very curious about my second sister's boyfriend. With anticipation, I pulled Yun Menjiao towards the main villa. As we stepped into the living room, someone rushed towards me. Xia Qingning threw her arms around me, her words identical to Xia Xiaoxiao's. Second sister missed you so much, little brother. I was stunned. Yun Menjiao's beautiful face darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot. Before I could speak, a man walked over. So this is the little brother you're always talking about. He's really handsome, he said, then turned to Xia Qingning with a teasing tone. But your sibling relationship is so close, I'm a little jealous. Hearing this, Xia Qingning snuggled into his arms. What's there to be jealous of? That's affection for a brother, it's different from my affection for a boyfriend. She then shot a meaningful glance at Yun Menjiao. Only then did Yun Menjiao see some use for the man. What are you getting serious for? Can't you tell she's joking? The man smiled at Xia Qingning. Then I must seem very petty. He extended a hand towards me. Hello, little brother. I'm Yao Bang. You've probably guessed. I'm your second sister's boyfriend. My outstretched hand froze mid-air when I heard his name. The smile on my face stiffened. In my previous life, although I wasn't fully aware, I knew some things about a large family like the Xias. Legend had it that the promiscuous second daughter of the Xia family, after countless flings, had fallen for one man. However, that man didn't bring her to shore but approached her with ulterior motives. Because of him, the Xia family went through a massive turmoil in my previous life, almost collapsing. And that man's name was Yao Bang. Lu Yan. What's wrong? Xia Qingning looked at me, confused. Nothing. I snapped back to reality and calmly shook Yao Bang's hand. Hello. Seeing my expression, Xia Qingning thought her brother was jealous and cupped my face, affectionately pinching my cheeks. Even if second sister has a boyfriend, I won't neglect my Lu Yan. You're still second sister's treasure. Yao Bang chimed in from the side. That's right. Lu Yan is Xiaoning's little brother. From now on, we'll dote on you together. He then took out a prepared gift and handed it to me. I didn't know what you'd like, so I got you a watch. It's not anything too valuable, but it suits a young man. I hope you like it. I glanced at my second sister's approving expression and accepted it. Thanks you. Yao Bang smiled warmly. You can just call me brother. Just then, Mother Xia walked over. Dinner's ready. I composed my heavy expression and followed the family into the dining room. After the meal, I found a moment when Xia Qingning was alone and pulled her into the hallway. Second sister. Xia Qingning stopped. What is it? I hesitated. If I directly told her that Yao Bang might have ulterior motives, I wasn't sure whose side Xia Qingning's scale would tip to. I felt it was better to observe for now. Second sister, how did you meet him? On my trip to South Africa this time, Xia Qingning was very frank. I was almost in danger, and he showed up just in time. You could say he saved my life. I was startled. What happened? Fearing she would scare me, Xia Qingning didn't want to reveal too much. It's all in the past, don't worry. I'm fine, aren't I? I pressed my lips together, my headache worsening. Hearing her say that, Yao Bang was now also her savior. But I couldn't help but probe. Second sister, don't you think his appearance was a bit too coincidental? Xia Qingning was certain. Don't overthink it. Your second sister is not a bad judge of character. I went back to my room and sat in front of the computer. 3 minutes later, all of Yao Bang's personal information was displayed before me. But I couldn't find any connection to the Xia family, and his background was quite clean. I rested my chin on my hand, deep in thought, wondering if I had missed something. Just then, click, the bathroom door opened. Yun Menjiao walked out wrapped in a towel, drying her hair with one hand and leaning on the desk with the other. What are you doing? Seeing the information on the screen, she raised an eyebrow. You're investigating second sister's boyfriend. I turned around. Do you know him? How would I know him? Yun Menjiao retorted without thinking. What's wrong? Is there something unusual about this person? She knew I wasn't one to investigate someone without reason. But ever since I heard his name, something felt off to me. She could sense it when I didn't answer directly. After all, I was only suspicious of Yao Bang because of what I'd heard in my past life. Yun Menjiao only knew about my past life with her, not that I had been reborn once more in this one. Thinking this, I asked her instead, do you know if the Xia family or second sister have any enemies? Yun Menjiao looked at me for a moment before speaking. The Xia family mainly has business competitors, not really enemies. Those who tried to take advantage when you and uncle were missing have all been dealt with. As for second sister's enemies, there are many. She often operates in gray areas, so of course, she has enemies. I don't know all of them, but I'm sure she does. Why do you ask? Nothing, I shook my head, not yet wanting to tell her about my past life. If I did, I couldn't guarantee what she would do, knowing she had died at Su Lingdian's hands. I just have a strange feeling about this guy. Yun Menjiao knew I was hiding something, but if I didn't want to say, she wouldn't press. Let me help you investigate. I nodded. 2 heads were always better than 1. Seeing my second sister's smitten look, if I couldn't produce solid evidence that her boyfriend was problematic, not only would it be useless, but it might also damage our sibling bond. For now, let's not worry about their business. Yun Menjiao said, pulling me towards the bed. Realizing her intention, I tried to get off the bed. I haven't showered yet. Yun Menjiao pinned me down, leaving no room for refusal. You'll have to shower again later anyway. So let's skip it for now. My Yanyan smells good whether he showered or not. She then leaned down and sealed my lips with a kiss. The next day, I saw Yao Bang at the breakfast table again, as expected. But I wasn't as flustered as yesterday. I greeted him politely, Brother Yao Bang. He also appeared gentle and refined. Compared to his reserve yesterday, today he acted more like a host, constantly putting food on my plate, playing the role of a good brother-in-law perfectly. Mother Xia was very pleased seeing how well he treated me. She then turned to Xia Wanning opposite her. Your younger sister has already brought a boyfriend home. When are you going to make a move? Xia Wanning, who was drinking milk, choked unexpectedly. Xia Qingning crossed her arms, looking at her with schadenfreude. See? Mom's not happy with you. Almost 30 and still single. I'm embarrassed for you. Xia Wanning glared at her, then said to Mother Xia, Mom, I just haven't met the right person yet. Mother Xia sighed. I've never had to worry about you with anything else, just this. Well, do as you please. Just don't give me a headache like your sister. Hearing this, the smile on Xia Qingning's face froze. Mom, who talks down on their own daughter like that? Why are you saying you don't dislike me? Am I that bad? Mother Xia glared at her. Don't you know yourself? Yao Bang took her hand. We've decided to be together. I won't hold your past against you. I'm already grateful that you don't look down on my background. Xia Qingning became smug again. You're still the one who loves me most. I rubbed my face, finding it hard to swallow my food. If I didn't know any better, it would be fine. But knowing Yao Bang might be here with ulterior motives, the more I looked at him, the more I disliked him. Just then, the back of my hand resting on my thigh suddenly felt warm. Yun Menjiao took my hand, as if transferring strength to me, telling me I wasn't alone. A warm current flowed through my heart. Our eyes met, and my mood stabilized. After breakfast, I headed to the company as usual. Before I even arrived, I received a call from Xu Feng. Xiao Lu, have you seen Weibo? Hearing his tone, I knew it wasn't good news. While switching from the call screen to Weibo, I asked, what's wrong? The entire internet is saying Ye Qingjuan bought her sales figures. The key is, there really was an abnormal spike in sales data last night. As he spoke, I saw the top trending topic. Clicking on it, the most liked and replied comments that appeared first were not flattering. Seriously, I am so sick of this. I was wondering how a Has and Singer's album could have such high sales. Turns out it was all bought. I felt sorry for her at first, but now I think I should feel sorry for myself. If she has so much money to buy sales, why does she need to busk on the streets? I was a bit skeptical. The quality of an album is subjective. One instance of buying sales shouldn't be enough to completely negate it. It wasn't until I scrolled down and saw comments defending Ye Qingjuan being suppressed that I understood. Looking back at the comments leading the narrative, a small smile formed on my lips. It was clear now. The ones who bought sales for Ye Qingjuan were probably them. Thinking this, I replied calmly, don't worry. We'll talk when I get to the company. I then hung up. If Fang Jikai wanted to court death, I was happy to oblige. Yun Menjiao saw my confident demeanor and knew the situation didn't require her intervention. She wrapped her arms around me again. Let's continue, she said, kissing my lips. I rolled my eyes. Could this woman think of anything else? At the company, I didn't waste any time. I sat down at the computer and, after a bit of work, found the IP address of the account that had bought the sales. A slight curve formed on my lips. At the same time, Fang Jikai looked at the public opinion he was controlling, and his gloomy mood finally lifted a bit. But thinking about his losses this time, he couldn't smile. Originally, he had planned to buy sales for himself to surpass Ye Qingjuan. What good was it if the whole internet praised her album? Sales represented everything. Then he would buy a negative trending topic for her, claiming she hired a marketing team to hype her up, and he could still turn the tables. But he had already invested almost all his income from the past few years, and Ye Qingjuan's high sales shocked and angered him. So he did the opposite. He bought a chunk of sales for Ye Qingjuan, then hired an army of bots to expose her. That way, everyone would think her high sales were all bought. Even her supporters would gradually be swayed and even doubt their own taste. Fan Jikai's plan was beautiful, but he didn't get to be smug for long. Frantic knocking once again came from outside the break room. Having learned his lesson from yesterday, Fan Jikai frowned. After glancing at his team, he stood up to open the door. It was like a repeat of yesterday's scene. Su Lingdian stood there with a cold face. Fan Jikai, who told you to buy sales for Ye Qingjuan and create a trending topic? Fan Jikai was confused. Xiao Su, how did you know I bought sales for her? Haven't you seen Kunch's official Weibo clarification? Su Lingdian was about to be driven mad by this idiot. Do you think your little tricks can fool anyone? Why didn't you report this to your superiors before acting on your own? Feng Jikai hurriedly searched for Tunch's official Weibo. He saw that the account had just posted a clarification. First, we'd like to thank Feng Jikai's team for their generous support of Ye Qingchuan's new album. Second, regarding the official album announcement time, there was no such thing as Ye Qingchuan riding on Feng Jikai's popularity, because we announced it first. Below the text were several screenshots, including the official announcement times, the IP address of the account that bought the sales, and images showing that the accounts that bought sales for both sides were internal accounts of Feng Jikai's team. It was just that when buying for Feng Jikai, they were more careful with the increments, trying to fake natural growth. When buying for Ye Qingchuan, it was much more blatant, as if they were afraid people wouldn't notice. Although this Weibo post didn't explicitly say Feng Jikai slandered Ye Qingchuan, and even humorously thanked him, netizens weren't fools. Seeing this, what was there not to understand? They immediately took to their keyboards. Let me summarize. Feng Jikai tried to leech off her popularity, got slapped in the face, bought sales for himself, and then tried to frame Ye Qingchuan. I told you Ye Qingchuan announced it first. Feng Jikai finally realized the severity of the situation, his voice trembling. Buy a trending topic. Don't let this clarification get on the trending list. Do you think it's still useful to buy one now? Su Lingdian's voice was laced with ice. Delete the topic about Ye Qingchuan buying sales now. Indeed, with that negative topic still up, the clarification post was bound to get more attention. And once the clarification was out, the negative topic he had paid for became particularly ridiculous. Didn't you hear Seo Su? Hurry up and delete that post. Feng Jikai, rattled by Su Lingdian's anger and the huge psychological blow, took his frustration out on his assistant. Assistant Xiao Zhang was also scared witless. He quickly took out his phone to delete the post, but after several attempts, it was still there. He said anxiously, Brother Kai, it won't delete. Why won't it delete? What's going on? Is it haunted? He said, looking bewildered at Su Lingdian. Seo Su, what do we do now? Su Lingdian pinched her temples, a headache brewing. First, post a clarification on Weibo that this had nothing to do with you. It was all done by the team members on their own, overstepping their authority. She knew these words would only fool some of Feng Jikai's die-hard fans. Once a moral stain like this was on him, even if he didn't fall completely, it would be difficult for him to maintain his current position. On the other side, I calmly drank my coffee while Xu Feng and the others looked at the reversed online trend, their admiration for me absolute. After dismissing everyone, I turned to Xiameng beside me and beckoned with my index finger. Xiameng was instantly on high alert. Young master, what are your orders? Seeing her react as if facing a great enemy, I couldn't help but find it amusing. Tell me, is your master my second sister, or me? Hearing this, Xiameng took a sharp breath. Her intuition was right. Something was up. But she tried to remain calm. Second miss assigned me to you, young master. So naturally, my master is you. I curled my lip. So if I asked you to do something that might displease my second sister, would you be willing? Seeing her reaction, I knew what she was thinking and didn't intend to make things difficult for her. I considered borrowing people from Yun Menjiao but felt that for surveillance, it was better to use the professionals from Bureau 7. So I waved my hand at Xiameng. There's nothing for you here. Go get some air. Xiameng felt as if she had been granted amnesty. Yes, young master. After Xiameng left, I went online and contacted Yami. Help me with something. Big brother, what is it? Help me tail someone. I'll send you the information later. I could have used my subordinates from Bureau 7, but when it came to surveillance skills, no one could compare to Yami, one of the four great elders. After all, she knew hypnosis and mesmerism. Even if she were discovered, she had plenty of ways to escape. Big brother, I'll need to be paid for this. Don't worry, I know your rates. I won't short you a single cent. Talk of money is so impersonal. What's our relationship? If you want my help, you have to sell your looks. I mean, we should meet. We have such a deep friendship, yet you're still so secretive. You know where all three of us live, but we don't know who you are or what you look like. It's not fair. I thought about it. When I first joined Bureau 7, I hid my identity because I was not a threat. But after spending so much time together, these three were like family to me, and we were already bound by common interests. It seemed there was no need to hide anymore. Thinking this, I replied, fine. Yami was shocked. She was just joking and didn't expect her big brother to agree. A gentleman's word is his bond. I've taken a screenshot. Don't you dare go back on your word, I chuckled. I won't. He sent her the information. When you get to China, wait for me at Lanyan in the capital. Yami chuckled, cut the connection, and I immersed myself in my work. I knew Yami was efficient, but I didn't expect her to be this fast. It wasn't even 4 p.m., not even the end of the workday, when she sent me a message. Big brother, I'm here. VIP room 7. A raised an eyebrow. Wait for me, 15 minutes. Meanwhile, in VIP room 7 at Lan Yan, Kia rubbed his hands excitedly. Alright, kid, we finally caught you. I can't believe this guy is Chinese. Beside him, Kinksy remained expressionless as ever. Are you sure he'll come? Yabai is mysterious, but he's not one to break his promise, right? Yami's tone was also a bit uncertain. Yai and Kinksy immediately fell silent. If the world's #1 hacker got his account hacked, then that title might as well be thrown away. Couldn't you two just stay out of this? Yabai only said he wanted to meet me. If he sees you two here and runs away, then what? Yami glared at the two men beside her, both anxious and annoyed. It was just her bad luck that when Yabai contacted her, these two were right there and read their entire conversation. So this time, they insisted on coming along, threatening to ruin it for everyone if they couldn't. If he runs, can't we just hold him down? Hia said shamelessly, even taking pride in it. People in Yabai's line of work are usually homebody geeks. How can they compare to me and Kinksy, sons of the Jianhu? Kinksy glanced at him. Didn't you say Yabai was a big, burly man? That's not a contradiction. A big, burly man staying at home picking his feet just proves he's an introvert, Hia said brazenly. Do you guys think Yabai is really that poor? Someone who was so afraid of meeting people before is now willing to sell his looks just to save on a mission fee. Emi and Kinksy stroked their chins. Maybe we should offer him some help later. They still had no idea that it wasn't just one, but all three of the great elders of Bureau 7 waiting for me, nor did I know that in their eyes, I was so poor I needed their charity. Arriving at Lan Yan, I went straight to VIP room 7 and pushed the door open. Seeing the teenager who suddenly barged in with his hands in his pockets, Hia, Yami, and Kinksy were all stunned. Little brother, are you in the wrong room? Yami asked. Seeing all three of them there, I narrowed my eyes. But I didn't leave. Instead, I swaggered over to the sofa opposite them, sat down, and propped my feet on the coffee table. I only called Yami. What are you two doing here? After I spoke, a strange silence fell over the room. As elders of Bureau 7, Hia and the others had seen it all. But at this moment, all three of them were frozen as if petrified, staring at me with wide eyes, speechless. What's wrong? That got your tongue. I grinned mischievously, as if I had no idea why they were reacting this way. Didn't you guys want to meet me? Why the long faces now that you have? The first to recover was Kinksy. He tentatively asked, Yabai. I turned to look at him. Yeah, I can understand, but you're not the type to meddle in things like this. Kinksy was speechless. This felt like a sci-fi movie. The yes stared at me intently. Yabai is a young man. The voice you used when we connected. Was that fake? I gave him a look that said, isn't that obvious? Then I cleared my throat and produced the gender-ambiguous, slightly hoarse voice. Like this. He exclaimed, it's true what they say, the most handsome guys are the best liars. Yami finally snapped out of it. Without a word, she got up and sat next to me, rubbing her hands excitedly. A little brother is great, much better than 3 burly men. Hyun and Yami seemed to have accepted the fact that Yabai was a handsome young man. Only Kinksy was still skeptical. Little brother, what's your name? I couldn't resist teasing him. Since when did I become your little brother? Did your parents think you were too fat, and have another one? Kinksy's face darkened. It was understandable. After all, bedwetting at 30 was indeed a cause for concern. Aha, Kya and Yami burst out laughing. For the first time, I saw that stoic face turn red. After I laid my cards on the table, Pink stopped testing me and asked a different question. Why did you suddenly decide to reveal your identity to us? Yamei, who had previously felt a little regretful for not helping the poor Yabai, immediately took out her card and shoved it into my hand. Sweetie, let me be your sugar mommy. Still not understanding my indescribable expression, Yamei then heard Kinky ask, you guys don't recognize who he is. As soon as Kink said this, Ju-Yai and Yamei turned serious. They had been too shocked about Yabai being a man before, but now, looking closely, I did seem familiar. Damn, no way a name popped into Ju-Ya's head, but he didn't dare say it out loud. As the world's top intelligence hub, Bureau 7 naturally had detailed information on famous figures from all circles. For example, me, who founded a company at 16 and created a legend in the business world within 3 years. Or this other big shot, who was actually the young master of the Xia family in China, and revealed his identity as a master of the Gikan at his coming of age party. Or, more recently, the god of speed causing a stir in the racing world. To ordinary people, they might not remember what these individuals look like, but these people were too outstanding and had repeatedly caught their attention. They had even used surveillance satellites to discover a scene unknown to others. This person, and another freak who had caught their eye, Yun Menjiao, were in a romantic relationship. I pushed her card back into her hands. I really don't need money. At these words, the three of them fell silent again. I looked at the three of them, who were questioning their own existence, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Why are you all so quiet? My face hurts from the shock, Yaimi said, then threw herself into my arms. Sweet, how about you support me instead? I don't want to work hard anymore. Are you even human? Ji felt his worldview shattering once again. Besides being a CEO, the god of speed, and a hacker, is there anything else we don't know? Yes, I said. I've kept my promise to meet you. Remember to do your part for me. With that, I ignored their reactions, stood up, and left the room. When I got to the front of my company, I saw Yun Menjiao's car was already parked there. I didn't go back into the company and directly switched cars. Yun Menjiao, as usual, sat on my lap. Where did you go? Meeting friends. Seeing that I had no intention of explaining, Yun Menjiao didn't press further. Most importantly, she smelled a man's cologne on me and felt reassured. Today, I investigated your second sister's boyfriend. There's definitely something wrong with him. I immediately became alert. What's wrong? Are his records falsified? No, Yun Menjiao shook her head. Everything you found is correct. It's just that his uncle used to be Xia Dongming's driver and retired back to his hometown 3 years ago. Seeing my confusion, she explained further, Xia Dongming is Xia Tian's father, your uncle, and the only one from the main Xia branch who was spared. You mean he started? Who knows, Yun Menjiao said, knowing what I was about to say. But you should also know that this connection alone isn't enough to conclude that he has any special relationship with your uncle. Especially when your second sister genuinely likes this man. After all, Xia Dongming has been very honest all these years. If they really are colluding to deal with the Xia family, you need solid evidence to throw in your second sister's face to prevent her from doing something foolish for this man. When I got home, I expected to see Yao Peng again, but this time Xia Qingning hadn't brought him home. I checked with Xia Meng, and there was nothing unusual on her end either. But I wasn't in a hurry. If Yao Peng was one of my uncle's men, it meant my uncle had been planning this secretly for a long time, otherwise, he couldn't have made my promise to his second sister uncharacteristically loyal. But as long as there's a problem, it will eventually be exposed. I could wait. That night, Yun Menjiao stayed over. So the next morning, when Xia Xiaoxiao returned home cheerfully, she was stunned. She had intended to share the joy of her award with her younger brother, but after knocking for a long time, the person who opened the door was Yun Menjiao wrapped in a towel. The ambiguous red marks on her body made it easy to imagine the battle that had taken place last night. Why are you here? Seeing Yun Menjiao, the trophy in Xia Xiaoxiao's hand almost fell. She barely managed to stop herself from throwing a punch. She knew they had taken the final step, but she had assumed it was the kind of thing couples did occasionally when they went out. But what was this? Were they living together now? And this woman was shamelessly in her house. She had only been gone for 2 days. What had happened? Wearing my pajamas, I looked at Xia Xiaoxiao standing at the door with a thunderstruck expression and couldn't help but rub my forehead. To accommodate my third sister's feelings, not only had I not gone to the manor, but even when Yun Menjiao visited, it was always discreet. My third sister had been away for the award ceremony these past few days, and I had forgotten about it. Thinking this, I got out of bed and walked over to them, staring at the trophy in Xia Xiaoxiao's hand. Whoa, third sister, you won the Lee's award. That's amazing. Xia Xiaoxiao immediately became wary, a corner of her lip twitching. Don't change the subject. Why is this woman here? Are you two living together? I thought to myself, I'm done for. Third sister isn't easy to fool. I switched to my next tactic. Big news, third sister. Did you know? While you were away, second sister got a boyfriend. She changes boyfriends like she changes clothes. What's so strange about that? I'm asking about you too, Xia Xiaoxiao said. I knew she'd say that, so I continued, this time it's different. Second sister is serious this time. She even brought him home. Xia Xiaoxiao was stunned. Really? Seeing an opening, I nodded eagerly. Of course, it's true. Ask Mom if you don't believe me. Xia Xiaoxiao blurted out without thinking, what man is so blind? Just as she finished, a kick landed on her, and Xia Qingning's cold voice came from the side. Are you looking to die? Xia Xiaoxiao stumbled from the kick but managed to steady herself, saving the trophy in her hands. What did he say that was wrong? Only a loose woman like you who fools around everywhere would attract someone who must be blind to want to be with you. Seeing Xia Wanning approaching, she quickly hid behind our eldest sister. Eldest sister, save me. Xia Qingning lunged but missed. You, get out here. Hiding behind eldest sister, what kind of skill is that? I won't. Xia Xiaoxiao only dared to be loud from behind, where Xia Qingning couldn't catch her. As soon as her sister showed a serious expression, she would revert to the timid Xia Xiaoxiao. Xia Wanning reached back and patted Xia Xiaoxiao's head. Don't be afraid. Eldest sister has your back. Besides, you're not wrong. Xia Qingning panted for a moment, pointing at Xia Wanning several times. Just keep spoiling her. And it's one thing for her not to know, but are you pretending not to know, too? Hearing this, I couldn't help but wonder. Xia Qingning's promiscuity was well known, and what Xia Xiaoxiao said, while crude, was logical. What did she mean by that? Unable to figure it out, I didn't dwell on it. It was good that third sister might no longer be hung up on me, and Yun Menjiao living together. But just as I thought that, Xia Xiaoxiao reacted again. Right, what's the deal with my brother and this woman? Are you all just going to let this woman brazenly enter our home? Xia Qingning glanced at me and Yun Menjiao, then turned to Xia Xiaoxiao with a cold smile. Mom supports them. What can we do? If you're so capable, you go ahead. If you can make this woman keep her distance from our brother, I'll even call you sister. What could she do? If you can't beat them, join them. Although she still disliked Yun Menjiao, since both her sisters were helpless, she didn't pursue the matter. Only then did she remember she wanted to share her joy with me. So, she walked up to Ming and presented the trophy she had carefully protected. Third sister won the Lee's award. I didn't let you down. Third sister is the best. I took the trophy and praised her generously. In my past life, I already knew she would win this award, and that the internet would be flooded with praise for Xia Xiaoxiao, the youngest Lee's award winner. Look at your unrefined appearance. Your brother has achieved so much, and he's not like you, Xia Qingning said teasingly, but her eyes revealed a happy smile. I didn't force my brother to go out, Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't help but retort. Xia Qingning chuckled and said no more. After the meal, Xia Xiaoxiao intended to go to work with me as she used to. Third sister, you can't go. Xia Xiaoxiao looked up at me. Why? Of course I couldn't tell her it was because of Yun Menjiao's feelings. I had indulged her clinginess for the past half-month to compensate for her disappointment at being deceived. Yun Menjiao's face had turned dark so many times during that period. If I let her continue to cling to me, someone would surely object. Though that's what I was thinking, I said, Third sister, you just won the Lee's award. There will definitely be many reporters coming to the house for interviews. We can't have no one at home. After escaping Xia Xiaoxiao, I took Yun Menjiao's car to the company as usual. In the lobby, I saw Kaiyuan pacing back and forth with a worried frown, while Kaimin stood beside her, busy on the phone. I walked up and asked, what's wrong? Xiao Lu, Kaiyuan's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. The gown Sister Min borrowed for me got cancelled. But the Henshi awards are tonight. Borrowing a gown requires at least 3 days' notice. It's too late to get another one now. He frowned. I had almost forgotten Kaiyuan had this event to attend. Logically, with Kaiyuan's current status, she wasn't qualified to attend the Henshi Awards. But Director Feng was affiliated with Henshi, and the organizers surely knew Kaiyuan was the candidate for the male lead in Director Feng's new film, so they wanted to rope in this potential star. However, Kaiyuan's female lead role hadn't been announced yet. Only a few people knew. In the eyes of rental Boutiques, she was still an 18th year unknown in the entertainment industry. Unknowns have no rights. Let alone having a gown cancelled, it was common for them to have all their scenes cut after filming a movie. At that moment, Kaimin finished her call, her cheeks puffed up like an angry blowfish. What's their problem? It was just an obscure brand. Having someone wear it on the red carpet should have been a blessing, yet they act all high and mighty. The most important thing is they promised and then went back on their word at the last minute. Where's the integrity? They found it amusing. After listening to Kaimin's rant, I looked at Kaiyuan's figure. Don't worry about the gown. We just need to hire a stylist. Kaimin's eyes lit up. Xiao Lu, you have a solution. He smiled. Of course. In the afternoon, I brought the express, delivered gown to find Kaimin and Kaiyuan. But I found them still standing in the first floor lobby, anxiously looking out the door. Still haven't found a stylist. We have, Kaimin said, hanging up the phone with a dejected look. But this person seems very busy. When I called, he said he was styling another artist, and didn't know when it would be Kaiyuan's turn. He frowned. What time does the award ceremony start? 7 to. Kaimin said honestly. My brows furrowed. We're running out of time. Just then, Kaimin noticed the box in my hands. Is this the gown Xiao Lu prepared for Kaiyuan? Yes, I said as I opened the box. Oh my god, Kaimin's eyes widened at the gown in the box. Even a small corner of it was dazzling. Xiao Lu, can I take a look? Just take Kaiyuan to change. It's getting late. Maybe the stylist will be here by the time she's done. Yes, sir. Kaimin took the box and pulled Kaiyuan away. Not long after, Kaiyuan, wearing the high-end gown, came out, looking a little shy, supported by Kaimin. Xiao Lu, this gown it's amazing. Kaimin couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. Where did you borrow this for Kaiyuan? It looks even better than what list stars wear. I thought to myself, this is indeed high-end, and from a top global brand at that. But I didn't explain much to Kaimin, just looked at Kaiyuan and asked, does it fit well? Kaiyuan nodded, then bit her lip. Xiao Lu, wearing this gown, I feel a bit she couldn't find the right word to describe it. Although she couldn't identify the brand, the gown was clearly extraordinary. Wearing it, she felt unworthy. I helped her adjust a few strands of hair caught in the dress. You can't be like this on the red carpet later. Understand? Kaiyuan was pleasantly surprised. I won't embarrass you, Xiao Lu. I smiled and looked at my watch. It's almost 6 o'clock. Why isn't the stylist here yet? At these words, Kai Min's good mood vanished. I'll call him again. She took out her phone and dialed the stylist's number. Once connected, she got straight to the point. When are you coming? It's been 2 hours past our appointment. A careless and perfunctory voice came from the phone. Oh, which artist needs styling? Kai Min took a deep breath, using all her self-control not to curse. Yuan. Hearing the name, the voice on the other end became even more dismissive. Soon. I'll be there after I finish with this one. Don't rush me. Don't you know I'm very busy? He hung up without waiting for Kai Min to say anything else. Hearing the dial tone, Kai Min was furious. He's infuriating. He said the same thing an hour ago. How can styling one person take an hour? I knew I shouldn't have hired him. It's too late to book another stylist now. She looked at Yuan. There's really no other way. We'll have to do a simple look ourselves. But seeing Yuan in the noble, goddess-like gown, Kai Min couldn't bring herself to say it. A simple look would work for a normal dress, but with this gown, a half-hearted styling would be like putting an earthen pot on a golden statue. It would look completely out of place. I was in a difficult situation as well. Just then, the large glass door was pushed open from the outside, and a rather coquettish voice rang out. Did you miss me? Hearing this voice, my eyes instantly lit up. It was like a pillow appearing just as I was getting sleepy. Kai Min and Yuan turned to the door and saw a fashionably dressed woman with a ponytail, carrying a bag in one hand and pulling a suitcase with the other. They looked at each other, seeing the unfamiliarity in each other's eyes, and confirmed that this person was here for me. Sure enough, they then saw the woman sashay towards their CEO. You heartless man, coming to the capital without telling me a word. You even started a new business. Do you know how hard it was for your dear B to find you? The visitor was none other than the top stylist in the entertainment industry, my close friend, B Lingjuan. I didn't have time to wonder why she had suddenly appeared here. I just felt a wave of relief. Darling, you came at the perfect time. We can catch up later. First, help me style her. I glanced at Yuan. She has to attend the Henshi Awards tonight. Who asks someone to work the moment they meet? Bei Lingjuan grumbled, but seeing that I was genuinely in a hurry, she relented. She sized up Yuan, planning a suitable look in her mind. A moment later, she made an O gesture with her hand, and took out her cute pink water cup from her bag. You find a place to sit. Let me have a sip of water, and I'll start right away. She then waved the cute cup in front of my face. I've traveled such a long way, I'm dying of thirst. Can I have a sip of water? I chuckled. Of course. I'll take you to the water cooler. Kai Min was thrilled to have a stylist's help. Thank you, Yahello. After Kai Min led Bei Lingjuan away, I was about to take Yuan to the dressing room when the glass door was pushed open again. A stout man with a deliberately grown goatee walked in, carrying a suitcase. Who is Yuan? Yuan was startled. Are you teacher Chen Jun? You invited me, and you don't know who I am. Chen Jun sneered. Alright, you need styling, right? Where? Don't tell me it's right here. Yuan was flustered. No, hurry up, don't dawdle. I'm busy today. After you, I have to rush to the next appointment. Yuan looked at me awkwardly. She really hadn't expected such a difficult situation. Wasn't this person just styling another artist a moment ago? Or was he lying before? I patted Yuan's head to comfort her, then looked at Chen Jun. You're 2 hours late and still so aggressive. We don't need you to style her anymore. You can hurry to your next appointment. Chen Jun was stunned, his face turning ugly. Are you kidding me? What do you think? He said with a smile. I was about to lead Yuan away, but Chen Jun blocked our path. Stop, do you think you can just do this? I'm already here, and you're canceling at the last minute. Fine, pay me then. I laughed coldly. You didn't show up at the appointed time and dragged it out until now, and you still have the nerve to ask for money. If you keep making a scene, I'll call security. Hearing this, Chen Jun knew they were angry because he was late. He found it amusing. An 18th here unknown like Yuan was lucky to have him. How dare she get angry? She clearly hadn't experienced the harsh realities of the entertainment industry. Thinking this, his gaze towards them became even more disdainful. Are you sure you don't need my styling? I was completely unfazed by the threat in his words, just annoyed. Get going. I won't see you out. You said it, Chen Jun shouted. In the future, even if you offer me 10 times the price, I won't come. He then rudely pointed at Yuan's nose. With her status, being able to hire a stylist like me is a blessing. If she can't even handle this little bit of attitude, then she might as well debut with her natural look. Just as he finished, a coquettish voice echoed from the corner of the hallway. And what little biscuit are you? How come I've never heard of you? Without you, she has to debut with her natural look. Who gave you the confidence to say that? Bei Lingjuan walked over, wiping water from the corner of her mouth. The moment Bei Lingjuan appeared, Chen Jun froze. It wasn't strange that she didn't know him. After all, he was only a mid-tier stylist. But anyone in the industry knew Bei Lingjuan, the divine stylist known as the miraculous face changer. Why is this divine stylist here? Thinking this, Shenjun also opened his mouth to ask, Teacher B, why are you here? Bi Lingjuan preferred people to call her by her English name, a well-known fact. His address was a form of flattery, but Bi Lingjuan paid it no mind. She pointed at Kayuan with her water cup. Are you deaf? Of course I'm here to style this little girl. What? Shenjun felt as if he had been slapped, his face burning. Just a moment ago, he had said Kayuan was lucky to have hired him. In the blink of an eye, she had managed to hire the master of stylists, Bi Lingjuan. Aren't you leaving yet? Shenjun glanced at Kayuan one last time, then turned and left dejectedly, worrying if he had offended someone with powerful backing. How else could she have hired Bi Lingjuan? After Shenjun left, I wasted no time and took Kayuan and Bi Lingjuan to the dressing room. While Bi Lingjuan was styling Kayuan, I finally couldn't help but ask, why did you come here? Not happy to see me. Bi Lingjuan replied without looking up from her work. You know I don't mean that. I hesitated for a moment before asking, are you just here to visit me, or? I didn't finish the sentence. In my past life, Bi Lingjuan had also come to work for me, but at that time, I was at Tainyu, managing half of the entertainment industry's landscape, even more powerful than Huaxing Entertainment. She said it was natural for people to aim higher, and following me would be better than staying at Huaxing. But now, the Xinji I was running was a world away from not just Tainyu, but even the Huaxing where I was just a figurehead. It would be a bit shameless to expect her to join me now. At this moment, Bi Lingjuan finally paused and looked at me with a smile. Well, it depends on whether you want me. My lips slowly curved into a smile. What do you think? I was just a little embarrassed, not stupid. Besides, I wasn't a good person by nature. When Shen Qingqing refused to switch jobs, I had even forced her. It was only because Bi Lingjuan was my friend that I was more considerate of her feelings. Now that she had given me an out, I didn't need to pretend anymore. Then welcome to Xin. I extended my hand. Xin may not be prosperous now, but I promise it won't disappoint you in the future. Bi Lingjuan took my hand. Do I not trust you? You took a global in 3 years. You'll surely do well in the entertainment industry. Let's work hard to defeat Tainyu and turn that little wolf into a stray dog for good. I felt a warmth in my heart. Almost everyone thought I was biting off more than I could chew by pitting Xinch against Tainyu, but there was still someone like her who not only came to help me but also firmly said she believed in me. After styling Kayuan, it was almost time for the award ceremony to begin. I had Kaiman take Kayuan, then arranged for Bi Lingjuan's accommodation. When I returned to the company lobby, I saw Shen Qingqing walking out proudly. With her title as the top fairy face of the entertainment industry, Shen Qingqing was stunning enough on a normal day. Now, with elaborate makeup, she was truly dazzling. He stopped. Are you also attending the Henshi Awards? Before Shen Qingqing could speak, the person next to her smiled and replied, yes, Seo Liu. You can walk the red carpet with Kayuan later. Walking the red carpet was usually done in pairs, going alone would look strange. Shen Qingqing's expectant expression immediately fell. A frown. Why? Shen Qingqing disliked contact with others. I wondered if the incident with her alias had left her with psychological trauma. But then how did she film? While I was puzzling over this, I heard Shen Qingqing speak again. Unless you agree to one condition. What condition? Shen Qingqing licked her lips. You drive me there. Her manager next to her rolled her eyes. He pretending. It was true she disliked contact with strangers. But how little contact did she have in the entertainment industry? She was just using it as an excuse to get a ride from Seo Liu. Only then did I remember Shen Qingqing's obsession with racing, and her admiration for me. I roughly understood the reason for her request. Perhaps she wanted to experience the thrill of speeding on the road. But driving on the street was different from racing. There was traffic lights, and speed limits. It's fine as long as you're there. Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at me. Can you? I didn't really understand the fan mentality, but thinking that Kayuan had already left, and there was no time to hesitate, I took the car keys from Shimeng. Follow me. On the way I sent a text to Yun Menjiao, telling her I had an urgent matter and not to pick me up. When I stopped the car in front of the company, Shen Qingqing eagerly opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. Xia Meng stood by the driver's seat with a difficult expression. Young master, let me drive. She couldn't believe her young master would act as a chauffeur for someone else. Shen Qingqing wants me to drive. How can you do it? He said while fastening my seatbelt. You can sit in the back. We'll head home after dropping her off. Hearing this, Xia Meng glared at Shen Qingqing as if to say, you vixen. But Shen Qingqing was insensitive to such glares from the outside world. I didn't disappoint her. I didn't choose the busy streets with lots of red lights and traffic jams, but a quieter road, driving at a breakneck speed. Seeing the scenery whiz by the window, Shen Qingqing was overjoyed, her face as excited as a child who had just been given candy. Xia Meng, being from a disciplined family, could handle the speed. The only one who suffered was manager Qingqing, who opened the car door halfway, and vomited into the bushes on the side of the road. She insisted on calling a taxi herself, even if it meant being stranded in the middle of nowhere. When we returned to a more populated road, I drove with one hand and turned to look at Shen Qingqing. How was it? Shen Qingqing nodded vigorously. I loved it. I want to ride every day. Jia Ming, sitting in the back, almost wanted to kneel before her young master. The interaction between these two looked exactly like a rich young master driving his luxury car to pick up a girl. It's a good thing Miss Yun isn't here, she thought. Otherwise, I can't imagine the consequences. However, just as she was thinking this, a familiar-looking car suddenly sped past them. Before she could get a good look, it disappeared into the traffic. At the same time, in the car that had just passed, Jianting couldn't help but exclaim in confusion. Yun Menjiao, working on her laptop in the back seat, didn't look up. What is it? I think I just saw Xiaolu's car, Jianting said, one hand on the steering wheel, the other scratching her cheek. Yun Menjiao turned to look behind but saw nothing. She didn't think much of it. He said he had an urgent matter. It's not strange if it was him. Jianting recalled the scene she had just witnessed and hesitated, wondering if she should tell her young miss. Sensing her frequent glances in the rearview mirror, Yun Menjiao couldn't help but rub her temples. If you have something to say, just say it. I think I saw Xiaolu driving, Jianting said tentatively, and there was a beautiful girl in the passenger seat. Yun Menjiao's eyes, like those of a demon from hell, met Jianting's in the rearview mirror. What did you say? Jianting swallowed, her voice trembling with fear. Aba saw wrong. After saying that, Jianting mentally slapped herself. Why did I have to be so nosy? Yun Menjiao let out a cold laugh, her gaze returning to the cracked but still functioning laptop screen. She typed for a moment, and surveillance footage from the road they had just passed appeared on the screen. The moment she saw my car, Yun Menjiao's eyes narrowed. When she saw me in the driver's seat, smiling and talking to the woman in the passenger seat, Yun Menjiao's anger reached its peak. The keyboard was almost pierced by her fingers. However, she hadn't completely lost her reason. She zoomed in to see the situation inside the car, and saw Xia Meng sitting in the back. She looked up at Jianting. Do you have Xia Meng's contact information? Of course, Jianting did. Having shared a car for so long and built a revolutionary friendship through eavesdropping, she, a skilled communicator, couldn't possibly not have her contact number. Yun Menjiao told her to text and ask what was going on. Jianting pulled the car over, took out her phone, and sent a message to Xia Meng. Receiving the message, Xia Meng immediately sat up straight and looked nervously behind her. Miss Yun found out. Should I report it? Normally, as my subordinate, Xia Meng would never leak my information to Yun Menjiao. But even she, as rigid as she was, knew the current situation was special. If she didn't explain clearly, her young master would be in trouble. After careful consideration, Xia Meng told Jianting the whole story, adding some embellishments to put all the blame on Shen Qingqing, and omitting the part where I took a detour to give Shen Qingqing a joyride. On the other side, Jianting received the message with a sigh of relief. Fearing she wouldn't explain it correctly, she handed the phone to Yun Menjiao. Yun Menjiao took the phone and skimmed through it. Her gloomy expression softened a little but remained terrifying. Whatever the reason, the fact that he was driving another woman was true. And although she didn't want to admit it, this woman was much more beautiful than the girl she had met at Cinch before. And he even let her sit in the passenger seat. Lu Yan, you've got some nerve. Jianting, sitting in the driver's seat, shivered. She had thought the misunderstanding was clear, and the crisis averted, but looking at the current situation, it seemed far from over. Thinking this, she tentatively asked, So, Miss, are we going home now or going to find Xiaolu? After asking, Jianting was already preparing to turn the car around and chase after me. But she heard Yun Menjiao say, Go home. Is she planning to save it for a big showdown tonight? Jianting couldn't help but silently pray for me for a second. On my end, I was completely unaware that I had been caught in the act with my little fan, nor did I know what I would face when I got home tonight. I just drove carefree towards the award ceremony venue. At the ceremony venue, Kai Yuan got out of the car, said goodbye to Kai Min, and walked alone to the red carpet entrance. The fans and reporters on both sides of the red carpet were stunned, trying to remember which star this was. Why didn't they recognize her? But seeing that her outfit and styling were on par with A-list stars, many people still raised their phones and cameras to take pictures. Kai Yuan, afraid of embarrassing her CEO, tried to ignore the stares and whispers around her. Fortunately, her acting skills were good, and no one present noticed anything unusual, only seeing a person with a natural and appropriate demeanor. Just as Kai Yuan was about to step onto the red carpet, a rather shrill voice suddenly sounded beside her. Why are you here? Kai Yuan turned and saw Husin Rui, the person who had forced her out and replaced her, walking over with a male artist on her arm. I'm talking to you, Husin Rui said, approaching Kai Yuan with a look of disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. You're attending the Henshi Awards too. How is that possible? When she had climbed into the bed of the person in charge of the filming location, and still couldn't snatch the supporting role of Feng Tao from Kai Yuan, ending up in a lot of trouble, she had hated Kai Yuan to the bone. But she didn't have just one sponsor. Another generous sponsor directly gave her a female lead role in a web drama, and even got her an opportunity to attend this award ceremony. She had thought she had left Kaiyuan far behind, but who could tell her why Kaiyuan was here? Kaiyuan didn't want to bother with her and just said, "That's right," intending to move on. But Hyusin-Rui wouldn't let her go, especially after getting a confirmation. Her beautiful face twisted. "What right do you have to attend this award ceremony?" Kaiyuan's face turned cold. Compared to the clownish Hyusin-Rui, she looked much calmer. "I don't think I have any obligation to tell you." Hyusin-Rui was provoked. "What? You haven't even been in a proper movie, and you get to attend this award ceremony." She then scanned the area around Kaiyuan. "And you came alone? Don't you see everyone on the red carpet comes in pairs?" Kaiyuan pursed her lips slightly. "It's none of your business." Seeing this, Hyusin-Rui's mood instantly brightened. "You really are alone? Then you're truly one of a kind today." She then pretended to be concerned, but was actually showing off, pulling her male partner forward. "How about you wait here for a bit? After Brother Hang walks me down the red carpet, I'll come back for you." Kaiyuan glanced at Hyusin-Rui and moved away, coldly walking past the two of them. Hyusin-Rui looked at Kaiyuan's stubborn back, and couldn't help but sneer. Pretending to have backbone. "In the end, don't you still have to walk the red carpet alone?" The fans and reporters on both sides were separated by barriers at a safe distance, and the scene was too noisy for anyone to hear their conversation. Judging by their expressions, they thought they were acquaintances greeting each other. However, when Kaiyuan walked onto the red carpet alone, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. It seemed everyone was wondering why she was walking alone. Many people started whispering. Seeing the strange looks everyone was giving Kaiyuan, Hyusin-Rui almost laughed out loud. She knew it would be like this. But since Kaiyuan had already gone, Hyusin-Rui didn't plan to linger. Just as she was about to take her partner's arm and step forward, she heard a piercing scream. The fans on both sides simultaneously looked behind them, chanting the same name. "Shen Qingqing." Hyusin-Rui turned and looked at Shen Qingqing with undisguised admiration. At first, she felt that having Chen Hang by her side gave her a lot of face, but compared to Shen Qingqing, Chen Hang was nothing. She didn't know when she would ever be able to stand next to a woman like that. Chen Hang didn't know what was on Hyusin-Rui's mind, otherwise, he would have coughed up blood. He, of course, also saw the elegant and otherworldly woman approaching them. Wanting to get her attention, he stepped forward and extended his hand to Shen Qingqing. "Hello, senior. I'm Chen Hang from Duoyu. We were in the same film crew once." At that time, Shen Qingqing was the female lead, while he was just a villainous supporting character. Shen Qingqing didn't even glance at him, walking straight past the two of them. Chen Hang's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. Although the audience on both sides couldn't hear what the stars were saying on the red carpet, they saw this scene clearly. If it were any other star, they would probably be cursed at by now. But it was Shen Qingqing. The scene was silent for a moment, followed by enthusiastic screams. "She's so cool, I love her so much. I didn't like that couple from the start." I couldn't hear what they were saying, but it felt like they were bullying the beautiful lady who went first. Fans, pay attention. The media will definitely use this to write articles. Get ready on Weibo. Don't worry, this isn't the first time. Hearing the surrounding fans' unashamed and proud support, Shen Hang's face grew so dark it could drip water. Hyusin-Rui comforted him, "Brother Hang, don't stoop to their level. Her fans are the most toxic in the entertainment industry." She then looked at Shen Qingqing's departing figure, her tone completely different from when she criticized the fans. "Besides, you know Shen Qingqing's personality. She treats everyone like that." Just as she finished speaking, she saw Shen Qingqing walk up to Kaiyuan and stop, then extend her arm to Kaiyuan. Before she could open her mouth to ask, Shen Qingqing said impatiently, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you see my gesture?" Kaiyuan mechanically raised her hand and took her arm. "Thanks you. Seo Lu told me to walk with you." "Don't thank me," Shen Qingqing said without expression. Only then did Kaiyuan not find it strange. Thinking of her Seo's kindness, a warm current flowed through her heart. Faced with this combination, Shen Qingqing's loyal fans immediately reacted, chattering among themselves and searching on their phones to see who this girl was that Shen Qingqing personally escorted down the red carpet. As for Hyusin-Rui, walking behind, her face had completely changed. Now, she didn't even dare to dream of walking with Shen Qingqing, yet Kaiyuan got to walk the red carpet with her. What kind of luck did this person have? More importantly, she had just been thinking that Kaiyuan would be walking alone. Someone with equally complicated feelings was Chen Hang. He had been entangled with someone like Hyusin-Rui because of Kaiyuan's machinations. And yet, Shen Qingqing, who hadn't even given him a second glance, was walking the red carpet with Kaiyuan. It was a truly ironic situation. On my side, after dropping Shen Qingqing off, I switched places with Xia Meng and drove home. As soon as I sat down at the dinner table, I received a call from Kai Min. "Seo Lu, there's a problem. Kaiyuan's dress is identical to Tong Seji's, and the issue is already on the trending topics list." Hearing the name Tong Se, I was stunned for a moment before remembering she was Xia Qingning's former best friend. However, during an outdoor reality show, she had targeted me and Shen Qingqing and ended up being retaliated against by my second sister. Her appearance at the Henshi Awards must mean the wound on her face had been treated. Lu Yan, what's wrong? Mother Xia asked with concern. The whole family had been waiting for me to get home before eating. Now seeing me dazed after a phone call, no one else, including Yao Peng sitting next to Xia Qingning, picked up their chopsticks. An artist at the company ran into some trouble. You all go ahead and eat, they said, standing up and walking out. At the same time, I opened the related trending topic. The comment trend was, as Kai Min had said, almost one-sided. What was this person thinking? A large group of people, including Tong Seshi's fans. Without needing verification, they directly asserted that Tong Sehi was wearing the real deal while Kai Yuan was wearing a cheap knockoff. Even worse, Shen Qingqing's fans joined the fray. What is this? Why is our goddess Qingqing with this kind of person? Is the new company that inhuman? Using up Qingqing's fame just to promote a newcomer? Is Qingqing a tool for you to train rookies? Stay away from my goddess, otherwise don't blame my keyboard for being merciless. After reading these comments, I frowned deeply. I didn't need to think to know what a difficult situation Kai Yuan was in at the awards ceremony. I was about to contact someone to clarify the situation, when director Feng Yiheng's call came through. President Liu, have you seen the Weibo posts about Kai Yuan wearing the same dress as Tong Sei? What's going on? He paused for a moment. Although I don't care about status when I cast people, I don't want any trouble either. You understand, right? I understood his meaning. Director Feng, rest assured. I will give you a satisfactory answer on this matter. Hearing me say that, Feng Yiheng let out a sigh of relief. Then I'll wait for your good news. Once this is resolved, I'll announce Kai Yuan as the female lead. I grunted in agreement. Just as I was about to post on my official Weibo account, I saw that they had already posted a message half a minute ago. We only lent the gown to Kai Yuan. The words were simple, direct, and carried a sharp touch of sarcasm. Seeing this quick and effective post, I smiled. I found a contact I had messaged just this morning and wrote, thanks. In an instant, the other party sent back an adorable lifesaver emoji. With the company's official Weibo post, the online criticism of Kai Yuan suddenly reversed. Oh my god, so Tong Seji was the one wearing the fake. Amazing things. How could a statement from the brand's official Weibo be fake? A bunch of people who didn't know the situation rushed to curse someone out. Shouldn't they come out and apologize? Meanwhile, at the awards ceremony, Tong Seji was sitting lazily in her designated seat, waiting for the event to begin. She was initially very worried about the dress clash. However, when she saw that the other person was just an 18th-tier unknown actress, she felt relieved. It went without saying that the other dress was a knockoff, just like hers. Even if the other person was wearing the real one, with Tong Sehi status, no one would think she was wearing a fake, even if it became a hot topic. But her beautiful fantasy was shattered when she suddenly noticed many people around her turning to look at her with strange expressions. Just then, Husin Rui bent over and came up to her. Sister, you have to see Weibo. Seeing that the situation was under control, I returned to the dining room and found everyone still waiting for me. Is it something serious? Mother Xia asked. Before I could answer, Xia Shaoxiao, who was next to her, held up her phone and asked, is it about this dress clash? She had been with her younger brother for over half a month, and had become familiar with the artists of New Triumph Entertainment. So, when she saw this hot topic, she roughly understood what trouble her brother was in. I nodded and answered Mother Xia's question, it's not serious, and it's already been resolved. Xia Xiaoxiao looked at her phone screen and mumbled, isn't this Tong Sei's second sister's old best friend? After saying that, she turned to look at Xia Qingning. Look at your taste in friends. It's so indiscriminate. As soon as these words were out, Yao Bang, sitting next to Xia Qingning, immediately turned beet red. Mother Xia glared at Xia Xiaoxiao, who then realized she had misspoken and quickly put down her phone. Sorry, I wasn't talking about you, brother Yao. Yao Bang forced a smile. No. Xia Qingning tugged at her sleeve, warningly. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoxiao turned to me with a wronged expression. Lu Yan, have you noticed? When she's with Yao Bang, second sister becomes like a different person. Before I could answer, she shuddered. As expected, people in love are all abnormal. Night fell. After taking a shower, I felt thirsty and went out to get some water. As I passed the study, I bumped into Yao Bang. He stopped. What are you doing here? I was looking for the bathroom, Yao Bang said, rubbing his nose to hide his nervousness. Oh, you're not asleep yet. I grunted. Isn't there a bathroom in second sister's room? Yao Bang's face turned slightly red. The second miss is taking a shower in there. He smiled and pointed in a direction. The public restroom is over there. Yao Bang said, oh, and turned to walk in that direction. I stood in place for a moment, then went back to my room to get a device smaller than a pinhole camera, and went to the study. After I was done, I was about to leave the study when a beautiful figure flashed past the window. Someone covered my eyes with one hand. This is a robbery. I'm only after your body, not your money. Tell me, do you want to keep your chastity or your life? The corner of my lips curved up. I reached up and pulled my eldest sister's hand down. Yao Bang is staying over. You don't need to monitor him anymore. Go home and sleep. Eldest sister jiggled. I was just worrying about how to monitor them. After all, with a handsome man and a beautiful woman in the same room, I don't want to watch a live erotic show between my second sister and that guy. I thought to myself, with second sister's personality, letting Yao Bang stay over definitely wasn't just for a chaste chat under the covers. Then you should head back. Be careful on the road. You're kicking me out as soon as I get here. How heartless. Although eldest sister grumbled, she still walked out. Bye, Lu Yan. See you tomorrow. After she left, I deleted the surveillance footage from the study and left as well. When I returned to my bedroom, I was about to turn on the light when my raised hand suddenly stopped. The light was clearly on before I left. As I was thinking, with a click, the door behind me was closed, blocking out the bit of light from the hallway. Before I could react, I felt a sharp pain on my lips, and I couldn't speak anymore. The hand that was about to defend myself stopped as soon as I smelled a familiar scent. Instead, I held Yun Menjiao's head and leaned down to return her kiss. Why are you so proactive today? It wasn't until we were both out of breath that I had to push her away. What's wrong with you? Today, Yun Menjiao didn't say anything, only maintaining a distance so close we could hear each other's breath, panting softly to catch her breath. But in the darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, these charming gasps were unintentionally amplified, stirring one's nerves at will. Her breathing made my mind race, and I wanted to deal with this girl right here and now. But in the end, my reason wasn't so clouded by desire that I would ignore the abnormality of the person before me. In the dark, I raised my hand and slowly traced the outline of her face. What's really going on? Yun Menjiao grabbed my finger and bit down hard. Ouch, I cried out in pain. Are you a dog? Yun Menjiao still didn't speak. At this point, I really found it strange. Yun Menjiao had been angry before, but never like this. I started to reflect on where I might have provoked this ancestor. As I quickly reviewed the day's events in my mind, I suddenly paused on taking Shen Qingqing to the Henshi Awards ceremony. You saw it, didn't you? Yun Menjiao still didn't speak, but I could clearly feel her breath turn a degree colder. So, I raised my hand, holding up 3 fingers in a timid vow to the heavens. I can explain. The cold air around Yun Menjiao eased a little, signaling me to continue. He swallowed and recounted the entire incident in detail, including why Shen Qingqing had asked me to drive her. But I didn't know that Xia Meng had embellished my actions to make me look better. So, when Yun Menjiao heard the more specific details, the anger in her heart didn't subside but grew. She looked up at me, and finally opened her mouth to utter her first syllable of the day. After saying that, she gave a cold laugh. You really spoil your fans, don't you? Waiting for her to stroll around, and even letting her sit in your passenger seat. That's not the point, I explained meticulously, afraid she would misunderstand. But why did it feel like it was backfiring? This was your oversight. Besides, we have a driver to take us everywhere. You didn't even think about the passenger seat for a moment. Your lips are really tough. Do you still think you did nothing wrong? Hearing the impending explosion in her voice, I hurriedly said, I was wrong. Don't think saying that will make me let you off the hook. Yun Menjiao pulled me onto the bed and pushed me down. If you've done wrong, you must be punished, right? Remembering the previous punishments, I couldn't help but shudder. I was about to say something more when a finger was placed on my lips. The Xia family was wealthy. Although the walls of the house weren't plated with gold and inlaid with jade, the materials were definitely top-notch in the world. Therefore, in terms of soundproofing, it could be said to be absolute. But that night, Xia Wanning couldn't fall asleep at all. Her room was to the left of Xia Qingning's room, and to the right was my room. Tonight, she heard something like a dude. It was one thing for Xia Qingning and that man to be unrestrained, but what about her younger brother's room? Xia Wanning was no stranger to Yun Menjiao's wall-climbing antics. Although she hadn't experienced it herself, she had seen enough of the world. She didn't think the young girl climbed the wall just to chat or discuss philosophy with her brother. But she didn't know if Yun Menjiao and her brother were too introverted and repressed, as she had never heard any strange noises from that room before. This was the first time. If she wasn't afraid of embarrassing her brother, she would have gone and knocked on the door. She looked down at herself, frustrated, tousled her hair, and got up to go to the bathroom. Although she hadn't met the right guy yet, she was still a woman. The next morning, Xia Wanning, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, stopped her mother and knocked on my door for her. Lu Yan, time for breakfast. There was silence in the room for a moment before I answered in a hoarse voice, glancing at the person beside me. Yun Menjiao pouted. It's your fault for provoking me first. I was a little embarrassed but tried to maintain my composure. Why does it feel like I'm the one who bullied you? Yun Menjiao snuggled her head into my chest. You always like to make me angry, and then make me feel sorry. No one torments me like you do. I was silent for a moment, then patted Yun Menjiao's head as if comforting a child. Are you still mad at me? Yun Menjiao didn't say anything. Last night was my fault. I promise you it won't happen again. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Yun Menjiao hummed. You can't be angry at me anymore either. A amusingly pulled her face up. Would I have the heart? Look, when have I ever been truly angry with you? Yun Menjiao curled her lips. I had just been taught a lesson and was all too familiar with that look of hers. I quickly pushed her by the shoulders, urging her, I'm going to take a shower. Eldest sister already called for breakfast. Only then did Yun Menjiao's impulse subside. The two of them washed up, packed their things, and went downstairs without any attempt to be discreet. Seeing Yun Menjiao, Xia Xiaoxiao's impression wasn't as bad as last time, but she was still a bit uncomfortable. She ignored Yun Menjiao and just looked at me. What's wrong today? Lu Yan and eldest sister looked like they didn't sleep all night. Xia Xiaoxiao slept like a log, so even though she was on the same floor, she didn't hear the commotion from Xia Qingning's room or mine. Therefore, she didn't know that her younger brother had battled until dawn, and her poor eldest sister had been disturbed all night. Hearing that, I glanced at Xia Wanning. Seeing eldest sister with two very conspicuous dark circles under her beautiful eyes, and thinking about how it was usually mother who called us for meals, but this time it was Xia Wanning. What else was there not to understand? My ears turned red at once, and I felt so embarrassed I didn't know what to do. Seeing her brother's predicament, Xia Wanning couldn't help but glare at Xiaoxiao. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Xia Qingning seemed to realize something from everyone's interaction and immediately narrowed her eyes with a smile. Young people should conserve some energy, lest you lose your ability later on. It seems second sister is a person of experience, Yun Menjiao retorted with a smile. But I'm not like second sister, who is so passionate and righteous. So second sister doesn't need to worry about Lu Yan's future happiness. Xia Qingning's face immediately changed like a color palette. Beside her, Yao Bang's expression was no better. It was one thing for Xia Xiaoxiao to misspeak, but Yun Menjiao was not the rash and careless type. Yet she openly mentioned Xia Qingning's promiscuous past in front of him, which could be said to be completely disregarding him. Xia Qingning certainly sensed his emotions. After comforting him, she was about to retort to Yun Menjiao when Mother Xia came over. Time to eat. After the meal, I saw Xia Xiaoxiao heading out with her equipment and couldn't help but ask, Third sister, where are you going? To work. Xia Xiaoxiao raised the camera hanging around her neck and took a picture of me. Today is third sister's first day of work. Do you want to come and support me? I was originally hesitating whether to go back for more sleep. After all, I had been up all night and wasn't sure if I had the energy to handle company affairs. Now, thinking that hanging out with third sister wasn't a bad idea, I nodded. Okay. Xia Xiaoxiao immediately felt unexpectedly honored. She could sense that her brother didn't like her clinging to him, so she was just joking at first. She didn't expect him to agree. Let's go. And so, under Yun Menjiao's resentful gaze, I got into Xia Xiaoxiao's car without looking back. The car drove straight to the headquarters of the most famous magazine in the country. General Manager Lu Nan personally waited at the door with his assistant to welcome her, not only because Xia Xiaoxiao was a Pulitzer Prize winner but also because she was a young lady of the Xia family. Although their magazine was top in the country, its total market value was still far behind the Xia group. When he saw me, Lu Nan was slightly surprised. This is my little brother, he's here to hang out with me. Xia Xiaoxiao locked the car, her hands in her pockets, showing no sign that it was inappropriate for the general manager of her future company to be welcoming her. Are we going to do the onboarding paperwork now? Yes. Lu Nan had originally thought I was this young lady's boyfriend. When he learned my true identity, his respect grew even more. Hello, Mr. Lu. I nodded in response. The two siblings looked more like they were here for an inspection than for work, but Lu Nan didn't dare to have any objections. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten Xia Xiaoxiao's question. I'll take the third miss to handle the onboarding procedures right away. After speaking, he turned and instructed his assistant beside him, take good care of Mr. Lu. No need. I can just walk around by myself. I raised my hand to refuse Lu Nan's attentiveness. You guys go ahead with your work. Xia Xiaoxiao raised her hand and ruffled my hair. Third sister will be right back. They took the general manager's exclusive elevator, while I crossed my arms and wandered around the lobby. Perhaps because they arrived too early, the lobby was empty with very few people. As I was walking, the glass revolving door suddenly chimed. I turned my head and saw two familiar faces, and froze. Aren't you guys supposed to be filming on location with the crew? The newcomers were none other than Chen Jing and her manager, Ding Lel, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. Chen Jing was also stunned to see me, but she recovered after a moment. We just got back. President Lu, why are you here? Before I could answer, I heard an arrogant voice from the side. What are you doing here? I turned my head, and saw a female artist standing in the corner of the corridor. This person was no stranger to me either. It was Xie Yuanyuan, a popular A-list artist from Tainyu Entertainment, on par with Shen Qingqing. Not only was I familiar with her from managing Tainyu in my previous life, but in this life, she had also tried to lower her own status to snatch the female lead role of King Yu from Chen Jing. It was just that I had invested in that drama, so she didn't succeed. Chen Jing and Xie Yuanyuan, it could be said, were enemies on a narrow road. Xie Yuanyuan's last sentence was clearly aimed at Chen Jing. Faced with Xie Yuanyuan's provocation, before Chen Jing could say anything, Dingla beside her couldn't hold back and retorted, "We're here for a magazine cover shoot, of course. If you can be here, why can't we?" Xie Yuanyuan acted as if she had heard something ridiculous. "Why? Don't you know your own worth? What tier of star am I? And what tier is she?" After saying that, she looked around. Fengshen magazine has really started to go downhill, huh? They're inviting just anyone now. I narrowed my eyes. That's right. They don't even care about the quality of the artist anymore, so what's the point of caring about star status? Xie Yuanyuan turned her head. The moment she saw me, she took a sharp breath, a strong look of amazement flashing in her eyes, along with a faint sense of familiarity, as if she had seen me somewhere before. Thinking this, she didn't even care who my words were aimed at, just staring at me. "Handsome, have we met somewhere before? Are you an employee of Fengshen magazine?" Hearing Xie Yuanyuan use a flirty tone to hit on me, Chen Jing immediately got angry. "This is our CO. You better watch your tone." Xie Yuanyuan was taken aback, sizing me up from head to toe several times. Such a young CO. At this moment, she also remembered where she had seen me. When she went to the King Yu film set, I was standing next to the director. It was just that she had been embarrassed by the director at the time and was too shocked and angry to pay attention to me. Although she knew I was the CO, Xie Yuanyuan still showed no restraint. On the contrary, her tone became even more provocative. No wonder Shen Qingqing was willing to leave the powerful Tainyu Entertainment, and was determined to go to an unknown little company. So it turns out there's a handsome CO over there. "Mr. CO, it must be quite a lot of work to keep these female artists, right?" The insinuation and humiliation in these words couldn't be more obvious. Chen Jing was instantly furious, but before she could react, she heard a crisp smack. 5 red finger marks clearly appeared on Xie Yuanyuan's face. I shook my slightly numb hand. Such a deserving mouth. You must get hit often, right? This slap not only stunned Chen Jing and Dingla on the spot, but Xie Yuanyuan herself was also dazed, with a "who am I, where am I, what just happened" expression. It wasn't until her assistant, Xiao Chen, noticed something was wrong and came to find her that she snapped out of it. Her expression immediately turned savage. "Are you trying to die?" she screamed, intending to slap me back. I looked at her coldly. "I'm not looking for death. I think you're the one deliberately looking for a beating." Xiao Chen was startled by my sudden action and quickly pulled the dazed Xie Yuanyuan behind her for protection. "Why did you hit someone? Why don't you ask what your master just said?" At this point, Chen Jing had also recovered and immediately stood up to defend me. Xie Yuanyuan's face was terrifyingly cold. "You dare to lay a hand on me? Have you thought about the consequences you'll have to bear?" After saying that, she turned to her assistant Xiao Chen and instructed, "Take a picture of me, then post it on Weibo. Remember to make me look as pitiful as possible. I believe my fans will get justice for me." When she said the last sentence, she turned back to stare at me, clearly wanting to incite her fans to attack me online. Xie Yuanyuan thought that saying this would make me show a fearful expression, but to her surprise, the other party remained calm. He even took out his phone and waved it in front of her. "I'm sure your fans are also very curious to know why you got hit, right?" As I spoke, I pressed the play button. The words Xie Yuanyuan had just used to mock and insult me were transmitted into the ears of everyone present, without a single word missing. Xiao Chen, who had already taken out her phone to take a picture, stopped her action upon hearing this. Xie Yuanyuan was also stunned. She was standing right in front of me. How did she not notice when I had started recording? "Hurry up, don't hesitate." "I'm waiting," he urged, feigning impatience. Xie Yuanyuan's face turned red, and then white. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "Consider it my bad luck. I won't pursue this matter anymore." "You won't pursue it?" Chen Jing sounded as if she had heard a joke. "You were clearly the one who provoked first. Is it over with a simple won't pursue it? Apologize." Xie Yuanyuan's face contorted. "Don't push it." She had been slapped twice already, and now she had to apologize. As a top-A-list star, she had never suffered such humiliation before. "It's fine if you don't apologize." I waved my phone, my tone leisurely. "I believe that without your pitiful act as a backdrop, the fans and reporters are also very familiar with your voice." Xie Yuanyuan immediately clenched her fists, her expression looking like she wanted to eat me alive. But in the end, she had to reluctantly force out an apology. "What did you say? I didn't hear you." I cupped my ear. "A little louder. Haven't you eaten?" Xie Yuanyuan felt the blood rush to her head. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken recklessly. Did you hear that? Ab blinked. Is this your attitude when you apologize to someone? People who know what's happening will think you're apologizing. People who don't will think you're here to collect a debt. Jia Yuan almost couldn't catch her breath. She tried to force a smile, her teeth grinding. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken recklessly. Is this young master satisfied? It's acceptable, I said with a patronizing smile. But next time, if you dare to speak nonsense again, it won't just be a matter of 2 slaps. Jia Yuan's eyelid twitched. Her cheek, which had just stopped stinging, began to burn again. At this moment, the staff member in charge of her styling also came over. Oh, teacher Xia, what happened to your face? What happened in just a moment? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Jia Yuan unnaturally raised her hand to cover her cheek. Never mind. In makeup cover this Mar. She was very upset. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't spare the time, she wouldn't even want to do the shoot today. The staff member, Xiao Meng, saw that her expression was not good and temporarily suppressed her curiosity. She came closer to observe. Let me try. It should be fine. If it can't be covered, we still have professional retouchers. We won't let any marks on your face appear on the magazine cover. Only then did Jia Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Chen Jing, who had walked over, with a sarcastic tone. This magazine is really down on its luck. Now they're even inviting a second-tier actress who can't make it big. Hearing this, Xiao Meng knew the two had a conflict. With the intention of currying favor with Jia Yuan, she sighed. Who knows? But this is a decision from the higher-ups, we can't do anything about it. Dingla said coldly, you know it's a decision from the higher-ups, yet you still dare to say such things in front of the invited guests. Do your higher-ups know that you make such arbitrary decisions? Xiao Meng's face stiffened, and she immediately dared not say anything more. At this moment, another staff member named Xiao Tao came over. Teacher Chen, you've arrived. Seeing Chen Jing, Xiao Tao's eyes lit up. She raised her hand and said, please follow me to get your styling done. Chen Jing nodded to Xiao Tao and then glanced at me. I figured I had nothing better to do anyway, so I went with them to the dressing room. During the styling process for the two, to ease the atmosphere, Xiao Tao gossiped with Xiao Meng next to her. Did you see the message in the group chat? That god-tier photographer has already completed the onboarding procedures at the company this morning. I heard from Brother Li that she's even more beautiful in person than in her photos. Really? Xiao Meng's face was full of admiration. She's beautiful, comes from a prestigious family, and is so talented. She's truly a character who's already maxed out her level. Xiao Tao nodded in empathy. I just don't know why she came to our place. I heard that Black and White, the world's top agency, also sent her an invitation. A rich young lady doesn't lack money, Xiao Meng said as if she understood very well. The children of powerful families have enough wealth to spend for a lifetime. Working for others is probably just for entertainment. It's the same everywhere, so of course, she chose a place closer to home. I and Chen Jing looked at each other, both smiling knowingly. Xia Yuan curiously interjected, are you talking about this year's Pulitzer Prize winner? This caused a national sensation, it was on the front page of Weibo all day. Of course I've heard of it. That's right, Xiao Meng enthusiastically added. Xia Yuan said lazily, then have her come and shoot for me later. Xiao Meng's movement paused. Sorry, teacher Xia, the photographer for your shoot is not her. If it's not her, can't you change it? Xia Yuan didn't see anything wrong with her request at all. Since she's the best photographer, why not have her shoot for me? Are you looking down on me? That's not it, Xiao Meng said with a troubled face, wanting to explain but afraid of offending Xia Yuan. How about I report to the higher-ups and see if we can make a change for you? Hurry up, Xia Yuan said with an impatient look. Report it to your superiors. And let that photographer get familiar with shooting this magazine set in advance. I'm very busy. Yes, I'll call the director right away. Just as Xiao Meng was about to take out her phone, she was stopped by Xiao Tao next to her, who held her wrist and looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitating. What's wrong? Xiao Meng looked confused. Xiao Tao shook her head at her. That photographer is in charge of shooting for teacher Chen. What? Before Xiao Meng could react, Xia Yuan shouted first. Are you kidding me? You give me a regular photographer, and give a second-tier star the best photographer. Xiao Meng was also completely bewildered. Xiao Tao, are you sure you're not mistaken? I was already confused why Feng Shen would invite a second-tier artist, but to also assign her the best photographer. As soon as she finished speaking, she was pulled hard by Xiao Tao, who signaled that Chen Jing and her manager were still there. Dingla snorted. If you all find it strange that Feng Shen invited us, isn't our Jing curious why they invited her? Give you an inch and you want to take a mile. The photographer is assigned based on rank. That's the unwritten rule in the industry, don't you understand? Xia Yuan was already aggrieved from being slept, and now she was being treated differently, and even losing out to Chen Jing, who was of a lower rank and whom she disliked. How could she swallow this anger? Regardless of how your company arranged it, change my photographer to that Pulitzer Prize winner. Give my photographer to her. If not, I'm not shooting. Seeing that Xia Yuanyuan was threatening to strike, Xiaomeng immediately panicked. Teacher Xia, don't be angry. I'll report it to the higher ups for you right away. Rest assured. The person next to her, Xiao Tao, hold her again. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Do you think this arrangement is reasonable? Xiaomeng disagreed. It might be that the higher ups made a mistake. Assigning a regular photographer to a popular A-list star and the best photographer to a second-tier artist. Do you think that's possible? At this point, even Xiao Tao was speechless. She was also a bit surprised at first, and had checked the photographer's name several times. It was indeed that famous photographer. If the higher-ups had made a mistake, it wasn't impossible. Shenjing and Ding Luo on the side really wanted to laugh out of anger. Even the mildest person would be infuriated. Sorry, I don't agree to switch photographers. I only want Xia Shaoxiao to shoot for me. Moreover, she at once. Before she could finish, she was cut off by Xiaomeng. With your status, it's already a great honor that our magazine invited you. You're not even an A-lister yet, and you're already being picky. If you want to shoot, shoot. If not, then leave. Don't waste our time. After being repeatedly stopped from trying to curry favor with Xie Yuanyuan, Xiaomeng also lost her temper, only seeing this person as ungrateful. Just as she finished speaking, a cold female voice came from the doorway. Such big words. Everyone turned their heads and saw Xia Shaoxiao standing at the door with a cold face. Seeing Xia Shaoxiao, Xiaomeng's eyes were full of surprise. Xiao Tao next to her whispered, I wasn't lying to you. After recovering, she immediately looked at Chen Jing and Dingla smugly, her tone aggressive. Did you hear that? A mere second here, nobody wants our great photographer Xia Shaoxiao to lower herself to shoot for you. You really don't know your own worth. She thought Xia Shaoxiao was talking about Chen Jing, but didn't notice that Chen Jing and her group remained calm, without any change in their expressions. She even turned to Xia Yuanyuan and said, I told you the higher-ups must have made a mistake. Teacher Xia, you can rest assured now. Xia Yuanyuan snorted and looked at the person at the door. She wanted to flatter her but still put on an arrogant air. You're this year's Pulitzer Prize winner, and also the young lady of the Xia family from the capital, right? Xia Shaoxiao completely ignored her and turned to the woman standing next to her. Is this your staff and the model you invited? Now I really doubt your Feng Shen's title as the #1 cover magazine in the country. Only then did Xiaomeng realize something was wrong. Immediately after, she saw her own general manager appear next to Xia Shaoxiao with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Who gave you the nerve to make decisions on your own? No need to say anything else. Pack your things and get out. Xiaomeng's face instantly turned pale. General manager, Lu Nan, don't make me say it a second time. Xia Yuanyuan was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. Hey, what's going on? Before she could finish, she saw me standing next to Chen Jing, raising my hand to look at my watch, then turning to the woman at the door. Third sister, didn't you say you'd be back in a bit? Your bit is really long. The moment she heard what he said, Xia Yuanyuan instantly froze on the spot. Xia Shaoxiao is the young lady of the Xia family, and the young man in front of her called her third sister, so. Wasn't he the young master of the Xia family? What shocked her even more was when Chen Jing leaned back in her chair and said to Xia Shaoxiao in a familiar tone, all right, you little brat. You're famous now, huh? Has it been that long? Third sister's eyes haven't left you for a second. The moment the paperwork was done, I rushed right over. Xia Shaoxiao first replied to her younger brother, then looked at Chen Jing. All right, I know. But you're not doing so well. You've been in the entertainment industry for so long and you're still just a second here, getting walked all over by others. Although it was a complaint, anyone could hear the intimacy in her words. Moreover, only very close sisters could joke with each other like that. At this moment, Xia Yuanyuan was completely dumbfounded. And Xiaomeng, who had just been fired, was no better. She had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Xia Yuanyuan, only to offend the friend of this god-tier photographer. A strong sense of regret welled up in Xiaomeng's heart, wishing she could turn back time. But she knew it was too late now. What are you still standing there for? Lu Nan looked at Xiaomeng with a dark face. Do you want me to call security? Xiaomeng bit her lip and had to walk out dejectedly. After Xiaomeng left, Xia Yuanyuan also didn't mention changing photographers anymore. It was just that her styling was only half done, so she snorted and called out, someone come and finish my styling. Lu Nan smiled faintly. I am sorry, I suddenly feel that you don't meet our Feng Shan magazine's requirements for a cover personality. Therefore, there's no need to do the styling. Please leave. If it were an ordinary photographer, he wouldn't go so far as to offend a popular A-list star who could bring him benefits just for his staff. But Xia Shaoxiao was not only a photographer, but also the young lady of the Xia family. He was still thinking about how he could latch onto the big tree of the Xia family in the future. Of course he had to curry favor with her. Hearing this, Xia Yuan was first stunned, then frowned. Don't meet the requirements. You didn't say that when you invited me. Is it just because I had a little conflict with the person you're trying to flatter that you've shown your true colors? Everyone understands the reasoning, but saying it out loud makes you seem ignorant. As an enlister, you shouldn't be like this. Lu Nan pushed up his glasses, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Since you understand everything, then don't. Fen Shang is, after all, a leader in the industry. Making a big deal out of this won't do you any good. This last sentence could be seen as a threat. Xia Yuan also knew that saying more was useless. She could only stand up angrily, as if trying to preserve her last bit of face. She said stubbornly, even if you invite me in the future, I won't come. After speaking, she turned and walked out. After Xia Yuan and her assistant left, Lu Nan exchanged a few pleasantries with Xia Xiaoxiao and then also left, leaving only Xiao Tao, who patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, glad that she hadn't misspoken. At this moment, she was even more attentive to Chen Jing. Teacher Chen, what do you think of doing it like this? Just stick to your original plan, Chen Jing replied politely without putting on airs, then continued to chat with me and Xia Xiaoxiao. When it was time for the photo shoot, I was like a distinguished guest who had been invited over, enjoying the tea and pastries brought by the staff while quietly observing from the side. Through this observation, I discovered two new things. First, when Xia Xiaoxiao was working, she became a completely different person. She commanded without hesitation, engrossed in finding shooting angles, and her whole body exuded an indescribable charm, completely different from her usual frivolous appearance. I finally understood why my sister could achieve such special accomplishments in the world of photography. Second, Shen Jing's ability to perform in front of the camera was even better than I had imagined. Shooting a magazine cover is not as simple as just taking a set of photos. In many ways, it's like acting in a movie. In fact, because it's a still image that needs to convey a lot of meaning, it's even harder to grasp than acting. But Chen Jing, when facing the camera, was completely different from her usual impression. Like a leopard stalking its prey, she could always capture the weak point in an instant. The speed at which she switched between states was also astonishingly fast. Xia Xiaoxiao said that Chen Jing had been active for so long and had only just reached the second tier. In fact, Chen Jing hadn't been in the industry for long. Without using connections or backing, to be able to reach the second tier in such a short time is already a rare feat in the entertainment industry. Fai Yuan debuted around the same time as Chen Jing and also has a lot of spiritual energy, but let alone the second tier, before I took over New Triumph, she wasn't even famous in the entertainment industry. Therefore, it can be seen that Chen Jing is more gifted than even Kai Yuan. Although I haven't looked into Chen Jing's background, I really know why she was able to become famous with King Yu. As long as the script is decent, with her ability to perform in front of the camera, it would be difficult for her not to become popular. Unable to take it anymore, I decided to go home and sleep. When I was almost home, my phone vibrated. I opened it and couldn't help but sit up straight and stop the car. Yun Menjiao pulled over to the side of the road. What's wrong? The fish has taken the bait. I hung up the phone and opened the car door. Let's climb the wall into your house. Go back to my room and wait for me. I'm going to find second sister. Yun Menjiao raised an eyebrow. Yao Bang has made his move. I raised my hand and pinched her cheek. So smart. Yun Menjiao grabbed my hand. Can you climb the wall now? Don't underestimate me. I lightly scratched her palm, making her let go out of ticklishness. I'm going first, in case he runs away. After speaking, they quickly disappeared into the night. Yun Menjiao chuckled softly and followed. And so, in the middle of the night, this strange couple both didn't take the main road but climbed the wall into the house. Yun Menjiao obediently listened to her husband and went back to their love nest, while I went straight to Xia Qingning's bedroom, climbed through the window, and jumped in. The person on the bed immediately sat up. Seeing the familiar figure in the moonlight, Xia Qingning sighed. Lu Yan. I was also startled. Second sister, you're not asleep. Xia Qingning rubbed her forehead and smiled wryly. I was sleeping when someone suddenly entered the room. How could I not wake up? Second sister often walks on a tightrope. If I didn't have this bit of vigilance, I would have died 800 times over. I nodded. Very good. Then did second sister notice that Yao Bang is not here? Xia Qingning turned on the light and saw that there was indeed no trace of Yao Bang on the bed, but she didn't look surprised. Lu Yan, what are you trying to say? Did you find something? I took out my phone and opened the surveillance video from the study for her to see. He didn't go to the bathroom. He snuck into the study. Second sister, he's stealing the Xia family's confidential documents. Xia Qingning glanced at my phone. Lu Yan, the surveillance camera in the study isn't at this angle. Is that the main point? I couldn't believe it. No way, no way. The second sister been so blinded by love that she can see the clear evidence and still turn a blind eye, deliberately changing the subject. Second sister, how long are you going to deceive yourself? Xia Qingning was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing on the bed. I looked at her laughing, and was dumbfounded. Could it be that second sister had been provoked to the point of madness? Xia Qingning laughed until her whole body was shaking. Finally, she pinched my cheek. Lu Yan, why are you so cute? Whether I'm cute or not is not important. The way you're acting right now is really annoying, you know. After Xia Qingning had laughed enough, she finally said seriously, Lu Yan, you haven't been worrying about this all this time, have you? It's my fault for not telling you in advance. Next, Xia Qingning answered the questions in my heart. I know Yao Bang approached you with a purpose. I also know he's our uncle's man. Bringing him home was also to give him an opportunity. The things he took were all prepared by me for him to take. Only then did I understand why Xia Qingning was laughing at me. I also felt a bit stupid. There's no more love in this world. Is there a difference between this life and the previous one? Or was it the same in the previous life? Thinking about it again, it made sense. Although the Xia family went through a fierce turmoil, it didn't completely collapse. In the end, it was saved by the two young ladies of the Xia family. If this was a plan to deliberately let the opponent obtain damaging documents to lure the snake out of its hole and catch them all in one go, then it was also reasonable. Second sister, it's a real shame you didn't become an actress. You're still talking about Yao. With my life, aving Herb, I believe he won't misjudge me. Her words sounded so real that Xia Qingning burst out laughing again. A suddenly covered her mouth. Shush, he's back. Now that I know second sister has her own plans, I can rest assured. Good night. After saying that, I turned around and climbed out the window. Xia Qingning reacted and reached out, but missed, only then realizing her younger brother was skilled at climbing walls. Back in my room, I threw myself onto the bed, face down. Yun Menjiao was surprised by my reaction. What's wrong? You couldn't convince your second sister. I shook my head, dejected. Then what is it? Yun Menjiao pulled my face away, stopping my attempt to suffocate myself. So embarrassing, I buried my face in her chest, my voice muffled as I recounted the entire incident. Yun Menjiao was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. This is a good thing. I suddenly looked up, momentarily dazzled. Yun Menjiao laughed again, pulling me down onto the bed. The crisis has been averted. Shouldn't we celebrate a little? What the hell is there to celebrate? My phone suddenly rang. Quick, major discovery. Seeing the message from Yemi, I realized I had forgotten to tell her about Yao Peng. What is it, Yemi? Yao Peng went to see your uncle, and gave him a file. I took a picture of it. Is there anything else you need me to do? No need. Mission complete. You can go back now. That's simple. Yemi seemed incredulous, and a little hurt. You're kicking me out right after I finish the mission. So cruel. I chuckled. Your legs are your own. You can stay in He country a while longer if you want. You really are more heartless than a block of wood. Yemi rolled her eyes. Fine, I'm off to do great things. I've sent the photos to your email. Remember to check it, darling. I received the email, glanced at it, then forwarded it to Xia Qingning. Not long after, she replied with a message, her tone like she was coaxing a child. My dear Lu Yuan is so capable. After handling these matters, I opened Weibo to check the situation, only to be met with a barrage of abusive messages. The content seemed to be related to Shen Qingqing. I clicked on a post shared by a marketing account and frowned. An important endorsement deal for Shen Qingqing had been snatched by Xie Yuanyuan's team. In the comments, fans from both sides were, of course, in a heated argument. However, while arguing with Xie Yuanyuan's fans, most of Shen Qingqing's fans were cursing out Zenith Entertainment, her new company. Can the new company do anything? How many endorsement deals has Qingqing lost since she moved? We can let the others slide, but do you have any idea how much she prepared for this fashion endorsement? I rubbed my forehead and pressed the intercom. Soon, Shen Qingqing and her manager, Pin King, entered the office. Xiao Lu, why wasn't I informed about the endorsement deal being stolen? Pin King was silent for a moment. Xiao Lu, are you referring to the Inca contract this time, or the ones before? I was at a loss for words, a pang of guilt rising within me. The previous contracts weren't that important, Pin King continued. The Incan endorsement was arranged by Celestial Entertainment beforehand. Now that Qingqing has changed companies, it's reasonable for them to switch to someone else. Besides, Xie Yuanyuan and Qingqing have similar levels of fame, so the brand didn't have any objections. I pursed my lips slightly. I hadn't allocated new resources for her yet because I saw her schedule was already packed. Shen Qingqing kept her head down, listening quietly without a word. The memory of being reprimanded for her previous suspicions was still fresh. In contrast, Shen Qingqing now seemed like a naive daughter from a wealthy family. I'm very busy now, too. If the Inca contract is lost, it's lost. He smiled. Shen Qingqing said it lightly, but I knew Incan was a top domestic brand, covering various fields like clothing, perfume, and cosmetics. Although there was still a huge gap compared to top international brands like Channel, it was a great achievement for a domestic brand. If she hadn't lost this contract, it would have ranked among the top of Shen Qingqing's endorsements. To say she didn't care was a lie. Even if she didn't care, Qingqing couldn't possibly not care. Thinking this, I tapped my fingers lightly on the desk. I wasn't finished. Since you now have an open slot in your endorsements, I was wondering if you'd be interested in being the global ambassador for Channel. Channel also covered fields like clothing and perfume, but it was founded in Europe early last century. Its international influence was incomparable to Anicap, a brand that had only been developing for just over a decade. The moment I finished speaking, both Qingqing and Shen Qingqing were stunned, thinking they had misheard. The global ambassador for Channel. Qingqing repeated, her mouth agape. Xiao Lu, you must be joking. Let's not even talk about Qingqing's slight dip in popularity now. Even at her peak, we wouldn't dare to dream of this brand. Not just her, but all the domestic artists combined, none are qualified to be Channel's global ambassador. After a pause, as if remembering something, she continued, take Xia Yuanyuan for example. She's considered on par with Qingqing. She groveled to the brand for 3 years just to become a regional ambassador for a single product line in Hua country, and in the end, she only got to be a brand ambassador. How could anyone dream of being a global ambassador for the entire Channel brand? I'm just asking if you're interested. My tone left no room for questioning. Just tell me. If you are, I'll go negotiate. Shen Qingqing remained silent. Qingqing sighed. Perhaps no artist could refuse the temptation of being Channel's global ambassador. But this is completely impossible. Back when Tumxi died, she wore counterfeit because someone of her status couldn't even borrow a hot couture piece from Channel. She suddenly stopped. Although Tumxi wore a fake, Kaiyuan wore the real thing. And what kind of status did Kaiyuan have? Seeing Qingqing lost in thought, the corners of my lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. So, have faith in me. I don't fight battles I'm not sure of winning, nor do I make promises I can't keep. Qingqing swallowed hard, her eyes wide as saucers. If Shen Qingqing could really become the global ambassador for Channel, it wouldn't just be a simple replacement for Anicap. What was Anicap? What were all the previously lost resources? She could already imagine the shockwaves it would send through the industry, and the expressions on the faces of the managers who had mocked her for following the wrong person. Meanwhile, at Celestial Entertainment, Xia Yuanyuan was enjoying her rival's misfortune while keeping an eye on her own side's developments. Seeing Shen Qingqing's frustrated fans in the comments section, the humiliation she had felt at Vogue magazine a few days ago completely vanished. Although she was at a slight disadvantage in her confrontation with Chen Jing was, at best, a mediocre second-tier star she didn't even bother with. But Shen Qingqing was different. Because of their similar fame and career paths, their fan bases often clashed. And while her fans could hold their own against other artists' fans, they were always at a disadvantage against Shen Qingqing's fans. This time, she finally had her moment of triumph. Just then, her manager beside her suddenly slapped his thigh and laughed. Ta Yuanyuan looked up at him. What's wrong, brother Cao? The man, Jen Cao, grinned from ear to ear. Yuanyuan, you have no idea what I just saw in Shen Qingqing's fan group. That idiot actually dared to claim that Shen Qingqing might become a Channel ambassador to comfort the fans. Xia Yuanyuan, who was about to take a sip of water, spat it all out. Really? You're in Shen Qingqing's fan group. Did you create a burner account? Jen Cao was laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes. Qingqing said it herself. Xia Yuanyuan wiped the water from the corner of her mouth. As they say, you become who you surround yourself with. After spending so much time with Shen Qingqing, she's become just as delusional. It's no fun to laugh alone. Jen Cao looked at Xia Yuanyuan meaningfully. I'm sure we're not the only ones who find this amusing. Brother Cao, you mean? Jen Cao took a screenshot, ready to send it to the marketing accounts. Shen Qingqing is about to endorse Channel. This is huge news. Of course, we have to help her promote it. Xia Yuanyuan realized his intention, and quickly stopped him. Brother Cao, don't be hasty. The internet is currently full of news about Tumxi. If we post this now, it'll just get buried. We should at least wait for this to blow over. Jen Cao slapped his forehead. Right, I was so caught up in the fun I forgot. As a manager, I'm not as thoughtful as you. We'll post it after the hype around Tumxi dies down. And so they waited. When Tumxi's scandal had completely cooled down and the big news gradually left the stage, the rumor, posted by marketing accounts, once again climbed to the top of the trending list. Is Shen Qingqing's manager okay? Endorsing Channel. Why not just fly to the moon? I've seen managers draw big pies for fans, but I've never seen one drawn like this. Does she even know what kind of brand Channel is? Are her stupid fans hyping her up so much that she's forgotten to look in the mirror? The #1 Vesa actress in the country can't even keep a domestic brand like Anicap, and she's dreaming of endorsing Channel. Channel would probably feel unlucky just hearing it. That said, I get it. She's probably trying to console herself after losing the Anicap contract. Even art fans need to be realistic. When has Channel ever invited a Hua country artist to be an ambassador? She wanted to get back at Xia Yuanyuan but ended up becoming a joke. Jia Yuan is a channel brand ambassador, you know. After this stunt, she probably won't even be able to wear channel anymore. At Zenith Entertainment, a panicked King rushed to the CEO's office. CEO Lu, this subordinate was negligent and couldn't control her tongue for a moment. But I really didn't expect what happened today. She had only said it in the fan group to appease the agitated fans and prevent them from causing trouble. After all, she hadn't reported it. So how was she to know that Shen Qingqing losing the contract would cause such a stir among a group of clueless fans? Besides, at the time, she hadn't dared to say it with certainty, only that it was a possibility. Furthermore, it was said in an internal fan group, which normally wouldn't attract outside attention. The internet had been quiet these past few days, so she hadn't paid it much mind. Who would have thought it was as if someone was deliberately pulling strings? Just as the buzz around Tongxi died down, and this matter was nearly forgotten, it suddenly shot to the top of the trending list. I have a rough idea of what happened, but I was afraid you would misunderstand and think we were trying to force your hand. Don't worry, I said with a calm expression. I know what happened. However, the fan group really needs to be cleaned up. It's not good to have our rivals getting the latest inside information. Qingqing looked at Shane. I'll go handle it right away. Tell me which fan group it is. If you want to investigate an account, you might not be as fast as me. Qingqing was taken aback, about to say there was no need to trouble me, but remembering my previous feats of turning the tables, she obediently forwarded the problematic fan group to me. I received it and nodded. You can go back now. Oh, and there's no need to manage public opinion on Weibo. Just post the official announcement. Qingqing grunted, and just as she was about to turn, she suddenly froze. The official announcement. Do you mean what I think you mean? Is there a problem? A raised an eyebrow. The endorsement has already been negotiated. I originally planned to announce it after discussing it with Shen Qingqing, but since this happened, announcing it a little earlier is fine. No. No problem. Qingqing gasped, as if a pie had just fallen from the sky, stunned and in disbelief. Although I had spoken with great certainty before, and she had momentarily used it to comfort the fans in her eagerness, after calming down, she hadn't held out much hope. After all, it was Channel, not some ordinary domestic brand. Even if I used my status as a young master of the Xia family, it wasn't certain I could influence Channel's choice of ambassador. That's why she had rushed to apologize after it hit the trending list. Firstly, she was afraid I would be angry at her for taking matters into her own hands. Secondly, if the negotiation failed, wouldn't I be put on the spot? But what was she hearing now? The endorsement was a done deal. Shen Qingqing was really going to become the global ambassador for Channel. Calming herself down, Qingqing managed to slightly restrain her excitement. The way she looked at me now was practically glowing. Seo Lu, honestly, and don't be angry, but even though I won't voice any more opinions to you in the future, I always felt that Shen Qingqing's move to Zenith wasn't a good thing. I held back a laugh, not minding her impudence, and politely guided her to continue. And now, Qingqing swallowed. Now I see that for her to be favored by you, she must have really pulled some strings. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, stop with the flattery. I have to go catch the little ghost in your fan group. You can go back now. Comfort Shen Qingqing a bit too, though I suspect that girl, with only racing on her mind, probably doesn't need any comforting. On the other hand, Xie Yuan was on a film set in costume. After finishing a scene and taking a break, her manager Jen Cao waved at her from a distance. Yuan, quick, look at Weibo. It's hilarious. This is probably the first time Shen Qingqing has been mocked so badly. Her fans are so scolded they don't even dare to make a sound. Jia Yuan opened her phone, smiling as she said, she should thank that brainless manager of hers for daring to say anything. And they call her a first-rate manager. I think she's not even half as smart as you, brother Cao. Hearing this, Jen Cao felt incredibly pleased. In the past, Xia Yuan's fans couldn't win against Shen Qingqing's, which made him feel inferior to Qingqing. Now, he could finally hold his head high. Just then, a call came from the brand. Seeing the color-eyed, Jen Cao raised an eyebrow. It must be Channel. They probably know about this and want to warn us. Thinking this, he answered the phone. But after hearing what the other person said, the smile on his face froze. Seeing this, Xia Yuan frowned. What is it, brother Cao? Jen Cao raised a hand to silence her. He was about to ask the other party why, but suddenly heard the disconnect tone. Hello. Jen Cao frowned and called back, simultaneously getting up and walking to the side. Xia Yuan didn't know what was happening, but seeing Jen Cao's reaction, she began to feel uneasy. When Jen Cao finished the call and came back, she couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Jen Cao looked at her, his voice like a wilted eggplant. Your brand ambassadorship has been cancelled. What? Xia Yuan's face fell. Why? Did they give a reason? No. Jen Cao shook his head. Just a bunch of empty words, like you don't fit the brand's image and philosophy. After saying that, he kicked a chair leg hard. Where were they before? If I didn't fit their image and philosophy, why did they make me a brand ambassador in the first place? It's all just excuses. Jia Yuanyuan bit her lip, unable to offer any words of comfort. After all, she felt she needed comforting herself right now. Finally, Zhen Cao sighed and sat down, consoling himself. Anyway, a brand ambassadorship isn't worth much. As long as we hold on to the Incan endorsement, we'll be fine. With that, he opened Weibo again, intending to look at Shen Qingqing's predicament to lift his spirits. But as soon as he opened it, he saw a trending topic with a very high discussion volume. Looks like we're not the only ones who think Shen Qingqing becoming channel's ambassador is ridiculous. He clicked on it, thinking it was the old trending topic. The next second, thud, his phone fell to the ground. Jia Yuanyuan was still wallowing in sadness over her cancelled ambassadorship. Seeing this, she frowned again. What now? Zhen Cao's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't answer Xie Yuanyuan's question but shakily bent down to pick up his phone. It took him several tries to get it. The phone screen was still on the same page, but Zhen Cao looked as if he couldn't read anymore, staring at the phone as if he wanted to burn a hole through it. How is this possible? Impatient, Xie Yuanyuan, seeing Zhen Cao acting dazed, opened her own phone to check. When she clicked on the Shen Qingqing channel ambassador hot search, the shock in her eyes was no less than Zhen Cao's. Under that topic, it was no longer the screenshot they had given the marketing accounts, but an official announcement from channel's verified account. On December 3, 2024, Shen Qingqing will become the global ambassador for channel. She will represent the brand's products in the new advertising campaign. This official partnership is based on channel's recognition and trust in Shen Qingqing's image. Jia Yuanyuan couldn't read the rest. Her mind was buzzing like thunder, as if she had fallen into a nightmare, her soul shaken, unable to believe it was real. An ambassador was one thing, but a global ambassador. How was that possible? Thinking this, she tremblingly clicked on channel's profile, hoping against hope that it was all a mistake, a fake account, a lie concocted by Shen Qingqing for revenge. But when she saw the number of followers and the official verification on the profile, the last shred of hope in her heart vanished. It wasn't just Jia Yuanyuan and Zhen Cao who were shocked. At first, netizens couldn't believe it either. After repeated confirmations, their attitude towards Shen Qingqing took a sudden 180-degree turn. Shen Qingqing is such a boss, she said she'd be an ambassador, and she really became one. And a global one at that. This is unprecedented in the country. I admit I went a bit too far earlier. How can she be a vase actress? As a global ambassador for channel, she's a national treasure bringing glory to the country. Seeing the praise for Shen Qingqing online, Xia Yuanyuan's face was horribly twisted and contorted. Just moments ago, she was gloating about snatching the Inca contract from her rival, but compared to channel, what was Inca? Shen Qingqing was probably laughing at her behind her back. And the hot search they had just bought, it was originally intended to embarrass Shen Qingqing, but they ended up spending money to generate more buzz for their rival. Thinking of this, Xia Yuanyuan clutched her forehead. If I had known, I wouldn't have bought this hot search. Even if we didn't buy it, the fact that Shen Qingqing is channel's global ambassador wouldn't change. Besides, you agreed to it too. Zhen Cao, who was already in a bad mood, became even more annoyed hearing the blame in Xie Yuanyuan's voice. Realizing he shouldn't lose his temper with his cash cow, he softened his tone. But don't worry. We just lost a bit of money. Shen Qingqing getting this endorsement is her business. It doesn't affect you. He had just finished speaking when he noticed many people on the film crew looking at them with strange expressions. He couldn't help but frown. Just then, Assistant Xiao Chen ran over in a panic. Brother Cao, you're on the hot search. Zhen Cao quickly exited the current page and refreshed Weibo. When he saw the hashtag Xiaoyuan's manager's burner account on the trending list, his hands suddenly tightened, and he hesitated to click on it. What's wrong? Jia Yuanyuan also refreshed the page and immediately understood Zhen Cao's silence. But she wasn't Zhen Cao. She clicked on the hashtag almost without hesitation. The next moment, she saw the IP address of the burner account Zhen Cao used in Shen Qingqing's fan group, along with his chat logs with the marketing accounts. She didn't need to think to know what people in the comments section would be saying. Is this what you meant by it doesn't affect me? Xia Yuanyuan looked at Zhen Cao with eyes that could eat him alive. Zhen Cao swallowed nervously. Before he could say anything, Su Linjian's phone rang. Do you think my life is too peaceful? Su Linjian roared through the phone, her brow furrowed. The matter with Tongxi had already given her a headache, and now this. Were all the people under her idiots? Couldn't any of them give her some peace of mind? Xiao Su, listen to me. Zhen Cao was cut off by Su Linjian. I don't care if you slack off yourself or find some other way. In short, get Xia Yuanyuan out of this mess. Otherwise, your career as a manager ends here. Unlike the series of misfortunes at Celestial Entertainment, I had been feeling quite cheerful lately because everything was going well. Not only was the family crisis resolved, but the artists under me were also developing in a good direction. When I got home from work today, I was about to go to my room to get a jacket when I was stopped in the hallway. Someone suddenly appeared from behind and covered my eyes. Guess who I am? Hearing that voice, I was startled. Didn't you already go back? Why are you still here? And so brazenly in my house. You recognized me even like this. I even changed my voice. Yemi spun around in front of me, linking her arm with mine. I was originally on my way back, but your second sister placed an order with me, so I came back. I was surprised again. Before I could ask what Xia Qingning had ordered, I heard a stunned voice. You two know each other. We both turned to see Xia Qingning and Yun Menjiao standing at the corner of the hallway. Xia Qingning was the one who asked, while Yun Menjiao's eyes were fixed on Yami's arm wrapped around mine, as if she wanted to chop it off. Yami immediately let go. Seeing that I hadn't told my family about my identity in the 7 envoys, she had no intention of revealing it. Oh, is this handsome guy your family? He's totally my type. Introduce me, will you? Yun Menjiao's beautiful face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Xia Qingning also moved forward protectively, pulling me behind her. My brother has a girlfriend. It was no wonder they overreacted. Yami's words were indeed suggestive. Moreover, they had heard that this veteran of the 7 envoys was a master of seduction. Seeing that she had fooled them, Yami breathed a sigh of relief internally. Oh, don't be so stingy. I just want to be friends with him. Her words only made them more determined not to let me get close to her. Just then, Xia appeared like a shadow beside Xia Qingning. Second miss, everyone has been captured. Xia Qingning thought to herself. Perfect timing. Miss Yami, if you please. Yami raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a meal? Xia Qingning smirked. After this is over, you can eat whatever you want. The premise is that you still have an appetite. Yami couldn't help but shiver. She thought to herself, this cute boy's sister is terrifying. But she wasn't one to be easily intimidated. Then let's go. Before leaving, Yami turned back and gave me a flirtatious wink, which nearly drove Yun Menjiao mad on the spot. After they left, Yun Menjiao turned my face towards her. Don't look. I quickly changed the subject. Why did second sister call her here? Yun Menjiao saw through my little trick but didn't pursue it. You know what's been happening at the Xia family's house these past few days, right? I nodded. Although Zenith wasn't at the Xia family's main headquarters, the Xia family had undergone a major upheaval recently, and I had heard bits and pieces. It was nothing more than Xia Dongming's faction thinking they had something to overthrow my mother and brother, only to fall right into a trap set by Xia Wanning and Xia Qingning. Not only did they fail to seize power, but they were also stripped of their positions and kicked out of the company. Is calling Yemi here related to that? Yun Menjiao nodded. It seems your sister plans to deal with this troublemaker. It's just that this branch of the family had always been very quiet, so your sister never thought to connect your and your father's disappearance years ago to them. Now that the fox has shown its tail, it's hard not to be suspicious. However, it's been too long. They couldn't find any evidence back then, and investigating it again now, they don't know where to start. That's why they called Yemi. Fearing I wouldn't understand the full picture, she added, Yemi is a veteran of an organization that excels at hypnosis. Your second sister wants her to force out the truth about your and your father's disappearance all those years ago. I was stunned for a moment. Let's go take a look. Yun Menjiao, afraid I would be scared, was about to say no, but then, thinking of something, she asked tentatively, do you remember the face of your kidnapper from back then? If anyone else were here, they would surely think Yun Menjiao had gone mad. Because when I was kidnapped, I was still an infant. Normally, people only form memories from the age of 3 to 5. But she knew I had memories from a past life in ancient times. She didn't know if I was born with them, but she believed I would understand what she meant. I thought for a moment, and nodded. Not to mention I have a photographic memory. I had just encountered a new world, and was immediately thrown into a dangerous situation. The impression of the person who harmed me was naturally very deep. Even though it had been nearly 20 years, as long as the person hadn't had plastic surgery, I thought I could still recognize them. Seeing me admit it, Yun Menjiao also fell silent, lost in thought. After a long while, she finally said, then let's go. When Yun Menjiao and I arrived, we saw Xia Qingning and Xia Wanning sitting in the main seats, with Yami standing beside a tied up and hypnotized Xia Dongming. Besides Xia Dongming, a group of men and women were also tied up behind him, all members of Xia Dongming's branch, including Yao Peng, who had been inseparable from Xia Qingning just a few days ago. However, except for Xia Dongming, the others all had gags in their mouths, their faces filled with terror. Seeing me, Xia Qingning's face darkened. Why did you bring Lu Yuan here? What if you scare my little brother? The two of them obviously couldn't state their purpose for coming, so Yun Menjiao didn't answer. She just turned to me and asked in a low voice, have you found the person you're looking for? My gaze swept over each kneeling person, finally stopping on a middle-aged woman with triangular eyes. Yun Menjiao followed my gaze to the woman, her eyes narrowing slightly. The woman, stared at by the two of us, looked as if she had seen a ghost, with large beads of sweat on her forehead. She didn't understand why she felt a sense of guilt when looked at by the young man. The victim was just a newborn back then. He shouldn't have any memories. Although the fact that this boy survived was unbelievable to her. Because at that time, she was sure she had strangled the baby before throwing him away. I had grasped the situation. Before I could say anything to Yun Menjiao, I saw Xia Qingning walk over. Take Lu Yuan back. This is no place for him. I immediately reached out and grabbed Xia Qingning's sleeve. Second sister, don't treat me like a child who knows nothing. Besides, this concerns me too, doesn't it? The busy Yaimi nearly tripped and fell, while Xia Qingning stared at her own arm as if she was dumbfounded. Her little brother is acting cute with her. Thinking this, she suddenly grabbed my hand tightly and showed it off to Xia Wanning, who was still sitting. See? My little brother is acting cute with Mei. Yaimi's hand trembled, nearly messing up her work again. Xia Wanning looked at Xia Qingning's husky-like display with disdain. Don't interfere with the hypnosis. Only then did Xia Qingning restrain herself a bit. After being pampered by her little brother, she was in a great mood and no longer mentioned sending me back, but pulled me to sit with her. Lu Yuan, if you feel any discomfort, you must tell second sister immediately, okay? I nodded. Over here, under Yaimi's hypnosis, Xia Dongming's eyes gradually became hazy. After receiving a signal, Xia Qingning stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, were you responsible for my brother's and father's disappearance? Perhaps finding the question a bit complicated, Xia Dongming thought for a moment but said nothing. Xia Qingning turned to look at Yaimi as if to say, can you even do this? This nearly made Yaimi lose her temper. At this moment, Xia Wanning also stood up from her chair, looked at Xia Dongming with a calm expression, and asked, did you arrange for someone to cause the disappearance of the Xia family's young master? Xia Dongming's head shook slightly, as if a switch had suddenly been flipped. Then he raised his slightly chubby face, grinning widely. That's right. You two little girls thought it was me. How ridiculous. Serves you right for being deceived. After saying that, as if remembering something unpleasant, he frowned. I just don't know how that little brat got so lucky. He didn't even die. Xia Qingning was so angry she was about to rush up and hit him but was held back by Xia Wanning. Her tone of questioning remained as calm as before, but her eyes looking at Xia Dongming were tinged with the coldness of a blade. Were you involved in Xia Feng's disappearance? Or rather, did you help him leave? Hearing this, I turned to look at Yun Menjiao. She mouthed an explanation. Xia Feng is your father's name. Your mother gave it to him. When your mother found him, he had lost his memory, so he took her surname. She said because the wind was strong that day, she named him Feng Wind. I nodded, thinking to myself, what a casual way to name someone. Over here, after hearing Xia Wanning's question, a smug smile reappeared on Xia Dongming's face. That has nothing to do with me. But for something to happen to that guy suddenly, it was a godsend. Otherwise, I might not have been able to get away clean. I didn't expect that Hag Xiamian to be so lucky. Her husband and son both disappeared, yet she didn't die at the morning table. Otherwise, I would have been the master of the house back then. The moment he finished speaking, he was kicked to the ground by Xia Qingning. My mother managed to get through it. That must have been a great disappointment to you, my dear uncle. With such a loud commotion, the hypnotic state naturally couldn't be maintained. Hearing Xia Qingning's words, Xia Dongming suddenly realized what he had said, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. What? What did you do to me? Yemi clapped her hands proudly, her arms crossed, as if to prove a point. Don't you know my, Miss Yemi's, hypnosis skills are top-notch. Xia Qingning stepped on Xia Dongming's chest with her foot. Anything else to say? The moment she finished speaking, Xia Dongming's eyes widened, and the group of people behind him let out a series of terrified screams. Although they knew Xia Qingning was ruthless, and that being captured by her meant grave danger, they still couldn't help but scream when they heard her words. You can't touch me. This is a crime. Xia Dongming remembered that this niece of his was a lawless person who acted on her whims, so he changed his tune, switching to using his status. Ian, your biological uncle. Biological uncle. Xia Qingning sounded as if she had heard a joke. Let alone my biological uncle, even if you were my own father, if you touch my little brother, you'll have to go see the king of hell. Letting you live for so many years has been my biggest mistake. Seeing the determination in Xia Qingning's eyes and her hand reaching for her waist, Xia Dongming was so scared his voice trembled. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been blinded by greed and made such a huge mistake. Lu Yuan is fine now. For the sake of the old days, when I used to hold you as a child, please let me go this one time. In the future, I'll be your loyal servant. I won't have any more ambitions. Uncle, Xia Qingning leaned down, her voice so cold it sent shivers down one's spine. With a loud bang, the entire basement shook. After dealing with Xia Dongming, there was no need to interrogate the rest. With gags in their mouths, they couldn't even scream as they fell one by one. Soon, the basement had become a living hell. Eldest sister, second sister, have you two not given up on finding father? I had just discovered this in the basement. Although they usually seemed indifferent when mentioning their father, they both asked about him when interrogating Xie Dongming. Did this mean they hadn't given up? Of course we have to find him. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Xia Qingning's eyes. If he's really dead, then so be it. But if he's still alive. She paused, then let out a cold laugh. Does he think he can just leave a letter and get away with it? After returning home, before I could even take a shower, I was pushed against the wall by Yun Menjiao, who bit my lip and kissed me. Thinking she was provoked by Yami, I enthusiastically returned her kiss while caressing her back to comfort her. But halfway through, I realized Yun Menjiao was being too playful. So I grabbed her ear and pulled her up, panting as I asked, "What's wrong with you? You don't actually suspect me of having something with Yimi, do you?" Yun Menjiao bit me again, asking resentfully, "You were born with your memories. Why didn't you look for your family? You're a person who takes revenge for every grievance. You were even ruthless enough to take revenge on Su Lingjun. Why did you let your kidnapper from back then roam free? Don't tell me you couldn't do it." Hearing this, I immediately understood. It was true that when I was just born, I didn't see my mother, but based on the situation, I knew I had been kidnapped. I had a family in this life. With some of my memories from that time, it would have been much easier for me to find them than for them to find me. If I wanted to take revenge on that person, it wouldn't have been too difficult either. But at that time, I didn't even think about finding my family, nor did I think about taking revenge on my kidnapper. I was born with memories from a past life, and my thinking was that of an adult. I didn't have any sense of belonging to my family in this life. Moreover, at that time, I was focused on improving myself and searching for Su Lingjun in this world. I didn't want any outsiders to disturb me. If I had grown up in a normal environment, it would have been quite troublesome and suspicious for someone to use a child's body to make mature plans. In other words, at that time, I even felt that the kidnapper had indirectly helped me, and all of this stemmed from my desire to find Su Lingjun. It's no wonder Yun Menjiao was jealous. I could roughly guess the reason. But Su Lingjun is in the past. You keep clinging to it. What's past can't be changed. How many more times do I have to say it? I'm not tired of it yet, but are you? Hearing this, Yun Menjiao looked hurt. Are you tired of me? Are you fed up with me? Have you lost your patience with me? 3 consecutive questions. Yun Menjiao blinked, and it seemed like something shimmering was about to spill from the corners of her eyes. Oh no. Seeing this, I was completely flustered. Is Yun Menjiao crying? Yun Menjiao, listen. Yun Menjiao's voice choked up, and my little heart felt like it was breaking. I didn't know why she was suddenly like this, but at that moment, I only had one thought: I had to coax her. Thinking this, I reached out and cupped her face, my tone sincere. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things. But I'm absolutely not tired of you, and I'm definitely not fed up with you. Don't be angry anymore, okay? My attempts to coax her seemed to open the floodgates for her grievances. The tears that were welling up now rolled down her cheeks, wetting her face. This broke my heart. While blaming myself and apologizing, I leaned in and kissed the wet streaks on her face. But I missed the mischievous glint that flashed across Yun Menjiao's eyes. Feeling the tickle on her face, Yun Menjiao tried hard to suppress the smile that was about to break out, her tone coquettish. I'm not that easy to coax. It had to be said, she was still very pleased with me lowering myself to coax her, but it wasn't enough. She also knew she shouldn't keep clinging to my past. As someone who hid in the shadows and couldn't see the light, it was her greatest fortune that I chose to be with her. She understood this, but it was too hard to completely let it go. She admitted she was being a bit dramatic and over the top, but the soreness in her heart was real, especially after I showed a hint of wariness and blamed her for being unreasonable. Then what do you want? I know I said the wrong thing. At this moment, my attitude towards Yun Menjiao could be described as doting. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Yun Menjiao's eyes lit up. Really? I had a feeling this was a trap, but I still nodded. At the company entrance, I looked through the rear view mirror and saw the Bentley slowly following behind. I snorted coldly, opened the car door, and got out. Seeing me walk into the Zenith building without a single glance back, Junting couldn't help but ask the woman sitting in the back seat, "Miss, did you anger Mr. Liu again? This time you're not even riding in the same car." Yun Menjiao looked in the direction I left, as if staring into empty space. It's not your place to ask, so don't. At the company before my seat was even warm, Wei Jining rushed up to find me. "Xiao Lu, I finished choreographing all 12 dances for the album." I nodded, suddenly remembering the plan to debut the Phi Ember Girl group. Their training period should be ending soon. If I remembered correctly, yesterday was the day their training results were announced, and today was the graduation ceremony for a batch of trainees. Thinking this, I opened my computer and went to the official website of the Sing Sing training camp. Seeing the test ranking results, my face showed no expression. To my surprise, Zhang Ziyang still ranked first among the remaining 4. Although they weren't as outstanding as her, they were all in the top 10. Thinking of this, I stood up and called Xiameng to go with me to pick them up. I was about to meet those 5 kids. So, we're finally going to meet them. Wei Jiaming also seemed excited. As the choreographer, I could only rely on Mr. Lu's description to imagine and coordinate suitable movements for them. But whether it's appropriate or if any adjustments are needed, I'll have to meet them in person to decide. I nodded. Contact Apple for me and tell her something has come up. That fashion designer. Wei Jiaming was surprised. I don't have her contact information. Alright, I'll contact her myself. While messaging Apple, I headed to the Star Entertainment training camp. When I arrived, I was about to look for them when I heard voices from a secluded corner. Starlight isn't that bad now. Haven't you seen how many times they've turned the tables on Rainbow? That was Mu Yunfin's voice, one of the 5. I frowned slightly and quietly moved closer. I don't deny what you're saying, but even if Starlight is developing well now, it still can't compare to Tainyu, right? As I got closer, I heard Zhang Ziyam's defiant words. But Mr. Lu Yun saved us, and even paid for us to come here to train. Now you're changing your mind and saying you want to go to Tainyu. Is that fair to him? This passionate voice undoubtedly belonged to Tom John, the youngest. But I couldn't bring myself to smile. He saved you, not me. At that time, only you were in the lounge, I was working as a backup dancer. You need to be clear about that. Zhang Ziyam's voice was unyielding. As for the training fees at Star Entertainment, Tainyu will reimburse him every single penny. It seems not everyone in this world is a grateful angel like Ki Yuan. Tong John was so provoked by Zhang Ziyam that he was about to lose his temper but was held back by Leng Bingbing. Fine, if you want to go, then go. Just don't regret it. Regret? Zhang Ziyam sounded as if she had heard something amusing. I should be the one saying that to you. What's not to like about going to Tainyu? The 5 of us can still be together. Tainyu has strong financial backing, they won't treat us poorly. If you've decided to go, then stop with the pointless talk. Leng Bingbing cut her off impatiently. We can't be as treacherous and ungrateful as you. Sorry, we can't do that. This time, it was Zhang Ziyam's turn to get angry. Fine, you're all so noble and virtuous. Just don't try to use our past relationship to guilt-trip me when I become famous. How can you be so sure you'll become more famous than them, and before them? He stepped out from the corner, looking at Zhang Ziyam with a cold expression. Zhang Ziyam, slightly embarrassed, lowered her head, not even hearing clearly what is said. When I wasn't around, facing familiar people, she could speak arrogantly, but with my appearance, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Since Tainyu wants to poach you, they'll surely pay your contract termination fee, right? When will you handle the paperwork? Hearing me say this, the little guilt in Zhang Ziyam's heart vanished. Of course. After speaking, she glanced past me, and her eyes suddenly lit up. President Su. Her tone carried a reverence she herself didn't realize. Su Lingjian spoke as she walked towards me, a faint smile on her face as if she had just won a battle and I was the defeated one. I never thought you'd have a day where you miscalculated. How does it feel to be betrayed? Hearing her words, Zhang Ziyang's expression grew even more uncomfortable. It's fine. It's not the first time, anyway. Besides, I'm getting a contract termination fee. All in all, it's not a loss. My demeanor was no less than hers. But is Tainyu so short on people that a CEO like you has to handle everything personally? Su Lingjian paused for a moment, as if unaware of the gap between Starlight and Tainyu. We're the same. Mu Yanfen and the others looked at each other, apparently not expecting me to have such a relationship with the CEO of Tainyu. What's the point of bickering? You may have won this round, but whether you can profit from poaching her remains to be seen. I'll send you her contract later. Don't forget to pay the termination and training fees. After speaking, I stopped looking at Su Lingjian and turned to Mu Yanfeng's group of 4. Are you sure you're coming back to Starlight with me? The 4 of them said in unison, yes, good. Then I'll go handle the procedures for you. After making the decision, I brought the 4 of them back to the company. Adao, who usually had trouble waking up early, was already waiting there. Wei Jiaming also came over excitedly. They are indeed beautiful and cool. But why are there only 4? Weren't there supposed to be 5? Apple also looked towards me. I rubbed my forehead, my expression no longer as confident as when I faced Su Lingjian. One was poached by Tainyu. What? Apple's face darkened. That dog so shameless. Why is she everywhere? Having been at Starlight for a while, Apple had come to understand some of the past conflicts, most of which involved Tainyu. So what do we do now? Wei Jiaming also looked troubled. The choreography I designed is for a 5-person group. Besides the group movements, each person has their own individual parts and needs to coordinate with the rhythm. Yu Yanfeng and the others looked at each other, not showing any dissatisfaction at being overlooked. On the contrary, they felt a bit embarrassed, and their contempt for Zhang Ziyam grew. At this moment, Adao, resting his chin on his hand, suggested, how about we go to the dance academy and pick someone? or find someone else and send them for training. There's not much time left. I led everyone out, thinking as I walked. Starlight is not like Tainyu, which has cooperative entertainment programs and can casually debut newcomers. To debut a newcomer with no background, we have to find an opportunity. Fortunately, I have some connections with a T-station director. A few days ago, I secured a spot for the 5 of them to debut at a Satellite's New Year's Eve concert. But from now until the official rehearsals for the concert, there's only a little over half a month. They still have to familiarize themselves with the debut song and choreography. Where would we find the time to select a new person? Moreover, it had to be someone with a strong dance background like Jung Zion. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly struck me. A strong dance background, powerful. You guys wait here, I'll be out for a bit. Leaving the lounge, I called Xia Meng to my side and asked her to buy some things for me. After hearing my instructions, Xia Meng looked confused but went anyway. It must be said that Xia Meng's work efficiency was very high. In less than 20 minutes, she returned to the CEO's office with several bags. Young master. I opened the bags to check, nodded with satisfaction, then took the items back to the lounge. Xia Meng didn't know what I was planning. From the moment I entered the lounge, she stared at the door like a cat watching a mouse hole, her eyes full of curiosity. After an unknown amount of time, the door clicked open. Seeing the person who walked out of the lounge, Xia Meng was instantly stunned. If not for the possibility that this was her young master, the person before her had the complete appearance of a girl. Xia Meng was dazed for a moment before racking her brain to ask, "Yum. Master." I was startled. It's that obvious. Xia Meng seemed to have difficulty speaking, pointing at my clothes. I bought all of these. And I saw you go into the lounge, young master. I breathed a sigh of relief. So, you think if it weren't for those preconditions, would you have recognized me? Xia Meng nodded, then shook her head. I'd already have a preconceived notion. Young master should probably find someone else to test it on. Fair enough. I nodded, told Xia Meng to stay, and turned to leave. When I reached the lounge where Apple, New Yanfen, and the others were, I put my phone in my pocket and pushed the door open. Seeing the girl walk in, everyone in the room showed a look of surprise. After the surprise, they began to seriously assess me. Could this be the person Lu Yan found to complete the group? Apple stepped forward and walked around me once. New Yanfeng and the other 4 also secretly nodded. Seeing everyone's reaction, I thought to myself, very good. My disguise is a success. So, in terms of image, have I met the requirements? Hearing me speak, everyone was stunned again. I didn't deliberately change my voice, so they still heard my original tone. After a long moment, Apple finally managed to close her gaping mouth. Lu Yan. I nodded with a subtle smile. It's me. Is this cool enough? Tom John jumped up, ran in front of me, and imitated Apple by walking around me, his excitement hard to hide. Mr. Lu, are you planning to join us? You could say that. Awesome. Wait a minute. New Yanfen was not as naive as Tom John, he thought more carefully. But your voice. I cleared my throat and lowered my voice. A sweet female voice filtered out. How about this? My changed voice once again left the group in awe, speechless. Wei Jiaming crossed his arms, looking at me with interest, seemingly wondering how many more surprises this young man could give them. It wasn't until now that Wei Jiaming finally came to his senses. Mr. Lu's image is fine, but can you sing and dance? A raised an eyebrow. Whether I can or not, won't we find out during practice? After speaking, I turned to Mu Yanfen and the others, first letting them get familiar with the debut song and choreography. Call me when you start practicing. With that, I turned and walked out of the lounge, only to bump into Kai Min and Chu Feng. Ouch! Kai Min rubbed her forehead. Seeing the girl in front of her, she froze, her small face gradually turning red. Are you the new artist Mr. Lu just recruited? I looked at Kai Min's reaction with amusement, bowing my head slightly. Yes, miss. Is there something I can help you with? Everyone in the lounge, seeing me act like a suave playboy flirting with his subordinate, couldn't help but laugh. Kai Min didn't notice their reactions, her face was now completely flushed. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, no star had ever made her blush and her heart pound at first sight like this. Chu Fen saw Kai Min's reaction and, for some reason, felt a surge of annoyance. He turned to warn me, since you've been brought in by Mr. Lu, you should behave yourself. The person standing in front of you is a director of the company. I raised an eyebrow, my gaze shifting back and forth between Chu Fen and Kai Min, my gossipy nature showing. Director Chu, what's the matter? My undisguised voice made both Chu Fen and Kai Min freeze. They didn't even register what he said. Especially Kai Min, whose mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. Why do you sound like Mr. Lu? Chu Fen wasn't this slow. He reacted faster, exclaiming, Mr. Lu, it's me, I nodded. In the future, when I don't have time to change, I might occasionally work in this form, so I didn't plan on hiding it from you too. Even though I had admitted it, They both still looked astonished. Mr. Liu, why are you dressed like this? I didn't answer but asked instead, what are you two doing here? Zhou Feng didn't dwell on it, and answered honestly, we heard Mr. Liu brought the 5 members of the upcoming group back, so we came to see the kids. I was about to walk past them to leave when I remembered something and stopped. How is Kaiyuan adapting to the new film crew? Kaiyuan had landed the female lead role in director Feng's film and started shooting a few days ago. Although the start of filming went smoothly, it was her first time as a leading actress, and she was still a bit nervous. Mr. Liu, rest assured. Kaiyuan is a very smart girl. She hasn't made any mistakes since the beginning. Director Feng was even praising her to me yesterday. That's good. He nodded and left. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but on my way to the office, I ran into Chen Jing and Ding Luo. Chen Jing had just finished her scene on set, and had a relaxed look on her face. However, that joy abruptly stopped when she saw me. The company signed a new person. And she's so beautiful. A strong sense of crisis rose in Chen Jing again. When she learned that I had given Shen Qingqing the global ambassador position for Channel, she had already felt that she was losing favor. But Shen Qingqing's position was solid, and she couldn't say anything. Now, another one had appeared. And with Shen Qingqing as a precedent, someone with such looks would soon become famous. Where would her place be then? I saw the vigilance in Chen Jing's eyes and decided to tease her a bit. Hello, Senior Chen. This greeting was as good as confirming her words. After greeting her, I turned and pressed the button for the CEO's exclusive elevator. Seeing my action, Chen Jing became even more uneasy. Can't you see the words CEO exclusive up there? Besides, this elevator goes straight to the top floor, the CEO's office. I'm going to the CEO's office. Mr. Liu called me there. I blinked, my tone full of innocence. And Mr. Liu told me to just take the CEO's exclusive elevator. After speaking, I didn't look at Chen Jing's face, which looked like she was about to spit blood, and stepped into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Chen Jing kicked the corner of the wall hard. That man, always chasing after the new and tired of the old. What's wrong, Teacher Chen? Qingqing and Shen Qingqing walked by and asked. Dump. But when did you start dating? Qingqing's tone held no trace of sarcasm, not like a joke between friends, but Chen Jing, who was in a fit of rage, felt even more aggrieved. She looked Shen Qingqing up and down with a look of disdain. So useless. What's the point of being the goddess of discourse in the entertainment industry if you still can't hold on to that man's heart? Being scolded for no reason, Shen Qingqing's face instantly turned cold. What did you say? Hey, seeing that a fight was about to break out between the artists, Ding Luo quickly stepped between them. Xiao Jing is in a bad mood, please understand. After saying that, he seemed to want to say more but hesitated. But you guys don't know yet, Mr. Liu has recruited a beautiful female artist. I'm not exaggerating, she's as beautiful as you. He glanced at Shen Qingqing. Mr. Liu even gave her special permission to use the CEO's exclusive elevator. What? Qingqing immediately looked as if she was facing a great enemy. Shen Qingqing narrowed her eyes, looking at the floor number displayed on the CEO's exclusive elevator, her thin lips gradually tightening. This was a sign that she was unhappy. I had no idea that my momentary prank would lead to such a harem fire. Back in the CEO's office, I had changed back into my own clothes. After receiving a notification from Wei Jiaming, I changed back into my female attire and went to the practice room. Initially, Wei Jiaming and the others were full of suspicion, but after one practice session with me, they were completely convinced. I practiced until almost quitting time before leaving the practice room. I hadn't even made it back to the office to change when I ran into an unexpected person on the way. Yun Menjiao usually waited in the car outside the main gate to pick me up, but remembering that I didn't get in her car this morning, she came into the company early, intending to coax me. But right now, Yun Menjiao was looking at my outfit from top to bottom. Why are you dressed like this? Though, no matter what you look like, I'd still recognize you, Yun Menjiao said as a matter of fact. But you still haven't answered my question. Why should I answer you? I rolled my eyes. Yun Menjiao took my arm. Are you still mad at me? I kept a straight face and said nothing. At this moment, I truly regretted it. Not only was I angry at her, but also at myself. How could I have fallen for a single tear? There won't be a next time. There won't be a next time. Yun Menjiao gently kissed the corner of my lips. Before I could open my mouth, I heard a loud thud. Turning my head, I saw Chen Jing staring at us with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. You. He too, Shen Jing pointed at us, her voice trembling with anger. You adulterous pair. I was thinking Chen Jing's reaction was a bit over the top when she angrily strode up to me and pointed at my nose, scolding, Mr. Liu treats you so well, even letting you use the CEO's exclusive elevator, yet you're secretly fooling around with his woman. Have you no shame? After saying that, she turned to Yun Menjiao, trying to muster up all her courage. And you, isn't having Mr. Liu enough? You still have to go find a third party, and a woman at that. Are you worthy of Mr. Liu's feelings for you? I thought to myself, the cat's out of the bag, so I stopped pretending and cleared my throat. Chen Jing, am Liu Yan. I don't care who you are. Chen Jing was stunned. Mr. Liu. I nodded. Yes, it's me. I was just teasing you at the elevator earlier. Chen Jing stammered, her face turning pale at a visible rate. If this was Mr. Liu, then hadn't she just scolded her own CEO? Chen Jing felt she had caused a huge disaster. She didn't even remember to ask why I was dressed like that, only thinking about how to die a more graceful death. I looked at Chen Jing's face, which seemed to have lost all hope, and explained the reason in the most gentle tone possible, comforting her while also answering Yun Menjiao's earlier question. After sending Chen Jing away, I returned to the lounge in the CEO's office. Before I could take off my clothes, I was hugged tightly from behind by the woman who had followed me in. Don't be mad at me anymore, okay? I didn't respond to her apology. Yun Menjiao continued in a very gentle voice. I said there won't be a next time. I snorted softly. You said there won't be a next time. Don't think about using my sympathy anymore. Yun Menjiao rubbed her chin against my chest. I said from now on, I'll be the only one serving you. I poked her forehead with my finger. Yun Menjiao covered her forehead and cried out in pain. I ignored her, removed her hands from my waist. Move, I need to change. Seeing that she had successfully coaxed me, Yun Menjiao didn't bother me anymore. But just as I took off all my clothes, she pressed close again, her hands restless. What are you doing? I held her hands. You're seducing me. I cursed silently. When did I seduce you? Don't slander me. You stripped in front of me. Isn't that seduction? We haven't done it in the office yet, have we? In the end, the Xia family didn't get to see the young couple for dinner. For the next half a month, I split my time between training and working. When the guest list for the New Year's Eve program was announced, it immediately sparked a lot of debate, simply because it included a group that no one had ever heard of, and they were bringing a brand new song. Although this T station had low viewership and couldn't invite many famous artists, inviting a new group to a New Year's Eve program was a first, which made people curious. Where did this group come from? At Tainyu Entertainment, Zhang Xiam looked at the group's name on the list with a complex expression. She hadn't even debuted yet, but the other four were already on a New Year's Eve show. Yo Hai, standing beside her, glanced at the page she was looking at and said with a contemptuous expression, Don't think this is a good thing. Do you know what Purple Cabbage Tea's viewership ratings are? They're almost at the bottom. Look at the artists they've invited. How many are famous? Only one A-lister, the rest are all nobodies. There are even some, like this group, whose names you've never even heard of and have to look up online. And haven't you seen the performance order they've arranged? The more famous the artist, the later they appear, because they have to hold the final. Do you know what it means to be first? The audience might not have even turned on their Ts by the time their part is over. Besides, all the major satellite T stations start their New Year's Eve programs at the same time. Who would watch Purple Cabbage Tea? After speaking, he sneered. In my opinion, Purple Cabbage Tea just didn't have enough people, so they threw in a new group to fill the numbers. Starlight, hoping to use this opportunity to promote their debut group, would be better off making a promotional video and buying a hot search. Hearing Yo Hai's words, the injustice in Zhang Xiam's heart gradually subsided. She didn't understand much about the inner workings, but Yo Hai was a veteran manager at Tainyu. His views were probably not wrong. Speaking of which, it was quite dramatic. 2 months ago, she was just a backup dancer for Fang Jikai, and now she was at Tainyu, and her manager was Fang Jikai's manager. In just 2 short months, she had received similar treatment to Fang Jikai in some aspects. This was all the result of her hard work and correct choices. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian lifted her face and asked Yo Hai, Brother Hai, when will I get to debut? Don't be impatient. Haven't you heard that haste makes waste? Look at this Ember group. They were originally 1 short, because of you. They should have selected a new person and retrained. As a result, Starlight was in such a hurry to debut them that they pulled a newcomer from who knows where. When they embarrass themselves on the New Year's Eve show and drag down the other 4, Starlight will know the consequences of being hasty. After speaking, Yo Hai looked Zhang Xian up and down with a disdainful look at her impatience, while silently cursing her for not knowing her own limits. When he first took her on, he was already dissatisfied. She looked unremarkable, not just in the entertainment industry full of beauties, but even among ordinary people. If she took the path of an actress, she would never be able to play a leading role in her life. A singer. Her voice was nothing special. Only her dancing was good. But to become famous in the entertainment industry, you either need acting skills to be an actress or singing ability to be a singer. With backing, you can use money to push someone. Otherwise, you need a face like Shen Qingqing to stand firm. He had never heard of anyone making it just by knowing how to dance. Theoretically, this type of person was best suited to be a dancer in a girl group. After all, for looks and singing, other members could carry the load, she just needed to showcase her dancing. Yet, she gave up the opportunity right in front of her, causing both herself and Starlight to fail. Normally, Johai loved to hear about such things because Starlight was his company's rival. His golden goose, Fang Jikai, was also brought down by Starlight. Seeing the girl group that Starlight had worked so hard to prepare now come to nothing, he was naturally happy. But having to take on someone who had lost all value after leaving the girl group, his mood wasn't great. If it weren't for the previous album issue that forced him to bow his head and the fact that he had offended President Su, he wouldn't even want to take her. Thinking of this, Johai's tone became a bit impatient. Let me see if I can slot you into some street dance show. For now, don't overthink it. Jung Xiam didn't know that in the short time Johai was silent, he had already belittled her in his heart. She still thought he was seriously planning her debut, so she just nodded gratefully. I understand, brother hey. Meanwhile at Starlight's practice room, during a break, the sweaty girls gathered around me. Mr. Liu, why is our group name Jiz? Tong Jun asked. I thought, if we followed the plan from my past life, the group name should have been Jerd, from the first letters of juvenile, rain, and dream, meaning the dreams of youth cannot be extinguished by heavy rain. But Zhang Xiam had betrayed the group. I didn't think it was a good idea, so I changed their Ds for success. No matter what difficulties they went through, they would eventually reach the destination of success. Success belonged to these 4 girls, not the traitor. I didn't explain in detail, just briefly described the meaning of the letters, and immediately received unanimous approval from everyone. Through their training, they all knew that the debut song this time was composed and written by me. They secretly thought that there seemed to be nothing their CO didn't know. Alright, let's continue. He stood up. In a few days, we have to go to the venue for the final rehearsal. We have to become famous overnight. Famous overnight. Tung John and the others laughed and responded, then returned to their positions. As Johai said, Purple Cabbage Tea with its low viewership ratings really didn't attract much attention. Apart from the fans of the invited artists, the announcement of the list only caused a brief debate, and the discussion volume soon dropped. However, in the age of big data, there was still a group of curious people. Especially during this period, Starlight Entertainment could be said to be constantly on the hot search, and even when facing Tainyu, they didn't lose out. Many people had some expectations for the new group launched by this company. Additionally, with the promotion from Ye Qingxuan, Shen Qingqing, and other artists from the same company, many of their fans visited the Weibo pages of the JISD members. But since no photos or anything had been released, although their page views increased a bit, the increase in fans was almost negligible. The real fan increase happened after the recording of Purple Cabbage Tea's New Year's Eve program. Not only did they gain a small number of fans online, but some cryptic comments also circulated, piquing people's curiosity. I was originally hired to be a paid audience member, but I was seriously blown away by a group. Ooh. I'm not telling. So handsome, so explosive, I really didn't expect to be shocked right from the beginning. It's a pity we couldn't bring phones into the venue, otherwise I would have wanted to record it and post it on my moments. I can't reveal the details. The atmosphere on site was insane. On New Year's Eve, everyone remember to watch Purple Cabbage Tea, okay? I guarantee you'll thank me after watching it. Due to the limited number of people at the venue, the number of new fans wasn't large, and these praises didn't cause much of a stir. But in the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve, the first night of the new year. That evening, I was naturally at home having dinner with my family. After the meal, I sat with my laptop in front of the large screen in the living room and switched the channel to Purple Cabbage Tea. Brother, you want to watch the New Year's Eve show? Xia Xiaoxiao, who was about to start a game, stopped and sat down next to me. Seeing my rare display of an age-appropriate hobby, Mother Shed and everyone else also gathered around. But why did you choose this channel? This station can't get any big stars. There's nothing to watch. Xia Xiaoxiao said while about to tell the smart voice assistant to change the channel, but I stopped her. I paused for a moment and added, this channel's New Year's Eve show has an artist from Starlight. Just as Xia Xiaoxiao was about to speak, she was glared at by Xia Qingning. Whatever channel brother wants to watch, he watches. Is it your turn to talk? If you don't want to watch, get out. After speaking, she intended to sit next to me but saw that the spot was already taken by her eldest sister. So she reached out, pulled Xia Xiaoxiao aside and squeezed in between her and me. Seeing this, Xia Xiaoxiao was immediately indignant. Do you want to fight? Hearing this, Xia Qingning sneered. You want to fight me? I can bury you with one hand. Xia Xiaoxiao was furious, but what was more infuriating was knowing she really couldn't beat her. So, she turned to her mother to complain. Mom, look at her. Mother Xia said a few words of reprimand to Xia Qingning, but she just let them go in one ear and out the other. She still leaned her arm on the back of the sofa behind me, refusing to move. Only Xia Wanning stayed away from the smokeless war, quietly peeling lychees for me. Her slender, jade-like fingers, even just peeling lychees, exuded an elegance that was a pleasure to watch. I saw it and couldn't help but lick my lips. Just as I was about to look away, a plump lychee was brought to my lips. I didn't stand on ceremony and lowered my head to eat it all. As if encouraged, Xia Wanning's lips curved into a slight smile, and she picked up another one to peel. Seeing this, Xia Qingning silently cursed her eldest sister for being sly. Then, not to be outdone, she picked up an apple and started peeling it for me. But people like her mostly held knives only for bloodshed. How could she have ever done such delicate work? Soon, Xia Qingning cried out ouch, and cut her finger. What's wrong? I was beside her and turned my head, my brows furrowing. Get the first aid kit. You can't even peel an apple without cutting your hand. Is your brain in your feet? Hia Xiaoxiao, who had just been scolded by Xia Qingning, couldn't help but gloat now that she had the chance. If you want to die, just say so. I said I could bury you with one hand, so even if this hand is injured, it doesn't matter, Xia Qingning said, licking the blood from her fingertip, her gesture full of a sinister charm. That's enough. You're all grown up, still bullying your younger sister, Mother Xia scolded Xia Qingning in annoyance. Hia Xiaoxiao smugly glanced at Xia Qingning. Hearing the sound of the concert starting, I had no mind to look at the big screen anymore and took Xia Qingning's hand. Xia Qingning immediately felt favored, and her fingers unconsciously curled. It's just a small cut, it's fine. Let a servant handle it. It's just that second sister wanted to peel an apple for you, but ended up cutting her hand before finishing. Does Lu Yan think second sister is very stupid? Second sister is overthinking it, I replied to Xia Qingning but didn't let go of her hand. Seeing that the wound wasn't deep, I didn't stitch it up, just patiently and carefully disinfected, applied medicine, and bandaged it. Xia Qingning watched me lower my head to treat her wound, feeling that this injury was well worth it, especially when she saw the jealous and resentful looks from her sisters. She felt like she was on cloud 9. Xia Xiaoxiao didn't want to watch this scene anymore and turned her head back to the big screen. But when she saw a girl singing and dancing on the screen, she was stunned. This person's face. Why does it look so familiar? After saying that, she turned her head to look at me, then back at the screen. After a few times, Xia Xiaoxiao timidly voiced her suspicion. Everyone, look. Doesn't the girl in the middle look like our brother? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else looked up at the screen, including Xia Qingning who was enjoying her brother's medical services. She does look a bit similar. Xia Qingning also looked back and forth between the screen and my face. Not just a bit, she looks very similar. After saying that, she turned to look at her mother. Mom, did you and that jerk have another daughter outside? Mother Xia looked at Xia Qingning with surprise, her eyes saying, you're really my child. Her face immediately darkened. Get out. I had just finished the last step, tying the gauze, and couldn't help but laugh. Or maybe you sisters should consider the possibility that the person on the screen is me. Meanwhile, despite Zhu Hei's advice, Zheng Xiam couldn't resist turning on purple cabbage to hit the scheduled time. She had originally thought that the newcomer Starlight brought in would be the weakest link, but the reality far exceeded her expectations. This unfamiliar face not only didn't hold the group back but was also the one with the strongest dance skills among them. Even though she was very unwilling to admit it, from a professional perspective, this person's dance foundation was even stronger than hers. Moreover, she didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but she felt that the group's debut song was of very high quality, and the choreography was also very captivating. She didn't know what others thought, but at least in her opinion, the overall stage effect was very explosive. It's just a psychological effect. A psychological effect. Even if this performance is really good, with Purple Cabbage Tea's viewership, and their appearance order, they can't become popular. Zheng Xiam kept telling herself, kept comforting herself, but still sat in front of the tea for 2 full hours. It wasn't until her family called that she snapped out of it and left the lounge. As the leading enterprise in the entertainment industry, Manhwa was still brightly lit even at 10 p.m. Especially in this industry, there are no fixed working hours on holidays. So even on New Year's Day, there were still quite a few people in the company at this time. Some people in the hallway were originally discussing whether to go to the city center to welcome the new year after work. When they saw Zheng Xian, their gossipy nature was immediately piqued. Hey, look, that's the one I was talking about. I heard she was supposed to be in that Ember Girl group, but she turned around and came to Manhwa. Now that they're famous, I wonder if she regrets it. So that's her. She doesn't look like anything special. How can she compare to that diamond? I don't know what Starlight saw in her before, and why would Manhwa want her? I heard she's good at dancing, but I think that diamond is already very good and can fully handle that position. Besides, she's strong in looks, singing, and dancing in all aspects. So shouldn't Starlight be thanking her for leading the group? If they had her instead of the diamond, they might not have become famous. That diamond is so beautiful and charming. Hearing these discussions, Zheng Xiam couldn't hold back. What are you talking about? Famous. The people who were gossiping weren't embarrassed to be questioned by the person involved. Haven't you seen the hot search on Weibo? Don't just say famous, that group gaze has exploded. What? Zheng Xiam's pupils contracted suddenly, as if the truth she most wanted to avoid was unfolding before her eyes. For a moment, she felt drained of all energy, with no extra movements, only her ordinary face gradually losing its color, becoming as white as a sheet of paper. The people around saw her reaction and couldn't help but sigh. At this point, they were no longer in the mood to watch the drama and left one by one. It wasn't until everyone had left that Jun Xiang seemed to wake up from a dream. She took out her phone, her fingers trembling as she unlocked the screen. When she opened Weibo, Jun Xiang almost collapsed, her vision going dark. She saw that the Weibo homepage was filled with this jizzed group. An ordinary person might debut for several years and not even get on the hot search once, but this group seemed to have booked all the hot search spots. A quick glance showed the screen was full of diz. Moreover, under each hot search, whether it was shares, comments, or even likes, they were all substantial, meaning these hot searches weren't bought but climbed up naturally. In the empty corridor, Jung Xiang stood still like a statue, looking at the netizens' praises for jizzed in the comment section, along with the speed and volume of their follower growth, her heart filled with heavy regret. All the self-deception from before collapsed in this moment. In a daze, she remembered what Johai and the staff had just said. This Phi Ember Girl group was supposed to include her, but she gave up the great opportunity right in front of her. She had thought that coming to Taimu would offer better prospects. Now her former sisters were all famous, while she had yet to debut. Thinking of this, she called her manager Johai with an almost desperate courage. When the call connected, her ear was filled with noise and Johai's impatient voice. "What is it? Brother, hey. Didn't you say Jizd wouldn't become famous?" Jiang Xiang knew she was being disrespectful, but the huge psychological shock had burned away her reason. She didn't know how to vent her feelings and could only use this method to let off steam, even though she could guess that the result might be counterproductive. As expected, the other end of the line went silent for a moment, as if encountering something unbelievable. Then came a cold, undisguised laugh. "Are you questioning me? I was just analyzing based on the normal situation. But who would have thought Starlight was hiding an ace? Besides, even if I hadn't said that, could you have gone back? Not even President Su can blame me, yet you come to blame me. Do you think because you were brought in by President Su, you can stand on my head?" "No, brother, hey, that's not what I meant." Being countered, Jiang Xiang snapped back to her senses, realizing she shouldn't have provoked this hornet's nest. "I just wanted to ask if there's any suitable opportunity for the debut plan you mentioned a few days ago." Hearing the cautious tone in Jiang Xiang's words, Johai's sarcasm was laced with even more contempt. "A debut opportunity? Just wait. You have no backing, no looks, and no voice, just dancing. Debut opportunities aren't that easy to come by." Hearing Johai belittle her so completely, Jiang Xiang's anger immediately flared up. She had achieved the top position in the assessment at the Star Entertainment training camp and then received an olive branch thrown by the CEO of Taimu herself. All this time, she had been proud of herself. How could she stand this contempt? This time, she didn't mince her words either. "Brother Hai, you also said I was brought in by President Su. Not to mention standing on your head, but don't I at least deserve a debut opportunity?" As soon as these words were spoken, Johai fell silent again for a moment. "You should go ask President Su this question." Johai's tone could no longer be described as mocking. Every word was like trampling Jiang Xiang's face into the ground. "Do you think President Su poached you for any reason other than the fact that Taimu and Starlight are rivals? Leaving the girl group, what do you think you are? Now that President Su's plan has failed, you think, is there any value left in me to exploit?" The silent doubts in her heart were confirmed. Jiang Xiang's face turned completely pale as she recalled the advice from Yu Yanfen and the others, along with the resolute attitude she had shown. A tsunami of regret crashed over her. She had even said she would become famous and told them not to bind her with morality. Now, it was their turn. The four of them were probably afraid she would come and bother them. Su Lingdian was also in a difficult position. She stared at the girl in the center position on the screen, unable to understand where she had found someone who was not only a comprehensive singing and dancing talent, but also possessed such stunning beauty. I took a moment to savor my family's astonished expressions before explaining the situation. Xia Qingning and the others couldn't help but criticize Su Lingdian again, while also marveling at my diverse talents. Around midnight, Mother Xia looked at her watch and asked with some doubt, "Men Jiao still hasn't messaged you?" Although it wasn't the new year yet, the first day of the year was a fairly important holiday, especially for modern youth. It was understandable that Men Jiao wouldn't come, but not even sending a single message was a bit unexpected. I looked at my phone, also a little disappointed. No. Maybe she's with her uncle and aunt. With her uncle and aunt, and she doesn't even have time to send a message. Xia Qingning expressed her dissatisfaction. "Little brother, if she still hasn't called you by midnight, you might want to consider getting a new girlfriend." The moment she finished speaking, my phone rang. Seeing the caller's name, my gloomy expression instantly turned joyful. But Xia Qingning was still not satisfied. Mother Xia glared at her. "Don't bother Lu Yan. Let him answer the phone." Hearing the voice from the receiver, a charming jiggle rang out. "I was waiting for you." My ears tingled, but I didn't want to let her get too smug. "Don't be so full of yourself, I'm about to go to sleep." "Really?" Yun Menjiao mercilessly exposed my lie. Then why don't I see you in your room? I immediately sat up straight. Where are you? I didn't have it on speaker, but Xia Qingning and the others were sitting close enough to hear the conversation clearly. Didn't they say she couldn't come through the main gate? Is this girl addicted to climbing walls now? Seeing that everyone had heard, I didn't bother explaining much. I said goodnight to Mother Xia and went up to the second floor. Upon entering my bedroom, I looked around but didn't see Yun Menjiao. Just as I was about to check the bathroom, the window curtains suddenly opened on their own. Yun Menjiao stood outside the window, or more accurately, in the basket of a hot air balloon, smiling brightly at me. I didn't have time to think about how Yun Menjiao had remotely controlled the curtains. I walked to the window, and watched as the hot air balloon she was piloting drew closer. What are you doing? Do you even have to ask? Yun Menjiao stopped the balloon outside the window, and pulled me up. Of course, I'm here to celebrate New Year's Eve with you. As we flew higher and higher off the ground, I asked, where are we going? Yun Menjiao looked directly into my eyes, her gaze filled with love. To the Golden Cross Square in the city center, so that all the people of the capital can witness the first year we celebrate New Year's Eve together. Hearing this, I was filled with mixed emotions. Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? What's there to be afraid of? Yun Menjiao laughed softly, pressing her forehead against mine. Besides, we're so far away, they won't be able to see who we are. Why is there a hot air balloon out there? Xia Shaoxiao casually glanced at the moving object in the sky, and was immediately captivated. The others also turned to look out the window. When they saw the people on it, Xia Qingning let out a disdainful laugh. Could this guy be any more old-fashioned? If I had a boyfriend, I wouldn't even bother with a stunt like this. Mother Xia glared at her. Find a decent boyfriend first before you talk. Yun Rui and Wu Shumen looked out the window with complicated expressions. Do you think what our daughter is doing is a bit too simple? I think we should have rented out all the big screens in the capital to show their names and photos on a loop, then hire a few thousand drones for a spectacular light show. And for the final, a shower of red rose petals blanketing the entire city. Now that would be romantic. Are you proposing marriage? Yun Ruishin looked exasperated. Our daughter must have her reasons for doing this. Besides, Lu Yan's situation isn't settled yet. Now is not the time to confront the other side. They can't be too flashy. Hearing this, Wu Shumen's expression turned resentful. A bunch of old folks with one foot in the grave who still won't stay quiet. They claimed it had nothing to do with them, and now they're going back on their word. They call themselves aristocrats. I think they're just a bunch of self-righteous hypocrites. Alright, don't be angry. It's a holiday, let's not talk about this. Yun Ruishin quickly hugged his petite wife. Wu Shumen huffed softly, resting her forehead on his shoulder. I wonder how things are going over there. The hot air balloon carrying Yun Menjiao and me flew over skyscrapers, heading straight for the city center. Golden Cross Square was packed with people, each holding a balloon, waiting for the stroke of midnight. Look, there's a hot air balloon up there. Many people noticed the giant object in the sky. The topic of conversation shifted from the newly famous Jiz to the owner of the hot air balloon. They didn't know that the most talked about member of Gized, Diamond, was standing on that very balloon. Hugging Yun Menjiao. Are you sure the people below can't see us? Perhaps because I had never been in this situation before, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Why were you so brave when you were singing and dancing on stage in front of a whole audience, but now you're worried? How is that the same? That was work, I retorted without thinking, then realized something. You watched the performance. How could I not watch anything related to you? While the two of us were being affectionate in the air, the clock on the bell tower was slowly ticking towards 0. As the final moment approached, everyone in the square began to count down in unison. When the count reached 1, Yun Menjiao wrapped her arms around my neck, her eyes no longer concealing anything, only a deep, sincere love. Lu Yan, I love you. When the count reached 0, everyone in the square let go of their balloons. Thousands of balloons of all colors and shapes flew into the sky. Yun Menjiao stood on her toes and kissed me. The people in the square looked up to see a sea of balloons. The hot air balloon was surrounded by them, almost blending in. No one knew that under that colorful balloon, a couple was kissing passionately. That was the first year they were together after overcoming life and death. The next day, I struggled to drag myself out of bed and went to the company with 2 dark circles under my eyes. The reason it was a struggle was that after celebrating New Year's Eve, both of our emotions were stirred, leading to a wild night. At the company, I was stopped by Taimin before I even reached my office. "Co Lu, stop. What is it?" "It's nothing major." After so much, Taimin had developed a calm demeanor and was no longer easily agitated. "It's just that time you bought a negative hot search to slander your stage name, Diamond." I nodded. "I know." With that, I opened my phone and went to Weibo. I saw a ridiculous trending topic. Each member shares the same stage name as a famous writer, a clear sign of riding on coattails. Under this Weibo post, many people were defending me, but since the group had just debuted and the fanbase wasn't stable, many were also led astray by the paid commenters, defending the some writer Diamond. After all, having the same name in the entertainment industry is a big taboo. Moreover, the time gap between the appearance of these two diamonds wasn't long. Although the girl group was already famous, the possibility of riding on coattails couldn't be ruled out, because before last night, no one had expected Jizz to become so popular. A faint smile formed on my lips. Su Lingdian also had no idea that these two diamonds were the same person. So, while everyone was fervently discussing the two people's stage names, imagining all sorts of things, two accounts posted the same Weibo message simultaneously. Hello everyone, I am Diamond. The songwriter Diamond, and also the fifth member of Gizd, Diamond. Not long after the post, Ye Qingjuan immediately shared it and wrote, "Congratulations to my excellent collaborator on unlocking a new identity, an idol who can write, sing, and dance. Don't you just love it?" The moment this explanation came out, the trolls who were trying to smear me were stunned. The young fans who were worried about their new idol were also dumbfounded. Due to the state of the entertainment industry in recent years, coupled with some talent shows that were just for clout, people had a certain prejudice against words like traffic and idol. Is became famous right after their debut not just because of the 5 members' top-tier looks, but also because of their solid singing and dancing skills. Among them, Diamond, that is, me, was recognized as the strongest in every aspect. Therefore, in this situation with the negative hot search, the new fans who had just joined overnight had a fighting power almost on par with Tinyu's Water Army. But based on the age Diamond had registered, and their preconceived notions about idols, they just thought that it was already impressive for the other party to be so strong in singing and dancing. When they tried to explain, they were also trying to find excuses, never thinking that she could also compose music, let alone that this Diamond was that Diamond. And what did they see as a result? Their newly discovered treasure not only had top-tier looks and excellent singing and dancing skills but was also a genius composer who blended rock and pop. The slanderers were frustrated, the paid commenters fell silent, and the adorable young fans went completely wild. Not only did they flood the comments under the negative hot search, but the Weibo posts explaining and cheering were also filled with words of worship. A brand new hashtag quickly rose to the top of the hot search. Who will seasonal round idol seriously, who else? Is there any other young idol who is beautiful, a great singer and dancer, and also a composer? I've been a fan of many people, but I've never had an idol so outstanding that I feel unworthy of being their fan. To the person who bought the hot search, aren't you embarrassed? They are both Jizz's Diamond and the songwriter Diamond. What's wrong with riding their own coattails? Am I the only one still wondering what Diamond's real name is? I was already the most talked about person in Jizd, and now I became even more famous. Meanwhile, Su Lingdian stared at the explanatory Weibo post, her eyes filled with disbelief. For a moment, she suspected that I had pressured the songwriter, forcing him to put his composing title on a Jizd member while he remained an anonymous figure behind the scenes. But based on her understanding of me, although I was resourceful and capable, I placed great importance on a so-called conscience, laughably lacking the ruthlessness to do whatever it takes. Besides, a person with such composing talent would probably not submit to such underhanded manipulations. So the mysterious songwriter she had been trying so hard to recruit was a young girl, who also had singing and dancing abilities. Where did I unearth such a treasure? Clearly, when he accepted the 5 girl group members, he had seemed very concerned about Zhang Xiam's betrayal. Su Lingdian's mind could not calm down, especially when she saw the name of the choreographer, Wei Jiaming. Based on the 2 styles mentioned in the comment section, she realized that Jizz's debut song was also composed by Diamond. When she checked the detailed information list, she discovered a site that made it hard for her to breathe. His ability to debut and become an instant hit under such harsh conditions was naturally not just due to the composition and member configuration. The choreography was also an indispensable highlight. But that stunning girl group dance was choreographed by Wei Jiaming, the man who was said to have exhausted his talent and been kicked out of Tainu. Su Lingdian felt like the heavens were playing a cruel joke on her. Back when I had compared Wei Jiaming to a pearl covered in dust, she thought I was being overly imaginative. The result was a painful slap in the face from reality. In the spacious office, Su Lingdian's heavy breathing echoed in every corner. She suddenly realized that many things were gradually slipping out of her control. When she learned that I intended to use Tenji to deal with Tainu, she had looked down on me from the bottom of her heart, even thinking that I had gone mad. But after so many confrontations, she had not gained the upper hand even once. Not long after I finished my work at Tenji, a crowd of media reporters had gathered outside the company. Is to become famous overnight, so it was predictable that they would face many interviews today. Therefore, even though it was the first day of the holiday, I didn't give the members a break. Despite being dead tired myself, I had no intention of skipping work. In a flash, I transformed into a vibrant young girl. Mu Yunfen and the others were waiting in the reception area of the office. When I came out, I led them to the lounge specifically used for interviews. The reporters were already prepared. As soon as they saw us, they swarmed forward. Of course, most of them aimed their microphones at me, and the questions also revolved around me. Diamond, hello, may I ask what your real name is? Why did you debut with this stage name instead of your real name? May I ask what significance the name Diamond has for you? The stage name Diamond has no special meaning. I just randomly picked it from the alphabet. I faced the crowd of reporters, and a forest of microphones with my usual calmness, my expression natural as if I weren't a newly debuted artist. As for my real name, it kind of ruins my beautiful girl image. How about a different question, sis? After speaking, I winked at her. Who could resist a beautiful girl's charm? The female reporter who asked the question, despite her experience, blushed. She forgot her original purpose and instead spoke up for me. That's right, many artists' real names are quite plain, which is why they don't use them. It's understandable not to want to say it. You don't want to be teased either. And she called me sis. I love her so much. Whatever the beauty says is right. The girls standing next to me wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Why? Because they saw Seo Lu, a guy, being more seductive than actual girls like them. One reporter had fallen under my sis spell, and a second one charged into the battlefield. May I ask if Ye Kingchuan's traditional style album and your debut song were really all composed by you? I thought these reporters were not easy to deal with, but I wasn't afraid either. If it wasn't me, I don't think that person would want to be replaced by me either. Or do you think Senior Ye's words are not trustworthy? A third person raised their microphone and charged forward. Many people say you are more beautiful than Shen Qingqing and will replace her as the new top goddess of the entertainment industry. What do you think about this? This was clearly trying to stir up trouble. They sneered inwardly but showed no emotion on the outside. Everyone's aesthetic is different. I think in the eyes of every fan group, their idol is the most outstanding. Moreover, Senior Shen recently helped us promote. I can't say our relationship is very good, but I have great respect and gratitude for her. Out of mutual respect, I don't think it's necessary to answer such questions that could hurt feelings. I had tactfully answered this reporter. Without waiting for the next question, I immediately guided the conversation. Don't just ask me. Don't you see my group members standing next to me? If you all keep putting me on such a pedestal, how am I supposed to function in the group later? After the interview, I returned to the office, opened my mailbox, and saw many invitations for variety shows and endorsement deals. I wasn't surprised by this at all. Although Dizd had just debuted, traffic is king. Their popularity naturally brought resources. They ignored the invitations that were completely worthless for collaboration, selected a variety show and an endorsement deal, and replied to their emails. The variety show was a very popular reality show in the country. Each episode had a theme, and the invited guests would experience related activities and complete tasks. Because it used a live broadcast format, unexpected incidents often occurred. Therefore, the artists who participated in this show could all be called brave. But the allure of extremely high exposure still made many artists want to join. As for why I chose this show, seeing the confirmed guest list, the corners of my lips slowly curled into a meaningful smile. Mu Yunfeng and the others only found out about this one day before participating in the show. But this wasn't a show with a written script for the guests. The theme and tasks of the show were only announced on site, so there was no need for any preparation beforehand. On the day of the show, fans of the invited guests had been waiting in the live broadcast room since early morning, continuously tipping their idols' names. Compared to the members of the newly famous Gist, the name that appeared most frequently in the live broadcast room was Wen Ziyi, the Hada list star from Tainu. When Mu Yunfeng and I, the five of us, arrived on set, we saw Wen Ziyi surrounded by several artists and a crowd of staff. This time, the show invited a total of 10 guests, including the 5 members of Gist, Wen Ziyi from Tainu, and the other 4 from different management companies. They only dispersed and stood separately when the MC arrived. As per tradition, the invited guests would introduce themselves one by one in front of the live camera, after which the MC would announce the theme of this episode's activities. After everyone's introduction, the MC looked at the script, cleared his throat, and glanced unintentionally at Wen Ziyi. I'm sure the audience in front of the screen is very much looking forward to the theme of this episode. Alright, I won't keep you in suspense anymore. The theme of our activity this time is High Society. That's right, by having our 10 guests participate in some activities, we will show everyone the entertainment life, knowledge, and cultivation of the outstanding children of high society. Guests, please pay attention to the keywords in my words. Those who have watched our show probably know our humorous, our usual habits. The MC, whether intentionally or unintentionally, misspoken, stirring up the atmosphere in the live broadcast room, filling the screen with question marks and laughter. Many smart people had already guessed the production team's malicious intentions. I knew there would be all sorts of traps, right? What are the keywords? High society, outstanding. Isn't this tailored for Wen Ziyi's persona? The MC looked at the comments continuously scrolling on the live broadcast screen, a faint smile on his lips. I'm sure everyone has guessed it. It's not just about letting you experience the life of the rich. More importantly, it's a test of the guest's knowledge of high society. But don't be too nervous, you can choose to form groups. As long as someone in the group completes the task, it will be considered a pass. Hearing this, the 4 artists who had just been flattering Wenzhai immediately rushed towards him, asking if he would agree to be in a group. Wenzhai's rich and brilliant persona was well known to his fans. How could people in the industry not know? At this moment, they just thought that following him would surely not go wrong. Wenzhai was very easygoing and agreed to their requests, then said to the 5 of us, "It just so happens that there are 5 of you, and you're already a group, so you can just be one team." A single sentence eliminated the possibility of them being on the same team while also appearing very considerate. Song John turned to Ling Bingbing and whispered, covering her mouth, "Does your family count as high society?" Ling Bingbing glanced at me indifferently, then smiled and patted her head. "We probably don't need to worry. What are the Disney fans still discussing? Aren't you worried at all that your idols are about to be embarrassed? They're probably just lying flat and accepting it. The other side has a real member of high society. What do these kids with no background have to compete with?" The MC, hearing Wenzhai's words, also looked towards us. The 5 members of Jade will choose to form a team. What a joke. A newly debuted group splitting up to participate in a variety show. Wouldn't that be declaring to the public that the members don't get along? So, Mu Yanfeng and I exchanged a look, and she agreed. Alright. I just saw a comment in the live broadcast room asking what happens to those who don't complete the task. Those who don't complete the task can still move on to the next segment. However, I will record the completion level of the 2 guest groups. At the end of this show, the group with the lower completion level will receive a small punishment, and correspondingly, the group with the higher completion level will receive a reward. The punishment and reward will be revealed at the end of the show. Both guest groups and the audience in front of the screen, please look forward to it. After a long speech, the MC opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip to moisten his throat. Then, he pointed to a villa behind everyone. I invite our 10 guests to enter the villa. From now on, you are the masters of this place. The outstanding children of high society who have received a good education and artistic cultivation since childhood. Under the MC's mesmerizing, like tone, a group of people entered the villa with twitching lips. Only 3 people appeared calm, as if this was their own home. They were me, Ling Bingbing, and Wenzhai. Compared to the composure of me and Ling Bingbing, Wenzhai's expression also carried a hint of pride and a sense of superiority. A group of cameramen followed with their cameras, all professionally keeping the shots steady and trying not to get themselves in the frame. When they reached the villa's main hall, many were still unclear about the MC's next instruction when they were attracted by a traditional Chinese painting placed next to a marble column. Not everyone was interested in Chinese painting, but this painting was placed too prominently and abruptly. The MC timely gave the first task. The 2 guest groups, each choose a representative to appreciate this painting. Hearing this, many people still hadn't reacted. When they came to their senses, the 4 people in Wenzhai's group simultaneously turned their eyes towards him. The cameramen also adjusted their lenses one after another, focusing on Wenzhai's face, as if it was a given that the biggest celebrity and the hope of the whole group would take the lead. Seeing a series of lenses aimed at him, Wenzhai, who had just been calm, became tense. To be precise, he hadn't even fully processed the task the MC had just given. Because he didn't recognize this painting at all, how could he appreciate it? Initially, when he heard the MC announce the theme of this episode, he and his fans thought the same, not worrying at all that he wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, it was true that his family was rich, even though they had only become newly rich when he was in college. Furthermore, his university was a key national university. Although he had slacked off a lot in college, he had genuinely passed the entrance exam. But now, what was this task? He hadn't studied painting. How could he appreciate a painting? Though he was panicking internally, Wenzhai maintained a calm smile, trying not to let others see his weakness. Since it was about appreciation, then 1,000 people would have 1,000 Hamlets. As long as he said some superficial things, he should be able to pass. With this thought, Wenzhai looked at the information on the Chinese landscape painting. He also saw a signature in the bottom right corner, and a clue formed in his mind. Wenzhai cleared his throat and said in a confident tone, "This is a painting by the famous artist Wu Jiu. Artist Wu Zhang is also someone I greatly admire. This painting mainly depicts..." Before Wenzhai could finish, he was interrupted by a sudden, soft laugh. He was already unsure of himself, and this laugh was like a nightmare, immediately tightening his sensitive nerves. "What are you laughing at?" Wenzhai turned his head and glared at Ling Bingbing, unable to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor even in front of the live camera. His fans in the live broadcast room also defended their idol one after another. What's wrong with this person? Don't they know it's rude to interrupt someone? This is the quality of a Disney member. What's so funny? A junior who doesn't know the rules. The fans argued fiercely, wishing they could tear Leng Bingbing apart through the screen. But they didn't realize that the MC standing behind the cameraman was also trying hard to suppress his laughter. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Leng Bingbing rubbed her nose and apologized very sincerely to the enraged Wen Zihai. But if I remember correctly, that character should be pronounced Iku, not Ihu. The moment she finished speaking, the entire scene fell silent. The fans in the live broadcast room were as if choked, and the number of comments dropped drastically for a moment. After a while, a comment suddenly appeared. Damn, it really is pronounced Iku. Sorry, I just learned something new. But isn't Wen Zihai a top student? This is hilarious. No wonder they say fans are like their idols. Wen Zihai can't read, and his fans are illiterate too. They wanted to dig someone up without even understanding the situation. Could I have misread it? Besides, this character is very obscure. Who can guarantee they know every single Chinese character? Some fans wanted to make excuses but were immediately and mercilessly slapped down. Irad clearly said this is an artist he admires. How can you misread the name of someone you admire? Clearly, many people had realized this point, including Wen Zihai, who was standing frozen on the spot. Since Leng Bingbing spoke, he had remained in the same position, his small face stiffening and turning red at a visible rate. However, having been in show business for so many years, Wen Zihai's psychological resilience was also very strong. Not long after, he pulled at the corners of his lips, pretending to be calm. I misread it at first. Besides, in the field of painting, I am just an amateur enthusiast. But now I've changed my mind. This painting by artist Wu Ku is majestic, grand in spirit, and has a profound artistic conception. Just looking at it makes me want to bow in admiration. I admit my own humble talent and shallow learning, I cannot describe its subtlety in full. Why not let the members of GIST give it a try? The meaning of his words was to give up. At the same time, his series of self-deprecating remarks and praise for the painting also increased the difficulty of the next appreciation task for Giz. The MC smiled and said, can no one from GIST appreciate it either? Then it will be considered giving up, just like Teacher Wen's group. I gently curved my lips. Did you ask us to appreciate the famous work Viewing Rivers and Mountains by Master Wu, or this painting in front of us? The MC was stunned, a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he still asked uncertainly, isn't this Viewing Rivers and Mountains by Master Wu? The live broadcast room was also full of question marks, not knowing what I was talking about. I chuckled lightly. A shoddy fake like this is worthy of being called a masterpiece. Worthy of being appreciated. The effect of my words was even more explosive than when Leng Bingbing pointed out the misread character, especially since Wen Zihai had just praised this painting to the skies. A single sentence, a fake painting unworthy of appreciation, was like a blatant slap to his face. What big words. If you don't know how to appreciate it, just say so. No one will laugh at you. Slandering Master Wu's work as a fake, does being prettier give you that right? Would the production team use a fake? Teacher Wen, don't get agitated, the MC spoke up, interrupting Wen Zihai, but his gaze was focused on my face. The original work emphasizes artistic conception. While this painting copies the lines of the original, it is too obsessed with form and has lost its original spirit. Moreover, the original was painted from the base of the tree, while this one, looking at the traces of modification, was clearly drawn to a 11 scale from the outer contour. Additionally, the colors of this painting are a bit too vibrant, lacking the solemnity of the original. The sense of layering between the trees is also inferior to the original. In short, there are many flaws. At a glance, it might be hard to tell, but anyone with a little knowledge of Chinese painting who has seen Master Wu Ku's original work can tell this is a fake. If pointing out the painting was a fake was like hitting Wen Zihai in the face, then the last sentence of my words was almost a public declaration that left him no way out. If what I said was true, then didn't that mean Wen Zihai didn't even have basic knowledge of Chinese painting? At that point, everyone would realize that he was just bluffing earlier. Sure enough, Wen Zihai's face became even uglier. Evidence. The MC, hearing this, looked embarrassed. My apologies, it's safe to say you're correct. This is indeed a fake. The original has been bought, but the production team received Master Wu's permission to use it. It was meant for everyone to appreciate, but it also contained a small test to see who could recognize the real from the fake from a professional perspective. This can be considered the best answer to this round's task. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene once again fell into a dead silence, while the live broadcast room exploded. I have to say, the production team are the real dogs. This trap was dug too deep. In that case, doesn't that mean Wen Zihai didn't know anything and was just pretending to? Is that his a top student persona? The strong self-healing ability couldn't digest such continuous blows in a short time. After the MC finished speaking, Wen Zihai was completely silent. Everyone, please walk down this corridor to the end. There is a door there. Outside the door is a new world. Your current task is to open that door. As soon as the MC finished speaking, The guests and the audience in the live broadcast room were confused, feeling that opening a door couldn't be considered a task. It wasn't until the camera followed the guests to the end of the corridor that everyone discovered that inside the closed door were 2 tables, and on each table was a computer. The MC timely explained everyone's doubts. The door is locked with a password. You need to write a program to crack it. I invite the 2 groups to each choose a representative to complete this task. As soon as the task was announced, some of Wenzi's fans immediately perked up. Programming. The production team finally knows what's up. Aj is a computer science genius from a famous university. This is Aj's stage. The others are dumbfounded, right? This time, it's Arad's turn to teach you a lesson. Although the number of people still cheering for Wenzi had decreased compared to the beginning of the show, most fans had invested real emotions in chasing their idols. Not everyone could immediately withdraw their feelings after realizing they had been deceived. Many still held illusions about Wenzi. However, this part of the fandom was only busy getting excited, completely oblivious to their idol's anxious expression. At this moment, Wenzi felt like 1,000 dogs were running through his heart. It was true that he had majored in computer science, but after his family suddenly became rich, he had stopped listening attentively in class. He had barely managed to get his diploma. Now, let alone writing a program to crack a password, he had forgotten even the most basic structure of programming. But because they knew he was a computer science student from a prestigious university, the others all looked at him with trusting expressions, as if they were sure he could do it. Moreover, he had failed the last 2 tasks. If he refused a task in his own major this time, even his fans wouldn't accept it. After weighing his options, Wenzi reluctantly spoke to me. This is a task in my major. You go first. Otherwise, when I make my move, you might not get a chance to show off. Due to his previous experiences, he had subconsciously regarded me as the key figure in the opposing group. Hearing Wenzi's words, his 4 teammates and his fans were all relieved, and their spirits lifted. As for me, I almost burst out laughing. What if I opened the door right away? Wouldn't teacher Wen not get a chance to show off then? The MC seemed to have just realized the flaw in his words. The 2 guest groups, don't worry. There's no chance to show off here. There are 2 computers, so that both sides must successfully crack the code to open the door. Of course, you don't need to worry about unfairness. The passwords on both sides are the same. When one side successfully cracks it, the door will beep and a green light will turn on. The door will only fully open when both sides have successfully cracked it. As soon as he finished speaking, Wenzi, who was scheming in his heart, his face froze. As for me, I let out a sigh of relief. My eyes swept over Mu Yanfen and the other 4, asking a question. Like the Chinese painting appreciation, if my teammates had the ability to complete the task, I would actually be very willing to let them show off. But when I glanced at them, the 4 of them simultaneously took a step back and shook their heads like a rattle drum. The corners of my mouth twitched, and without hesitation, I sat down in front of the computer. This person knows how to program too. Not only was the live broadcast room filled with question marks and exclamation points, looking at me like a monster, but Wenzi's heart was also not calm. He let the other party go first with the intention of taking advantage, but he didn't think the other party would definitely know programming. It was just that if the other party failed first, even if he couldn't crack it, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. At that time, he could just say the difficulty was too high and give up. But who could tell him why this person seemed so proficient in programming? In his eyes, these young people, averaging less than 20 years old, were just early dropouts who only knew how to sing and dance. But this person, besides singing and dancing, seemed to know everything. While Wenzi was doubting his life, the live broadcast room had already exploded. Is this programming? I can't even type that fast, without even thinking. They just started and it's working. I feel like I'm watching a sci-fi movie. Damn, this must be a hacker. Wenzi looked at the comments continuously scrolling on the screen, his heart in turmoil. Just then, a thought flashed in his mind. He turned his head to look at my computer screen, wanting to see what I was writing. The MC said the passwords on both sides were the same, so the cracking program should also be the same. As a result, before he could see anything, he was blocked by a figure leaning over. Tom John smiled and looked at Wenzi. Teacher Wen, why are you still standing here? Aren't you going to crack the password? Wenzi immediately clenched his fists, looking at Tom John as if he wanted to swallow her whole. However, thinking of something, Wenzi reined in his expression, turned around, walked to the other computer table, and sat down. According to the MC, no matter who cracked it successfully, the first reaction would be the same. So if he also randomly wrote a program and finished at the right time, who could distinguish who exactly cracked it successfully? He didn't believe these fans could understand code. With this thought, Wenzi raised his hand and turned on the computer. As a result, before he could even open the programming software, a beep came from the front, and the green light on the door lit up. The hand holding the mouse suddenly froze. Wenzi couldn't believe it, turning his head to look at me. How long had it been? And this person had already cracked it. Not only did Wen's pupils tremble, but the live broadcast room once again erupted in a powerful storm. 2 minutes and 1 second. Diamond only took 2 minutes and 1 second. If I hadn't seen those dense lines of code with my own eyes, I would have thought this was just a simple programming problem. Singing, dancing, composing lyrics and music, appreciating Chinese painting, programming. Is there anything he doesn't know? The cameraman and staff on site who had been following along were also beaming. They didn't even have the mind to pay attention to what Wen Zihai was doing. As for Tom John and the others, they looked at me with fervent eyes, like a group of little fans. Others might not know, but they understood better than anyone. Faced with these fiery gazes, my expression was completely calm. I used my foot to turn the swivel chair towards Wen Zihai. Our group has completed the task. Whether this door can be opened now depends on Teacher Wen. Only after being reminded did everyone remember Wen Zihai, who was forgotten in a corner. Seeing his blank computer screen, many people wondered what he had just been doing. Even if he could do it quickly, he couldn't have just turned on the computer, right? This guy can't do it, can he? Then his previous words were too embarrassing. Seeing that Wen Zihai still didn't move, just staring at me, I couldn't help but wave my hand in front of his face. Is there something on my face? Wen Zihai suddenly retracted his gaze, closed his eyes, and then opened them. He then clicked open the programming software on the screen, placed his hands on the keyboard, typed a few though proficient characters, and then stopped moving again. His 4 teammates looked at each other, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Time ticked by, second by second, and an embarrassing atmosphere gradually spread through the air. It felt like I was sitting on pins and needles. The people around me didn't dare to breathe too loudly, but the questioning voices in the live broadcast room grew louder and louder. It felt as if I had been slapped across the face. Even non-fans felt second-hand embarrassment to this extent. I couldn't understand. They said he hadn't studied art and couldn't read the characters on a wine bottle. They said he hadn't studied foreign languages. Now, he didn't even know something within his own specialty. How could his fans possibly defend him? At this point, Wen Zixi no longer had the heart to look at the comments, or rather, he didn't dare to look. An unknown amount of time passed. Just as the MC couldn't hold back any longer and was about to give a reminder, a phone suddenly rang. Wen Zixi, as if he had found his savior, ignored the production team's rule against using phones and immediately answered it. I don't know what was said on the other end, but Wen Zixi's expression changed repeatedly. When he hung up, he looked at the camera with a remorseful face. I'm sorry, something urgent has come up at home. I have to go back immediately. After speaking, without waiting for anyone to react, he unclipped his microphone, turned, and left. This scene was something no one had expected. When they came to their senses, an uproar immediately ensued. Something urgent. Oh, right, I get it. Does his family know he's cursing them like that? To run away in the middle of a mission, because he couldn't complete it. He's the first in the history of this show. Hilarious. Remember when the show first announced the theme? When Zix's fans all said it was tailor-made for him. And the result? All the tailor-made missions were a disaster. What does that say? The talented persona is all fake. Not only was the live broadcast room in an uproar, but the people at the scene also sigh. This was especially true for the 4 people who had initially chosen to be in the same group as Wen Zixi. They couldn't have imagined that the person they bet on would drag them down to this extent. Just when everyone thought the show would have to stop because of Wen Zixi's departure, the MC unexpectedly appeared very calm. In the CEO's office of the Yun Corporation, no one would have guessed that their busy CEO was currently like a little fan, sitting in front of a computer watching a variety show live stream, just because her husband was in it. Beside her, Junting exclaimed, this person not only is vain but also has poor psychological resilience. But since he left early, won't all the things prepared for later go to waste? The show has already achieved its intended effect up to this point. Besides, I believe Lu Yan has more tricks up his sleeve. He won't give this person a chance to salvage the situation. Dunting thought to herself that her lady truly understood Mr. Lu very well. But hadn't Mr. Lu said he wanted to deal with Tiny himself? If he found out that his lady was helping him like this behind his back, would he get angry? Yun Menjiao said righteously, then let's just not let him know. We'll just say some variety show had a major sponsor who gave the guests wine worth over 100,000 a bottle. Thankfully, he advised that the show's props shouldn't be too detached from reality, otherwise all the precious wines in the Yun family's cellar would have been brought out for Mr. Lu. On the other side, without Wen Zixi, the show's competitiveness diminished significantly. By the end, Kis's victory was no surprise. Although the show had concluded, Weibo was in chaos. The hashtag fake persona occupied the top spot, next to a purple, but explosive icon. Wen Zix's team tried to get the hashtag removed but failed. They hastily sent out public relations staff to appease fans while trying to cover up the truth with fluff pieces. However, at this very moment, a rumor about Wen Zixi was being widely shared by marketing accounts. The content of the rumor was concise, 2 pictures, One was about the history of the Wen family's fortune, which showed they were not an aristocratic family at all, but a typical newly rich family. The other was Wen Zix's university transcript, a design list of retaken and failed courses. If this rumor had been released before, perhaps not many would have believed it. But after watching Wen Zix's performance on the live show, even his fans couldn't deceive themselves any longer. Along with a hashtag about unfollowing him hitting the trending list, people discovered that in just a few short hours, Wen Zix had lost over 1 million followers. Although it didn't seem like much compared to his 60 million followers, who knew how many of them were real fans? In stark contrast to Wen Zix's crisis was the explosive growth in followers for the members of GACE. Leading the pack was Diamond. Through his confrontation with Wen Zixi, Diamond had showcased new skills and had now become something of a legend across the internet. For some reason, the subsequent missions of the show changed style, and the other members of GACE also participated more, each showcasing their unique characteristics and attracting a large number of new fans. Among them, Ling Bingbing and Tom John were even shipped by a group of fans for their adorable interactions, who even created a Tom John ship fan page. When I scrolled past this topic, my jaw dropped so wide you could fit an egg in it. These fans were too imaginative. We're both girls. After the show, I took everyone to a quiet restaurant for a meal. Unexpectedly, I discovered this interesting scene. Mu Yunfeng, hearing this, immediately choked until his face turned red. Previously, a film company wanted to invite us to act in that kind of film, so they gave us some information. At that time, except for Tong John, the 4 of us were there. Googled it and pretended to understand, I added. After the meal, everyone put on their masks, sunglasses, and other necessary protective gear for celebrities going out, and then left in groups. I was the last one to leave. As soon as I stepped out of the restaurant, I saw a dense crowd. My heart immediately sank. Oh no. Sisters, isn't that Diamond? Oh my god, I actually met Diamond. Along with excited screams, the fans rushed forward like a pack of wolves seeing a sheep. I felt like I had never been scared of anything in my life until I saw this crowd of enthusiastic fans rushing towards me. At this moment, if I didn't run, when would I? I couldn't guarantee I wouldn't be eaten to the bone if I got surrounded. Where were those other troublemakers? I didn't care anymore. Before the fans could swarm me, I turned and ran back into the restaurant like a gust of wind, darted through the corridor, up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Reaching the back of the restaurant, I found a window, propped myself up with one hand, and jumped out. I thought the 2nd floor wasn't that high, so I didn't look carefully below. As soon as I jumped, I saw a familiar person. Yun Menjiao. She caught my face with both hands. A year in surprise. You're here to pick me up. Yun Menjiao said something almost redundant. Hyunting, who had just started the car, patted her chest in relief. I was silent for a moment, then said, after I've trained a replacement, I'll withdraw from GACE and the entertainment industry. This was the first time Junting had heard me talk about this, and she couldn't help but glance at me through the rearview mirror. Will the fans accept it? It's better than them finding out I've been deceiving them all along, especially about something as major as my gender, I said with a bitter smile. From this perspective, Wen Zixi and I are no different in essence. If I didn't have a better way back then, I wouldn't have done it. My plan was to succeed, and then retreat. Even if the fans were reluctant, over time, they would be attracted to new faces. I had imagined it beautifully, but at this moment, I still didn't know that not everything could be controlled. As I was thinking, my chin was suddenly grasped. Yun Menjiao turned my face towards her. You keep talking to her and ignoring me. I'm angry now. As soon as she finished speaking, the car made a sharp turn. Hyunting hurriedly gripped the steering wheel, trembling. Sorry, my lady. Don't be nervous. She's just kidding. I knew Yun Menjiao was afraid I was overthinking things, so she was trying to divert my attention. Looking at her face, I remembered my speculation during the show today. I couldn't help but raise my hand to remove hers from my chin and asked, this show? Did you have someone organize it? I had long been suspicious. Behind every artist are huge interests. How strong must the backing of this show be to offend so many big-name artists and still stand firm in the entertainment industry? Until today, when I entered that villa, a sense of familiarity washed over me. The interior design was almost identical to the main villa at the manor, carrying a strong personal style. It was clearly Yun Menjiao's property. And that wine cabinet full of rare wines, the vast racecourse. If every variety show was this luxurious, it would probably go bankrupt. Moreover, this show targeted Wen Zix so obviously, as if it were deliberately trying to strike him down and constantly highlight him. If I couldn't figure it out, I would have lived in vain. Yun Menjiao frowned, pretending not to understand what I was talking about. What show? Come on. I reached out and smoothed her furrowed brows. You're in the entertainment industry. Do you think you can fool me with that acting? Hearing my words, Jianting thought to herself, I knew it, but before she could feel smug for 2 seconds, a chill ran down her spine. Yun Menjiao glared at Jianting, then, after a moment of silence, said in a difficult tone, I didn't mean to interfere, it's just. Before she could finish, a finger was placed on her lips. I'm not blaming you, why are you so nervous? I'm not that unreasonable. Yun Menjiao breathed a sigh of relief. So, in the future, can I? I knew what she was going to say, and immediately cut her off. I won't dwell on what has happened. But I can't rely on Menjiao for everything in the future. Besides, my revenge is almost complete. However, after confirming that Yun Menjiao was behind the show, I still had one point of confusion. This was to deal with Tainyu, but this show has been around for a year. Menjiao, do you have the ability to predict the future? Or did you just recently gain control of this show? That's not right either. This show has had a consistent style from the beginning. It doesn't seem like it changed owners midway. Yun Menjiao was silent again, her expression looking troubled, and she even seemed a bit sulky. I looked at her with a strange expression, thinking this person's reactions were a bit too rich. Then I heard Yun Menjiao say in a regretful tone, at that time, you only had Su Linjian in your eyes. With that assistant of yours, you could have gone to the Su family. The Su family is in the entertainment industry. Yun Menjiao only said half of it, but I understood her meaning. It was destined that my rival would control the entertainment industry, so she created a show to deal with artists in the industry. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh. Why didn't I notice how adorable you were before? What are you laughing at? Yun Menjiao felt that her petty actions were embarrassing enough to talk about. Seeing me laugh without restraint, she shouted angrily, no laughing. It would have been better if she hadn't said anything. This kind of feisty shouting made me laugh even harder. As a result, before I could laugh for long, I was pinned down on the seat by Yun Menjiao. I said, no laughing. Yun Menjiao narrowed her eyes and, after speaking, bit my chin hard. I cried out in pain and immediately sought her lips, while my fingers caressed her back, gently comforting her. Hearing her words, I found it funny on one hand, but on the other, I felt a pang of heartache. If she wanted to deal with Su Linjian or the Su family, it would have been as easy as turning her hand over. It was only because I was with Su Linjian at the time that she didn't make a real move, instead using this almost mischievous way to teach Su Linjian a lesson. To put it bluntly, it was all because of me. So, if I could do it all over again, how could I not dote on her? The two of us fooled around in the car for the entire journey. By the time we got home, the car windows were covered with a thin layer of mist, obscuring the view outside. Therefore, it was only when we got out of the car that we discovered it was snowing outside. The inside of the car had been warm, but now the outside felt like a different world. A cold wind blew past, and we both shivered. But this didn't affect the unexpected joy of seeing the snow. It's the first snow of the year, Yun Menjiao said, looking at the gray sky and holding out her hand. Snowflakes fell into her warm palm, melting in an instant. Yun Menjiao took the umbrella from Junting, opened it, and turned around to see me squatting on the snowy ground, doing something. She walked towards me, intending to shield me with the umbrella. Before she could get close, a snowball suddenly flew in front of her face. The next moment, her neck felt cold as snow fell down her collar. The culprit was smiling more brightly than when we were in the car. Want to have a snowball fight? After speaking, I scooped up another handful of snow from the ground, shaping it into a ball while getting into a ready stance. Yun Menjiao chuckled and shook her head, brushing the snow from her sweater collar. How old are you? Age doesn't affect our ability to have a snowball fight. Jia Xiaoxiao appeared out of nowhere, holding a snowball, and threw it straight at Yun Menjiao. Yun Menjiao didn't even look up. While there was still snow on her collar, the hand holding the umbrella lightly deflected the incoming snowball. Seeing her neatly dressed, I suddenly couldn't bring myself to be ruthless. But Jia Xiaoxiao was different from me. After one failed attempt, she scooped up another handful of snow, reshaped it, and threw it again. Usually, the snowball was thrown before it was even fully formed. Her enthusiastic appearance seemed to carry a hint of personal grudge. Initially, Yun Menjiao dealt with it calmly, but she quickly became flustered. In a moment of carelessness, her neatly arranged clothes were splattered with snow. Looking at the wet patch on her chest, she looked at me with a wronged expression, trying to get me to preside over justice for her. Before I could react, Xia Xiaoxiao shouted, "A snowball isn't that heavy, it won't kill you," and threw another one at Yun Menjiao. I was about to step in and help, but hearing Xia Xiaoxiao's words, I stood still. It was just a snowball fight, it was fine if I didn't participate. There was no need to take sides over this. At this moment, I had completely forgotten my intention to dote on Yun Menjiao. Seeing that her husband wasn't helping her, Yun Menjiao no longer sat back and took it. After being hit one more time, she threw down the umbrella and started throwing snow back at Xia Xiaoxiao. The truth proved that a serious Yun Menjiao was no match for Xia Xiaoxiao. Yun Menjiao could dodge 9 out of 10 of the snowballs Xia Xiaoxiao threw, while Xia Xiaoxiao couldn't avoid the snowballs Yun Menjiao threw even if she had 9 lives. Soon, Xia Xiaoxiao's clothes were covered in snow marks, and her face was also stained. She was pelted until she screamed, forced to ask me for help. Little brother, help third sister. Why is this bitch so good? Alright. He smiled and wiped my index finger. Third sister, you're the one who wanted to play with her. Since you started, you have to see it through. After we're done playing, you'll say your little brother doesn't love you anymore. Xia Xiaoxiao suffered a double blow, both physically and mentally, and her fighting spirit weakened. Yun Menjiao, on the other hand, swept away her earlier gloom and became even more spirited. Just as Xia Xiaoxiao was about to be buried in snow by Yun Menjiao, a car horn sounded. A black car stopped by the roadside. Jia Wanning and Xia Qingning, the two sisters, got out of the car. Seeing the scene before them, Xia Qingning narrowed her eyes. How old are you two? Seeing her two older sisters, Xia Xiaoxiao almost cried with emotion. Eldest sister, second sister, come and help me. Xia Wang felt that Xia Xiaoxiao must be joking. How could she and Xia Qingning possibly participate in such a childish game? Besides, Xia Qingning had never gotten along with their third sister. Just as she was thinking this, she was immediately proven wrong. Xia Qingning had already joined the battle. The 1-1 fight became a 2-1. The situation suddenly reversed. Yun Menjiao, while dodging the attacks of the two, lamented, no way, second sister is also young at heart. Xia Qingning, while throwing a snowball, turned her head to look at her eldest sister who was still standing there dumbfounded. What are you standing there for? Get in. Xia Wanning was already extremely puzzled by her younger sibling's actions. Hearing this, she refused without hesitation. Do you think I am as childish as you? As a result, a snowball hit her in the face. Seeing her eldest sister also join the battle, Xia Xiaoxiao thought to herself, second sister is indeed the best. In a 1-3 situation, Yun Menjiao quickly couldn't hold on. She was about to look at my reaction when she seemed to glance at something in the corner of her eye, suddenly slipped, and fell into the snow. Everyone knows that falling during a snowball fight is a big taboo. The three Xia sisters pressed their advantage, and in a flash, buried Yun Menjiao in the snow. I had already decided not to just stand by and watch anymore. Seeing this, I couldn't stand still any longer. But before I could take a step, I heard an angry shout from behind. What are you all doing? Hearing their mother's voice, the three Xia sisters all froze. Yun Menjiao slowly sat up, brushing the snow off her body. Mom, the three sisters are playing with me. Her voice had no trace of complaint, like an innocent child who had been tricked but was still helping the others make excuses. He stopped in my tracks, the corner of my mouth twitching. The three Xia sisters felt that Yun Menjiao's face at this moment was particularly hateful. At the same time, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Immediately after, they heard their mother scolding. How old are you all, to use this method to bully Menjiao by herself? As Mother Xia spoke, she signaled for me to go and help Yun Menjiao up. Mom, she definitely did it on purpose. How can a grown person just fall like that? Xia Xiaoxiao was almost driven mad by Yun Menjiao's actions. Besides, you don't know how outrageous she was. Before eldest sister and second sister came back, she almost beat me to death. Mom, look at me, I'm covered in snow marks. After speaking, she spun around in front of Mother Xia as if to provide evidence. By now, Yun Menjiao was holding my hand, standing up. She blinked her eyes. It's my fault too. When third sister wanted to have a snowball fight with me, I shouldn't have fought back. She would have gotten bored after a while. Hearing Yun Menjiao's provocative words, Xia Xiaoxiao was so angry she cursed internally. She was about to say something more when she was cut off by Mother Xia's shout. You be quiet, and you. Mother Xia glared at Xia Wanning, interrupting her. I thought I was seeing things at first. As the eldest sister, you've always been steady. If you can't manage your two younger sisters, that's one thing, but you join them in their foolishness. They don't know any better, don't you? Xia Wanning pursed her lips and said nothing. Yun Menjiao spoke up again. Mom, don't blame the three sisters. Getting hit by snow doesn't hurt much. Not only were the three Xia sisters speechless, but Jianting, who was watching the drama from the side, also secretly applauded in her heart. Her lady was truly skilled at pleasing her elders. In the end, Yun Menjiao, the daughter-in-law who knew how to please her mother-in-law, and I, the son who was never implicated, were led into the house by Mother Xia. The three Xia sisters were punished to stand outside in the snow. It seemed this was also a way to punish their immaturity. And so, the new and old grudges between the three Xia sisters and their future sister-in-law were forged. For the next few days, Yun Menjiao did not receive any friendly looks in the Xia household. A week after the live broadcast of the variety show, the heat of the topic about Wenzix gradually subsided. His Weibo follower count, which had dropped by more than 1 million that day, slowly climbed back up. After a week, it was even a little higher than before. This is buying fake followers, Tong John said, her eyes wide with disbelief. So the fans' tolerance level is this high now. His image has collapsed to this extent, and they still haven't left. He just faked his persona. It's not like he broke the law, Mu Yanfeng said with a smile. Fans have liked him for so long, It's not something that can be severed in a day or two. Besides, the drama watchers will also follow to see what happens next. Len Bingbing said with little interest. Who knows how many real fans he has left now. Although they stood on the opposite side of Wen Zixi in the show, they had no personal grudge against him in real life. Therefore, everyone was just watching the drama from an objective perspective, not paying too much attention. But I was different. Looking at the schedule in my hand, I tapped my finger lightly on the table. How many real fans he has left, we'll know soon enough. The plan to destroy his persona was complete. The next step was to test the results. It was true that for ordinary artists, a collapsed persona was a small matter compared to illegal activities. But Wen Zixi was the type who relied on his persona to attract fans. I didn't believe he could remain unscathed after this. Hearing my words, everyone was stunned. What does Brother Yan mean? Have you forgotten we haven't shoot today? I curled my lips slightly. If nothing unexpected happens, we might see him. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly confused. It was only when they arrived at the shooting location that they understood. Wen Zixi, who was having his makeup done, immediately frowned upon seeing us. The manager in charge of the advertised product said, "They are also here to shoot an ad for the same beverage as Teacher Wen, just a different flavor." What? Hearing this, the veins on Wen Zixi's forehead popped. He suspected that he had offended some deity recently. After that show which he considered a nightmare, he already hated gays to the bone. And now, just a few days later, we appeared in front of him again. Were we clinging to him? Tell them to get lost. I won't advertise the same product line as them. This wasn't a variety show, and it wasn't being broadcast live, so Wen Zixi didn't hold back his words. But his manager, Wan Kang, was scared to death. Lower your voice. You're in a sensitive period right now, don't you know? What if someone hears you, and records it? Although their position was far from us, who could guarantee that someone wouldn't try to get leverage on them? The set wasn't filled with their own people. The manager on the side also smiled meaningfully and said to Wen Zixi, "Sorry, the spokesperson was decided by the higher-ups. We're only in charge of the shoot. Can't you report it to the higher-ups?" Although he was no longer shouting, Wen Zixi still wanted the brand to get out. "Sorry, I can't." The manager's tone was non-negotiable. If it were the Wen Zixi before his image collapsed, his words might have carried some weight. But now, with even his number of real fans uncertain, the brand not replacing him was already giving him enough face. And he wanted to replace the currently popular gays. The manager just thought he was overestimating himself, so he spoke more bluntly. Or is Teacher Wen afraid of a sales comparison with gays? What did you say? How many fans do I have? And how many do they have? The 5 of them combined aren't even a third of mine. You think I'm afraid of a sales comparison with them? Hearing this, Wen Zixi flared up again. He had already found the manager's smile uncomfortable, and now he understood. This person was actually looking down on him. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. A small manager dared to look down on him. I'll be blunt today. If Geese doesn't leave, I will. Your brand can only keep one. You choose. Wen Zixi thought his threat would make the manager worry a little, but unexpectedly, the other party just raised a hand to wipe his face, still wearing that detestable smile. In that case, let me report to the higher-ups and see if the leaders choose to keep you or gays. Wait. Wan Kang hurriedly stopped the manager and pulled Wen Zixi aside. What did I tell you? During this time, endure what you can and get through it. Have you counted how many endorsement deals you've lost these past few days? Finally, there's one that hasn't terminated the contract or reduced the fee, and you want to throw it away yourself. Wen Zixi was silent for a long time, then kicked the corner of the wall hard. After this storm passes, I'll definitely teach those idiots a lesson. When the two returned to their spot, they found that we had already arrived. Mi Yunfeng and the others exchanged glances and, out of politeness, still greeted him. Senior Wen, hello. Wen Zixi snorted coldly and didn't respond. Everyone seemed awkward. Only I didn't greet him and didn't feel embarrassed. The manager, as if trying to ease the atmosphere, said, "Let's go over here and try on the outfits. The clothes for the 5 of you are ready." The fake smile he had when facing Wen Zixi and the friendly smile when talking to Geist formed a stark contrast. Wen Zixi knew that in this entertainment industry, people would flatter the powerful and look down on the weak. But in the past, he had always been the one being flattered, so he never felt anything. Being trampled on for the first time, the disparity was imaginable. After we left, he couldn't help but curse, do they really think their sales can compare to mine? The fans who are willing to spend money are all long-term, loyal fans. Geist has only been out for a few days. They just look good in terms of current traffic. If you know that, then don't bother with them, Wan Kang comforted. Getting angry isn't good for you. Besides, I just checked. The flavor they're endorsing has always had poor sales. The flavor you're endorsing is the best seller. When the sales figures come out and crush them, you can buy a trending hashtag, and show those who look down on people that the position of a top star isn't so easily shaken. Hearing this, Wen Zixi immediately felt much better. At that time, I can also hire some trolls to say Giz's traffic is fake. His smug look was as if he had already crushed Gized with sales figures. We were completely unaware of this, focusing on shooting the ad and then heading to the next schedule. On the day of the official announcement, the brand seemed to deliberately want Wenzixi and Giz to compete in sales. They chose the exact same time to release the ads and purchase links for both sides. And in less than 10 minutes after the announcement, they put both on the trending list. It hadn't been long since the last variety show incident. These names colliding again naturally caused an earthquake. Is Giz going head to head with Wenzixi? A newly popular girl group is a top star whose persona just collapsed. Which side do you choose? It had to be said that the thoughts of these netizens coincided with Wenzixi's. When he was first put on the trending list before the sales figures were out, he was still a little worried. But looking at the trend of comments online, he was relieved. But what he didn't know was that sales depended on fans, not these drama watchers. The collapse of his persona might be nothing to others, but what did it mean for him? Brother Kang, does the brand have the data yet? Unlike his own album releases, the sales data for endorsed products were in the hands of the brand. Usually, they would announce the sales figures 3 days to a week after the official announcement. However, as the spokesperson, he could ask the brand for the data in advance. One King didn't answer his question, and his expression wasn't good. Wenzixi's heart skipped a beat. Are the sales not good? Not necessarily, One King said. The brand didn't give specific figures, they just said it's not as good as Giz's. What? Wenzixi was completely panicked. Don't rush. One King placed a hand on his shoulder. I told you, it's not necessarily the case. Some brands like to play this game, don't you know? They're hitting you with a setback because they want you to spend money to boost sales. You can tell from the fact that they bought a trending topic that they're not good people. If it's really not as good as Giz's, why wouldn't they dare to give us the data? Besides, even if it's not as good, you can still use the number of people to argue. Unless your sales are vastly different, it's still something to be proud of if the 5 of them combined can compare to you. Is that so? Wenzixi felt a little relieved after hearing this, but still a bit worried. Or should we just boost the sales a little to be safe? Have you forgotten that Fang Jikai was caught boosting his album sales? One King objected without thinking. After the past few incidents, everyone at Tainu knows that Sins is a very skilled hacker. Do you think you can get away with boosting sales? Besides, he changed the subject, looking at Wenzixi with a colder gaze. President Su also said she wants to see how many real fans you have left and what your commercial value is. Hearing this, Wenzixi froze, his face gradually turning pale. On the other side, Tom John, being the youngest, had been pestering me all day. Please, just tell us the numbers. They only knew their group had become popular, but they had no concept of how popular or how hot. This was their first endorsement, and the first thing that symbolized their popularity. Of course they were both expectant, and anxious. I put down my coffee cup, thought about the news I had just read, and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Why don't you go check the brand's official Weibo? The brand's official Weibo? What about it? Tom John was surprised. Didn't they say the sales figures would be announced in 3 days? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Mu Yanfeng mutter in a disbelieving tone, are they talking about us? What did you say? Tom John turned her head to see Mu Yanfeng staring at his phone screen with a serious expression. The beverage we endorsed is sold out. Leng Bingbing stood up, walked to my side, and pulled her back. Are you satisfied now? You're about to annoy Xiao Lu to death. Tom John didn't react at first, until she was pulled down, blinking. What do you mean, sold out? It means it's sold out, no more stock. The inventory at the factory is also empty. The brand just posted on Weibo to announce this and tell fans not to place any more orders. Really? Tom John jumped on to Leng Bingbing excitedly. We're so amazing. Leng Bingbing struggled a bit, then put her hands under her to support her. It's mainly because Xiao Lu is amazing. Being named, I looked at the girl hanging on Leng Bingbing with a gloomy expression. Where did the straightforward, tough girl go? It's mainly because the fans are amazing. I cleared my throat, retracting my gaze. Later, each of you post a Weibo to say thanks. If there's nothing else, you can go back. Everyone responded with a yes, and left the office one by one. Not long after they left, there was another knock on the office door. Come in. Click. The door opened, and Shen Bingbing, dressed in a suit, walked in holding a stack of documents. Xiao Lu, this is the annual summary report for you. Compared to when she was my assistant, now as the acting CEO of you, Shen Bingbing, whether in appearance, temperament, or demeanor, exuded the calm stability of a manager. But when facing me, her attitude was still very respectful. I hummed in acknowledgement, took the documents, and listened to her report as I flipped through them. By the time the report was finished, it was time to get off work. The two of us walked out of the company while talking. Yun Menjiao's car was, as usual, parked in front of Sin's. Seeing Shen Bingbing come out with me, Jianting's eyes in the car immediately lit up. Xiao Shen, This surprised call interrupted the two of us. Shen Bingbing turned her head, the corners of her eyes curving into a radiant smile. Miss Jiang, long time no see. What Miss Jiang? Why are you still calling me Miss Jiang? I told you to call me by my name. Shen Bingbing smiled and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Sorry, I've been too busy lately and forgot. I looked at myself, suddenly turned into a third wheel, and couldn't help but sigh. The new year hadn't even arrived, yet the air of spring was everywhere. While the two of them were chatting, I turned and got into the car. Seeing Junting practically leaning halfway out the car window, I couldn't help but smile and suggest to Yun Menjiao beside me, how about you give Junting half a day off? Yun Menjiao didn't understand at first, but when she realized my meaning, she readily agreed. Meanwhile, things were not so pleasant on Wen Zix's side. The good news about Gee's endorsed product selling out was a naked slap in his face. It wasn't too rare for a spokesperson's product to be bought out by fans, but it was mostly for top-tier hot stars and usually for less popular items with low inventory. But this product they endorsed had an extremely large inventory. Normally, it not only supplied the domestic market but was also exported to dozens of countries. Although the flavor Geest endorsed wasn't the best seller, its daily inventory was still considerable. This brand had changed many spokespersons before, but never had a product sold out. Yet Geest achieved what even top-tier hot stars couldn't. A group that had debuted just a few days ago had done it. If Geest had nothing to do with him, perhaps he would just be envious. But they were endorsing the same product, competing directly in sales, and the disparity was this huge. Wouldn't he be ridiculed by the entire internet? The truth was just as Wen Zix had predicted. When the brand's Weibo was posted, the entire internet was shouting Geet is amazing, while Wen Zixi, who was set up as a comparison, was once again mocked by the entire internet when the sales figures were announced 3 days later. The disastrous sales figures clearly showed everyone how devastating the collapse of his persona was, and how large the number of his fake Weibo followers was. At Tainyu, seeing the mockery flooding the internet, a furious person smashed their phone. It's all your fault for not letting me boost the sales. Are you satisfied now? I already told you the reason. Even if you did boost it, there's an 80 to 90% chance it would have been discovered. At that time, these people would mock you even more fiercely. Before Wan Kang could finish, Wen Zixi slammed the door and left. The assistant, Xiao Jun, stood by, looking at Wen Kang awkwardly. Wen Zix stormed out of the lounge, but he didn't know where to go. He could only wander aimlessly in the company. As he was walking, he suddenly heard a gossiping voice from a corner. Did you guys hear? Feng Jiakai's plastic surgery failed. His face looks like a snake spirit now. Really? Why would he do that? Besides, he's a singer, he doesn't need to care that much about his looks. Who knows? Maybe he felt he wasn't popular anymore, and wanted to find a new path. When Zix didn't hear the rest of the conversation. His mind was only filled with the words plastic surgery. The reason he was in this situation today was inseparable from that person named Lu from Gaze. And since that Lu person appeared, many people had said his looks were no less than Shen Qingcheng's, the pinnacle of beauty in the entertainment industry. But until now, it seemed no one had suspected this person of having plastic surgery. Could there be someone so perfect in this world? He had once built a perfect persona himself, how could he believe this? Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting a shadow on Wen Zix's face, also hiding the calculation and gloom in his eyes. When I saw the news that Feng Jiakai's plastic surgery had failed, I wasn't too surprised. In my previous life, I knew this person was extremely concerned about his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just kept Zheng Xiam as a backup dancer at his concert while eliminating Mu Yunfeng and the others. Later, Feng Jiakai was very wary of Ye Qingwan and tried to prevent her from returning to Tainyu, not just to avenge the humiliation of being her supporting role years ago. A large part was because Ye Qingwan not only had a heavenly voice, but her melancholic beauty was also very impressive. She was the perfect singer in the eyes of fans, who could both sing well and act. In my previous life, Feng Jiakai had always wanted to get plastic surgery but was stopped by me. Now, without me to stop him, he had indeed embarked on this path of no return. And very unfortunately, it failed. I didn't know what to say about this. This person had already been brought down by me, and now he was just dancing around a bit more like a little clown. However, I didn't expect that I would also be caught in the whirlpool of plastic surgery suspicions. Is this person okay? How dare they say Xiao Lu had plastic surgery? In the office, Tom John looked at her phone screen and rolled up her sleeves. Tom John, don't be so impulsive. Is that the main point? Mu Yunfeng shook his head. This is clearly a deliberate slander. You can guess who's behind it with your toes. Ling Bingbing turned to look at me. Xiao Lu, do you have a plan to deal with this? She and Mu Yunfeng were older than me, but most of the time, they called me Xiao Lu like Tom John did. Sometimes, calling someone brother has nothing to do with age but is a sign of respect. What do you guys think? My expression was extremely calm. All the materials about his so-called plastic surgery were displayed on the computer screen. The information I had gathered before had also been copied into a folder. Since when Zixi wanted to die, I didn't mind sending him off. Therefore, while the whole internet was discussing whether Diamond, the new member of the girl group Geist, had plastic surgery, a statement was issued. Google Search Suggestions display of search suggestions is required when using grounding with Google Search. A clarification post shot to the top of the hot search. It revealed that the account of the worker who had been slandering Jin Gang had suddenly received a transfer far exceeding his salary. The transfer method was from a member of the Wen family. The moment this evidence was released, everyone understood the inside story. My fans and Jiz's group fans were furious, keyboards in hand, but before they could even get to the battlefield to curse Wen Zixi, a rumor about Wen Zixi's plastic surgery appeared. Compared to the completely unrelated and malicious photos used to fabricate Jin Gang's plastic surgery, the before photos in this new rumor still bore a resemblance to Wen Zixi. Moreover, besides the per-surgery photos, there were also pictures of Wen Zixi undergoing surgery in a cosmetic hospital. The evidence was irrefutable. As soon as the clarification and the rumor were released, the entire internet was in an uproar. Not only were Wen Zixi's Weibo Super Topic and other online spaces overrun, but a large crowd of enraged fans also gathered outside the gates of Tainu Entertainment, demanding that Wen Zixi come out and apologize. Who at Tainu gave you the authority to go and slander Jin Gang on your own? Su Lingdian personally went to Wen Zixi's dressing room, her expression terrifyingly grim. She had received news when Wen Zixi caused trouble on the variety show, but she was busy acquiring an esports team recently and didn't pay it much mind. She only told his manager to keep him in line. But how long had it been? Not even half a month, and a rising artist had shot himself in the foot. It wasn't me. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, Wen Zixi stammered, his mind in a complete daze. Because his manager had stopped him from pushing his promotional sales, leading to him being mocked by the entire internet, he had lost trust in his superiors. Therefore, this time, he didn't tell anyone about his plan to retaliate against Jin Gang and directly asked his family to handle it. But who could tell him why all of this had been exposed? Even the fact that he had plastic surgery, something not even his manager knew, was dug up. How did the person who spread the rumor find out? However, he couldn't think about that much right now. He just looked at Su Lingdian with a flustered expression. "So Su, what do we do now?" "You're asking me. Who should I ask?" Su Lingdian's head throbbed. She raised a hand to her forehead, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "Go and apologize first. Blame everything on your father. Say that the old man doted on you too much and did it behind your back." Even as she said this, Su Lingdian knew that Wen Zixi was essentially finished. In the past, such an excuse might have fooled the fans, but after his image had collapsed, how many fans were left? The recent promotional sales figures said it all. In her exhaustion, my cold voice echoed in her ear again, the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. If you had never even touched heaven, wouldn't the fall be even more devastating? Initially, she had dismissed it as nonsense. But Donjon, Shen Qingqing, Feng Jikai, Wen Zixi. One by one, in less than half a year, they were all exposed and brought down. Wasn't this proof that I had the ability to destroy them and was actively doing it? But what on earth had she done to make me hate her so much? I didn't know Su Lingdian's inner thoughts, otherwise, I would have certainly scoffed. After resolving the plastic surgery fiasco, I took out the long, neglected notebook and drew a line through Wen Zixi's name. At this point, all the names in the notebook had been marked. Even though some were still thriving, a small smile played on my lips. It was time to reel in the net. With that thought, I found a number in my contacts and made a call. Soon, the call connected, and Fen Yihong's uncertain voice came from the other end. "Co Lu." "It's me," I said, getting straight to the point. "Director Feng, are you interested in collaborating on a film?" Fen Yihong was taken aback. "But I'm currently filming Prayer." No. My other hand clicked the mouse, opening a writer's homepage. "I mean after you finish this series. Do you want to direct a movie?" Fen Yihong fell silent. I didn't rush him, continuing with my own work while I waited for him to think. Every industry has its own hierarchy of disdain. In the film and television industry, those who make movies undoubtedly look down on those who make T-series. Although Fen Yihong was a top director in the television drama sphere, he couldn't break into the film circle. More accurately, it wasn't that he couldn't make good films, but that he was being ostracized by a group of entrenched individuals in the film industry. But I knew he had always dreamed of making movies. "Making a movie is no small matter," Fen Yihong finally said. "There's a lot." I cut him off. "You just need to direct. You don't have to worry about anything else." After setting things up with Fen Yihong, I sent the relevant documents to Kai Min and instructed her to negotiate the film rights for the work within a month. Amid the rising popularity of Jizd, the new year was fast approaching. Today, I had to attend a banquet hosted in Huaxia, so I came home early. Mother Xia brought the prepared suit to my room with a joyful expression. "Come and try this on." In the upper glass circle, There were countless parties, big and small. But ever since she realized I was fully dedicated to my work and never wasted time on such things, my rare participation in an event like this made Mother Xia overjoyed. I took the box and opened it. A high-end custom suit lay quietly inside. A familiar, intimate feeling washed over me. Go on, try it on. I'll go see if the makeup artist has arrived, Mother Xia said, patting my shoulder before turning to leave. I took out the suit and turned to look at Yun Menjiao, who was sitting nonchalantly. Aren't you leaving? Yun Menjiao raised an eyebrow. Do I need to? Is there any part of you I haven't seen? Even your mother didn't tell me to leave. I was silent for a moment, then, thinking of something, I mirrored her eyebrow raise. You said it. You better not go anywhere. With that, I began to undress, piece by piece. Yun Menjiao, who had been so calm just a moment ago, now found her breath catching, her face gradually turning red. When I was down to my last 2 items of clothing, I stepped towards her, but she dodged. I was prepared and sidestepped, missing her. I have to attend a banquet later. What are you planning to do? Yun Menjiao took a deep breath, turned, and headed for the door. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, my voice came from behind her. Didn't you say you weren't leaving? You win. Seeing Yun Menjiao's fleeing figure, I couldn't help but laugh. When I finished changing and stepped out of the room, the person I saw wasn't Yun Menjiao but Xia Xiaoxiao, munching on an apple as she walked by. Seeing me in a suit, the apple she was raising to her mouth dropped in shock. Little brother. Xia Xiaoxiao said with a dazed expression. Before I could reply, she seemed to think of something, raised a hand, and said, Wait a moment, third sister will be right back. She then dashed back to her room and returned shortly after with a camera, proceeding to snap pictures of me. Change your pose. Very good. Just like that, don't move. Xia Xiaoxiao praised as she took photos, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Little brother, you should wear suits more often. You look so handsome. Our family has Lu Yan. We're even more handsome now. While Xia Xiaoxiao was busy taking pictures, she saw Yun Menjiao and her family approaching and immediately became annoyed. He's clearly our family. Oh Xiaoxiao, don't be so divisive. Aren't we all one family? Wu Shuman, completely unaffected by Xia Xiaoxiao's attitude, quickly ran up to me, pulling out a prepared autograph card and looking at me like a fangirl. Darling, can you sign this for mommy? I was stunned, not understanding what was happening, but Xia Xiaoxiao beside me exploded. They aren't even married, and you're calling yourself mummy. It's bad enough that Yun Menjiao shamelessly calls my mom, but why is her mother so clueless too? Mother Xia, leading the makeup artist upstairs, saw Xia Xiaoxiao acting like a bristling cat towards Wu Shuman and couldn't help but glare at her. After I finished with my makeup, our 2 families rode together to the sick banquet. Given Sik's international influence, even for a simple party, most of the prestigious families in the imperial capital showed up. Outside the venue, luxury cars arrived one after another. As soon as the owners stepped out, dedicated staff would drive their cars to a designated parking spot. When my family and the Yun family got out of our car, there weren't many people at the entrance, but they were an eyesore. Xia Xiaoxiao saw a family of 4 standing to the front left, and her face immediately darkened. What bad luck. Her unfiltered comment inevitably drew the attention of those around them. Su Lingdian turned her head, and upon seeing me, she was momentarily stunned, her eyes losing focus for a second. Even though it wasn't the first time she had seen me, she was still taken aback by my handsome appearance. Just then, Yun Menjiao linked her arm with mine, her cold gaze shooting like a dagger straight at Su Lingdian. Su Lingdian instantly snapped back to reality. Seeing me and Yun Menjiao standing together like a perfect couple, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Although she knew they were together, seeing it in person was still incredibly jarring. She didn't think she liked me. More accurately, she felt she wouldn't love anyone. Her world was only about climbing higher, step by step. To her, men were divided into 2 categories, valuable and worthless. From any angle, I was the most valuable choice. And such a person, who once stood by her side, was now on the opposing side, fighting her at every turn. At this thought, a dark glint flashed in Su Lingdian's eyes, and the slight flutter she had felt moments ago vanished with it. Suzy's, standing next to her, saw me and finally understood who the bad luck comment was about. But just as he opened his mouth, Su Xingpei beside him shouted him down. After scolding Suzy's, Su Xingpei looked at me with a kind expression, as if there had never been any bad blood between our families and as if my recent actions against Tainu Entertainment never happened. You must be Lu Yan, right? This is the first time I've met you. I'm not clear on the matters between you and Lingdian, but from what she said, I feel there might be some misunderstanding between you. Seo Su, Wu Shuman interjected, her eyes crinkling into a smile that didn't quite reach them. Let's not dwell on the past. Lu Yan is now our daughter's boyfriend. With that, she gave Yun Menjiao a little nudge. What are you standing there for? Hurry and take Lu Yan inside. It's freezing out here. Yun Menjiao suppressed her annoyance, linked her arm through mine, and walked in. The others from both families followed suit. Watching them enter, Susie yelled unwillingly, "Dad, why were you being so nice to that scoundrel? Look at how much damage he's done to our family." Hinhui was also fuming. When I kicked her out of the house, she thought she would one day return to the Su family in style. But just days after securing her position as Mrs. Su, she heard that the boy had become the young master of the Xia family. It felt like the heavens were playing a cruel joke on her. "Both of you, shut up." Su Xingpei glanced towards the entrance and sighed in relief when he saw no one was paying attention. "Don't you know why that kid from the Xia family is targeting Tainyu? Right now, it's just him against the Su family. If you anger both the Yun and Xia families, have you considered the consequences?" Suzy weakly retorted, "How were we supposed to know? The man suddenly went crazy, targeting us as if we'd killed his entire family. But we didn't do anything. He was the one who agreed to meet us before. You still dare to talk back?" Su Xingpei raised his hand to discipline him, but Suzy quickly dodged, and Qinhui rushed to shield her son. Inside, where the heating was on, Xia Wanning immediately took off Yun Menjiao's coat and handed it back to her. "If you don't want people over there to find out too soon, you two should be more discreet in public." At the entrance, only the Su family knew, but inside, all the prominent figures of the imperial capital would discover their relationship. Even though Xuanyu continent was far from Huaxia, when enough people knew, word would inevitably get back to them. Yun Menjiao understood her sister's point, but she was still a little resentful. "Even if I had to face them now, I'm confident I could win. It's only because Lu Yan's business isn't finished yet that I haven't started a war with them. Having to hide our relationship is so frustrating." "Who am I, Yun Menjiao, afraid of? I just want to announce it to the world. Since you know Lu Yan's business isn't finished, then rein it in." Xia Wanning's tone was steady. When an acquaintance walked by, she even stood between me and Yun Menjiao, separating us. Outsiders couldn't see the undercurrents, but they couldn't help but turn their attention to our group. After all, when two generations of stunningly good-looking people from the two most powerful families in the imperial capital gathered, it was impossible not to attract notice. The moment our families appeared, people who were chatting and raising their glasses all turned to look. The entire banquet hall fell silent, punctuated by gasps of astonishment. Shen Qingqing was attending the party as a global ambassador, but she had never been in contact with the imperial capital's upper echelons. The people in this circle weren't as star-struck as ordinary people, so she was a rather marginal presence here. Shen Qingqing was glad for the peace and was idly browsing the latest racing news when she felt the atmosphere in the hall suddenly change. She couldn't help but look up, and when she saw me, she froze on the spot. Shen Qingqing herself was hailed as the pinnacle of beauty in the entertainment industry, so a person's appearance held little appeal for her. Her first impression of me hadn't even been good. Her attitude towards me did a 180-degree turn only after she discovered I was her favorite race car driver. But just now, for the first time, she realized that, putting aside all other factors, this person was truly captivating. As Shen Qingqing stared at me, lost in thought, she suddenly felt a cold gaze. Meeting Yun Menjiao's warning look, Shen Qingqing was startled. She had almost forgotten this man already had a girlfriend. Unlike Shen Qingqing, most of the people present had attended the Xia family's adoption ceremony and had seen me formally dress. So, they weren't too surprised by my appearance, just a bit taken aback to see me here. After all, apart from the adoption ceremony, they had never seen me attend any business functions with Mother Xia. The young masters, in particular, remembered the humiliating experience at the last ceremony and felt a phantom itch in their teeth. However, this strange atmosphere was soon broken. A young man, also wearing a sikh suit, stood up and walked to a prominent spot, smiling naturally. "Welcome, everyone, to the banquet hosted by Sikh in the Huaxia region. Our Huaxia regional director had an urgent matter and had to leave, so I am temporarily hosting in his place. Please make yourselves at home and treat this as a normal business party. Feel free to enjoy the food and drinks. If you have any issues, you can ask the service staff." As soon as the young man finished speaking, a lady in the crowd asked curiously, "Isn't this the young master of the Shen family?" The young man on the stage smiled and nodded, a playful look on his face. "That's me, Enchia. We met at the yoga party last time. It's only been a short while, and you don't recognize me anymore." The woman called Aunt Jian looked toward Shendi's parents in the crowd. Misa Shen nodded, her face filled with pride. "This is my son." "I know this is Shendi," one of the young masters asked, puzzled, "but what's his connection to Sikh? The director isn't here, so why is he hosting?" Shendi didn't answer immediately, but his mother spoke up without hesitation. "My D is a fashion designer here." "What?" This statement immediately caused a stir. As a top global luxury brand, Sikh was undoubtedly the focal point of the fashion world, sought after by all the noble families. The fact that a year-end party hosted by its Huaxia division could attract so many prestigious families was a testament to its status and influence. For these families, they were usually just customers, mere consumers. To become a designer here was truly a sign of extraordinary talent. Hearing the murmurs of admiration around him, Shendi looked a bit embarrassed. I'm just a newly promoted full-fledged fashion designer. I don't have any representative works yet, so I can't be considered talented. You're being too modest, the lady named Jian who had asked the first question said admiringly. To be an official designer at your age is already incredible. And this is a sick fashion designer we're talking about. Another lady beside her added, do you know what sick is? A single assistant designer here is probably more skilled than the chief designer of a top domestic fashion brand. To become an official fashion designer at SICK is to be at the pinnacle of the fashion design field. Everyone around nodded in agreement. At this moment, someone spoke up. Young Master Shen is too humble. He became a SICK fashion designer, and didn't even say a word. If it weren't for this party, we would've never known. Exactly, another young man said. Unlike some people who have to make a huge fuss about any little talent they have, as if they're afraid people won't know how amazing they are. After saying this, he shot a pointed look in my direction, the implication clear. His words caused an immediate uproar, and many people looked towards me. They weren't fools. After the Xia family's adoption ceremony, and the online drama about the race with the legendary driver, they knew exactly who this young master was talking about. The faces of the Yun and Xia families darkened. Xia Qingning narrowed her eyes, a playful smile on her lips. It seems the lesson from last time wasn't enough. Xia Xiaoxiao, who hadn't witnessed me disciplining others in those years, had only heard stories. The impact wasn't as profound as seeing it firsthand. So at first, she didn't understand what was happening. It was only when she saw everyone's reaction and heard Xia Qingning's words that she slowly realized. Isn't he talking about my little brother? I didn't say who it was. Don't take it personally, the provocative young master said, still oblivious to the impending danger. Furthermore, while many other young masters were wary from past wounds and kept quiet, Suzi's, who didn't know any better, jumped in. Just say it outright, what's the big deal? This is a SICK party, not their private family gathering. Do they have the right to kick people out? Su Xingbi, who had let his guard down for a moment, saw his reckless son causing trouble again and his face went pale with fear. You, shut your mouth, Shendi, seeing the situation turning awkward again, quickly tried to smooth things over. We can't say that. Mr. Liu graduated from a top university, founded the leading zither brand, and is an outstanding race car driver. Compared to a fashion designer like me, he is far more brilliant. He has every right to be proud. Big sister, do you smell that green tea? Jia Xiaoxiao turned to look at Xia Wanning. Before she could speak, Wu Xiuman beside them chuckled. Of course I smell it. It's quite strong, actually. That other young master and Suzy were only being suggestive, not naming Lu Yan directly. But this young master from the Shen family seemed to be defending him on the surface, yet he clearly identified the target of their ridicule. He skillfully confirmed others' praise for his own humility while pointing out Lu Yan's arrogance. The scent of green tea was practically overflowing. Their conversation wasn't quiet, so everyone around heard it. Shendi, who had just been acting so reasonable, now had a stiff expression, unsure how to stop everyone's thoughts from heading in a negative direction. Shendi's mother immediately stepped up to protect her son like a mother tiger. Everyone can see how innocent my idea is. In that case, we don't need to say anything more. After all, even if we don't spell it out, everyone knows who they're talking about. And isn't what they said the truth? In comparison, my idea is indeed much more humble. If he weren't helping the director with this event, he wouldn't have even wanted to reveal his identity as a fashion designer. As Mai Shen finished speaking, everyone took a sharp breath. On one hand, they were shocked by her audacity. On the other, they felt there was some truth to what she said. Just then, a woman in a professional-looking suit walked in. While everyone was guessing her identity, Shendi stepped forward. Director. Everyone realized that this was the director of SICK's Huaxia region. However, the next scene left the crowd utterly stunned. The director merely gave Shendi a slight nod, not even bothering to glance at him, and walked straight up to me, bowing respectfully. Sir, welcome. The venue immediately fell into a bizarre silence. Liza Shen's triumphant expression froze on her face. Shendi stared at me with disbelief. The young masters who had been provocative just moments ago looked as if they had seen a ghost. It wasn't their fault for overthinking, the scene was just too familiar. The Yun and Xia families, standing in the crowd, were also stunned. The same thought popped into their heads. No way. The truth proved that there was nothing they couldn't imagine, and nothing I couldn't do. Faced with the director's respectful greeting, I simply gave a slight nod. As the director was about to say more, Shendi, having lost control of his emotions, rushed forward and asked, Director, what is Mr. Lu's relationship with SICK? Why are you speaking to him so respectfully? He didn't say the rest, but most people could hear the implication. The director looked at him strangely. Mr. Lu is our chief designer at SICK. What do you think his relationship with SICK is? When they heard Shendi was a fashion designer for SICK, people were already impressed. Now, with this bombshell dropped, one can imagine the shock in everyone's hearts. In an instant, The entire banquet hall seemed to be frozen in time. Most people stood with their mouths agape. After what felt like an eternity of strange silence, someone weakly asked, "Is this the chief designer who is proficient in clothing, accessories, and perfume, who has created dozens of globally sensational designs since his debut, but whose identity has always been a mystery?" This question opened the floodgates, and the scene erupted. Am I dreaming? Mr. Liu is also the chief designer of Six Zithers, startups, racing, design. Is there anything in this world he can't do? The director of Six Huaxia region confirmed it. How can it be fate? Mr. Liu isn't leaving any path for others to live. This is hilarious. All I want to know now is, don't the Shen mother and son and those two young masters feel the slap on their faces? Speaking of humility, Mr. Liu is the truly humble one. He's been the chief designer of Six, making waves in the fashion world for years, without ever revealing his identity. If the director hadn't said it today, we'd still be in the dark. That Mr. Shen, just a newly promoted fashion designer, used this opportunity to announce himself to everyone, and yet he dared to claim he was more humble. And don't forget how Mr. Liu's previous identities were revealed. Did he ever announce them himself? I remember it was because some ignorant young masters deliberately tried to step on him that he was forced to reveal them. It's the same this time. Hearing the undisguised ridicule and sarcasm from the crowd, the Shen mother and son felt a burning slap across their faces. The provocative young master and Suzy also wore expressions of disbelief. As for the other young masters present, they silently thanked their lucky stars they weren't the first to speak up, or else they would be the ones being publicly humiliated right now. The members of the Xia and Yun families, led by Mother Xia, who had been filled with anger just moments before, now had a mixture of amusement and exasperation on their faces. They looked at me with pride and emotion, as if wondering how many more surprises I could bring them, and behind those surprises, how many hardships I had endured that others didn't know about. Sitting in a corner, belonging to no faction, Shen Qingqing once again looked over at me. There was nothing here that interested her. Despite being warned by Yun Menjiao, her attention was still fixed on me, her ears pricked up, silently paying attention to my every move. When she saw me being provoked, on one hand, she thought that the so-called upper class was nothing special, and on the other hand, she looked forward to seeing how I would fight back. She knew I wasn't one to sit back and take it. The result was unexpected but also logical. It turned out I was the chief designer of Six. No wonder I could lend high and sick outfits to artists in a film like Prayer. No wonder I could so easily appoint her as the global ambassador for Six. It turned out that I not only shined in the field of racing but was also an existence that others could only admire from afar in other fields. Since knowing me, this was the first time Shen Qingqing felt such a distance between us. A gap in ability, status, experience, and a Yun Menjiao who was my equal. Thus, aside from their shared passion for racing, this woman, who had never desired anything, had the first romantic feelings of her life crushed by her own hand before they could even sprout. Afterward, the praise for me and the ridicule for the Shen mother and son continued. The matter should have ended there, but Shen Di, perhaps too shocked or too unwilling to accept it, once again recklessly questioned, "Director, are you mistaken? Mr. Liu is how old? Not even 20, right? Our Six chief designer has been in the position for 5 years. Moreover, as far as I know, that designer is a close friend of Six current owner, mercenary. The ages don't match up at all." Just as the director was about to speak, a gentle yet authoritative voice echoed through the hall. "What about age? Can't Liu Yan and I be friends from different generations?" Everyone turned to look at the newcomer, and was once again astonished. It was the owner of Six, mercenary. Mercenary was not only the current owner of Six but also the wife of a top European noble family. She rarely set foot in the Huaxia region. Most of the people present had only ever seen her on TV or in magazines. Her appearance was not just surprising, it was unbelievable. Mercenary paid no mind to whether these people believed it or not. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, she slowly walked up to me, her eyes holding a gentle and affectionate smile. She spoke in fluent Chinese. "Long time no see, Liu Yan. Did I use that phrase correctly this time?" He smiled and shook my head. "Perfectly." Mercenary patted her chest like a child, then turned to look at the dumbfounded Shen Di, a hint of coldness on her face. "Who is this?" The director, with a look of panic, replied, "This is a newly promoted designer from the fashion department. I went to pick you up just now, so I let him entertain the guests for a bit. I didn't expect him to cause trouble for Mr. Liu." "Oh, I didn't." Shen Di finally snapped out of it. "It wasn't me, it was them." He pointed at the young master who had provoked me earlier and Suzy's. It was the two of them. The nobleman who was pointed at never expected that the person he was helping would throw him under the bus. His face immediately darkened. "Yes, I started it, but didn't you have your own intentions? Mr. Su and I were only being suggestive, but you were the one who explicitly named Mr. Liu. Did you really think you were speaking up for him? Who here couldn't tell you were praising yourself and using Mr. Liu to highlight your own humility?" Suzy chimed in, "A dog bites Liu Dongbin, not recognizing a kind heart. Although I don't like Lu Yan, I don't want to be bitten back by others. Mrs. Serenity frowned, clearly displeased with the noisy drama. She turned to the director beside her and gave an order. The director gave a cold smile. Receiving the command, she first spoke coldly to Shen Di. Mr. Shen, I am now formally informing you that you have been fired. You three, along with your families, are to leave immediately. From now on, all products under the SICK brand will not be sold to your three families. Please take care of yourselves. As the director finished speaking, the venue erupted in an uproar. Shen Di had gone pale from the first sentence. The other young master and Suzy now looked as if they had eaten something foul. But since the director had spoken, they couldn't just refuse to leave. Otherwise, they'd likely be thrown out by security in the next second, which would be even more humiliating. Shen Di wanted to salvage the situation, but meeting the director's non-negotiable gaze, he had to swallow the words he was about to say. Watching the three dejected families leave, the people present sigh. After this display of protecting her own, no one doubted Mrs. Serenity's identity anymore. The chatter started up again. I've discovered something. Anyone who goes against Mr. Lu never has a good ending. The Shen mother and son were so smug just now. In the blink of an eye, he lost his position as a SICK designer. He really brought it upon himself. Didn't they bring it on themselves? Just now, Shen Di was questioning Mr. Lu's identity based on his age. Did he not consider that none of Mr. Lu's identities are achievable by someone his age? Have you all forgotten what happened before? Suzy even said this was SICK's party and the Xie family had no right to kick people out. Now he's been kicked out himself. I really want to interview him about how he feels right now. Haha. The three families, already feeling humiliated by being kicked out in front of everyone, wanted to run away even faster upon hearing the ladder behind them. As she passed by me, Su Lingdian gave me a deep look, as if she had much to say, but in the end, she said nothing and followed her family out. Mrs. Serenity keenly noticed this and asked with concern, did I hurt someone important to you? If so. No. I felt Yun Menjiao's aura suddenly turn cold and quickly interrupted Mrs. Serenity. That person has nothing to do with me. If anything, she's an enemy. That's good, Mrs. Serenity sighed in relief. I thought you were in a relationship already. I was feeling so sorry for Nixie. You're the only son-in-law I've chosen. Her words caused another stir among the guests. The Xie family was a top family domestically, but compared to European nobility, there was still a gap. Could there be a transnational marriage on the horizon? Unlike the gossip-loving crowd, the expressions of the involved parties were beyond ugly. If before, the atmosphere was just a bit chilly, now Yun Menjiao was like a Siberian cold front, on the verge of exploding. Mr. and Mrs. Yun Ruzhen, seeing someone trying to snatch their son-in-law, also looked displeased. Only the three Xie sisters looked like they were enjoying the show, not tense at all, but rather gleefully watching the drama unfold. To prevent Yun Menjiao from actually doing something drastic, I bit my lip and said to Mrs. Serenity, shall we talk somewhere else? Alright. Mrs. Serenity didn't want to be stared at either. She pulled me to walk inside. But what she didn't expect was that a conversation meant for two would turn into a procession. Seeing Mother Xie walking beside me, Mrs. Serenity asked tentatively, is this your mother? I nodded. Once we were away from the crowd in the main hall, I reached out and took Yun Menjiao's hand. For some special reasons, I couldn't explain clearly just now. I am actually in a relationship. This is my girlfriend. Hearing me introduce her so formally, Yun Menjiao's heart instantly warmed, and the tension in her body gradually dissipated. As for Mrs. Serenity, before she could even greet Mother Xie, she received this heartbreaking news and immediately pouted. Lu Yan, are you serious? Although she had sensed something was off in the atmosphere earlier, she still wanted to deceive herself a little. Of course he's serious, Wu Shuman quickly interjected before I could speak. Lu Yan is the son-in-law our family has chosen. These two kids are deeply in love. It was a blatant declaration of sovereignty. Mrs. Serenity frowned for a moment, but finally smiled understandingly. It seems Aniclimax doesn't have a chance. As soon as she finished speaking, a blonde, blue-eyed girl carrying a bucket of pink roses walked over. Mom, did you call me? Sorry, I almost got lost. Aniclimax approached, and upon seeing me, her small face blushed. She happily offered the bucket to me. Lu Yan, this is for you. She also spoke Chinese, though not as fluently as Mrs. Serenity. Yun Menjiao, who had just calmed down, saw this, and her face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. At the same time, her eyes were fixed on me, as if to say, you dare accept it. I indeed didn't accept it, but not because I was afraid of her, but because I didn't want to give the other party false hope. Aniclimax, this is my girlfriend, I introduced Yun Menjiao to Aniclimax again, trying to get her to understand. Aniclimax froze, her clear, sapphire-like eyes narrowing. You mean? Lu Yan, I don't have a chance anymore. Yun Menjiao linked her arm with mine, glaring at her as a warning. It's good that you know. I wasn't asking you. Aniclimax puffed her cheeks in anger. Mr. Liu Yan, your girlfriend is so fierce. This girl was playing the green tea game with her. Unlike Yun Menjiao's mood, the three Xia sisters were ecstatic. The memory of Yun Menjiao pretending to be a green tea to harm them was still fresh. Was this karma coming full circle? Thinking this, Xia Xiaoqiao added fuel to the fire, patting Ning Six's shoulder encouragingly. They're not married yet, what's there to be afraid of? If you like him, fight for him. I support you, third sister. I cut her off disapprovingly. Xia Xiaoqiao immediately made a zipping motion across her lips, and fell silent. With Xia Xiaoqiao as an example, Xia Qingning still fanned the flames. This little girl looks a bit sad, but she's quite resourceful. If I remember correctly, someone who has loved our little brother for so long has never even given him a single bouquet of flowers, right? If looks could kill, the three Xia sisters would have been frozen solid by their future sister-in-law's glare. Wu Shuman, hearing this, also began to chide her daughter for never buying flowers for Liu Yan. Mother Xia couldn't stand it anymore and glared at her three daughters. Menjiao and Liu Yan are happy together, that's what matters. You three, talk less. My sis Xia is right. Besides, I trust Liu Yan's judgment, my sis Sereni said, signaling for Aniclimax to step aside. She gently took my hand. I came here mainly to see you. I didn't intend to make things difficult for you. If we can't be family, we can still be friends, right? He nodded, relieved. Afterward, I followed my sis Sereni to the designated lounge. Yun Menjiao, of course, followed closely the entire time, afraid her husband would be snatched away in the blink of an eye. The crowd in the banquet hall was very curious about what the two families and my sis Sereni were discussing, but without permission, no one dared to follow and eavesdrop. By the time the banquet ended, we said our goodbyes to my sis Sereni and her daughter. I knew that my sis Sereni's trip couldn't have been just to visit me, but since she didn't say, I wouldn't ask. As we left the hotel, I thought Yun Menjiao would, as usual. I followed her back to the family home, but unexpectedly, she broke away at the hotel entrance to go her own way. Just as I was wondering if she was upset and planning to give me the cold shoulder, I arrived home to find the entrance to the estate filled with all kinds of flowers. Upon entering the gate, the sight before us was even more astonishing. The main gate of the estate was several thousand square meters away from the main villa, separated by a flower garden and an artificial lake. It would take half a day just to walk there. Now, the entire estate was like a sea of flowers. Except for the sparkling surface of the lake and a small path leading to the main villa, every other space was covered in blossoms. Clearly, after leaving the party, she hadn't gone anywhere else. There was no traffic on the road, but I had no idea how Van Mongjiao had managed to arrange all of this before we got home. That's right, even though I hadn't confirmed who did it, my instincts immediately pointed to Van Mongjiao. It wasn't just me, everyone else in the car thought the same thing. She's gone crazy. Tiu, no longer feeling cold, slowly drove the car forward. She opened the car window, stuck her head out to look at the sea of flowers, and clicked her tongue. She must have bought out every flower shop in the imperial capital. Van Ning chuckled, and said, to get this angry over a couple of sentences. That's not how a mature woman should act. Shut up, mother has scolded her. Isn't this your fault? The car drove up to the main villa. Everyone got out and silently went inside. I didn't say anything and went straight upstairs. Do you like it? Van Mongjiao looked at me. I knew she was still jealous of Tay. Her tone unconsciously carried a hint of childish coaxing. If you're the one giving it, I like it. Van Mongjiao was clearly pleased with this answer, the corners of her lips curling up uncontrollably. However, thinking of something, her expression darkened, and her eyes turned fierce. Lear. You didn't like what I gave you before. As expected, she couldn't help but bring up the past. I looked down at that beautiful face. Even though Van Mongjiao's eyes and tone were fierce, her accusation was filled with endless grievance. It's not that I didn't like it. You just didn't like me, Van Mongjiao interrupted. That was before, I said, a bit exasperated. I wanted to ask how long she planned on dredging up the past, but then I remembered her 3 consecutive questions from last time. Well, it wasn't the first time I had indulged her irrationality. I silently swallowed the words I was about to say and instead raised my arms to pull her into a gentle embrace, comforting her. The past with Talin Dime wasn't a pleasant experience for me either. Let's look forward and not mention it again, okay? Van Mongjiao froze. This was the first time he had said such words to her. Combined with his decisiveness when taking revenge on Talin Dime, even if he didn't want to elaborate, she could guess how deeply he had been hurt. Even though that pain didn't come from her, thinking of it, an intense sense of guilt rose in Van Mongjiao's heart. She leaned in, and gently kissed his lips. I'm sorry. What did she have to be sorry for? I was the one who hadn't clearly explained the past of 2 lifetimes, and the grudge between me and Talin Dime. She knew nothing, only that Talin Dime had occupied almost all of my ancient consciousness, and that for the first 5 years of this life, I had practically lived for Talin Dime. In comparison, the time we had been together was less than half a year. If our positions were reversed, and Van Mongjiao had a man with such a complicated relationship, forget bringing up the past, she might not have even agreed to be with me. The fact that she could accept me when I turned back, still loving me as she did before, was enough to make me grateful. So, what was a little jealousy? What was bringing up the past? I was willing to indulge her. But I'm still jealous, Van Mongjiao said, lost in thought, her arms tightening around him as she rested her head on his chest. Everyone tries to take you from me. I really want to hide you away so only I can see you. I was still smiling, my fingers gently touching her chest. As long as my heart is here, no one can take me away. Van Mongjiao's heart trembled, whether from his words or his touch, and the frustration in her heart dissipated. She took his hand and bit it lightly. Remember what you said. With that, she looked up and kissed him. While we were lost in our kiss, our parents weren't idle. Although my Sereni had defended me at the party, it didn't mean the Van and He families would let my provocateurs off the hook. Except for the De family, which was left for me to handle, the other two families were suppressed to varying degrees. In the blink of an eye, the year came to an end. On New Year's Eve, Ngo Thuk Man and her husband arrived at the house early to help Mother Ha in the kitchen. That's right, for my first year back, the two families decided to celebrate the new year together. Furthermore, like any normal family, the two madams personally prepared the reunion dinner. The kids didn't go to work either, instead lounging in the living room, playing games. The atmosphere was particularly cheerful, punctuated by the occasional sound of in-game kills. Nin couldn't help but turn to look at Tutu's phone screen, held horizontally. 11:32. With a score like that, are you sure you can protect our parents on both sides? As soon as she finished speaking, the 13 in the middle turned to 14. Staring at her dark phone screen, Tutu smacked her. See, it's your fault I died again. Getting bold, are we? Nin, not expecting the day she'd be blamed by Tutu, narrowed her eyes. Forget that father of yours whose life is uncertain. If mom gets scolded because of you, be careful, or I'll really send you to the Western paradise. It's the new year. Why are you saying such unlucky things? Van Mangacaped had appeared at some point, glanced at Tutu's score, and shook her head. Why aren't you at home on New Year's Eve? Why did you come to our place? Isn't your uncle and his family here too? Van Mangacaped felt no shame at all. Are you not welcoming me? She didn't want to celebrate the new year in that house. Other people's reunion dinners were happy and joyous, hers was just like any other day, filled with arguments and schemes. The moment her father saw her, he pointed at her nose and called her useless, belittling the medical career she revered as worthless and constantly inciting her to compete with Mong Jiao. She really disliked that home. Of course not. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. But your relationships are quite complicated, aren't they? Although Hethan Nin wasn't one to pry into family matters, she had a general understanding of Van Mangacaped's situation. She glanced at Van Mongjiao, who was practically glued to her younger brother, and thought to herself how lucky this girl was. Not only was she spoiled by her mother and brother, but even her cousin, who should have been a threat, had no intention of fighting for power with her. The harmony in the He family's small branch was the result of her mother's dedicated upbringing. The previous generations had fought fiercely. Because her mother was the matriarch, relatives who refused to submit often caused trouble. If not for that, she wouldn't have established the He sect, determined to clean them up one by one. Therefore, even though they weren't on the same side, she still admired people like Van Mangacaped, who were not greedy for fame and could distinguish right from wrong. While the two were chatting, Tutu threw her phone down. Damn it, this game is crap. The noise immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. Ning rolled her eyes. If you're not good, don't blame the road for not being flat. Who said I'm not good? Tutu picked up her phone, full of fighting spirit. You just wait. I'll definitely become the #1 national server player. Then that guy named John will have to kneel and sing Conquer for me. I felt a little awkward asking, excuse me, the person named John that third sister is talking about. Is he the jungler for the Alliance team? Tutu seemed surprised but completely undeterred. Third sister is talking about him. Just as she finished speaking, a young man walked in through the door. He wore a team uniform with a logo, a baseball cap, and a face mask, looking like a celebrity out on the street. He glanced at Tutu, then walked up to Maine and raised his hand to take off his mask. Brother. Playing. The phone in Tutu's hand fell to the ground again. Jine. Jine. God Jine. Tutu's eyes nearly popped out. Am I dreaming? Why are you here? Idiot. Ning raised her hand and smacked her. Didn't you hear what he called our little brother? Only then did Tutu react to the brother, her mind still not calm enough to even retaliate after being hit on the head. Little brother, you mean? He's your little brother. Yes. I pulled John Hugh's hand to make him sit next to me. He's a bit shy. Shy. It's okay, I'm lively. Tutu's ability to accept things was extremely high. In a flash, she had processed the fact that her little brother's little brother was John Hugh, and at the same time, completely forgot that she had just been badmouthing him. She stood up and went to John Hugh's side. "You're my little brother's little brother, so you're my little brother too, right? So, it's only natural for you to carry me in a game, isn't it?" Before John Hugh could react, Nin next to him fired a shot. "With your rank, you want to play with him? We can just play casuals instead of ranked, can't we?" Tiu glared angrily at Nin. John Hugh was a bit embarrassed by this familiarity. He kept telling himself, this is brother's sister, trying to restrain the urge to push away Tiu, who was practically hanging on him. Just when John Hugh was silently suffering, Tiu suddenly covered her ear. "Mom, what are you doing? Can't you see he's uncomfortable? As a sister, you should pay attention to your image. Sit down properly." Mother let go of Tiu's ear, and looked at John Hugh with a loving expression. "You must be little Hugh, right? I just found out about you. From now on, treat this as your own home." She knew that her son being able to grow up safely was largely thanks to John Hugh's deceased mother, so her gaze towards him was full of gratitude and affection. "Oh, right, are there any foods you don't eat? Aunt I heard about your favorites from Luck Dian, but I forgot to ask what you don't like." John Hugh looked at Mother's sincere face. Ever since becoming an orphan, besides the Luck Dian family, no one had cared for him like this for a long time. He bit his lip, suppressing the sour feeling in his heart, stood up, and said, "No, there's nothing. It's okay, Auntie. Please, have a seat and chat. I told you, treat this as your home. Don't be so polite." Mother had gently patted his shoulder. Before leaving, she didn't forget to warn Tiu, "You need to watch yourself. Don't bother your little brother." Seeing Tiu get put in her place, Nin slapped her thigh and burst out laughing. In the end, John Hugh still played games with Tiu. Just to protect this noob who didn't watch the map and ran around aimlessly, he was often caught in the enemy's formation and forced to fight 1 against 5. As I watched them play, I silently praised my little brother's patience. If it were me, I would have started cursing long ago. Just then, Mom Zhao's phone rang. I didn't pay much attention at first, not even turning my head, until a powerful voice came from behind. The moment this voice spoke, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around, including me. Facing my questioning gaze, Mom Zhao gave me a look to calm down. Then, she cleared her throat and asked the energetic old man on the screen, "Grandpa, you want to see Luck Dan? Or am I calling to see you?" Van Chi-hong looked at her with a knowing glance. "Isn't that a stupid question? Hurry up, is Luck Dan next to you? Let me see him. I don't have much time." Mom Zhao turned to look at me, not just asking for my opinion. I cleared my throat, and despite the questions in my heart, I moved in front of the screen. "Grandpa." Van Chi-hong immediately beamed. After smiling, he looked into my eyes with a sense of, "I've heard everything about you from Mom Zhao. It's good that you're back. Your mother's more than 10 years of waiting were worth it. Also, do whatever you want to do. As long as you and Mom Zhao can live well, don't worry about other things. We adults will take care of it." I understood the meaning behind his words and was deeply moved. I understand. After speaking, I raised my hand and held Mom Zhao's, as if making a promise. "Grandpa, don't worry. Mom Zhao and I will always live well." Mom Zhao looked at our intertwined hands, listening to me speak to her grandfather with the attitude of a grandson-in-law, feeling that this was the happiest moment. However, Van Chi-hong really didn't seem to have much time. After just a few words, he hung up. I was about to ask about him when I heard Ngo Thukman call for dinner, so I had to temporarily set aside my questions. With the two families gathered together, this New Year's Eve dinner was naturally very lively. Knowing that John Hugh was quite shy, Mother and I frequently served him food. After the meal, Ngo Thukman took out the prepared red envelopes and gave lucky money to the children. Nin was almost 30 this year, so of course, she couldn't receive one, but Nin seemed to have forgotten she was 26. Not only did she calmly accept Ngo Thukman's red envelope, but she also cheekily went to Mother wiggling her fingers and stating clearly, "Mom, Uncle and Auntie both gave one. You have to show some sincerity too. Get lost." Mother glanced at her. "Look at how old you are. You haven't even brought me a son-in-law yet, and you still have the nerve to ask for lucky money." After speaking, she took out the prepared red envelope and meeting gift and turned to John Hugh. "Good boy, this is a small token from Auntie." Seemingly knowing John Hugh would refuse, she promptly grabbed his hand and pressed the items into it. "Don't treat Auntie as an outsider, okay?" John Hugh looked at me and I nodded. "Oh, if you don't want it, give it to me." Tiu greedily eyed the red envelope in John Hugh's hand. As a result, she immediately got a kick on her butt. "Aren't you ashamed? If you're not ashamed, I am." Tiu covered her bottom and turned to tattle on Mother. "Mom, second sister is bullying me again." Mother was right there, how could she not know what happened? Faced with Tiu's accusation, She just said coldly, "You deserved it." The two families played joyfully and noisily through the evening, and everyone stayed over at the house. During the meal, Van Mom Jiao was poured some wine by the three Ha siblings and got a little drunk. As soon as we got back to the bedroom, she wanted to pull me onto the bed, but before she could kiss the lips she longed for, I stopped her with a finger. I asked about the main issue. "What's the deal with your grandfather? Why did a grandfather suddenly appear? And why isn't he at home on New Year's, of all times? Plus, that call seemed so rushed." Although I didn't ask during dinner, these questions had been swirling in my mind. Van Mom Jiao was silent for a moment, the restlessness in her heart gradually calming down. "I remember I told you about my background." I grunted, waiting silently for her to continue. "The Nan Van family took my grandfather back to Ngok, using the excuse of letting him retire in his hometown." Retiring in his hometown. More like taking him hostage, I thought, and said it out loud. Van Mom Jiao sighed. "On the surface, it seems that way. They're using my grandfather as a hostage, but how can they be sure they're not letting a wolf into the house?" Van Mom Jiao reached out and stroked his hair. "Looked at from another angle, a hostage can also be an inside agent. When the time comes, with me and my grandfather working together from the inside, why worry about not being able to overthrow the Nan Van family?" I didn't know how much of her words were self-comfort. Even if he was an inside agent, who would want an old man to be alone in a foreign place? "So, do you have a plan? If you attack now, what are the chances of winning?" Van Mom Jiao pursed her lips and said nothing, but I could read her thoughts. She was prepared and confident enough to win. The reason she hadn't made a move was simply to wait for me to finish dealing with my grudges on the side. I didn't know if I guessed correctly, but a sense of guilt naturally arose in my heart. "It won't be long now." I held her arm tightly, as if speaking to myself. "Very soon, everything will be over." After the new year, the movie Moon Frost, starring Tran Tin, was released as scheduled. Director Feng's new film, starring the lead from Prayer, also began filming. As I predicted, with ample funding, Moon Frost became even more popular than in my previous life, dominating the headlines every day without any content cuts. The discussions were overwhelming, and viewership ratings soared, continuously breaking records. By the time the entire series finished broadcasting, Tran Tin had leaped to become a top star, her popularity second only to Thin Thun Thun. Today, just after sending a script to director Feng, I saw that Tran Tin was on the hot search again. At first, I didn't pay much attention. After all, since she became famous, it was common for Tran Tin to be on the hot search. But when I looked closely, I found that this hot search title was linked to the name of an old acquaintance. If I hadn't seen the name Ha Ian, I would have almost forgotten there was still some filth that hadn't been cleaned up. This person, under Talin Dime's orders, had tried to snatch the female lead role in Moon Frost from Tran Tin. I had to step in and invest in the director to stop her scheme. As it turned out, the hot search claimed that Moon Frost originally belonged to Ha Ian and that Tran Tin had used her connections to steal the role. He sneered. This person really couldn't live without causing trouble. But I could also understand her feelings. Although it was called stealing a role, Ha Ian didn't even consider a small production like Moon Frost at the time. The result was that Moon Frost became a massive hit, while her new film, released at the same time, failed miserably without a ripple. Naturally, she felt unbalanced. But this was like serving herself up on a platter for me to slaughter. I saw no reason not to pull out the weeds by the roots. Thinking of this, I opened a folder labeled Ha Ian, packaged the materials about her, and uploaded them to the internet. It included not only the truth about the role stealing incident but also a recording of Ha Ian harassing me during the photo shoot for Feng Shen magazine. When I released this evidence, the outcome was predictable. Not only did onlookers call her a pervert for her harassing and insulting words toward women, but Tran Tin's loyal fans swarmed in like a flood, practically wanting to tear Ha Ian to shreds. A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. This was why I chose to release the recording now. If I had released it back then, given their respective statuses and the comparison of their fan bases' fighting power, it wouldn't have had a major impact on Ha Ian. But now things were different. One was a rising star, the other has been mired in scandal. It was obvious who would win. After posting the clarification and evidence, I leisurely drank my coffee, silently waiting for the situation to ferment online. But before public opinion had completely turned, I received a call from Feng Nihong. The movie you asked me to shoot is a lesbian film. Feng Nihong's voice was filled with disbelief. How many people want to watch two girls fall in love? Even through the phone, I could feel Feng Nihong's frustration and couldn't help but smile faintly. Director Feng, you have no idea about the power of the sisterhood. This is also a potential market I saw from the fans of Lamp Bang and Dom Qian. Besides, putting the romance aside, don't you think the plot and scale of this script are excellent? That's true. But does it have to have a romantic plotline? Like, sisterly love? You have to ask the original author if she agrees. But the original author is adamant about not cutting the romance. This is also why this work has been popular online for a long time, but I was still able to buy the film rights. The T-drama rights were sold long ago, but filming hasn't started because no one wants to take the risk. But hey, understand. The romance is only a small part. The brightest spot of this novel is its grand plot and scale. If filmed, it will definitely make people applaud. It wasn't just me who discovered this, Fong Mi-hong did too. After a moment of silence, Fong Mi-hong asked another question. Do you have suitable actors in mind? With this theme, actors won't be easy to find. I knew he was convinced, so I didn't hide my thoughts. For the two female leads, I want to use Tran Tin and Thin Thun Thun. Of course, for a film I'm producing myself, I have to use my own people. But I think it's a great idea. Fong Mi-hong blew up again. What? What's wrong? I asked. Tran Tin is fine. I've watched Moonfrost recently, and was quite impressed with her acting. But Thin Thun Thun? Are you serious? You want me to use a vase? Director Fong, don't get excited. I knew he would jump. I said in a calm tone, don't you think Thin Thun Thun's personality is very similar to the character Sei King Q in the script? Fong Mi-hong grunted. You mean? I smiled and said, even if she doesn't have many acting skills, for this role, she can just be herself. In the novel, Sei King Q is very cold. Except for the people and things she cares about, she doesn't care about anything else. Moreover, she is the top student at Hong University, the #1 beauty in the world, as if written specifically for Thin Thun Thun. Fong Mi-hong fell silent again. Thin Thun Thun's external image was indeed very similar to Sei King Q's. But is she like that in private too? She's my person, how could I not understand? I defended Thin Thun Thun without thinking. Besides, do you think someone with such poor acting skills could fool everyone for so long, maintaining an image that doesn't suit her without being exposed? Fong Mi-hong was completely silent. Besides, you also know her acting is terrible. I suddenly realized my words had hit a sore spot for Fong Mi-hong and cleared my throat. I mean, I'll find a way to improve her acting skills. Fong Mi-hong was silent for a long while. Finally, as if he had given up, he stopped offering his opinion. You just need to ask them if they've both agreed. The two of them are so popular right now, they don't need to find another path. They shouldn't accept this kind of project. I knew things were settled on Fong Mi-hong's end, so I didn't plan to say more. Then you don't have to worry. After hanging up, I contacted Tran Tin and Thin Thun Thun. Tran Tin arrived at the office first. Before I could speak, she said, thank you, Yahello. I was stunned for a moment before realizing she was thanking me for helping her clarify the situation. Just as I was about to speak, Thin Thun Thun pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing her, I couldn't help but look her up and down. Tran Tin thought to herself, no wonder they say fame makes a person beautiful. Before, when she stood with Thin Thun Thun, she looked very plain. Now, she was not overlooked at all, and even had a tendency to be on par with her. Although she was still not as exquisite as Thin Thun Thun, looking across the entertainment industry, it would be hard to find two more beautiful people. Seeing me look at the woman beside her with both pride and admiration, Thin Thun Thun couldn't help but narrow her clear, glass-like eyes. Look, you were looking for me. I immediately came back to my senses, my gaze sweeping over both their faces as I got straight to the point. I want you two to collaborate on a movie. What do you think? Tran Tin and Thin Thun Thun were both stunned, then looked at each other and asked in unison, us? I wasn't surprised by their doubt. Although they had no personal conflicts, there were still many issues with them collaborating. Previously, even though Thin Thun Thun had no acting skills, with her status, she would definitely be the female lead, and Tran Tin would be the supporting actress. But now, their positions could be said to be equal. If they collaborated, who would be the female lead and who would be the supporting actress? I was afraid that when they joined the film crew, the issue of billing alone would cause a huge fight between their fans. I could tell what they were thinking, so I explained, you don't have to worry about the billing issue. This film has dual female leads. You are both the main characters. They were stunned again, seemingly not understanding my meaning. Is it what I think it is? Tran Tin asked weakly. I shook my head. Not a single female lead, but a lesbian story. He seemed to ignore the horrified expressions on the two girls' faces, and calmly dropped another bombshell. There's a kissing scene. No way. Thin Thun Thun immediately refused. I don't agree. Tran Tin had also intended to refuse, but hearing Thin Thun Thun his refusal first, she felt as if she was being disliked by the other party, and was immediately unhappy. You think I want to kiss you? I pinched my forehead, not expecting them to be so strongly against it. I tried to persuade them that it was just one kissing scene, and besides, it was just acting, they wouldn't lose anything. Thin Thun Thun was firm. Still no. Look, you heard her, Tran Tin said to me. It's not that I don't agree, it's that she's unwilling. A raised an eyebrow. You mean, If you agree, it's fine. We can replace Thin Than's role with someone else. Tran Ten was speechless, but the words were out, and she couldn't take them back, so she obediently said, Seo Luk can decide. I looked at her with a touched expression. As if I didn't see the others, I handed the script to Tran Ten. Here's the script, you can take a look first. The role you'll be playing is Xuan Yuenkin. If you have any questions, just ask me. With that, I waved my hand. You two can go back now. Hearing this, Tran Ten turned to leave, but seeing that Thin Than wasn't moving, she couldn't help but gently touch her. Let's go, teacher Thin. You go. Thin Than glared at her, then looked at me with a conflicted expression, as if she wanted to say something. Tran Ten didn't leave either, leaning against the wall and flipping through the script while paying attention to the two of them. At this time, I also noticed Thin Than's expression and couldn't help but ask, is there anything else? My tone was normal, even a little concerned, as if I didn't mind her refusal at all. But Thin Than felt very uncomfortable after hearing it. The unease and guilt in her heart didn't decrease but increase. She pursed her lips several times before asking a thoughtless question, who are you planning to choose for the other female lead? That's not certain yet. I just tapped lightly on the table. I'll decide after I find someone suitable. Thin Than pursed her lips slightly. So, you chose me before because you thought I was suitable. I hesitated for a moment. That's not important. If you don't want to do it, we'll just change the person. It's no big deal, don't overthink it. This was also my true thought. Although it was a bit different from my original plan, I didn't want to force Thin Than to do something she didn't want to do. After all, it was different from the beginning. After being together for a long time, I had come to see her as one of my own. Thinking of this, I said again, alright, you two go back. I still have work to do. I agree. Thin Than bit her lip. Facing the focused gazes of the two people who suddenly turned towards her, she seemed a little hesitant to speak but still managed to repeat, I agree to cooperate with her on this film. I didn't say anything. Instead, Tran Ten beside me let out an oh. Perhaps afraid that Thin Than would retreat into her shell again, she tried to suppress her laughter and walked up to Thin Than, patting her on the shoulder. That's more like it. It's just acting. Or are you afraid you'll fall in love with me during filming? Thin Than immediately flared up. What nonsense are you talking about? Just kidding. Tran Ten innocently rubbed her nose. Why so serious? I watched their interaction and couldn't help but laugh. This is your script. I called Thin Than and handed her the script. Thinking of her acting skills, which had been criticized by director Fong many times, I was considering whether to hire someone to guide her when my eyes swept over Tran Ten and stopped. Wasn't this a ready-aid teacher? Thinking of this, I said to Tran Ten, you two should practice your lines together more often. If she's not acting well somewhere, help her out a bit. Thin Than was just bad at acting, not stupid. She naturally understood the meaning behind my words, and was immediately a little angry. I don't need her to teach me. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why didn't I discover before how interesting these two were together? Just then, there was a knock on the office door. After I said, come in, Din Lak pushed the door open and walked in. You're really here. Din Lak first greeted me, then happily walked straight to Tran Ten. Little Ten, I have good news for you. What is it? Facing her manager, Tran Ten's expression became serious, the color draining from her face. You've been nominated for Best Actress at the Golden Flower Awards. A raised an eyebrow. Congratulations. The Golden Flower Awards were considered a rather prestigious award in the television drama field. But it wasn't strange for Tran Ten to be nominated. After all, Moonfrost was very popular, and her own acting skills were highly praised by professionals. Thin Than, although she also had hit dramas, her acting was not up to par. Every year, she could only rely on fan votes to win the Most Popular Actress award. Doesn't Seo Luk know? Din Lak was a little surprised that I didn't know this news. Before he came, he even thought I might have already told Tran Ten. I haven't finished reading my emails today. I took a sip of coffee and smiled at Tran Ten. If you can win this award later, the company will give you an extra bonus. When she found out she was nominated for Best Actress, Tran Ten didn't feel much, but hearing me say that, she immediately felt a sense of anticipation. Then I'll thank Seo Luk in advance. I rolled my eyes. You're really not modest. It's just a nomination now. It's too early to thank me. Tran Ten immediately became embarrassed, fiddling with the hem of her clothes and jiggling. Everyone's chatter made Thin Than look like an outsider. She pursed her lips and was about to turn and leave when Din Lak beside her seemed to have just seen her. He raised his hand and patted her on the shoulder. Teacher Thin is really amazing, winning the Most Popular Actress award for 5 consecutive years. I just checked your vote count. You're far ahead of second place. This award is definitely yours again this time. Thin Than was stunned and couldn't help but turn to look at Tran Ten. Tran Ten was currently very popular. Theoretically, her popularity was no less than hers. Why did he say her vote count was far ahead of second place? Ah, maybe because she was nominated for Best Actress, Our little Tin didn't participate in the voting for the most popular actress award. Although Dinlak's tone was quite amicable, his words clearly carried a hint of arrogance, which made me and Tran Tin frown. Sure enough, there was no joy on Thin Thana's face. She walked past me and out the door. Tran Tin glared at Dinlak and also walked out of the office. Looking at Thin Thana's tall, slender back, she was about to call out to her but saw that the other person had stopped. Thin Thana turned to look at Tran Tin, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, as if the words she was about to say were difficult to speak. Tran Tin didn't disturb her, just quietly waiting for her to speak. Finally, Thin Thana took a deep breath, looked at Tran Tin, and said word by word, "You teach me how to act." What? Tran Tin was stunned. She knew that Dinlak's words and actions were out of line and thought Thin Thana had stopped to vent her anger. She was also prepared to receive the other party's wrath. The result was Thin Thana, who had gathered her courage to speak, felt regretful seeing Tran Tin his look. "If you don't want to, then forget it." "Who said I don't want to?" Tran Tin suddenly came to her senses. Seeing her embarrassed expression, she wanted to laugh but didn't dare. "But I wouldn't dare to say teach. Since we'll be collaborating later, I'll often find Teacher Thin to practice lines." "What does Teacher Thin think?" As soon as she finished speaking, before Thin Thana could answer, Dinlak, who had followed them out, asked with a puzzled expression, "You guys are collaborating. What's going on?" Tran Tin really didn't want to talk to him right now, but thinking that he would find out sooner or later, she explained briefly. While she was talking to Dinlak, for some reason, Thin Thana had already turned and left. When Tran Tin finished speaking, Dinlak was shocked. "You guys are going to act in a lesbian film." Tran Tin covered his mouth with her hand and looked left and right. "Keep your voice down. Seo Luk hasn't prepared to announce it to the public yet." Dinlak calmed down after she let go, unable to resist asking in a low voice, "What do you think?" "It's Seo Luk's order, what can I do?" Tran Tin looked in the direction Thin Thana had left. "Besides, Teacher Thin has already agreed. If I refuse, wouldn't I be disrespecting Seo Luk? Most importantly, when I heard I would be filming this with Thin Thana, I didn't feel any aversion at all." But Dinlak still felt something was wrong. Not to mention the theme, just Thin Thana's acting. "Won't she drag you down? I haven't settled the score with you for what happened just now in front of Seo Luk." Tran Tin interrupted him, her voice unprecedentedly severe. "Don't play internal politics with me. I don't think Seo Luk wants to see us like this either. Also, don't let me hear you badmouthing Teacher Thin like this a second time or you don't have to follow me anymore." Dinlak's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had seen Tran Tin get so angry. Other artists, no matter how famous, wouldn't dare to talk to their manager like that. But Dinlak knew that his relationship with Tran Tin was not just that of a manager and an artist. He was just a subordinate following his young mistress to navigate the entertainment industry. If the young mistress said she didn't need him anymore, she really could do without him. Thinking of this, Dinlak broke out in a cold sweat. "This subordinate swears, please forgive me, young mistress." Tran Tin snorted coldly and chased after Thin Thana. She still hadn't heard the other party's answer. In the evening, I finished my work and left as usual. As I passed through the lobby, I heard the man's pained cursing. What kind of person is that? How could they do that? It was clearly that person who provoked God Jine first. Hearing the name God Jine, my steps faltered. I walked towards the man. What happened? What's wrong with Jine Hugh? The man was a mess of tears and snot, looking genuinely angry for her idol. Doesn't Seo Luk know yet? God Jine was banned from competing for half a year for fighting with someone. But he's about to participate in the global finals, and it was clearly that person who provoked him first, deliberately inciting him to fight. Before the man could finish, I turned and walked out, my expression more serious than ever. Seo Luk, the man couldn't call me back. She wiped her own tears and scrolled through the comments online while cursing. What do these netizens know besides blindly following trends? Also, who is that person he mentioned? Why did God Jine fight with him? Jun Hugh isn't usually such an irrational person. Come on, come on. Tu Feng skillfully took the used tissue from her, and handed her a new one. It's just a game idol, is it worth it? Besides, he's only banned for half a year, not retiring. You can still watch him in half a year. What do you know? The man snatched the tissue and wiped away her fresh tears. You don't play games or watch competitions, how can you understand the feelings of us game fans? Besides, Tone is the only team from Hua country to make it to the global finals this time. God Jine is the pillar of Tone. Without him, how can they compete? Who said I don't play?